go from here? Do you know where we go from here? I got no idea, it just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How do I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here? I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles.
It's your boy JEDI for JEDI Online, Trilluminati Live, Red Pill Trill. Like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live. And please put your number of the like in the chat. You know, like that. Come on, family tree. Happy New Day. Come on. What are we dealing with? Where's this thing?
The little 7-year-old that was stood.
Oh, where was that thing gone? Where is it? Oh, I've got to re-find that one, you know. Where is that one, man? I've got to re-find that one. I did put it on the favorites, didn't I? Do. 1 second, family. Shuffle in, hit that like button. Yeah, man, hit that like button, shuffle in, family. And let me know the number of your like. Kick off with a little bit of music, then we can get into some chattings, man. Hopefully you can join me on the panel.
Queen for go a long time. I'm not afraid to say that. It was black like Queen. Queen out to win. Where she come from for rule over we? She's who? Queen of royalty. Where you from? Royalty what? What is royalty? I know royalty. Black, melanin in my complexion. Them they are pale. Them they are reflection. So will you come tell me, sir?
Yeah, this is gonna be a bit mad, like the way I've written it and that. Do you know where we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? I got no idea, it just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just want to turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How do I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here? I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just want to turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How do I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? Do you know? It's the question. I'm just looking for directions. Let's say the blind leads the blind. What's the use of your eyes? Everywhere you look, there's deception. Designed to walk in perception. The lies get applauded, the truth gets an awkward reception. Critical thought is a weapon, but that's how it feels when you're caught in possession. Won't be a good flame. Ignore the oppression. Got fire in your soul. They call it aggression. They even want us in a more of a redemption. Form of depression or distorted connection. Turn your daughter into a horror of infection. Got your son thinking drug lords is profession. The ones enforcing the laws never mentioned. Judges watching child porn with a morbid obsession. Probably floating wrong before the court is in session. Where we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? Sick of living in a war zone like it's Baghdad. My ex threw everything I owned in a black bag. I broke a phone, just spat in my bowl. Like I have that. I grabbed that by the throat and I spat back. Trying to type the postcode into the sat nav. I had nowhere else to go, but I scratched that and just sat there. looking up at the sky with a blank stare. There's no solid foundations, just stand here. Noisy neighbors, racists and shanks here. Limitations, places and space here. Salvation and slaves to the bank here. I feel scanked here. Where we go from here, I got no idea. Just feels like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is the virtue. I just wanna turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How to stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here, I got no idea. Just feels like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is the virtue. I just wanna turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How to stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? All this going around in circles makes me nauseous. Is this the Matrix? Cause if you're Morpheus, I'll leave now. I'll meet you in the coordinates. I refuse to be subordinate or ornament. When there's a war with the poor and less fortunate, the black mentality rates are disproportionate. Competing with each other like it was a tournament. What do you need? I eat your popcorn in the audience. The promises the politician makes a fortune. Still we wait for the glorious metamorphosis. Will the underdog ever be victorious? I'm just curious. Where'd we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? If you see me at the crossroads, can you help me? Cause I'm feeling kinda lost, bro. They say I must run. Where it's cold in a Moscow, I kinda feel at home where my moms grow. If you see me at the crossroads, can you help me? Cause I'm feeling kinda lost, bro. They say I must run. Where it's cold in a Moscow, I kinda feel at home where my moms grow. Do you know where we go from here? I got no idea. I just feel like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? That nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. We're living in a cage. This world's got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How to stay in my lane when progression moves slower than a turn? Where we go from here?
I got no idea. I just feel like we're going around in circles.
Tell me, do you feel the same?
Hey.
Nothing seems to change. I know they say
Patience is a virtue.
I just wanna turn the page.
I've been living in a cage.
This world got me feeling like a germ.
Hey.
What's the aim of the game?
How to stay in my lane.
When progression moves slower than a turn. Progression moves slower than a turn.
I'm on.
Yeah, man.
Vibes.
Speaking out loud, man. REDPILLTRILL. Where we go from here, man? We got a map or something, man.
What are you, 12? You've been using the same stink stick since high school. It's time to turn your armpit.
Chelsea. Yo, more is less. Less is more. More or less. Say no more. More is less.
Baseline.
Say less.
Hey.
Listen
Hey.
Yo.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
More life, more
Freedom.
Less heathen,
Channeling demons.
more conversations with meaning.
Let's try to slide in the free DM.
Less separation, more elevation, more education,
Whoop.
less hesitation,
Whoop.
less follow fashion, more leaders, more queens in love with their features. Less whips and chains, more kings, less slaves, less came with fools on my rebar. Give more to the poor, less to the rich, more people trying to think deeper. More ambition, less patience,
Hey.
more brotherhood, but less masons.
Hey.
Less humble rap on them stations,
Hey.
more spirulina, less bacon, less angels.
Pull
more
it. Pull 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 it. Wow. Wow.
Chelsea. Yo, more is less. Less is more. More or less. Say no more. More is less. Never more. Say less. But less is more. Yo. More love, more life, more freedom. Less heathens, channeling demons. More conversations with meaning. Let's try to slide in the freaks' beatings. Less separation, more elevation, more education. Less hesitation, less fun of fashion. More leaders, more queens in love with their features. Less whips and chains, more kings, less slaves. Less came with fools on my reaper. Give more to the poor, less to the rich. More people trying to think deeper. More ambition, less patience. More brotherhood, but less masons. Less humble rap on them stations. More spirulina, less bacon. Less agents, limitations. angels, less racists, less cages. Feel with man, them caught with them gay bricks. More ways of escaping the matrix. More power to the people. They want more cowards and more evil. So they can drain every drop. Goodness we have. We must have and feeble. More rebels and more riders. More non-performance, more fire. Hey. Burn out the devils and liars. Hey. More role models that inspire. Hey. More directions, less infections. More weapons for protection against the government's twisted intentions. I want more answers than questions. Yo.
Love is understanding. Anyone can love the people that love them. But can you understand the people that don't understand you? That is the question. Until you can learn to love those that do not love you, will you ever get out of this simulation? You will continue to reincarnate into the simulation because you are here to learn love.
Hey!
Love is understanding.
Love is understanding.
There's a war going on outside.
No man is safe from.
Like the earth's under a curse.
You can't escape from.
Blocks bursting.
Slugs landing the wrong person.
Fox twerking. Rock serving.
My block's burning.
See cops swerving. Better run to your lungs hurting.
Hey.
Especially if your skin's black and the snub's German. They're quick to hit a kid in his back.
Like my son's burping. Sluts with bruck purses.
Not surfing.
Stuck with their tongues twirling.
Remind me of the hands of a
Glock turning. Converting enemies converging.
What if we loved ourselves?
As much as we love sterling.
Maybe we're just vermin.
Desperate for crumb searching. It's concerning. To a John slurring. From the blood of a young virgin. They're just serpents.
Purpose is to submerge us in bread and circuses. Never feeling like we're
fuck off. Fuck off. Come on, fuck off. Fuck off. Yeah, you just try to kill them with bars and that, yeah?
Worthless. Trapped in a cage, they call us slum. My whole hood is at war.
No man is safe, bro.
Cocaine, I've got the young going to prison and court.
But you can't hide. What?
And rage is all we ever seem to
Feel anymore. Back in the rage, looking for love amongst the killers and whores. But you can't. Hey, hey. Hey, whatever. Hey, 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 forever. Yeah, forever. All right, man. We're gonna do next. We're gonna do one more. And then we are going to keep it moving. What are we gonna do? Oh yeah, been a while. Let's do that one, man. We can start.
Content over everything.
Yes, family, keep the lights rolling in. We used to be
Pharaohs in Egypt.
Now we're emotional.
The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. Symptoms of humanity's unraveled in helix. Calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb. Need a hat, gloves, boots, and a fur jacket. It's cold weather, make you turn savage. From a whole herb package for the nerve damage. Ghetto was replaced by the term ratchet. And the queens rock a perm with the sperm addicts. They wanna twerk and the boys wanna burst manics. They want esoterically paralyzed kings trying to limit your ability to analyze things. So they advertise a pantomime paradise paradigm.
Look at all the fuckery there. Yeah.
Things like rituals and sacrificing. Normal depravity and sodomite things.
Geoengineering.
The large hadron collider, they want a microchip
under my skin.
But when I look around, everybody's turning up. The buildings of the governments are burning up. Nobody's fighting for the rights of a black man. A couple hashtags, some cool t-shirts, and a logo on a snapback. On the head of a rapper in a backpack. Then it's back to the Snapchat. Double tap IG pic of a chick with a fat cap. We used to be pharaohs in Egypt, now we're emotional, paraplegic. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. Symptoms of humanity's unraveling Felix.
Calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence.
The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb. Need a hat, gloves, boots, and a fur jacket.
Just do me a favor, just normally sitting in the comfort of your house or your car or your workstation, just say to yourself, calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence. Just repeat it 4 times. Calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence, man. Anyway, big up everyone in the Ross Club building. Like 35, I see you there. Who's that? Trill Music. Come on, large up yourself. Everyone has hit the like button so far. What did I come on there to do? What was I doing? What did I come on there to do? Trill Fiction. Oh yeah, that was at YouTube. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
It's cold wanna make you turn savage. From a whole herd package for the nerve damage.
Yeah, what's the
by the term ratchet. But the queens rock a perm with the sperm addict. They wanna twerk and the boys wanna burst manics. Feel the pain. I'm drawing the stars, just standing in the mosque in the dark. I need to heal again. 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 I can't feel my face. This is the genocide.
The revolution, man. Hey.
I can't feel my face. For the reach and a heart full of scars. I need to heal again. We used to be pharaohs in Egypt, now we're emotional, paraplegic. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. Symptoms of humanity's unraveling Felix. Calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings.
The whole world's numb.
Need a hat, gloves, boots, and a fur jacket. It's cold, wanna make you turn savage. From a whole herd package for the nerve damage. Ghetto was replaced by the term ratchet. But the queens rock a perm with the sperm addicts. They wanna twerk and the boys wanna burst manics.
Come on. Yeah, man. Lost Feelings. Go check that one out. REDPILLTRILL. All that good stuff. I'll play one more tune, but really we done, man. I'll play one last one for you.
Meek.
Oh, you can have this one.
$99p delivery. Yum, yum, yum.
Did somebody say
just eat?
No clue what I'm doing, face.
Bomber clot talk about. And when I get so fucking upset, I don't bother blood clot talking this bomber clot drama. Because them should get me very bomber clot upset. See? And all because, you know why? I am not singing, darling, I blood clot, love you, and come shake my rasp, and I swim the ocean and climb the mountain. See? And that's not going to change me. See? Because I am going to kill the fuckery out there. And people is going to be in demand for the truth. People is sick and tired of hearing bomber clot, get down, shake your fucking booty. See? People is sick and tired of hearing, darling, I blood clot, love you. You turn on the fucking radio 24 bomber clot hours a day. You hear, darling, I love you. A man wouldn't sing to the almighty ras clot. Him love him woman more than the creator who create the sun, the moon, and the bomber clot star. I sick and tired of hearing that bomber blood clot. See?
I could never be a slave. I the Lord want to see me in a grave. Fire protect the brave. See them all full of jealousy and hate. To them ancestors living in a grave. And the praise of the pyramid and praise. They free me bigger brain. I could never be a slave. Fire they want the brain. Whipping the cane. Whipping the cane for whipping the chain. When they find the cane and the whipping, there's no time to dip. You will be sitting in chains. They are the ones that bring in the cane. This is the game. They get the trick in your brain. To keep them in a job and you in a box for a lifetime. This is the aim. Working 9 to 5 to your 59. With eggs all over your body. Then you die. And the government tax your kids' inheritance money. And the politicians can't hear you. Because they're taking orders from Duffy. I don't mean ghosts, I'm talking demons, evil spirits and fuckery. That ain't chicken in your Kentucky. It's not beef in your Maddies. Hey, 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 water, air. Come on. I need to build one for this one. So we said put your hands in the air. Come on, family tree. I see you lot there. Flames, what on? Come chat to me, man. I will never be a slave. See me in a grave. Fire for come on. See them heart full of jealousy and hey. This artist is bad. Mad versatile artist, man. Never be a slave. Fire protect the brave. In a matrix of spiritual slave ships, prisons and cages. Interviews and cases, obstacles and mazes, lasers, designed to keep the masses in their places. Faceless, he could be anyone, pretending to be racist, but he hates everyone. Shapeshifters performing dark rituals at the Pentagon. But I'm the melanated rebel son of Al Kepulon. Will never be a hey. In a grave. Fire protect the brave. All full of jealousy and hey, through the ancestors living in a cave, and the science of the pyramid they trace. They fear my bigger brain. I could never be a slave. Fire protect the brave. Fire and let it rain. Hey. Let it melt down the shackles of ignorance, break the chain. I ain't speaking about no money when speaking of seeking change. I'm seeking secrets. Come on. Increasing these frequencies to my brain. Hey, I know that I come from a special place. Where the fire met the guys. Like up the show, family. Don't be shy, man. Don't be shy. Give the like a try. Music, lucid, exclusive, translucent, Judas, clueless. I had an epiphany to tell you what you give me out of my history. But from antiquity, shit to me, burn them a fire and show them no sympathy. Hey, man, like flames in the building. Fire protect the brave. Go on, get in the freestyle. Yo, what about Famous? Famous.
That's it, big broski. Just there, y'all. What you telling me?
Went gym. Had a little, I don't know what's going on with me and gym, man. I've been trying to do some powerlifting and it's just leaving me super tired, man.
Was you know what I mean? Or, I'm not going to say the A word, but is it the diet?
What was the A word? I'm trying to think about the A word now.
I don't want to say your age, innit? I know you're older than that,
bro, are you skunked, bro? He's skunked. Yo, with the sex, oh my wagwan.
Oh my, big up.
Yo, morning, family trees.
Big up yourself. Happy New Day, bro.
Good morning over here, man.
Same to you. Blame Wagwan.
What you saying, broski? You good, yeah?
Very well, thank you. Yourself?
Alhamdulillah, that's good, man. Yeah, alhamdulillah, all good, broski. All good.
So I'm just double checking. None of you two brothers have traveled up to Leicester overnight, have you?
I'm in a hotel right now.
Are you in the hotel right now?
Oh, I don't even like. I don't personally like even breathing life or giving credence to the idea of me even knowing this type of shit. This shit
is pathetic. It's mad, yeah, because it's pathetic, but that in the gym, there's a guy that trains, this Asian dude that trains there, and
he always has somebody. He's always FaceTiming this personal trainer. I'm assuming this personal trainer is in Asia, just from what it looks like, right?
Okay.
So today, like this guy's always, oh, how are you doing? You're right. I'm always nice to him. Like today, I said to him, yo, bro. He said, yeah. And I said, brother, are you Hindu? He said, yeah. Why? And then I started telling him about like what I found out about Leicester and this and that.
Can I guess? Can I guess that he actually is against the Hindus?
Of course he is.
Right. There's so many. Everyone I chat to hates them.
No. Well, let's not say he's not. He doesn't hate Hindus. He just
he hates the look that they're getting created by. Basically, that's getting created.
He just confirmed the Hindustva. I need to say it properly. Hindustva.
You said it better than me.
Hindusva, right? These guys, he's confirmed. Yeah, these men are extreme. He's like, yo, most Hindus are not on this crowd at all. In fact, we hate it. We're the most people, rare.
For sure.
Yeah. These men are on crud, and they're using Hinduism. They're basically just like extremists.
They're a mob.
Yeah. And yeah, we were just chatting, but he never even. I had to bring up the Muslims. You know me, always being the advocate. I had to bring up, yeah, but the Muslims are keeping up with some crud too. He's like, yeah, but you know, I hit him with the. I heard that Muslims in India get treated better than Hindus in Pakistan, and he was just like, okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe, but I don't know, like, you know, but yeah, big him up though.
Yeah,
we were just laughing. We were just like, yeah, just let you know, I got your back, yeah, bro. Like, and then he was like, yeah, I hope none of this like happens in London. You know, he looked proper worried about it. Like, yo, I hope. Like, do you think? I'm like, nah, man, nah. London Muslims ain't gonna keep up.
You should have told him if it does. You know, I'm gonna come punch you up.
You know my surname's Ali, right? Yeah, right, Aki. Nah, but yeah, I suppose that would be a concern. I mean, should we be concerned that this might come over here? I mean, well, when I say we, I mean, should you two be concerned?
I wouldn't be concerned at all. If anything happened with the whatnot, but
why not?
I'm all right, man. I'm good.
See, this is what I'm saying. You man are not really on this Pan-Asian thing at all, are you?
I'm not judged. This is what I say. Asian.
Relax.
Don't get me started. Nah, bro. Fuck that.
Fuck that. Relax, bro.
Nah. This whole identity fucking table scheme, whatever you want to call it, is for others to recognize me. I know myself, and it's not because of the color of my skin how I recognize myself. It's not because of the color of my eyes how I recognize myself, or the
kind of hardly got eyes, but yeah, Karen.
I need to talk about that still, but fucking, it's not the consistency of my hair how I recognize myself. I don't touch my hair and be like, oh yeah, I'm yes. No,
because you're always wearing a hat. That's all right.
You got me.
Nah, okay. So but I mean, how are you not concerned?
I don't know. You know what? I can't lie to you. Your stream has helped me detach further.
Yeah. I hear you still.
Because I sit there and then I'm like, right, I can't get drawn out. Why am I feeling away? This is funny. Like, you know what I'm saying? When shit's going on, Unks is saying a few things, certain other people are saying a few things. I look in the chat and see who's getting drawn out and what they're getting drawn out for.
Yeah. Slap is a draw out though. If I was Asian, I would have
100.
I would have beefed him. I can't lie. That's my uncle, but I would have beefed that motherfucker.
Nah, you can't beef Unks, man.
I would have beefed him, man. Asian JEDI. Well, give me an Asian name. Tell my name Asian.
Look in the chat and you might find one.
JEDI.
Jedu with a beefed sniper. I don't give a fuck.
Jedu would have got fucked up.
Proud about my people.
Tell him, Mama. Jedu would have got fucked up.
No one with the name Jedu fucking throwing hands, B.
I don't shut the fuck up, bro. What do you know? Jedu's on crud. Yeah, Jedu's dangerous.
Jedu sounds like a vegan, bro.
Bro, you sound like a fucking voodoo doll artist, man.
All right, relax.
Temple of Doom.
All right, chill out. Everyone chill out.
I can't lie. Jedu does stand stronger than Jedi still.
Jedu is like, You can't. See what it is about JEDI. You can't reason with him in English. He's not hearing it. I don't understand. I don't. Yeah, that's why he's scary. Because you can't speak him.
You got to draw scribbles on paper for
JEDI. All right, man. All right. Big up the Asian family, man. I'm just saying, man. If you don't want to jump on and ban up Sniper or try, then I'll go on mute or I'll just jump off. You know how I do. I'll let you, man. I'll give you a shot. I'm fair. I'm fair. I know he's gonna fuck you up, but I expect you not to try. Come on, man. Stand up to Sniper, man.
Why are you trying to fucking bait up Sniper like this, man?
Pussies.
Sniper's cool.
All right, cool. You lot are pussies. You're not supposed to be challenging.
Uncle get you arrested. Not that he's gonna snitch, but Uncle make you do something that will get you arrested or say some shit that will get you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You lot
what was I saying the other day? He was saying something about gangsters. Or whatever,
all he says is crud. He just says crud.
Yeah, he was like, right, you ain't got
don't
weapons.
do anything. You've never done anything gangster. You just done nothing. Nothing in the Asian section in Unks' mind is just empty. Nothing in there. No chairs, no curtains. He's just
nah. Let the brother speak for himself, man. Don't do that, man. Sometimes you know.
Alright, cool. I always try to help you, like, you know, but cool. I remind you. You get me? Let him come on and remind you of how fuckeries it is. It's hilarious. like I feel sad for you lot sometimes when he's chatting like Greece. Yeah. It started with all Asian.
No, you know what, Jed? I only feel bad for the people that get drawn out. I only feel bad for the people that get drawn out because they actually feel away.
Wear it, bro.
Huh? Yeah, exactly.
If the shoe fits, wear it.
If you feel away, I feel sorry for you, man, because he's beating you lot up, bro.
Now let me answer this question seriously now, even though we're joking and shit. Let me actually answer.
Hey, knows I'm serious. Yeah.
If my man is getting batted up, and in Sniper's fucking in Sniper, because Sniper's never talked no crazy shit to me ever once. I don't think he's ever said nothing to Flame. So if you're getting batted up, then it's no whole bars.
It says more about you. Says more about you than Sniper.
Hear what I'm saying? No, listen. I knew we were gonna get. Let me be serious for 1 second. Let me be serious for 1 second. Now, in Sniper's trials and tribulations, so to speak, when he was, you know what I'm saying, in the pen or whatever, when he was doing this, he ain't seen no Asians on anything. So if he's relaying that, how can I stop his own fucking history coming out? He's just only speaking his truth. If the shoe fits you and you're not on these things and and you're getting had up, then you gotta take them L's.
Cool.
You get me? But if he says it to the wrong person, then it's different, isn't it? You get me?
He's gonna do shit because he's the baddest man out here.
That's true.
Yeah, but that's true. No one brought machine to pull out on Sniper when he's talking. You know what I'm saying? No one's got stuff buried in their garden for Sniper's monologues.
Nah, never that.
Big up Snipes, you know, fucking lunatic,
big
man.
Up, man.
Yeah, he's a madman. He's a madman. You know, you can see I can't handle the brother, man. I can't do nothing.
But you know, I think it's mad because people might think, oh yeah, Flame's on the panel. He's a sellout. When
you are.
He's a sellout. Blah blah. Yeah.
Bro, let me tell you something. I'm not going to sit on the panel with a bag of Asian man, and then there's one Asian guy called
JEDI.
No, I'm trying to think of an Asian sniper name now.
Snippet.
Nah,
Snips.
It's
Snip dude.
Narun Vosh sniper.
What the fuck is that? Yeah,
nah, that was embarrassing.
Yeah. I don't know. Snipe Vinder.
Snipe Vinder. Oh my god. How did I not see that?
Big up Sniper, man. He highlighted something for me yesterday that I didn't know was going on. Like they're giving out Mandem cards at JD Sports or something. I'm gonna start revoking these Mandem cards. I'm telling you, I'm taking them back. I'm gonna start revoking Mandem cards.
Rayhan was getting hotted up. It works there. Rayhan was getting hotted up.
Morning, Shifa.
Rayhan didn't know what to say when man was what do you mean by Mandem? Like what?
Oh yeah, that was hilarious.
All of a sudden, you don't know what Mandem is. I was cracking up.
Nah, you deserve that beating if you're gonna represent the thing like that, brother.
You gotta say it with chest or don't say it at all, man.
Lie. Just get the fuck out of the way, man. When Sniper's on a rampage, move.
Yeah, move. Everyone knows, move, man. If you
get
don't
the
want to move,
fuck out of the way.
Yeah, but he's got every right to be, man. We're black, you know. Do you know what we've been through? Like, I'm gonna be the angry black man forever now.
Big up. Wow.
I'm gonna start revoking Mandem cards and all of that.
Okay.
Revoking Mandem.
Yeah, I'm revoking Mandem cards out here, man. You ain't Mandem unless I say you're Mandem from now on, or one of the Mandem. One of the Mandem has to say it.
Yeah. You got to be certified. You got to be signed off like a cleaner.
Yeah. Come on. Come on.
You got to know who was the last person that checked your
building.
No, you know they got that little beep. They got that little beep key that tells you that someone's been there.
What time you come in the building, all that. Reza, you get me?
Nah, fuck all that.
CRB checks need to be ran.
I'm not gonna lie. I've always felt a bit Asian. Yeah. Don't laugh. In a room full of Asians, I just feel at home.
Oh, fuck's sake.
I just feel like complete. Do you know what I mean?
You need to get the same words she used, bro.
Where's Sniper, man? Deal with this brother.
No, didn't someone say all Asians look the same yesterday?
Oh no,
Asians said that. To be fair,
Asians said that still. Is Rihanna
I
Asian?
agree, man. I agree. All of you look Chinese, man. All of you look Chinese, man.
Rihanna's Bengali. Looking for a racial war.
You know what? Yeah, he just wants beef. He just
what you on your own, man. I don't know
what is it you want. Yeah, what is it you want, bro? What is it? What
do you mean?
Woke up. Yeah, now let me ask you a question. When you woke up today, what did you say? I won out of today. Like,
you know what? I woke up today and I said I want smoke because I made a complaint to the police here, and they tried to bring back some feisty response. Remember, I told you they stopped me and they couldn't see my number plate, but they tried to tell me that I got stopped because they thought I didn't have no insurance. So I've reinitiated my complaint. Let them know it's unsatisfactory, and you know, as far as I'm concerned, they've not dealt with it properly. So I'd like to take it a step further. I'm now going down to the police station to speak to the inspector because I want copies of this body cam that they still ain't sent to me. And they had 28 days. The 28 days is up. So, yeah, I'm just on smoke today, man. I'm on smoke.
Okay. So, yeah, I hear that, man. I hear that.
Hey, keep that shit to the police, man. I want to hear them call you on job.
I'm not really on smoke with you guys. I'm not really on smoke with you guys.
I was talking to the police, but I just.
I'm going to talk to them motherfuckers, man, because they're trying to violate my life. But as far as the conversation was concerned yesterday, I do agree with Sniper. We do have to look at some of these Mandem cards and make sure we're giving them out to the right people.
The only thing is that certain man just got their place back. Now all of a sudden you the arbitrator of
shit. Talk to that man. Talk to that man.
Listen, we are the Mandem executives. We are the Mandem executives.
Don't shoot the messenger now. Don't shoot the messenger now.
That was hilarious, though. I'm not gonna lie. I was in stitches. I almost rolled on the floor when I heard that.
You see, people want to be temporary Mandem as well, yeah. Like, bruv, you have to at least do the simple things. I heard man trying to intervene in conversations yesterday and couldn't even get it right. He just getting in the way. That move, bro.
Who was that?
Yeah. Who? What's his name? Rayhan last night.
Rayhan, man. Rayhan, jump on there immediately. We need to talk.
You know what? Yeah, I don't want to be. I don't want to.
Just be it.
I don't want to start no shit.
Oh, because he's a Muslim. Because he's a Muslim. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I left the gun by the door. I turned the security camera off. I looked the other way. You still couldn't shoot Sniper. Like, I just.
What more do you want, bro?
What more can I do for you, bro?
I
tried, bro. You just like Sniper just had a force field of just don't fuck with me, bro. And then Rayhan was trying, like, oh, shut up, man. Oh, you're just talking shit. But it was very quiet.
Shut up, man. Shut up, you're just chatting shit, man.
Talk to me like that, man.
Hey, shut up, man. No, you shut up. If you're telling me to shut up, you shut up.
Yeah, it was better than that.
Oh, yeah, Jedi, I forgot. I got one more problem.
One second.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
my last problem is this, that it seems that people are choosing their religious beliefs over their own family.
And I think that that's a tragedy, and we need to you know, be mindful of the fact that
standard, but you know what?
Well,
Yeah,
that's usual though.
Because the way I was taught religion, which I really was taught religion, right? And it was basically the fact that you can fuck your family off for God. That's normal.
Yeah, that's the usual.
Because they might be turning to the dark side.
Which God are we talking about?
Whatever God though.
Any God.
Not Yahweh. Not Yahweh. Can I explain that one?
What do you mean?
Not for Yahweh, bro. I'll tell you why.
Some of your family going to be worshipping Beelzebub while you're worshipping Yahweh, yeah? No, hold on. Chief, 1 second. Hold on. Serious conversation. One of your family members could be like into the rainbow or some other stuff, right? That you're not. You're going to have to bonfire on them and turn your back on them. What's the problem?
That caused a division and divide.
You see the thing is though, Jedi.
But morals do though, Bronzebird.
It depends what God you're talking about. If you're talking about Yahweh, you don't have to do that. The same way that a man was in the Bible was told to sacrifice his child. Yeah, but he didn't really have to sacrifice his child because our God doesn't require that. When you're dealing with the God of Israel, when you're dealing with the
I don't think there's a difference.
Hold on. Are they? Let me ask you a question. Are they practices that are displeasing to Yahweh?
There are practices that are displeasing to Yahweh.
Are they? Stop! No! Don't do the extras. I'm going to ask you a couple questions.
Right.
Are they practices that Yahweh sees as an abomination?
There are practices that are seen as an abomination. This is correct.
Right. So if your family are indulging in these type of pastimes, right, and you're walking on the path of righteousness, you're taking the narrow path, and they're taking the wide and easy one. Pause. Do you not see that as you separating from those family members that are living a lifestyle that is not in accordance with the will of Yahweh?
No, those family members just need re-educating and just need to be readjusted.
They don't want it.
Well, okay, but what if they are educated? They know all about that already.
Right.
Then what?
Yeah, I'm doing.
They've got their whole life to repent, so it's not for me to judge them.
Okay, so what if they don't? Okay, so what if they don't repent? Would you still deal with them, or would you be like you on your own until you repent?
Right.
I'll be honest with you, yeah. In as far as the Israelite is concerned, yes, I can still deal with them, and I can try to re-educate them for the rest of their days on this planet. When their time comes and their time is up, and they meet their maker, then I have no more point of intervention at that.
You wouldn't try to distance yourself if you knew that they was involved in some practices that was against Yahweh.
At the end of the day, if they're family, I would always try my best to bring them back into the fold and support them the best way I can, you know, even at a distance.
Okay, at a distance. Even if they're willfully ignorant, they don't want to take your advice.
If they're willfully ignorant, you know, in this lifetime, they have their entire life to change their standpoint. And, you know, at some point, you know, they're going to meet their maker. Their time's going to come. They say the Most High arrives like a thief in the night. Pause. Yeah. But ultimately, you know, that means you're never going to know when your time's going to come. Just like you don't know when you're going to die.
Boy, I can't really argue with
yeah, I can't. I just was curious.
Yeah, once you've explained it, I can't really. Yeah.
From a Muslim standpoint, it might be different, or a Christian standpoint, it might be different. But from an Israelite standpoint,
from what I know of, like, you know, obviously from the Jehovah's Witnesses, yeah, you will be, if you're going against the team, you're gonna be disfellowship. First and foremost, they're gonna do something called a public reprieve, which is they're gonna air you out in front of the whole congregation. It's gonna go a little bit like this. Yeah, unfortunately, brother Jediah has had to receive a public reprieve, and then basically what that means is that I've been told off and I'm on a warning. I've been yellow carded.
This is in your congregation, though, right?
Yeah, this is in your congregation. Yeah. You've been yellow carded, and the whole congregation. Sorry,
it's like an ASBO.
Nah, let's call it a yellow card, brother.
All right, cool.
Yeah. You've been warned, you've been yellow carded, right? And now everyone knows you've been yellow carded. So that obviously highlights the fact that you've been sinning. Everyone sins in that. Everyone's sinning. But now the spotlight's on you. like, rah, he's a sinner, right? And then if you do a worse transaction, they're gonna just announce, yeah, boom, yeah, brother Jediah has been disfellowshipped. Now that means nobody for chat to him, family, friends, no one. No, if you chat to him, you're probably gonna get disfellowship too.
Mad.
So
and then basically, I just got to keep coming to the Kingdom Hall, which is their version of like basically their church.
Yeah.
I got to keep coming there and being aired by everyone until eventually someone's allowed to talk to me. Like one of the elders is allowed to talk to me. I don't know how.
Do you think that public chastisement works on anyone ever?
Yeah, it works in a cult-like way of people are like people are scared to be ostracized from the main group, right?
Okay.
So the line. So
Can I ask you a question, Jedi?
To control people still.
Obviously, by the sound of things, you've had a lot of interaction with the Jehovah's Witness. Now, I want to ask this question. With Jehovah's Witness, they use the name Jehovah in replacement of the name Yahweh, I'm imagining. Is that correct?
I thought it was still Jesus.
I would say, I don't know about in replacement, because that's a bit loaded. But what I would say is they consider the Tetragrammaton to be pronounced Jehovah.
Okay, even though there were no J's at that time, and the name clearly isn't that.
They're happy with that. They're happy with Jesus, Jerusalem, Jehovah. They're happy with all of them J's. They're aware of the linguistic beginnings of the letter J or whatever, and they're cool with it. I think they say this is the modern tongue for modern times. Don't quote me on that. But that is true. I know, because I never heard no one say Jerusalem.
Yes.
Good point, right?
Yeah. All right, you know what? Let me jump back on because my flipping. I can't hear you. Like 1 second.
All right, cool.
So Shifa takes exception to the fact that people put their religion over
for their family,
their brothers and sisters. Yeah. Well, I mean, I know biblical wise, I put a chapter in the text, Matthew chapter 10 verse 35.
What Matthew or Matthew?
We got you in your Bible recently, Reggie. You gotta thank the children. We make Muslims better. We make Christians better. We make racists less racist. We are the shit. But we've got you in your book now. You're not even talking about Islam right now. You're talking about high five yourself. Give yourself a pat on the shoulder. Pause.
That's right. You probably do the other thing though anyway. Pause.
Yeah,
but can I just say quickly, on the basis that Jehovah's Witnesses do not use the proper name for the Most High, I'd have to say that's controversial enough for me to discredit anything else they're saying.
You're fucking.
Why do you always?
I hear you though. I'm not going to deny that.
There's no Jehovah's Witness here to really defend themselves. So
I can defend them.
But Christians is the same. Christians don't use the name; they just say God. Just like
God,
Muslims,
they say God and Jesus.
Say Allah. They just say Allah. And for me, it's not good enough. The Most High made it very clear within the book that you're reading as a Christian or as a Jehovah's Witness to call him by his name.
Cool. But you will use the term Jesus, and I've heard you use it, so don't try it.
I will use the term Jesus in reference to the Christians, but I'll always use the term Yeshua in reference to Israel.
I was just about to ask you that. If you call him by Yahweh. Wait, do you pronounce it Yahweh Shai?
No, it's different. Yeshua, Yahweh Shai. They're different.
It's another name, but Israelites use another name for the Most High. I know it's another name they use.
I don't think Yahweh Shai works. I don't think that works.
Israelites constantly say Yahweh Shai.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if that one works.
How come that doesn't work?
I'll tell you why it doesn't work, because the Tetragrammaton only has 4 letters, so I don't know where they got the SH and the I from at the end, but we need to, or if it's SHY, however they're saying it, they need to interpret to us where they got that from. It doesn't work the other way around. As a just Israelite, not Hebrew Israelite, I would just use the actual Tetragrammaton, which is 4 letters, YH, WH, which could be pronounced Yahweh or Yahweh or Yahweh, if you want to say it like that. But
No,
you know,
but
me
it's not a
personally,
word though. It's initials.
it's initial. It's not initials. It's not initials. It is
No,
actually a word. It
it's
is
like
actually
it's
a word.
actual.
No, it is.
Like the
No, it's
actual
initials
language.
for I
It is
am that
actually a
I
word.
am. I am that I am is the Y, the whatever the letters are. That's the name. I am that I am. So that's you're actually wrong about that. Yahweh, there's no name Yahweh. It's just initials.
I'm going to choose to disagree at this point, and I'd like you to show what evidence you've based that on.
Well, there's a part in I think it's Genesis. I should really get the chapter and verse. I hate when man just fucking talk shit, but I'll get it if you really want it. When he tells Moses, he says, "Go and do this mission for me, yeah, and go chat to the Israelites." And then Moses turned around and said, "Who should I say sent me to do this mission?" And he says, "I am that I am sent you to do this mission."
I remember that one.
So there you
I
go.
think he's jumped. He's jumped.
And what? And that means and that's Yahweh.
I believe so.
Yahweh, Yahweh. I don't.
Yeah, so I am that I am is the name that he gave himself to the Israelites. He's probably got multiple names in multiple planets, most probably, but yeah.
No,
that's English. What he couldn't have said that.
But
no, I'm talking in English though.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's incorrect from the get go.
We're going from the Bible.
Yeah, but then we'd have to go because of what Shiva's saying ain't English. So that's prior to the English. We'd have to go back.
Shiva is talking English. He's saying Yahweh.
No, but
that is looking at a Y, a H. What are the four letters again? Remind me. Is it Y?
YHWA.
YHWA. So from there, they've basically made a word, but it's actually their initials, and it means.
So can we get the chapter and verse of the original thing that God said to Moses? Because it wasn't I am.
You can do. I just told you what the part is. If you want to look
what
it
is
up.
it again? It's just when Moses.
Just type in. God says to Moses, "I am that I am."
I am that I am. Yeah.
And, by the way, it's been about a year or two since I saw this, so there may be a little bit more to it, but that's along the right lines of where we first mentioned the word Yahweh in the Bible.
It pulls up as Exodus, bro.
Is it Exodus
3?
Okay. It says Exodus 3, chapter 14. God said to Moses, "I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you."
Yeah, I am. Yep. So the translation of I am that I am or I am is Yahweh.
No, I think you're not. I don't think you're showing us that.
It's very deep because, like, as you mentioned, the Tetragrammaton, it's kind of a mystery as well. Like, it's very, very, like, sick if you unpack it and that. You know what I'm saying? But
I think you'll find, brother, that the Tetragrammaton is actually the personal name of the Most High. Personal name. Now, when you say it means I am that I am, you would have to show us grammatically how you've made this connection. And
you'd
I
have
don't
to
think it's
show us
possible.
how that is his personal name first. And I'm quoting from the Bible. Where are you quoting from?
I'm gonna show you where I can prove to you it's a personal name, and then you show us. Yeah, I would like him to show us the connection, though, between the grammatical connection that shows that Yahweh or YHWH equals I am that I am. Because I don't believe it means that.
Let me answer your question. What do you believe it means? What will you do if you
I believe
find
it's
out
the
that
personal
Yahweh?
name of the Most High.
One second. What will you do if you find out that Yahweh, the whole thing of Yahweh, is derived from this passage I'm talking about? Maybe not the English, but when the scholars go back, the first time that they get Yahweh, what are you gonna say and do if it does relate back to this verse I'm talking about? I could be wrong.
Right, and do you think Yahweh has a meaning, Shiv, as well?
I'd imagine it does have some form of meaning. I'd like him to show why it means I am that I am. I'm not arguing with him. I'm just asking him to show it.
I know, but what are you going to do if you find out that it does come from that passage that I'm talking about? That's all I want to know.
I'll be honest with you. There's not much I can do if you can show us grammatically that those letters equal I am that I am. You show it to us.
See, remember the other day when you was like, just go check it? Remember the seed's been planted now. I'm telling you where Yahweh comes from in the Bible. It comes from that passage there in Exodus. So if you can show me where it doesn't come from there, that would be interesting. But
So wait,
all the scholarship,
But he never revealed his name like that. Though.
When did it translate to Yahweh? Where's Yahweh written?
because okay, good question. So the Israelites at the time, let me get this right now so I don't chat shit. Basically, I believe they took the initials of I am that I am and made that into the Tetragrammaton. Jedi, can you come in, please, if I'm chatting shit or am I being correct?
I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't know.
Okay.
I'll be completely honest.
Give me 2 minutes, guys. I'm just gonna get up. I'll be back, yeah, and then we'll get busy with this. If you want, you know.
That's right.
Yeah, slap that like button, man. So as far as you know, as far as you know, you don't know a meaning for the word Yahweh.
No, it's
Hebrew, right? In Hebrew,
Yahweh.
every word means something. There's no words that don't mean anything, right? There's no words that don't mean anything. Every word has a meaning.
I just googled it. It is generally accepted in modern day, however, that Yahweh originated in southern Canaan as a lesser god in the Canaan Pantheon, and Shashu and nomads most likely acquired their worship of him during the time of Levant.
Right. So I've heard this argument that, I think it's a strong argument that Yahweh in fact is the name of a different deity, right? And
which is in the Canaanite pantheon.
Yeah, Canaanite or Canaanite pantheon.
Yeah, Canaanite. My bad. Canaanite.
Yeah. I've heard the same thing. In fact, that's what Jehovah's Witnesses believe.
All right,
that
so
Yahweh is a whole different entity.
So this is weird, right? So you Google it real quick. It says, "What is the forbidden name of God?" All modern dominations of Judaism teach that the four-letter name of God, Yahweh, or YHWH, is forbidden to be uttered except by the high priest in the temple.
Yeah, Jews don't. The Jew priests and that, the rabbis and that, they don't mention it. It's the
I never hear Jews say that.
What's it called? The unspoken, the holy of holies, or some shit like that. They call it the unspoken or the unsaid. So, yeah, but I don't know. Someone else said that Yahweh could be Satan. Because remember, Yahweh's the one that's angry. Yahweh's the one that's vengeful. Yahweh's the one that's jealous.
Do you know what's mad, Jeds? Because when you said they don't mention his name, I start thinking about every time I've heard that narrative, it's always been used for the most evil, like the most evil person. Oh, you can't mention his name.
All right. See, I didn't say the same. I was going to say the same thing because of the Yazidis, and they don't mention their deities.
No, but I've seen that in pop culture, in everything.
No, I know, like Voldemort and that. But guess what?
Go on.
The Yazidis don't say their creator's name or what their God's name, but the God's name is Shaitan.
Mad.
Is what?
Shaitan.
Mad. So Yahweh needs to be looked into. Pause. Where's Zulu at? I swear, does Zulu use Yahweh?
It definitely says the devil.
Yahweh. Does he use Yahweh? I'm confused now. Trying to keep up. I don't think he does, Actually, I think he does.
I've heard him say it, but I don't know if he's saying it.
I think he does use Yahweh. I don't want to quote him wrong, though, but I think he does.
Right, so it's a lesser god. Shiva's gone to go do something, so he needs to explain that Canaanite pantheon. Let me go look that up, actually.
I don't really need to explain the Canaanite pantheon. Like I said, we can go into the Bible. I'm going to find it in the Bible when I stop driving, the point in the Bible where it explains that this is the personal name of the Most High. I'm going to find that for you. But even if we go into the actual letters themselves, I believe the Y represents Yod. Yeah. The W represents wow, W-A-W.
Yod is what is Yod?
That's right. It's a letter and it has meaning. Thank you.
Yeah, we can't say the Y represents a letter, bro. The Y is the letter.
The Y is the letter, yeah. And the Y, the name of the letter is Yod. It's not Y. You understand? And Yod actually means, if we go into Hebrew and Arabic, let me just look quickly. It says iodine. Yeah, and iodine is a chemical used to test the acidity or the what's the other one? The alkalinity of some form of substance or liquid, whatever. Yeah. So iodine, yeah, I guess he's equivalating to I, which when he says I am. But then if it's yod, wow, and then ha, and then how again, and then wow again, yeah, then no, it doesn't make sense, does it? It can't be I am, that I am. It can't be repeating the same thing because it's not repeating the same letters. I hope everyone got that.
Yeah, I heard you, bro.
So unfortunately, yeah, the brother, he's definitely, in my opinion, got that part wrong in saying it means I am that I am. And I believe that the what is it? Is it not the yod? I think it's the wow, yeah. It is the wow means I. So there's one letter that he may have got right when he says I. That may be part of the name, yeah. As far as the what was it again? The how. What does the how mean? Let's have a look at that. Or the hey, sorry, the hey, H-E-H. Yeah, it says
also part of this,
hey is often used to represent the name of God, an abbreviation of Hashem, which means the name in a way of saying God without actually saying the name of God. In print, Hashem is usually written as hey with a gearish whatever this
Sorry,
letter is.
Schiffer, can I just jump in really quickly, yeah? Because I've just got to do something. You are correct, my brother, and that's the bit that I started following that logic. I was like, how come the letters don't repeat themselves then? So you must ask ourselves then the question of why do the Christians say that is the point of what God's name is? Because remember, when they refer to when Jesus is in trial, peace be upon him, and they say, okay, are you God? And he says, I am. Before Abraham, I am. And they started going crazy, going, this guy's basically saying he's God. He's calling himself I am. And then he obviously carries on. He goes, hey, aren't thou gods? Aren't ye gods? He's saying to the people that is chastising him. All I said was, I was the son of God. But let's not go too far down it. Let's just go back to that bit where why did the Pharisees and them get so vexed when he said, I am? It goes, oh, blasphemy. He's saying he's God.
Can I answer that question? So first and foremost, he never said I am. That's just their interpretation of what he said, because clearly they never understood the words or the letters. Yeah. So when they was translating it, they just found the best possible translation they could find, or what they thought was. But they clearly didn't.
Why does the Jews?
They clearly didn't. One second, brother. Let me finish my answer. They clearly, at that point in time, the Christians, the Jewish, or whoever was translating these things into Torahs and Bibles, at that particular time, they never fully understood the language, which is another reason why we know the current modern day Jews and the modern day Christians are not the real people of the book, because they should have known these things. And then secondly, sorry, if you want to get into this, what you're talking about in Exodus, where it says, it says God revealed himself, referring to himself in the Hebrew tongue as Yahweh. They say it translates into I am who I am. That's what they say. But what I'm telling you, brother, what who is they? The Christians and the Jewish, or the rabbis, So that's what they say. I'm telling you that they're making a grammatical error here, going by their own language and going by their own interpretation of their own language. And they know they're making a grammatical error here. So this is the way they want you to worship. You understand? They're teaching you what they want you to know.
Let me interject real quickly. 1 sec, True Facts, yeah? So basically right now, if just we're on the same page, because you're saying that is the interpretation in the Bible's incorrect to what it should be. But then that then begs the question, why in the story, forget the translation of the story, why do the people react in a way and they start saying blasphemy to him when he calls himself I am. If I am is poorly interpreted in this day and age, 21st century, then why in the actual story are the characters wiling out when they hear that? That would beg the next question logically.
The reason why the characters in the story are wilding out like that is because, like we just discussed, we shouldn't be going over this twice, yeah? In the original interpretation, when Moses spoke to the Most High, they believe the Most High said, I am what I am that I am. That's what they believe the Most High said. But we know what was actually given to Moses was tetragrammaton, which is Yahweh. So he never said, I am that I am. He said Yahweh.
It's kind of inferring a lot
Now,
there.
unfortunately, the Christians and the Jews. One second, brother. You can answer afterwards as well. Just let me finish. Unfortunately, the Christians and the Jewish rabbis have not only convinced, but they have duped us into believing that this is the meaning of what was said. When it's really clearly, by going by their own language, it's not.
So the whole story's been tampered, basically. It's not just a word. The whole story.
I'm fixated from
the whole story. The whole story, to some extent, as far as names is concerned, has definitely 1,000,000% been tampered. As far as names are concerned, and the way names are interpreted.
Let me come in. This is just going nowhere. Schiffer's got his own interpretation as if he was there himself.
So what, you saying Jesus was the original name?
It's very clear what
all right, go on.
Very clear for those who want to go and read what the name means and what the name is an expression of. Like, I don't know why we're listening to Schiffer's own.
All right, get to the point, Reggie, man. Forget Shiva.
Personal understanding of the name. The name Yahweh means I am that I am. It means God. Simple.
Are you coming from my point of view, Truth?
Yeah, it's
all right. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. That's
very clear.
But I do see Schiffer's point, because then Schiffer could argue. One could argue, should I say, that well, if they've poorly attributed names to so many people in the Bible, i.e. Jesus, i.e. Israel, i.e. so many different translation mistakes, when they go from language to language, as we know that there's no J's, etc. like that. Couldn't one suggest that the same has been done for the I am that I am? And then obviously they'd have to provide evidence of that. It's a baseless accusation. But one could argue that, though, right? Because you do. I mean, if you got Jesus's name wrong and he's considered God or part of God or part of the Trinity, it's not that stretch of the imagination to say that you'd get this bit, which is even more complicated.
What did they get wrong about Jesus's name?
There's no J.
There was no J.
The
J didn't exist.
The J didn't exist at the time.
So it's called Yeshua.
I'm not sure what it was called.
Not
there was no
Which
J.
is not Jesus.
We're just talking about language-wise and the root words of these words. The J was introduced later. We talk about that like that's truth. Are we all in agreement that is actually based in
100%? It was introduced by Europeans. The J was introduced by Europeans. It was never on the African continent before that. In fact, it wasn't on any continent before the Europeans introduced the J.
But remember, correlation doesn't equate causation. So we can't just say, hey, they fucked up they messed up the name for I don't want to swear and say the same in the same sentence.
Yeah, but we know they messed it up, because if we look up the letter Yod and the meaning of the letter Yod, it means iodine. So we know they messed up something, because and iodine are two completely different words.
That's kind of that's not good scholarship there, because that's short. Words change over years. You know what I'm saying? So that could be the current name of the word, and also we can also see the etymology of I being an iodine. So I wouldn't even go near that, to be honest with you.
You can see the letter I in iodine, but we know that iodine is also a substance. We know that. So why would the first letter of the Most High's name reference a substance if it wasn't relevant?
Back to the second answer I gave, which is that the words that we use nowadays could be meaning for something that is more contemporary, but that same word back in the day meant something completely different.
Okay.
You know,
After
I mean
all of
that's
this,
that's me. That's
what was
me
the main
inferring.
what was the main purpose of all this thing anyway? What was
I
the
think
point?
Jedi
So
asked
you
the question.
explain to me.
Jedi
So
asked.
you explain to me
Jedi didn't ask.
how does yod and what's the other letter? The W, the wow, mean the same thing? That doesn't make sense. They're not
That
going to have
doesn't make
two
sense.
letters that mean exactly. So it's a non-argument. At the end of the day, if wow means I, then it shouldn't be Yahweh. If it's I am that I am, it should be Wawa, Yahweh.
But
Do you
then why do
understand?
all the
But it's
scholars?
not.
Why do
It's not.
every single piece of scholarly work that's written on this with any credence and that they're all in complete? They're all, for want of a better word, synchronized, and they all say the same thing to say that it means I am that I am, or
Because
I am.
there's a set agenda here. There's a set agenda here to divert your worship of the true Most High to something else. And I believe this is happening in a lot of religions. I'm not going to say which one specifically, but I can tell you within the Christian faith, not everyone that calls themselves Christian is really a so-called Christian or worshiping the Most High. Then let's just call it worshiping the Most High.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
they're
just
worshiping something else. They
that is just
worship
an
Jesus. So one second, Reggie. They worship Jesus, who was a man who told them not to worship him, specified within their Bible, but they still do it. So do you think these Christians care?
Where does he say that?
What? Jesus never said he doesn't want to be worshipped as God. Do you want me to pull out let me pull out some stuff for Reggie.
While you're doing that, I could probably pull up one from my head, which is where he says, someone asking, "Good man, why? How can I enter heaven?" I believe, and he says, "Why thou callest me good? There is only one good, and that is," and he pointed up, and he goes, "That is God." So he doesn't even call
Where does he
himself
say?
good. He
Where
doesn't
does
even
he
call
say
himself
I do
good,
not
let
want to be
alone God.
worshipped? Where does he say I do not want to be worshipped?
I haven't heard that, so I'm waiting for Schiffer to come with that.
Okay, we'll wait for Schiffer when he's ready. So this is what I mean. I don't know where we got. We've gone from. We've gone from these religions. They put their religions before their people. To the name of Yahweh. To God. These Christians are worshiping Jesus. Jesus said he did not want to be worshipped. Like in the space of what, half an hour, 1 hour?
Yeah, welcome to Trilluminati Live, B. I wouldn't even be
No,
surprised if we're talking about fucking, you know what I'm saying,
Well-
movies or shit in a minute.
No, I think it's the way that people allow some people to just jump from one point to another point to another point without
hear
even
that.
being conclusive. And in the end, you get dumber. Don't you get dumber? Don't you get dumber when you follow these retarded ways of arguing? It's silly.
Yeah, it's true, man.
Man just jumps on here, makes one comment or asks one question. Everybody follows the question, and you spend 20 minutes going back and forth arguing with someone who doesn't really have
Yo,
a
did you not just leave me in the room alone with Reggie? What the fuck's going on here, man? Unmute your mics, guys. don't ever do that shit to me.
Nah, you're taking a piss.
Shiva said he won't trust a man who says
Bro,
the
you want me
name
to
of
get outcast out of my whole community? What the freak?
Hazza. Hey, Intersex Omar, are you Ahmed? Are you Ahmed as well? Do you remember Ahmed, the Somalians?
Yeah, I know him.
Oh, okay. You sound like him a bit, man.
And so a lot of people have said that. I think we've got quite raspy voices. Like we both got that West London, like Londonish. Like,
Who the fuck is Ahmed, bro?
Sorry? Maverick.
You don't sound like fucking Maverick. They're taking a piss.
I know. But people have said that. I ain't gonna lie. Like 5 people have said that to me.
Okay.
They
Are you
thought I
from
was
Somalia
him.
as
They
well?
thought I was him. You know what they were doing? In fact, furthermore, I don't even chat to certain men that come on your panels because about 3-4 years ago, these men were going. When I'm on the panel, they're giving it. He's a Quranist. He's a Quranist only. I'm like, you dumb cunt. That's someone else. Maverick is someone else. I'm Omar. That's Maverick.
Yeah, well, if Krypton, whatever his name is, can sound like Zulu and Reggie together, then anything's possible. So.
That's your opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think he sounds like
Sound
that.
like Zulu and Reggie?
What's his name? Kate. Something Empire.
Zarian.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Kazarian. Sorry, yeah.
Listen, as long as none of us are sounding like Cage, I'm good.
Easy.
How come I don't get none of these spastics jumping on the panel when I'm in here, man? I want to have a go as well.
Now, Cage is falling back Cage is falling back, but I just keep kicking him out.
I know that
Is
is
that-
cold-blooded the way you handle him, bro. You got
Is there
massive
actually?
itches.
Is there
it
actually?
seems cold-blooded.
You slightly pulled one of them cheeks on
If
me
you ain't seen
yesterday.
the history, yeah.
Nah.
If you never saw the history, you would think Jedi is cold-blooded. But anyone that watches this show daily, they're like, no, Jedi is the most patient. Like the most patient, bro. Everyone fucked off Cage. I was the last one hanging on by a fingernail. I'm always the last one. Like, no, allow him, guys. Like, give him a chance. Let him speak. Rare. The dude's just a fuckboy, man.
And then when everyone's actually left him, and you're the only one holding him down, and then he finally breaks that thread. He's alone with you to just fucking smash him up. That's just
I just smash him up. Like, yo, fuck this, man. All right, so what happened to Schiffer?
I don't think Schiffer's coming back with that one.
He's just bringing out some dead points and dead. Oh, he came in and said another. Well, he said that Jesus said, "I don't want to be worshipped," and I asked him to provide evidence of that. He's gone away to go and get evidence. Let's see. If
The Yahweh one was all right though, man. Did you look?
Yeah, don't worry, I'm getting the evidence, Reg. I'll be back.
Did you not get to that though? The Yahweh one. Did you finish that?
The Yahweh. What?
I kind of.
He was saying basically, if you don't call your God Yahweh, Reggie, then you're not to be trusted. He don't fuck with you. Like he's only fucking with people that call their creator Yahweh.
Yeah, but Christians call Christ, or they call God multiple names. They don't just call him Yahweh. They call him Jesus. They call him Emmanuel. They call him the Most High. They call him multiple.
I feel like it's very inconsistent to be using all these names, right? The Jesus name, I feel like that's the last name you're going to be using for God. That just makes no sense, bro.
Jesus was the Son of God.
It don't even make sense.
We believe that Jesus.
Even if you feel like the Trinity and blah blah blah, so Jesus is God and the Holy Spirit is God and all that. Even if, then at least have the decency to stop using the name Jesus. Like I say this to Zulu a lot. Like, why are you not in the practice of calling this person by their rightful name? I think it's disrespectful for you. Look, like for instance, someone might like, yeah, check out Trampoline Live, man. Check out Trampoline Live, Bad Boy Station. Oh, it's Trilluminati Live. Oh, you know what I mean? Same thing. What's the difference? Like, no, it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, like there's no one that likes to be called by a incorrect name. No one.
Yeah.
Right? So how could this God that's supposed to be a jealous God and all that, he don't want you to call him correctly. You don't want you to, you're just calling him anything. Call him Jesus, call him Emmanuel, call him. But then in the book he says, I am that I am. So if that's the case, then no.
We call him I am that I am. We call him God. We call him Jesus because in the Bible is expressed in different ways and it's given different names for him at different points. So we're comfortable with calling him by that name. But it's not so much always about what you call him. It's about what he means to you and how you respond to him. So
but does the Bible let you? Does the Bible give you any indication that a name is just a name and means nothing? Because I don't get that from the Bible. I get from the Bible that a name is important and holds meaning. That's what I get.
Yeah, and
I don't get this. Oh, just call him whatever. It's more important how you call him, not what you call him.
100.
I'm not really feeling that.
And also, it's important how you pray to him, to your Father. Yeah. And I think the point I'm going to make next year, because I was just trying to make sure I got the right Bible verses. But if Jesus is supposed to be God, why would he tell you to pray to the Father and not tell you to pray to him? He specifies not to pray to him. Matthew 6:6.
Not even that. It's not even just that. The Jesus in the Bible, yeah. I feel like I'm on the same side as Schiffer when it comes to this. The Jesus in the Bible definitely was dying on a cross and looked up at the heavens and said, Father, why have you forsaken me? And I find that very schizophrenic if a brother is talking to himself.
And he also said, forgive them, they know not what they do. So who is he talking to, Reggie? Who is he talking to, Reg? Seeing as he's the Most High. Who is the Most High talking to?
Which one are you?
Back to my father and your father. I am going back to my God and your God.
Thank you.
So
Thank you. Thank you. So he's making it very clear that he is not the Most High. Also, just to make it clear for Reggie, Matthew 6:6. But when you pray, go into your room, and when you have shut your door, pray to your Father who is in the secret place, and your Father who sees in secret will reward you openly. I got another verse. If we go to if we go to Luke 11, he said to them, when you pray, say, Father, hallowed be thy name, your kingdom come, give us each day our daily bread, forgive us our sins. So he's telling them to pray to their Father. He never said, say Jesus or Yeshua. He said, Father. So clearly, like JEDI pointed out, when he was on the cross and he says, Father, why have thou forsaken me? He's speaking to the Father. So he knows he's not the Most High. He has to give cool reverence to some being higher than himself. So how can you then call him the Most High?
Again, he is part of a triune God. He speaks to the Father, he speaks to the Holy Spirit, and they are one, as it is expressed in the Bible. That I and the Father.
When did Jesus say he was part of a triune God? When did Jesus say he was part of a triune God?
We're still waiting for your reference that says that Christ said that.
No. We've done this already. We've done my reference. Now we're asking you a question. Let's see if you can answer one. Where does Jesus say he is part of a triune God? Show us it in your Bible, Red.
Well, you showed us where Jesus said that I do not want to be worshipped. So
listen,
you come up with your
I've already shown you where he said he doesn't want to be worshipped because he's telling them to worship the Father. So that just erases that argument. Now, what we need you to do, now we've moved on. You're not going backwards. Done already. Finished. Argument done. You can't listen. There's no argument here. We've had a conversation. I've given you my answer. Accept it. Move on. Now we're asking you a question, Reg. Where does Jesus say, or Yeshua say, sorry, where does Yeshua say he is part of a triune God? Show us that passage.
Okay, I'm going to respond. He has not provided the reference for where Christ says, I do not want to be worshipped in those words. He's now moving on to where God said, I am a triune God. Again, triune is not, as people know, triune in itself, that actual word is not used. The triune is used as an expression or a way of identifying.
So he doesn't say it then. Thank you. You just killed yourself. You see how dumb this guy is, guys. Now I've made it very clear that he told Jesus or Yeshua told his followers to pray to the Father. So he's telling them to pray to the. I'm not interrupting you. Your answer's done. You're finished. Your time. Listen. Your pay-as-you-go credit finished. You're done.
Why are you interrupting?
Do you know what? Finish your nonsense.
I don't know why he's interrupting. So the Trinity is used to describe how God appears in different forms within the Bible, in the Father, as the Father, and as the Son, and as the Holy Spirit. Christ is God incarnate. He's an expression of God when on earth, when he comes onto earth. We've seen God in different forms within the Bible, and God can take any form. You can take the form of a burning bush. You can take the form of a human being. That's what it means to be able to do all things. And if people can't comprehend and believe that their God is limited, then that's obviously a different type of God to the one that we're talking about. You get what I'm saying?
All right, so he's finished now, yeah? So let me just say this. If Reggie's correct, then he should be able to prove one of two things. He should be able to show us where his Jesus or my Yeshua says that he is actually confirms that he is the Most High or part of a triune God within his Bible. He should be able to show us one of these two things. If he can't, we know he's a liar, he's disingenuous, even though we've shown him the passage where Yeshua has made it very specific to the followers to pray to the Most High, to pray to the unseen Father. Now, Jesus or Yeshua, whichever name you're going to go by, was not unseen, was he? He was seen. So he's specifically telling people not to pray to him because they can see him. So when he says that he didn't specify, it's because he doesn't understand language. He's low-level education. I get it, but that's still not an excuse, Reggie. Now you should be able to accept, without any further nonsense coming out of your mouth, that Yeshua told his followers not to pray to him, but to pray to the unseen Father. Yeah, first and foremost. Second and foremost, at no point does he ever say that he is the Most High. At no point does he say that. At no point does he ever mention anything to do with any Holy Trinity being a unification of him, the Most High, and the Holy Spirit, all as one being. At no point does he specify any of these things. So you show us the specifications where he specifies these things, or accept that you're a liar, accept that your congregation are trying to lead people down a path what leads to something other than the Most High. And, you know, you need to straighten these things out.
Jeez.
We can wait all day as well, Reg. We got time, so you ain't got to rush.
I think you're
I don't know. No. What was your point? I don't even understand. What was your point? I mean, have you moved on from?
The point is, you said that Jesus is part of a triune God. That's one point, yeah? And I'm saying at no point does Jesus, or Yeshua, as I like to call him, mention anything about being part of a united one triune God. At no point does he mention anything like this. Two, at no point does he tell anyone to worship him as God. And three, he is very, very, very specific in telling his followers not to pray to him, but to pray to the unseen Father. Now, he was someone they can see, so we know he wasn't talking about himself. Also, the point that JEDI made when he's on the cross and he says, Father, why have thou forsaken me? Because if he's God, why would he need to talk to himself to ask why he's being forsaken? That wouldn't make no sense. And thirdly, you know, when he says, Father, forgive them for what they do, he would be able to forgive them himself if he was the Most High. He wouldn't need to ask permission from anyone. So please, explain.
And fourth and fifth most. So.
Get back here, boy.
That was good.
No, bruv, because look when I cut, bruv. You're quick to try to draw man back, man. Don't try.
Reggie's stuck though. He's never going to be able to answer these questions because he knows it's going to unravel his belief system. He now has to leave the church, and he don't want to leave.
The church for what? It's very clear.
Because you know they're lying to you. You know they're lying.
You're gonna have to apostate now. That Schiffer's opening the eyes.
Schiffer just shouts and makes noise. Like I don't even know how anybody. Anyway, if you want to take.
Reggie, he asked you some good questions, man.
Yeah, he did, man. Try to answer. Try not to be antidotal.
It says very clear that I and the Father are one. You get what I'm saying? Referencing the. Oh, I have to go to the. Let me get the chapter.
I think he says that. Yeah.
It's a familiar quote, but I feel like we should
get the context of it.
If we're gonna quote the book, we should get the
the context. We should get the context, right? We should read the beginning and after that line.
Right. That's the point. Yeah. Especially with the Bible, that's the point.
I and the Lord are one. I think they ask.
How many? How have you look that maybe Christian or have a Christian background, should we say, or culturally Christian? How many of you actually were taught or believed that Jesus is God, and not just
how many?
Not just the Son of God, but that He's actually God. How many of you lot believe that? So you can't answer.
Majority. I'll say the majority of Christians.
You can answer for you, right? You can answer for you, right? But you can't answer for that everyone else, can you?
No,
I'm asking them to show like a sign of hands or something. How many of them? In fact, I'm going to do a poll. But you think that most
pause, man. Fuck's sake.
What? Because I'm going to do a poll.
Yeah.
Why? Break it down.
Adjudication, man. Adjudication overruled, man. Nah, man.
Thank you, man.
Adjudication overruled.
Oh, thank you, Yana.
Both of you do a poll
Full
then.
back, man. Full back, bro.
I don't know what you're
Overruled.
Sound like
It
you're
was
dying to say
overruled.
that. Sound like you're dying to say that, boy.
Yeah, it was just
Yo,
too
man,
Becky.
what?
Overruled, man.
What?
Overruled, bro.
All right, carry on, man. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
me, try again. I'm a free man.
But yeah, go on. You say it. Go on.
Yeah.
See, he don't even want to say it again.
I don't want to.
I ain't saying nothing no more. Man, fuck you lot, man. I'm clever. Yeah. I know shit now. Yes, no. Yes, no. Is Jesus God? Yes, no.
No.
Just.
What's the actual question? I don't understand.
Is Jesus God? You're fucking dunce freak, man. You know, like you all got the Shakara syndrome.
It's
You
a
don't
multiple
understand
choice
nothing.
question as well, man.
Shakara,
No, but I mean,
could you
you're-
explain to me? Shakara,
you
could you
put on-
explain to me the meaning of Jesus? Like, what the hell, man? No, something. Is Jesus God?
So you're putting a poll, is Jesus God? When
Can I just say one thing quickly? Yeah, he said I was waiting for him to get the quote. Yeah, because I know how I interpret this verse. He said, "I and the Father are one." Yeah. Now, what Yeshua is referring to here is the mindset. That's what he's referring to. His mindset. Yeah.
Where does it?
Listen,
Yeah,
I'm
but
listening.
like, I
Go
would
to the
say that
reference.
it doesn't. It's not clear enough to say he's saying that we are one and the same being, though.
That's right. He's not saying
I
the
don't think
same
it's clear
being.
enough to say that.
That's right. And he still refers to the Father as a separate entity in that very verse, which is why I can ascertain that he's saying I and the Father are one in mind. Yeah. So we share the same ideas. Yeah. So what he's saying is that's where I get my ideas from. That's where I'm getting my information from. But what Reggie's doing is being disingenuous and using that as an excuse to say that Jesus is God, which he made very clear he is not. By praying to the Father, by telling us to pray to the unseen Father. But he's not going to accept these things. He's going to keep bringing up nonsense and trying to bring up verses that his preacher told him.
Reggie, yeah?
Yeah.
Red? You believe,
Yeah,
obviously you believe Jesus is God, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, did Jesus perform the Lord's Prayer?
Yeah.
Right. All right. Does God have a need to talk to himself? Or does God talk to himself, like, from what you know?
When God came onto earth and took on earthly human attributes, yes, at that particular moment, as a human being, he was speaking to the Father.
To himself?
Yeah, as a human being, he was speaking.
Why would he be speaking to himself?
Because
Human
he's
being or
part.
not, he's talking to himself.
Because he's taken flesh, he's become flesh.
Regardless, why is he speaking to himself? Because spirit can speak to flesh, and flesh can speak to spirit.
Because in that particular moment, as a human being, he has a limited amount of power at that time, and in his limited state, he's communicating with the Father.
What do you mean he's got a limited amount of? So God's got limited power.
God can limit himself. God can limit himself.
God at a limited state, then.
God limited himself, so he's not limit. He's not got limited power. He's holding back.
At that particular moment, he's limited
He's
himself.
holding back. He's not limited his power, has he? He's not limited. It's his power. It's no one else's power. If he wanted all the power, he could. If he wanted all the power, he wanted access to all his power while he was in human flesh. He could do, right? But he wasn't just in human flesh. He was also in spirit. So why would he need to limit his power?
You said that he was also no at that particular in the form of Jesus Christ. He takes on a limited human physical body. And
so how can the devil ask the Most High to worship him? That don't make sense.
That don't make sense. He's not more than the physical body.
No, but
That's
him
right.
saying Reggie, you saying limited is meaning that you're taking that the word limited is taking him away from the God state.
Yeah.
Sniper just asked a very
So
easy
this is
question.
what I mean. He's refuting his own argument. You see what makes it even worse, guys, yeah? If I go
Oh
into
my God,
Matthew 4, yeah?
Yeah.
Listen to Matthew 4, yeah? This is when Jesus is talking to the devil, yeah? And saith unto him, all these things I will give thee if thou will fall down and worship me. That's the devil talking to Yeshua, you know? So if the devil thought Yeshua was the Most High, which the devil would know the difference, yeah? Then there's no way he's going to be telling the Most High to fall down on his knees and worship him, yeah, to disrespect himself. That doesn't make sense.
Come on, man.
Then saith Jesus unto
I think
him.
you're gonna win this one, you know. You're
It
gonna
says,
win this one, you know. Trust me.
yeah, it says,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
saith
It's an easy
Jesus
one.
unto him, get thee hence, Satan, for it is written, thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. He never said worship me. What are we doing? So he recognized, and the devil recognized that he was not the Most High.
In the desert, did he not say to the devil that you cannot tempt the Lord God? Is that not what he said?
Said what?
Pardon me? What? What are you talking about? You're missing the point.
Let's let him respond.
The same story when Christ was in the desert and the devil tempted him. Did he not respond saying that thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God? Did he not say that?
Is that what he said?
It says, watch this. It says, then the devil taketh him into a holy city and setteth him upon a pinnacle of the temple and saith unto him, if thou be the son of God, not God, if thou be the son of God, cast thyself down. For it is written, he shall give his angels charge concerning thee, and in their hands that they shall bear thee up, lest at any time thou dash thy foot against a stone. Yeah.
Hold on a minute. First and foremost, yeah, I've just thought of something. That was a sick passage. But yeah, just to go a little bit deeper into the research, yeah. The devil is quoting from what?
Oh, this is peak.
Right?
Good question.
What is the devil quoting from, bro?
What are you referring to
from
now?
knowledge.
He says it's written that basically God's given the angels full reign to like save you if anything was to happen, and even if it's to bang your foot on a rock, God to save you. This is what Satan is saying is written. Written where?
Good question. Good question.
And just to add in one sentence, who was witnessing this to write all this down? I'm going on.
Right, that always fucks with me, bro. That fucks
Another
with me
good
in
question.
film. You know, like autobiographies when the man's on his own in the room and he's punching the wall. I'm like, how do you know he did that?
Embellished as a motherfucker.
Yeah, embellished. I hate that shit, man. It puts me off. Yeah,
that was the crux of what I was saying yesterday, but never mind. It went over people's heads.
The third person.
Can I just go to the bit that Reggie wanted, just so you don't feel hard done by, yeah? Because it says, then was Jesus led up of the spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil. And when he had fasted,
say that again.
It said, then Jesus led up of the spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil.
Sorry. Led up of the spirit. What's that mean? Can you read the
it
couple
means,
lines before?
I'd have to go into Matthew 3. Hold on, let's go to the big end of Matthew 3. And Jesus, when he was baptized, went up straightway out of the water, and lo, the heavens were opened unto him, and he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove, the Spirit of Yahweh descending like a dove, and lighting upon him. Yeah. And lo, a voice from the heavens.
Don't do that, bro. Don't put
I
that.
know it don't, but I'm putting that in there. I inserted that. All right.
Don't do that, man.
All right.
The
Spirit of God. All right. Let's just keep it at the Spirit of God then, because we're going by Bible. All right. Descending like a dove and lighting up upon him. And lo, a voice from heaven saying, this is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Not saying this is me. This is my beloved Son. So let's go back.
Guess what? You got the Spirit. So right now you got the Son in the water that just been baptized. He's in the water. He's looking up. He can see the Spirit of God descending down. Yeah? Meanwhile, while he's looking at the Spirit of God descending down, he can hear the voice of God in the heavens. That voice of God ain't descending down. He's right. It's like me saying I could hear someone coming downstairs. I can hear someone in the top bedroom, right? While I'm on the ground floor looking up.
Yeah.
So that denotes three different beings.
All right. Now, ultimately, when you say it denotes three different beings, yeah, no, the spirit and the Most High, and the spirit are one. But Jesus is the Son. He is a son. He is like a baby, just like we are sons of the Most High also. But he's a very special one. He's a particular one.
Why is the spirit disconnected from the voice?
Now, when you say the spirit is disconnected from the voice, I disagree. I wouldn't say the spirit is disconnected from the voice.
Yeah, the voice is in heaven, and the spirit is descending down and lighting man up like a dove or some shit.
All right, let me read it again, and then I'm going to explain to you what spirit actually is. It says, and when Jesus was baptized and went up straightway out of the water, and lo, the heavens were opened unto him, and he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove and lighting up upon him. Yeah. And lo, a voice from heaven saying, this is my beloved Son in whom I am well pleased. Now, if we understand what spirit actually is, spirit is really referencing...
Now, I'm just saying, God can't be talking to himself, saying, yeah, this is my son.
Exactly. Thank you. That's right. He wasn't talking to himself. He was talking to his son. And on top of that, when we say spirit, what we're actually talking about, when we get into the deepness of the word, we're talking about breath. Yeah. So when we're connecting spirit and breath to voice, now it makes sense. Do you understand? But Reggie's not going to see it like that because he was indoctrinated in the church. But if I go back to Matthew 4 now, where it says, then Jesus was led up of the Spirit into the wilderness. So this same voice has obviously told him, go into the wilderness, yeah, to be tempted by the devil. And when he had fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, he was afterward and hungered. And when the tempter came to him, he said, if thou be the Son of God, command that these stones be made bread. So this is the devil talking to him. But he answered and said, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by the word that proceedeth out of the mouth of the Most High, of God, it says here. But I'm going to interpret that as the Most High, just to be clear. Yeah. Then the devil taketh him up into the holy city and setteth him upon a pinnacle of the temple and saith unto him, if thou be the Son of God, cast thyself down, for it is written, he shall give his angels charge concerning thee, and in their hands they shall bear thee up, lest any time thou dash thy foot against a stone. Now, when he said it was written, you said, what is he talking about? What was written? Now, I'm going to suggest to you that in the Old Testament, yeah, there is a prophecy of, I think they call him, I think it's Ezekiel or Emmanuel or something like that. But there's a prophecy of Jesus, which I could find for you. Now, I'm imagining with somewhere within that prophecy, we're going to find that Jesus has...
Yeah, this is another problem. That's the prophecy where it was foretold that the Messiah would come and his name would be Emmanuel.
That's right. And he will fulfill
as you can see, Mary's son's name was not Emmanuel.
Yeah, but Emmanuel is a title just to start off with.
Here we go again.
And also, he is there to fulfill the covenant and bring in the new covenant. That's what his job is. That's what he was there for. Do you feel where I'm coming from? Which is why he was a sacrifice, to usher in the new covenant. When they talk about dying for our sins, that's what it's really about, bringing in the new covenant, because men were using the law to manipulate. Yeah, and God, the Most High, is obviously not stupid. He can see what men are doing. He understands that these men are using the law in a corrupt way. So the law had become, what's the word? Not irrelevant, but tainted by men. So he had to send down Yeshua to show us how to implement the law in those times. And as you saw with Yeshua, when they said to him when they said to stone the woman, yeah, and he said, he who's without sin cast the first stone, is to show them that, you know, you can no longer use the law for your unjust ways. You know, like that. Now, some people will say, well, what if all of those people were without sin? Should they have stoned the woman? No, they shouldn't have stoned the woman, because you have to understand, this Most High that I'm dealing with is about preservation of life and about leading people to the light, not about murder. Yeah, it's not about that, but people was about that. So at some point, the Most High allowed people to do what they was doing, and they said, nah, enough is enough.
You know, there's the saying, he without sin cast the first stone. Isn't that saying that none of you lot can really judge?
Thank you. Thank you. That's why they say, judge not lest you be judged, because we know we're all going to be judged by the Most High, and his judgment is the only one that counts. The judgment of men doesn't count. You know, like when they say you're not to lie. There's times where you have to, and that's in the Bible too. There is a time to lie. Just like there's a time to go to war, there's a time for everything. There's a time where a sin is no longer looked upon as a sin. Like when I showed Maku the other day when he was talking about circumcision, and I'm saying, you know, in the Bible it's very specific, yeah, that some of the Gentiles will be brought into the kingdom. So some of the words of the Gentiles that he's trying to refute and say they don't count, yes, they do count. Because that's the whole point. Some of them are going to be brought in. So what we have to do is listen to what they said. And what they was talking about is, you know, like they learned from Christ. If a man is circumcised, that don't make him righteous. Yeah. But if a man's heart is right, that makes him righteous. So you could be uncircumcised and more righteous than another man. Facts. So you're still going to the kingdom, and that man with the circumcision who thought he could fool God, he's not making it past the gate no more. Do you understand? Or if he ever made it past the gate in the first place, to be fair.
Excellent.
But Reggie, where's Reginald, man? Because obviously people think I don't read my Bible. I be reading this. So I want to know, Reggie, can you now show us where Jesus ever said he was God? Can you show us where Jesus said he was part of a triune God? Where Jesus acknowledges a triune God? Show us any of these things.
I think that's a fair question to ask.
We've been asking this question over and over and over again. I gave you one answer. I've been waiting for you to give us an answer to where Jesus said, "Do not worship me," which you claimed. It's just pointless. That's why I don't get engaged.
I told you where he says don't worship him. I've shown you. He says to worship the unseen Father. He tells people specifically. Sorry, brother. Is anyone else listening here? Can anyone confirm that I showed you the passage where Jesus says to worship the unseen Father? Did anyone else hear it?
Schiffer, I can say that I heard it, but I've got a feeling that Reggie wants a word for word verbatim answer where he says, "Do not worship me." I think that's what he was. I think the verse that you presented infers that Jesus is saying don't worship him. However, I think the brother was actually waiting for a verbatim sentence of that.
Oh, he wants a verbatim sentence. Just to clarify, there is no verbatim sentence going either way to say to worship me like God or saying not to worship me like God. But there is verbatim wording from Yeshua himself dictating to his followers to worship the unseen Father, which he is not.
We refer to God.
Very precise.
We refer to, as we mentioned already, we refer to God in many different ways. We also refer to him as our Father, and we can pray to God, Jesus, by calling on the Father. We can pray to God by calling him Jesus, by calling him Yeshua.
Who gave you this permission? Who gave you this permission is what we're asking.
Who gave
You're saying we can do it. You're free to do whatever you want. But what I'm saying is who's guiding you to do these things?
We're guided to do it by reading the gospel. We're guided to do it by reading the Bible.
By praying and calling God's name. By praying and calling Jesus' name.
Where's this guidance set out?
The guidance is set out throughout. So
yeah. So give me one example. If you got beer, just give me one.
So for example, we spoke about I am that I am in the Bible when Abraham spoke to God in the form of a burning bush. So that's just one illustration that God can take the form of different different physical forms.
So, do you worship a bush? Do you worship any bush? If I was to set a
No,
fire to a
we don't
tree,
worship.
would you worship it?
We don't worship a bush.
A ganja plant, a high-grade marijuana plant.
But
Yeah, but you wouldn't. Why wouldn't you worship? If I turned around and said, "Rob, but Reggie, this is in your Bible. Look, Abraham was talking to this thing right now. This could be God." Why would it? Based on your logic, you should worship that.
We should worship the bush. No, it's not based on logic. It's based. It's a.
You just said God can come in any form, and you said this. You said this in argumentation to God being in many different forms. And so you said God can come in this burning bush. Therefore, we can use other things to worship God. Be it Jesus. This, that.
No. Again, you're not understanding. At that particular moment, when God entered the burning bush, Abraham asked him, "Who am I speaking to?" Yeah. And he said, "I am that I am." So that was God at that particular moment in the bush. And if you don't,
when did he say he was a triune God?
Now you're jumping to something else. Now I've addressed one thing. Now we jump into when did he say?
I asked you that first, and you still not answered that one. I came in that before he asked this question. So please, can you refer to the triune God?
Again, just like you mentioned, there's no verbatim him calling himself the triune God. It is an expression. It's an expression that's illustrated throughout the Bible and conclusively demonstrates that God has come and taken on the form of man, has taken on the form of the Holy Spirit, and has taken on the form as the Father. And that's why we refer to him as a triune God, because he takes the form of different forms within the Bible.
So what you're saying is you're just making it up as you go along as Christians, and you don't care what Yeshua actually said. You just got to make up your own version by your own account.
If that's your understanding, then that's your understanding. At the end of the day, the Bible is what we refer to and where we get our wisdom and knowledge from, not from the word of Shifa. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if you're referring to the Bible and you're going by the words of Yeshua, at no point does he mention a triune God. So why are you going by someone else's words?
We go by the gospel. So we go by the Old Testament when we go by the gospel.
I didn't ask you about the gospel in the Old Testament. I said to you, which point in the gospel, the Old Testament, or which point in the Bible does anyone, including especially Jesus, refer to a triune God? Where are you getting this from? Show us it in your Bible.
Again, we go by what the Torah and the gospel teaches.
The Torah speaks of a triune God. The Torah speaks of a triune God. Is that what you're saying?
Torah again describes God taking different forms at particular moments. It describes God taking the form of man on earth in the form of Jesus Christ, also taking the form of the Holy Spirit, and taking the form of the Father.
Where does it show in the Torah that God is going to take the form of a man? Show us that.
It says in the Bible that I and the Father are one. Only God, only Jesus Christ.
We already went through that passage, and I've already explained that passage to you. So there's no point in going back to that passage. We're asking you, where does it say in the Bible, where does it mention in the Old or New Testament a triune God or a holy Trinity? Where is it mentioned?
You keep asking the same question. I answer the question you asked.
Well, if it's not mentioned, then why have you and your fraudulent brothers came up with it? If it's not mentioned,
I think that you'll find it's you that is fraudulent because you're unable to even comprehend what is being said. You're asking the same question over and over again.
So why is everyone else understanding what I'm saying but you then? If I'm the one who's unable to comprehend, why does everybody else understand exactly what I'm saying other than Reggie? If Reggie is the one who can comprehend so well.
Is it that they understand and accept what you're saying I understand what you're saying.
Will you
I just
ask
don't
them?
accept.
Ask them yourself. They're here. The brothers are here. Ask them. Say, guys, do you understand what Schiffer said? And do you which one would you find easier to accept? You ask them that question. Let's ask them, brothers. Which one do you find easier to accept? My explanation or Reggie?
Appeal to the crowd. It's not even about whether they understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. It's whether we.
I'm unable to comprehend. No, it is about that because you brought my comprehension into question. I didn't bring your comprehension into question neither. What I brought into is your disingenuous behavior. That's what I brought into question. Now, at the end of the day, if your comprehension is so low that you can't comprehend what I'm saying, but everyone else can, then it shows that maybe you need to be, reschooled or re-educated to some extent. So let's ask the people on the panel in the chat room, does everyone understand what was said by Schiffer? And if you don't, then maybe I need to work on my comprehension and my delivery a bit better.
For me, it's kind of selective reasoning, so to speak. The brother Truth Hurts was doing right there. Like he takes information that is very ambiguous, and he says, "Well, this is we're talking about your salvation here, like the God you're praying to, and it's hyper ambiguous, like you said. The verses that you've mentioned, as the one with Abraham and so on and so forth. You did say that you pluck out stuff from the Old Testament and the New, but you didn't really tell us what they were. But when the brother shows you something directly of three brothers, Schiffer, Jedi said the one on the cross. Schiffer said the one where he said pray to the Father alone in seclusion, and I said that and there's plenty more, but I said that Jesus says I am going back to my Father and I'm going back to yours. I'm going back to my God and I'm going back to yours. So he says that he's got a God.
Yeah, God. Yeah, Jesus can't have a God if he's God.
He can't have a God if he's God.
He didn't say I'm going back to God. He said I'm going back to the Father.
Okay, do you want to bet? What are you going to do if it says that I'm going back to my God?
Oh,
you're going to fucking dance around it again and show the whole world how fucking
I'll have a
smart
look
you
at
are.
it. See what it says.
All right, here's the verse coming up.
Hit the like button, family tree. Everyone at home.
No stars in my eyes, but my ancestors mapped out the stars in the past. First became last. I just want to ask, if it doesn't matter then, why organized by the race, by the cast? That was a question, Reggie. I'll be an evil now. Let me give you lot some time though, because obviously the brothers coming out with some information and everyone went silent, like you don't know what to say. Like, be honest, people in the chat room, yeah? I want you to put a 1 in the chat if you think Reggie
Sorry, brother. We can go to KJV, we can go to ASV, we can go to AMP, we can go to AMPC, BRG, CBI, all the Bibles there is. John 20, verse 17, okay? Jesus said unto her, touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father, but to go to my brethren, and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father and unto your Father, and unto my God and unto your God. Amen, amen, amen.
Reginald?
Says it unto he's ascending unto your God.
Verse 17. John 20, verse 17.
Yeah. So I agree with that, with the statement that you've put there. It's obviously there, and saying
I know, but even in your own heart, before you heard it, you said it can't be there. It's like, oh, that's not there, because your own heart, your own conscience said that's peak.
No. I didn't say it can't.
Said, I got no problem with that.
No, I did. I said that. Oh,
human behavior is crazy to witness, brother. It's nuts.
What them said Trinity done? The Trinity done?
No, I don't know about all that. I'm just saying, let's go with what the text say, B. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to do nothing over nothing or whatever.
No, but again, by what you're going by what you're going by there, like you said, the Most High cannot have a God. He can't have a deity over him, can he? That wouldn't make him the Most High, would it?
I don't think the Christians claim he is the Most High. I think they say he's subordinate in the triune hierarchy.
No,
So
they're
we
not
can't.
there. Hey, careful. No,
No,
we
bro,
no one's
I'm
saying that.
talking about Christology here. With in terms of Trinity, no one. I don't think they say that they're co-equal. I don't think. Or maybe there is a sect. Maybe there's a sect to them that say that's why they don't. You notice that some of them in the Christians don't ever. You never see them standing next to these people, and it's because they don't believe. I think there's a little bit of a beef where they say that is Jesus in heaven, or is he at the right hand side of God, or is he God? Because look, this is another thing, B. How can Jesus be sat at the right hand of God, yeah? If he's
And be God. Frank, do you know what? I'll be honest with you, yeah? I was saving that one because we didn't need to go to Revelation. We already given him enough to deal with. But him dealing with that one is going to be absolutely impossible. How do you
And I
sit
don't
on the
want
right
anyone
hand
ever
of
telling
somebody
me
that you are?
about the Bible says that the Father is an essence when he's got a right hand.
That's right.
So
that don't make sense. Now, when you
because
say
God,
right hand, when he sits on the right hand of the Father, yeah, he's talking about the right hand side. Let's just be clear about this. Because remember, Old English and Old language isn't as descriptive sometimes or straightforward in its descriptiveness as our modern day language. So to make it a bit more straightforward, what he's saying is he sits on the right hand of the Father, like a prince would. Yeah? On the right hand side. Yeah, and that goes right back to even if you look at other ancient cultures like Kemet, you'd be on the right hand side. You know where I'm coming from? This is something that was associated to many cultures.
It means something. It means like my right arm or my strength, I think, or my power, maybe. I don't know. Forget I said that.
Righteousness as well. It's to do with righteousness as well. I'm telling you. So obviously,
the
Reggie,
brothers lost, man. There's so many verses that just look so weird to try and force Trinity, to try and force Jesus being God into the Bible is going to be tricky. I don't know how anyone ever did it, to be fair. It don't make no sense.
it's peak for them. Do you know how they did it, brother? People weren't allowed to read the Bible. And even now, people like Reggie still don't read the Bible, even though there's how many different Bibles out there, Bible Gateway. You can get a Bible for free, but this guy's still not reading it. So, they managed to brainwash the people that much that the people no longer question them. So they've said, all right, you know what, you're not going to have the Bible because you ain't going to question us anyway. And the ones that do are going to be few and far between, like, that likes of yourself, Schiffer, JEDI, XYZ, we're few and far between, let's be honest.
But each one teach one, innit? Like, let's see what the brothers got to say about a few different things. He's gone a little bit wobbly, I think. Is the kid all right? Like, is he fainted or what?
Right now, the spirit's taken to him. The spirit's taken him. He's probably speaking in tongues while he's on mute, like that. And, I don't know what spirit's taking him, to be fair.
Allow
it. Could be the dark spirits. The evil spirits, sorry, not dark. Let's not call them dark. Let's just call them evil. It could be the bad spirits have taken him, and they're warping his mind with all of these ideas of grandeur, with his fake philosophy, brothers.
It's very clear that Christ will be present on the day of judgment. He will be judging. He will be judging Middlesex Omar. He will be judging Schiffer.
That's right.
The fake Atlantean Israelite. He'll be judging myself. He'll be judging Muhammad and all these other so-called prophets.
What gives him the authority to do that, Reg?
He will be doing that by the grace of God, and
the grace of the Most High.
The grace
so that's
of
what
God.
gives him the authority.
He'll be doing it through the grace of God and through the power that's been invested in him through the Holy Spirit. They work as a triune entity, and for them present throughout the Bible.
Incorrect again. When Yeshua returns, he will have dominion over this planet for one reason, because he is the King of Kings. He is the king of the planet, which gives him ownership, first and foremost. And then what we're going to have to deal with is that his authority is, like you said, given to him by the Most High Yah. Yeah? So without the authority of Yah, he can't do nothing.
Let me ask you a question, Shipper. Is Christ the Son of God?
We are all the sons of God.
Good question. Good answer. Those who are filled with the Spirit of God are all children of the God.
Shipper, is he a slave? Is he a slave?
None of us are slaves, as far as Yah is concerned.
But God says that we are slaves.
You talking about Allah? No. You see what you did there? You see what he did? He went to Allah, brother, please. I thought you believed in Yah or Jehovah.
Force of habit.
So
Force of
why are
habit.
you
He can't help
mentioning?
himself.
Why are you mentioning Allah? What's Allah got to do with this? Explain it. Explain yourself.
You discombobulated it, B.
He's finished.
mad
He's done it. You see what he did? He went to Allah. Oh my God!
No.
I can't believe this.
I'm trying to be.
Are we slaves?
I couldn't make this shit up.
I'm trying to be clear. Like, I'm trying to be clear. Are we slaves? And you said
no,
that
we are not slaves. Let me be clear. Let me be clear. Then let me clear out the answer for you. In essence, if the Most High is our Father, just like my father is my father, I am not my father's slave. I am his son.
So, Middlesex Elmer, are we slaves?
In Islam, we would say that you are, yeah.
Okay.
Is that how you're answering it? How the Trinity fits in the Bible?
No, but I'm wondering if we
Now, in a minute, hold on a second. I'm gonna read something now, yeah. So it says in Romans 6:22, but now that you have been set free from the sin and have become slaves of God, the fruit you get leads to sanctification and it ends in eternal life. So it's your Bible that says that, Ace. Let that one sink in for a bit. Romans 6:22. But now that you have been set free from sin and have become slaves of God, the fruit you get leads to the sanctification, at its end, eternal life. Amen, 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 amen.
I would say that that's a misinterpretation because the word slave would not be the original word used. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that's a misinterpretation because the word slave would not be the word that was originally used. That's the translation word. And
No problem.
secondly,
I'm just reading your Bible.
no, I know. I'm just trying to give you some context. And secondly, the argument that I made still stands. You know, nobody is a slave to their father. Yeah, that's why we call him father.
I think you're right about the word slave. That's why I was kind of reluctant to say slave, because slave in the 21st century is crazy. I think servitude is more like you're in forever in servitude of God. You're God's servant.
In service, yeah, in service, I'll accept service, but slave, I wouldn't accept. And I think that
slave
word was
slave is there in the
reason.
translation. Slave's also there in the translation of the Quran, but I'm dubious as to what that actual slave thing is, really, to be honest.
Why are you dubious when your text
because
is very
of
clear?
because of the etymology of words.
That's right.
Yeah, when you start picking up the word, it starts shifting away from slavery and it starts coming towards servant. Like, so I'm just, why did the English people write slave there? I mean, the English translations on both books actually. But yeah, I mean the L's here are just piling up now, man. It's peak.
The L is piling up for yourself because you describe yourself as a slave of God, and I don't know what kind of servitude it is that you could describe.
Yeah, but you're going into Islam again. Stop attacking Islam.
Are you actually mentally?
Stick to
Are
the
you
Bible.
okay? I'm starting to wonder, are you actually fucking mental now?
Let's stick to the Bible, Reg. We're not doing Islam today.
Sort of finesse when you're like shifting the argument. You're actually doing it like a spastic now. Like you actually think that I'm
Islam was
I'm
just
in the audience eating popcorn, laughing at you, and I'm taking an L. I don't get it. Fuck it anyway. Carry on.
I don't know why it's upset.
You don't even know your Bible, kid. The audience member knows the Bible better than you. I'm not even in the debate.
I'm describing.
This is humiliating.
I'm describing the description of said people in the Bible, and we are described as sons and daughters of the Most High.
Romans 6:22. Do you have anything to say about what your Bible?
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, come on, man. He's drawing for the scripture, man.
There's no verses or there's no fucking primary sources with these, man. I swear it's embarrassing. Do you know your Bible? Not you, Shifa. But anyway, allow it. I don't want to just like do
What
the
do you mean
backflip,
primary sources?
somersault, jump on the geezer, smash his head in while he's like on the ground like this, man. Just allow these like you getting stomped out already. So you know.
I don't know what you mean. You say there's no primary sources. What do you mean no primary sources?
Like, where's the primary source of what you're saying? I just gave you 2 primary sources: John 20, whatever that was, and then Romans, whatever.
Primary
Where's the
source of
chapter and verses in your arguments?
what, to suggest that we're sons of and daughters of God?
No,
Slaves.
not to suggest that, because I already know that. I gave you the answer for that. Paul says it. He says, those who are filled with the Spirit of God are children of God. So yeah, we're all the sons and daughters of God if we have the Spirit of God within us. We know this.
Yeah.
And this is what Schiffer tried to ask you when you said to him, is he the son of God? It's getting badded up, man. It's embarrassing. And Jedi, haven't I been a bit like kind towards this brother and not just terrorizing? I tried to like be on his side a little bit and shit.
You know what? You've helped the conversation not be too chaotic.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I appreciate that.
Agreed.
Yeah, because I don't think Reggie, you're moving a bit slow though, bro. What's going on? Are you distracted? Are you doing something?
Maybe it's that.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
You what?
Wait, you know what? We've helped Reggie a lot. Like you said, Jedi, for the first time, he's reading his Bible for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was proper in his. He woke up in his book. I love that.
I'm listening to what you lot are saying, and I'm looking at my own sources, and I'm coming up with my own conclusion.
Exactly, you're reading your Bible. Like I said, thank you.
No, he ain't reading the Bible. He's gone on Google to how do I answer this from a Christian narrative? Like, what's the answer for this?
He ain't got no answer, man.
If you give me a reference,
Bible,
bad, like my sources in inverted commas. Like, come on, B. By the way, I'm gonna be back, guys. Yeah, give me like 20 minutes. Peace.
Run, devil man, run.
No problem. No problem.
I don't even think your minions.
Anyway, the slave of Allah has disappeared. So as I was saying, I mean, I'm going away and I'm reading the references that you're giving, and I'm reading the references that I have, and I still will stand by my belief. That
all right. So where's the belief? Where's the belief that Christians are not slaves of God? Because in the Bible, he's quoted 2 places where it does refer to them as slaves.
Well, there's many places where it refers to us as sons and daughters of God. So let me.
Yeah, but also as slaves.
So he went.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to hear Reggie's explanation of this. I've given mine. I'd like to hear Reggie's.
Well, I could go along with your one because obviously it's kind of like.
What's your understanding? Do you have an understanding, or is it? Or do you have to go and look into it? Because it seems like you've. It seems to me like you have a position now that it's been brought up, but you haven't into it before.
My position is
your position is like a knee-jerk kind of one, not really one from understanding, because you didn't hold this understanding before today. Because it seems like you're reading and researching, so you don't know it. It's not something that you know. So you're trying to create an understanding that allows you not to be a slave, even though the 2 verses have called you a slave, which is I'm finding strange.
So even that Corinthians is speaking to a particular.
He didn't read Corinthians.
He did.
He read Romans.
Romans and Corinthians.
What was the other verse? It wasn't Corinthians, bro. What was the other verse? Omar.
I think it's disappeared.
He stepped away to do something still.
He stepped away. Anyway, regardless, maybe it was Corinthians. So that's not even an argument point.
Big up.
Big up, Shani. You've come to say that you are slaves of Allah, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew Omar was chatting shit.
What Omar said we're not.
He's trying to do some modernization. Where you know what you lot always try to do whenever it's brought up that Muhammad owned slaves. You're like, it's servitude. You're trying to go down that route.
Well, this is the thing. So you have to define what the difference is between slavery and servitude, right?
I think before you do that, you have to define what word is used. If the word is slavery, then that argument is defunct.
Yeah, so what the direct meaning of it is. Give me one second, right? 1 second. Let me just do a quick translation.
And I'm only speaking for the
Oh,
Christians.
okay.
So
So
I can't help
it
it.
is. Sorry. So what we
Open
do.
Bible.
So Abdul is servant of.
Okay.
Right. So if you call someone Abdullah, like you're the servant of Allah. It's not slave of Allah. However, we interchange those words. So technically, we're servants of Allah and not slaves.
And how is slave said? How is slave said? Is it Abid? Or is it Abdullah as well? Abdul.
1 second.
Abdullah does mean servant of Allah.
Right. And Abdul means servant, right?
Servant of, yeah. Or servant, yeah.
And Abid means slave.
Arabic name for slave. 1 second.
Well, we should define Abid, really.
Yeah, I think Abid is
Yeah,
slave.
Abid, yeah. Abid.
Abid is slave, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Abid, yeah.
Abid. And that's not used in the Quran to describe believers. Abid. It's just the name, right?
No. So Abid can mean servant or slave, apparently.
But Abdul only means servant.
Servant of, yeah.
Here we go. Abu Huraira reported Allah's messenger as saying, "None of you should say my slave and my slave girl, for all of you are the slaves of Allah, and all your women are the slave girls of Allah." You accept that hadith?
Don't know what the hadith is. You're gonna have to send it to me.
You don't accept Abu Huraira?
I don't trust you, Reggie. Simple.
But you don't have to trust me, yeah?
I feel like look how quick you are to talk when it comes to Islam, but you
got that reference real quick still.
Do you know what I mean?
It's
Like
crazy.
we're just schooling you.
It's very strange, Red. Very strange.
I know. Daniel started speaking clearly.
That is so fucking strange.
Man, started speaking clearly, no stuttering. Man.
That is off key.
Anyone would think you got an agenda,
Reg.
Reg.
In his Bible.
I do think Reggie that you should maybe reacquaint yourself with certain tenets and pillars of your faith, so that when questioned or in conversation, maybe you could flow a little bit better, because it seems like you flow better when you speak about Islam. This is from my observation. What do you think?
Not really. I mean, the Trinity topic in itself, a lot of people will come up with the same kind of references, and it's almost like
So you should be used to the arguments, but you don't seem to have been as robust in rebuttaling the arguments against.
No, because it's not really a rebuttalment thing. So like you put up
it is.
You put up
but a man gave you 2 quotes from the Bible where as believers are referred to as slaves, and you kind of didn't have much to say about that. You were stuttering and quietness and silence.
No, because you know why that was? Because the general tone, the general teaching within the Christian, I don't know, you're from Jehovah's Witnesses, like you lot are different, but the general feeling is that we are children of God, that that's what we're taught, that we're children of God, we're brothers and sisters, and we're basically we're loved. We're not taught that we're servants or slaves. We're taught that we have freedom.
In Jehovah's Witnesses, we are children, God's children, in sons of God and whatnot, but also they do have, like within Jehovah's Witnesses, they do have a group of people that are referred to as the faithful and discreet slave, and this faithful and discreet slave is there to serve the will of God and serve the congregation. So they're slaves. Yeah, go on.
So I was going to say as well, so when you look at what a slave is and versus what like servitude is, usually servitude is something that you go into, like a contract of some sort. You can still be owned, and whatever, but you've kind of chosen that, right? But with slavery, you have no choice, and you're your owner. Whereas, so this is why it kind of doesn't really make much sense to say that
the servants in the Quranic times didn't have choice to be slaves.
But they were slaves; they weren't servants.
Do you know what, Jedi?
I hear that, but then you lot say, "Oh, but no." See,
no, we've got to deal with Jedi.
Those okay, but for what I hear from Muslims is
Well, that type of slavery was actually servitude. You've heard that too.
I'd have to agree with
but
Jedi on this point for two reasons. Because as an Israelite, I understand that we are the Most High's chosen people, and we are here not only to serve His will, but to enforce His will upon this planet, like I just did with Reggie, and just explain to him, you know, put the text in context so he understands what he's doing. So that therefore he's now not got an excuse to continue down the same path of promoting triune gods and Yeshua as God, and you know, the blasphemous things that he's doing, because no man was to be worshipped as the Most High. No being on this planet or in this universe is supposed to be worshipped over, above, or next to the Most High. It's not supposed to happen. All praise goes to the Most High and the Most High alone. Like he said himself, he's a jealous God, and he's made it very specific to call him by his name, which is the next passage that I'm gonna bring up for you now. I'm just gonna find it for you so I can read it. But yeah, MC MA Dog, if you wanted to say what you were saying.
What I was saying. But to say that you're a slave to Allah, there's no shame in that when you're a Muslim. Do you know what I mean? Because first of all, you've decided to be a Muslim. That's your choice, right? Because again, there's no compulsion there, so you can't technically be a slave if you've chosen to be a worshipper or serving God, because then that stops you from being a slave, right? Because you've chosen that path. And then, but I understand why Muslims say I'm a slave to God, and it's okay to be a slave to God, because that's just showing how much you submit to God, in the sense of everything you do is for God. If God needs you to do whatever, you're going to be doing it, and it's for God alone. So it's not a bad thing to be a slave to God, but yeah, I think a servant of God is probably a better explanation as what you are as a Muslim.
But why can't you be a slave? Why does it have to be negative? If what, like, see what Shiva said. Shiva said he's got to enforce certain things in the name of the Most High, in like when he's battling Reggie or whatnot, and he ain't really got much of a choice. That's the definition of a slave. If he ain't got a choice,
but there's not much difference, Flame, between slave and servitude anyway. The difference.
But that's what I'm saying. Where's the negative connotation coming from?
So the transatlantic slave trade, that is where the negative connotations of slaves come from, because before that,
No.
Before that, slavery was practiced everywhere, in lots of places. It was a common practice. It was a form of commodity. Humans were used to be traded amongst other humans, right? So slavery was, but it was transatlantic.
Where was the positive
slavery.
in that?
One second. But no, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying it was what people practiced. It was there wasn't a problem with that. It was when the Europeans decided to do slavery, when they changed what slavery actually was. They changed it to something more demonic, being that it was about the color of somebody's skin and making somebody lower than you are, based on their skin color alone, not because of what tribe or nation that they come from, which often was the reason for it.
I would argue.
But you have a concept based on religion.
I would argue that never at a point in time was slavery a positive thing for anyone that was enslaved, regardless of what the grounds of this enslavement was. So I don't see how slavery could ever really have a positive connotation.
What about?
I don't think.
Just like, for instance, just like say like jail or imprisonment wouldn't have a positive connotation just because it may have been practiced differently back in the days. I still don't see how anyone could have felt their in imprisonment to be a positive, and that's the same with slavery. I just can't imagine it.
But I'm not saying, but I think it really needs to be like put out there that I'm not saying that slavery was glamorous or people liked it or it was positive. I'm saying being a slave to the Most High isn't a negative thing, right?
No. What you were saying was slavery became negative from the transatlantic.
No, sorry. Well, I didn't mean to say it like that. What I'm trying to say is that it became abhorrent from that point because it was something that practiced like just amongst people casually.
Oh, so are we saying being a slave to the Most High is exactly the same as being a slave to another human?
No,
Is that what
I'm saying, being a slave to anything, I can't see that as being a positive.
Yeah, so because you're saying you're using the same parameters as being a slave to a human, right?
I'm just using the term slavery for what it
Yeah.
means.
So your understanding
enslavement.
of
All right, let's put it this way.
Hmm.
I don't see the positive aspects of enslavement to anything, and I'm not sure when in time people would look at the term enslavement or slave or slavery as being a positive for them, whether it was to food, to love,
So
to their
what's your first
desires, or
understanding
to
of
God.
enslavement? Where in your mind, what's your, because mine would be obviously what I got taught in high school of Black history.
Well,
That would be the first time come
I
across
speak English, so slave means slave to me. Enslavement means enslavement to me.
Yeah, but there's a
Do you know
schema,
what I mean?
there's a schema that goes off in your mind, though, innit, Jeds? When you hear that word slave, there's a schema that pops off in your mind that has
No, what pops up in my mind is enslavement does not sound good.
Slave wouldn't tell you not having a choice. And what we have to understand as far as the Bible's concerned, yes, we do have a choice, because we can choose not to go with the Most High. We can choose to worship and bow down to graven images or statues or whatever we choose to worship. So we do have a choice. So in as far as the biblical context is concerned, it would not be slave. And I think another point that definitely is being missed by Reggie is the use of the word God, because I can refer to Yeshua, or Jesus as he likes to say, making a very specific statement in saying ye are gods. So gods are men. So when it's talking about gods, when the Most High is in this passage here, what one was it? It was Exodus. Hold on, let me just find it quickly. Exodus 34. Yeah, and he says, hold on, I'm going to tell you the exact bit. Here we go. It says, observe thou which I command thee this day. Behold, I drive out before thee the Amorite and the Canaanite and the Hittite and the Perizzite and the Hivite and the Jebusite. Take heed to thyself, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land whither thou goest, lest it be for snare in the midst of thee. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. For thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Now, when it says his name is jealous, that's to make you know to call him by his name. So when Reggie keeps saying God or says anything other than Yah, we know what he's doing. Yeah. Let's thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their gods. Yeah. And do sacrifice unto their gods, and call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice. Yeah. So
Lower, all these gods that you're reading, are there any of those gods that are capital G?
No, all of these gods are with a lowercase g.
All of them, even when he said God's name is
the only
jealous.
thing that's in a capital G, it says, for thou shalt worship no other God, which is in a small lowercase g, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God with a capital
Okay,
G.
you said
That's
the Lord now.
time.
So what is the verse say? Lord or God?
It says, for the Lord, whose name is, it says Lord with a capital L, whose name is a jealous God with a capital G.
So the Lord's name is a jealous God.
Yeah, and when it says jealous God,
how's that?
It says God with a capital G.
So what are we talking about? What is jealous God in Hebrew?
Well, what that's actually saying is, to call the Lord by his name because he is a jealous God. And there's another, hold on, I'm going to find the other one for you. But these are things that Reggie really needs to really be taken into account when he's presenting these triune gods and presenting, because remember, one second. Remember, it says make no images. Yeah. Make no,
that's so random. Anyway,
brother, I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished. It says, destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. Yeah. Now, what we have to understand is a man is an image. You can see him. So if Mary and Joseph made Yeshua, then he's still an image that we're not supposed to be worshiping, because the God that we're dealing with is unseen.
Yeah,
So
but the God
just
we're
makes
dealing
no
with,
sense.
the God that we're dealing with made us in his image.
Made
So
us in
he has
his
a-
image, but is
so
still
he has an
unseen.
image. Well,
He has an image, that's right, but that one which remains unseen. And this is the problem Reggie has, because he's worshiping an image that he can see. Yeah, he's worshiping a God that he can see. And as we know, gods are men. That's why when you go around the world and you look at all of these statues of gods, they all look like men or women.
Oh my God, you just chat random nonsense. Like
I'm
anyway,
talking random nonsense, but everything I'm saying can be backed up.
I'm just gonna say, Shepard, like, no offense, but you kind of lost me. I don't know if anyone else is where they are.
But I'm supposed to lose you because this is higher level. Only
Cool, but
people
at
with
this
higher
point,
level intellect are
you've gone
supposed to
from,
get this.
you know, I just think it's because you've just gone from one thing to other things. Like, it's just
No, it's not because I've gone from one thing to one other thing. Let me explain it to you again, Shani.
Yeah, break it down again.
Yeshua in the Bible makes it very specific. He says a very specific sentence. He says, ye are gods. Now, once he says ye are gods, we now know what gods are, don't we? We know that gods are men. We know this now from his statement. So when we go back into these other passages where it says, hold on, what does it say? Thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. We know that really the word God shouldn't be being used here. We know that for one, yeah? Because his name is jealous. So you need to call him by his name, yeah? And then it also says, destroy their altars, break their images. So all of these images that they're making of gods, of men, are to be broken, are to be destroyed. They're not to be worshipped.
So, Shipper, wouldn't you say that it's important that you learnt the language that this was actually originally made in?
Well, ultimately,
because the translation
to an extent, yes, you are correct. But ultimately, I would say to you that you are not going to be able to get your hands on the original text that this is taken from. So unless unless everyone's saying we're going to get together, we're going to go to war with the Vatican and get back the original text, then, it's almost pointless.
Okay. Reggie, I'd like to ask you a question about this. Sorry, Reggie, can I quickly ask you a quick question? My question to you, Reggie, is that if you were to be proven that Jesus was actually a prophet and not God, do you think that you would change your thoughts about? Do you think you'd change your beliefs?
About what that when say that Jesus is God, that was just
a prophet. Was a prophet and very special. Was a very, very special prophet, but he wasn't God. Would you change your beliefs?
Yeah, if I was to be proven, yeah.
But so then, so when Schiffer's brought you your own text, and other people brought your own text, and it's clearly saying that he isn't God, why are you not believing your own text?
Because I don't take a single text in isolation. I read the whole Bible and come to a conclusion.
But there was but what was given to you was passages, multiple passages where it would say that. So then, if you're reading the whole Bible, you're going to get those multiple passages as well. So why are you not taking them? So what I'm saying is, why are you refusing to take them when they're given to you compiled with just that text, rather than and not taking them when you're reading the whole Bible? Does that make sense? Sorry, I don't think I did. Why are you ignoring them when they're compiled to you, and it seems though you're ignoring them then when they're in like the full text? So you've got to read the whole Bible for you to actually recognize that Jesus is God. But they've just done you all that. They've done you all a favor of reading everything, and it just showed you the bits where it's saying that he isn't God. Why would you?
Basically what people tend to do is they bring these verses and then they just like one-line verses, and I think it's better to read the whole scripture to form an opinion on what you think. So
wouldn't it be better to, because I would say the same thing in Islam. You can't just bring me an ayah and I'm like, right, okay, well, what's the passage? What's the whole thing? Like, what's the surah? what's the whole thing saying? What's it saying before?
What's the context, basically?
The Holy Spirit cut her off. Oh, she's on mute anyway. But yeah, it's a mazza. Like it's a
How much?
mazza.
Was I talking to? Was I talking? Or was
You
I?
muted up still.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
What, halfway through talking?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how I did that. Sorry. What I was saying was in the Quran. Sorry, with Islam, people do that as well. They bring you an ayah, but it should be the whole surah because literally you could get the explanation of that little bit a little bit beforehand. So why didn't you ask for that? Why didn't you ask for it more of the passage to get?
I gave them that anyway. I made sure I read at least a few paragraphs before the bit that I wanted to read, and a little bit
So
after
like,
as well.
when you come on here, you're
Yes.
not like, I don't know. This is not a dawah platform. I mean, and even if it was, if I was to go on a dawah platform,
I'm not saying you. I'm sorry. I need to cut you because I'm not trying to tell you that at this moment in time you've got to change your belief system. I'm just asking you that if you were ever proven, that was to be the case, would you change your belief system? And then I'm saying, well, are you going to go away now and take these passages that were given to you and study them?
So what I tend to do
ignore
is no. So what I would tend to do is I'll go away and have a read through and try to understand the context surrounding these chapters that have been given, and get some clarity as to what they might have been trying to, what they were trying to say at that particular moment, and then I'll go from there. And obviously, if I read the whole Bible and it's pointing me towards the direction that Shifa's going, then I would happily say that, oh, I could see that, oh, this is what it is, and he's right, or I'll stick with my original belief. Yeah, naturally.
So right now, are you in contemplation or you?
No, I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm in contemplation. I will generally like. It's when I got to speak. Like when I got Speaker's Corner, there was a few verses that people used to come with. Like there was when they were trying to basically misrepresent Christianity. Like there was a one Matthew something that I brought up earlier. Matthew, I think it's Matthew 10, where Christ said, I didn't come to bring peace, but I came to turn a brother against a mother, and something. And they used to bring like verses like that to illustrate that Christ doesn't just come to bring peace. And then like with that verse, what I did is I went away and I read the verse, and I understood the context, and that would go back to like what Shifa was saying earlier, that Christ is not really interested in your family, or whatever you call it, whether you belong to a certain community, whether you're brother and sister, etc., etc. He's interested in you committing yourself to obtaining salvation and to glorifying him. So when people like Shifa come and say that, oh, you put your religion first, or whatever you call it, it's an obligation on us as believers to put our religion first. So that's what I'm trying to say, that even with these texts, I'll go away and read them, and then I try and make a sound understanding of what the text is saying. And I've done that previously, and I continue to do that. So that's what I will do with most of these chapters that is given me. I'll go away and do my own educated research. You get me?
Yeah. And what about your family?
What about them?
Oh, sorry. My question is, that's it. That was it. No, I'm joking. So
Okay,
your family, you
family.
come from, not to get too deep or whatever, but I'm assuming you come from a Christian family, right? And you hold the same or similar beliefs to your parents and siblings?
Yeah, my immediate family are Christian. We have some people that are Muslim. We have some that are.
Khadija, yeah? Cool. So when you...
It's not family. Not my family.
You're welcome. So when you... if you come to the understanding that Jesus isn't God, yeah? How do you think that would affect your relationship with your family? Do you think they would accept that?
Well, they wouldn't be sold in it themselves. I mean, they wouldn't convert because of me, and they wouldn't disown me because of that, I don't think. But I don't know what you mean. Like, I'm already independent myself anyway, so I don't know what what is going to be, what would really be the loss? Are you trying to say that there's family pressure to stay in their
You
belief?
know what it is? I think, you know what, even like I see this in my mum a little bit, right? My mum is a practicing Christian, and I've put it to her a few times that
Is
Jesus is
practicing or
God.
non-practicing?
No, she's a practicing Christian.
Oh.
I've put it to her a few times that Jesus is not God, right? And he's just like a special prophet. But I don't know whether or not my mum's ever going to accept that. Even if I give her all the text, I don't know if she's going to. And I think that's the case with maybe a lot of Christians, because it then goes against everything that you've been taught your whole life, and you then come to a different understanding of who God is and who Jesus is when you've spent your whole life thinking that Jesus is God. Do you know what I mean? I just think it's completely life-changing. The same way as like coming to Islam is life-changing. I think it's completely life-changing if you change your beliefs on who Jesus is. So I don't think it's
you're right, Shani, because it's not that simple anyway. If Reggie were to change his beliefs, he would have to question everyone that's told him this.
That's right. And you see what makes it even worse, yeah, is anyone can do this. Type this in online and I'll read out what the answer is to you. It says, where in the Bible does God say his name is Yahweh? Yeah. And the first thing that's going to come up, in fact, no, the second thing that comes up, yeah, it says Exodus 3:14. In Exodus 3:14, appearing before Moses as a burning bush, God reveals his name, referring to himself in the Hebrew tongue as Yahweh, yeah, which translates to I am who I am, according to them. But I've already told you my discrepancies with that. Then it says the church decided that this name needed to be replaced with the words God and Lord. So Yahweh was stricken from all the passages. So to that effect, when I'm telling Reggie, you know, the very people he's following, the very people he's going to ask questions, the very people he's seeking information from are the very people who's blinding him, because they struck the name from the record, the name of their jealous God. Yeah, which is a jealous name.
So
Explain that
me,
one, Reg.
Johnny, it's very easy for me to have a dialogue with a lot of the Muslims on this platform and to basically ask you the same question. You know, based
why
on.
Don't you just answer the question? Why have your congregation stricken? Hold on 1 second. Just answer this question. Why have your congregation stricken the name of a jealous God or Yahweh from the record? Why have they taken the name out and replaced it with God and Lord? Why is that appropriate?
When it comes up to someone like Schiffer, it is one of those where you just listen, because he's just often waffling on about loads of things that are just irrelevant to what I want to actually like to learn, to what I would like to learn. You know what I mean? So again, he's come up with.
I think Schiffer's got like his thought pattern sometimes is a bit. He goes on to tangents, but we can all do that. I definitely do that.
I feel like he's been on point this morning. You know, like he's not. Yeah. Today he's actually been on point.
On point in what sense? I mean,
it was only that one bit that I didn't understand.
Schiffer ain't even put one foot out of place today, man. Don't even go there.
No,
so
you see the thing.
It was literally just that one bit there.
No, Shani, you know why that confused you? Because Jedi asked him a question about the wording, so he kind of started breaking it down. That's why it kind of.
Because my brain started going in and out because I couldn't.
No, I understand that.
What's going on?
It was the little G and the Lord. That's what they were breaking down.
Schiffer's come on here and he's asking me questions about Christianity, which he loves to talk about, by the way, which is fine. However, it's almost regurgitated and repetitive. Like I've already answered his point. He's telling me now, talking to me about the names which we've already discussed for like hours, and it's almost like what else do you want to hear from me regarding the names? Like, is there any purpose to me continuously going on and on about names when you have other people of different days here that you can ask them questions about other things? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, that makes sense.
Some tears wouldn't go amiss.
Tears.
You know what, Reggie? I think maybe this conversation is fruitful for you because the conversation that's had this morning has been fruitful for you because obviously then it means you can just learn a bit more, and also it can make you stronger with your faith system because no, I'll tell you why it makes you stronger, right? Because now people are putting to you verses from your book. This is the same thing that happens to me when I come on here. Somebody says, "Oh, your book says this," or "Hadith says this," or "Hadith says that." I genuinely go away and research it, and I have to find the answer to it, because if I don't have the answer or I don't have an understanding, I want to know the understanding. I like hearing what other people find about the Islamophobes find about Islam, because that actually gives me a stronger faith. It makes me believe more after I've done research. So that's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying,
Shani, I don't know if I'm normal. I don't know if I'm normal or not, but when people are making points, I like it to be in bite size, so I can speak to yourself, and I can take the little information you give and process it. I could talk to Omar as well. Take the little information that he gives and process it. But Shifa goes on for like 5-10 minutes, rambling, and I just can't even.
Would you prefer that Shifa gave all these evidences to you so that you can go away and research them yourself? Because then at least you can come back and rebuttal him and say, actually, well, the understanding of this is X, Y, and Z, and da 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 da. But at this moment in time, you don't have any rebuttal for anything.
But I'm not. It's one of those where there's some people here, and I've just come to the conclusion there is one or two, and it's not very many, but there's one or two people here that I feel they've come on here just to spout. They don't. There's no rebuttal. You get what I'm saying? Like they just come here and then they speak.
All right, I've just come here to spout, yeah. So let me just spout one more thing. Seeing as we're not really listen, we're not really dealing with it. We're not really dealing with the answer to the question.
Hold on a second. Yo, true teller.
Here we go. Who's that?
Yo, what's
going on, mate? What's going on?
What's good?
Yeah, I just thought I'd join your channel, man. I've been listening to you lot for a little minute, so my neighbor told me to watch you lot, innit?
Neighbor.
Yeah, my neighbor big up this channel, innit? So I checked it out like certain time. It's jokes still, man. You lot, and the content is good, so I thought let me join in. But religion is not my thing, blood.
I hear you, brother.
God.
All right,
Can I read this last verse quickly, Jedi?
Listen, we're gonna get on with this conversation and then just jump back in. It won't stay on religion forever.
Yeah, I'm here.
Big up yourself.
Yeah, love you guys too, man.
So I don't know what it is like. Maybe because majority of black people in the UK.
Sorry, Schiffer was talking still.
No, he came and interrupted me. You didn't notice that.
I interrupted Schiffer. Schiffer was talking. Definitely let him get the mic.
Okay.
Yeah. So another reference for Reggie, seeing as he says I'm just spouting nonsense. We're gonna go from Jeremiah 23. I really want to read 26 and 27, but as we've established before, people can blindside you by doing that. So I'm going to go from 22 and I'll read just maybe up to 28, 29. So it's not too long. It says, but if they had stood in my counsel and had caused my people to hear my words, then they should have turned them from their evil way and from the evil of their doings. And am I a God at hand, saith the Lord, and not a God afar off? Can any hide himself in secret places that I shall not see him, saith the Lord? Do not I fill heaven and earth, saith the Lord? Now, like we said, this word has been replaced with Lord. Yeah. So that's why the Lord's Day says, from 25, it says, I have heard what the prophets said, that prophesy lies in my name, saying, I have dreamed. How long shall this be in the heart of the prophets that prophesy lies? Yeah, they are prophets of the deceit of their own heart, which think to cause my people to forget my name by their dreams, which they tell every man to his neighbor, and their fathers have forgotten my name for Baal. The prophets that hath a dream, let him tell a dream, and he that hath my word, let him speak my word faithfully. What is the chaff to the wheat, saith the Lord? Is not my word like as fire, saith the Lord, and like a hammer that breaketh the rock into pieces? I ask you, Reggie, are your prophets lying to you? Are your popes, your preachers lying to you and telling you to forget the name of the Most High, which is Yahweh? Yeah? Are they not telling you to do that and replacing it with Lord and God and the rest of their nonsense? Yeah? Getting you to worship their false idols. Yeah? Bowing before men and not before the Most High, and all of this weird stuff that you're doing. Like, what are we like? Talk to us, Reggie, because you said I don't know what I'm talking about, but it clearly states here that I do know what I'm talking about.
So can I
And
respond?
I am the voice that speaks on behalf of my Father. Yeah,
So
that's
can I
what it
respond?
says. I am the wheat. You are the
Can I talk?
chaff.
As soon as you ask me to
Yeah.
talk, can I talk? So
He that
for me,
hath my word, let him speak my word faithfully. I have the word. I'm speaking it faithfully. I don't see the problem.
so what I often tend to realize from my time on these platforms is there is a consensus, and it's not the ones that really come to mind are the ones that come on here and they tell you to defend the white Jesus statue, for example. And every time I just think to myself, like, the people that you are referring to, the people that you are going on your monologue and speaking about are not here. So you're referencing people that bow. I don't know anyone in my congregation that bows towards anything. You get what I'm saying? Not a black stone, not a white statue, not a pope or whatever you want to call it. You're speaking to the wrong people. If you have like problems with people doing that, you need to speak to them. I don't know why you're directing that at me. I never came to on these platforms and tried to promote bowing towards anything. As for the ones that call God by different names, like, it is what it is. It's not going to change. There's multiple references to God being called multiple different things, and Yahweh, yes, is one of them. I have no problem with calling God Yahweh. The people that have a real problem with that, you're not calling them out. You're not speaking to them. You're referencing. You're coming to me. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, direct your anger towards those people that are calling God, that are not comfortable with calling God Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? So this is just like another pointless exercise towards the wrong person. That's it for me.
All right, Reggie's not playing. Let's just move on, guys. He's not playing.
Can I get a screen share, please? Can I get a screen share? Because he said people are not bowing. He obviously seeks to refute the bowing of his people in front of altars and statues. Hold on, let me make sure I got my screen set up right. Can you? Oh yeah, you can see that. Yeah. So hold on. Wait a second. They don't bow before statues, but we can see a picture here. Of a,
this is what I mean. The listening skills is terrible.
Sorry, Reggie. I don't know why you're still talking. You're finished, right? I'll tell you what. You finished first. People have a look at these images while Reggie finishes.
Okay. So I don't know why. I don't know if it's my volume or he's not able to listen or comprehend. But I did say to you that the people that are bowing towards these statues are not present.
Everyone.
Hello. So the people that bow towards these statues or do these things are not present. They're never present when you guys are talking about it. We have Pan-Africanists that have highlighted these same points. People worshiping a white Jesus and etc. etc. But these people that do are never present. Why are you bringing this to me that doesn't even do it? It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
All right, just to clarify you, what you're looking at on the screen, Reggie, because you clearly don't know, you're not looking at people bowing before a white Jesus. Just to clarify that. What you're looking at is people bowing before a statue of so-called Mary. Yeah. And I knew this from church. I used to go to Catholic church. So I knew that people would get down and prostrate in front of Mary. I already knew that. There was no way of refuting that. That's why.
Can you not hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you.
People that are not doing it.
Let me just finish. Yeah. Now, It says break their statues, break their images. But your people, them are bowing before them. These are the people you listen to. Talk to me.
Who says that? Where does it say it?
Do you want me to read it to you again?
Yeah, I'd
Let me
like to
go
hear
back
that.
to
Can
it.
you give me full context, not just the one sentence?
Let me go back
Oh,
to
you
it.
guys, can I ask Shani a question quickly?
No. Schiffer was asking Reggie something, so Reggie's gonna address it, and everyone can do what they get me. Can follow suit.
I'll come back in about half hour then. All right, bye.
Again, this is the problem we have. We have Pan-Africanists that have come on here and said, you know, you guys are serving a white Jesus. This is exactly the same nonsense. Like the people that are bowing towards any statue are not here. So what's the point of bringing up these things? Like, we know some people bow towards statues and they shouldn't. But what's the point? Like, the person that does it is not here to respond to your accusations. But you're telling me to answer for them. It doesn't make sense.
All right, so I'm just highlighting this for Jupiter, obviously, as she never got this information before. Obviously, if you want the context, Jupiter, you can read from maybe where I read, which was from 23 onwards, because we're highlighting 26 and 27. Yeah, and let's just get into this. Let me get it up on my screen big so I can read it to you who didn't hear before. It says, but if they had stood in my counsel and had caused my people to hear my words, then they should have turned them from their evil way and from the evil of their doings. I am a God at hand, saith the Lord, yeah, in capital L, and not a God, capital G, afar off. Can any hide himself in secret places that I shall not see him, save the Lord, capital L? Do not I fill heaven and earth, save the Lord, capital L? I have heard what the prophets said. They prophesy lies in my name, saying, I have dreamed, I have dreamed. How long shall this be in the heart of the prophets that prophesy lies? Yeah, they are prophets of the deceit of their own heart, which think to cause my people to forget my name, and by their dreams, which they tell every man to his neighbor, as their fathers has forgotten my name for Baal. The prophet that hath a dream, let him tell a dream, and that hath my word, let him speak my word faithfully. Which is the what is
so
the
it's sort of Muhammad there, isn't it?
What is the chaff to the wheat, saith the Lord? Yeah, is not my word like as fire, saith the Lord, and like a hammer that breaketh the rock in pieces? Yeah. Now that was the second thing that we read out. There was another one that I'm going to put up on the screen for you now, Jupa. Let me just make sure I got the right one for you before.
So he's talking about Muhammad there.
No, we're not talking about Muhammad. This ain't got nothing.
No,
to do
he
with
is.
Muhammad.
He's talking about prophesied through dreams.
I don't know about all of that. I don't know about that. I'm not going into Muhammad. This is not about Muhammad. This is not Islamic. We're not doing Islam right now. This is just focusing on Christianity.
Okay, so what is your thing? I don't understand. Like, what is your point? You've just read out this whole chapter. I'm
trying to find my other quote that I found for you about breaking the idols.
Can't you make your point and then use the verse to like validate your point? Like, you're just reading that verses.
Well, the point that this validates, yeah, the point this validates is the fact that your Christians, your brotherhood, yeah, have taken the Most High's name out of the book and replaced it with Lord and God. Yeah, because they seek to cause the people of the Most High to forget. 1 second, you ask for an explanation. They seek to get the people of the book, yeah, and the people who are really worshiping the Most High to forget his name. Yeah.
Well, you lied. You lied. Yahweh is in the book. So what are you talking about?
Brother, I said to you, they seek to get the people to forget his name, which is why they replaced his name, which is why they replaced his name with Lord and God.
But you said that the name was taken out of the book.
Any other reason to have Lord and God in replacement of the Most High's name? Explain it to me.
God is a description of the Creator. It's just another word.
No,
for
it's
the
not.
Creator.
God, ye are gods. Yeshua already explained this to us. We've
So
already
God
been
doesn't
through
mean
that.
creator.
So if we know that ye are gods, we are gods, then the Most High is not God. The Most High is above that.
So God
What
does
you
not
on about?
mean.
All right, yeah, I did say before that this is a higher level intellect conversation. So only if you have a higher level of intellect are you really supposed to understand this, and then go back to your church and ask them why they've replaced the Most High's name. If you are not of that higher intellect, then you can keep the word God and Lord and live by it, because you've forgotten the Most High's
Yeah,
name.
don't start all your privileges and classism in the conversation.
Well, it specifically says here, as their fathers have forgotten my name for Baal. So you're doing the same as when those
So
those
translated,
ancient people, those
so
ancient Israelites, or
translated, people are forgetting.
those ancient sorry, one
People,
second. Those ancient people who crossed over the Euphrates, started to mingle with Canaanites and began to worship idols and worship Baal. You're doing no different to what they do. The book says it, not me. So I'm not doing anything.
So there were groups of people that started to worship a different God rather than Jesus, and it didn't end there. It carried
Jesus,
on.
Jesus isn't the Most High.
And well, Jesus is the Most High. Yeah,
Jesus is not the Most High. That's why Jesus has to.
Jesus is the duality
even Jesus
of
has
God.
to answer to the Most High.
Understand
How
the
can he answer to
Trinity?
himself?
Do you not understand the Trinity?
I don't understand the man answering to himself. So can you explain that?
Right, I can, yeah. So you've got the spiritual God. The God is the spirit. He's everything. But when he decided to come down and have the experience of mankind, okay, and to bring a message on their level, he actually went into a flesh body. So he was the flesh body and limited by his human experience into only doing human things, although he managed to do miracles. But actually, he was the duality. So on one side, if you were standing on his spiritual side, you would know that he was still spirit within the flesh. And if you were standing on the flesh side, you would know that he was of flesh, but he had the spirit within him. Do you understand that?
I think that you've not answered the question, and what you're doing is
okay. So it's a bit like quantum physics. It's a bit like quantum physics.
Answering you. I'm answering you. Let's not do back and forth. I think that you seek to cause some type of confusion here. I asked you a very specific question, and I'm going to ask it a bit more intricately so that you can't waver with your answer. As JEDI asked earlier, when Christ is on the cross and he says, Father, why have thou forsaken me? Who is he talking to?
So he is talking to his spiritual father.
What? How can hold on one second. Are you saying that Yahweh, the Most High, who is Jesus, according to
Yahweh,
you,
is not the father? Yahweh is not the Most High. Yahweh is something that comes from Middle Eastern traditions all the way back to
So are you telling us Moses was wrong then?
If you go and look up Yahweh is described as in the Bible, you'll see that he's got 4 faces. You'll see that he's quite monstrous. Go and see how many wings he's got, or his clawed feet. Yahweh is not God.
All right, so you're saying that Moses is wrong then, and the Tetragrammaton is wrong.
I don't know about the Tetragrammaton or whatever you're
Well, this is
calling
why
it.
I'm asking you these questions, Jupiter. It's not to be rude. It's just to establish your level of knowledge. And clearly, from what you've said, you don't really know what you're talking about. And what you're doing is you're trying to cause confusion. Unfortunately, the confusion you're trying to cause, has been dispelled so easily because we've already had the conversation. We already understand Tetragrammaton, where it comes from. It was given to Moses.
Where's everybody gone?
As far as Reggie's concerned, as
okay,
as a Christian,
then explain it to me. So explain it to me. Where did it come from?
One second. Let's just get clarification. As Reggie said himself, he had no contention with these points. His point of contention is that the Most High is a triune God, which therefore makes Jesus God. I have then explained to him that Jesus can't be God because Jesus told his followers not to worship him and not to pray to him, but to pray to the unseen God. the unseen.
That's because not the God
So
that's actually
whatever we're
God.
calling the Most High has to be something that is unseen. No one's
Yeah,
seen
so
it.
the
And
unseen God creates the
people,
spirit.
one second. People have seen Yeshua, so he cannot be categorically by his own description. Now, on top of that, you're here now telling us
Yes,
that
he can
Jesus
be. Yes,
is
he
God.
can be. But you keep talking, and I'll come back afterwards. Go on.
Well, obviously, like I was saying, you're saying now that Jesus can be God.
No,
and he
no.
is
Tell
God.
me what you
But what you're
think, and then
failing
I'll
to
tell you
show
what
us
I'm
is
saying. Don't
what you're
speak
failing.
for
What you're
me.
failing to show us
Don't
is what
speak
you're
for
failing
me
to
and
show us is
yourself.
what
For
you're
yourself.
failing to show us is how God can be praying and speaking to himself. Why would that make sense? Please explain.
Okay. So because the spiritual God that's knowing, ever present, and everything, okay, is spiritual. You can't see him, but he's there. You can feel him. You can hear him. You can talk to God, and you may even believe you've got an answer. Okay, you can pray.
Can you see Jesus? Could people see
Hold
Jesus?
on, I didn't. No, hold on, I haven't finished. Okay.
Oh.
He said that he wanted to go into flesh form so that he could pass his message direct and experience the flesh form. But when he came into flesh form, he was limited in what he could do because he would have to be a human. Okay, even though he managed to do miracles. Session of God is a spiritual form. Jesus was the form. If you stand on the side of the spirit looking down, you would see him looking down on flesh form that he was going to enter, and entered into a position where he took on the realm of humanity. If you stood in Jesus's form, he would look at his Father as the spiritual God that he knew was outside and everything, but also within him, because he was the only begotten Son. It's a duality. Very much like you've got good and evil in you, but it doesn't mean you're an evil person, because you might have more good than evil. It's a duality.
It's a bad mic, dupes. But yeah, we got most of the points you're making. But we've got this is going round and round in circles. I know this is what Schiffer does on panels. You go round and round for hours in circles, and it's actually quite tiring. That's why a lot of
So
people.
what you say? Are you saying that Jupiter has answered the question as to why this Jesus you speak of was on a cross saying, "Father, why have thou forsaken me?" Because if he is supposed to be God, why would he have to ask that question? He'd already know the answer.
So in my opinion, she's answered the question. I've answered the question previously.
Did you hear the question I just posed to you? I said to you, if he's supposed to be God, would he not already know the answer to the question?
You asked me. You're asking me.
No. Okay, you want me to explain why not? Explain why not. I can tell you why not. Because like I explained to you, when he brought his spirit down into the fleshy body, he was the limitations of the human being.
So he had to ask himself a question that he already knew, because another
because
version of himself. One
Yes.
second. Are you saying that another version of himself knew the answer, but he didn't?
Okay. Look at it like this. I try and imagine this diagram. The spirit, let's just imagine it's water. Let's just imagine it's water because it'd be easier for you to understand. Okay. So you've got a whole
spirit is actually breath, it's not water, but go on.
Right, so you've got a whole sea full of water into the flesh and creates the human. Okay. He's the only person that's actually completely connected and begotten in that way. So, but he's still limited. That water is limited within the human body. It can't just flow free. It's all contained within that spiritual form.
How have you ascertained that the spirit is water? How have you come to this conclusion?
So when he's talking to the Father, he's talking to the water that's not just inside him, but also outside of him. The spirit that's outside of him and inside of him.
Okay. Anyone who listened to that, unfortunately, you just got a little bit dumber. Now I'm going to bring your brains back into perspective. Yeah. When a body dies, what leaves the body? Because guess what? Before they do the embalming, they have to drain the fluids out of your body, which contain the water. But I tell you what leaves your body that they don't have to drain from your body: the breath. Yeah, your actual breath, because your breathing would have stopped. The breath has left you. That's where the spirit is concerned. What she seeks to do, like I said, she seeks to cause confusion. And she says that an all-powerful deity, the creator, the most high, the most powerful being in the galaxy, yeah, the creator of everything, yeah, that we know and love, yeah, is so limited.
Well, that's
that
nonsense,
he doesn't know
because
the answer to his own question. Sorry, Jupiter. He doesn't know the answer to his own question. If anyone doesn't see how ridiculous that sounds, that's your problem. But I'm definitely not taking this nonsense seriously.
You don't have to. If you don't believe it, you don't have to believe it. That's what faith's all about. That's exactly what faith is. Either you believe it and you know that it's the truth, or you don't. But let me just point this out to you. A fetus in a woman's body, it's never taken a breath yet, it's living. So what are you talking about?
Unfortunately, the fetus in the body is not fully developed yet, so it's an irrelevant point. And this is what I mean. You make a relevant point to just be disruptive.
So a
And then on
fetus
top
the
of
day
it, on
before
top of
its
it,
birth
on
has
top of
never
it,
taken
on
a
top of
breath.
it, one
If
second,
it
I
was
wasn't
born,
finished.
it'd
I
be
wasn't
fully
finished.
formed.
I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished. On top of it, what you will do is you will arrive here to lie to establish why people should be bowing down to a white woman statue that looks like you, because it makes you feel better about yourself.
I didn't
Because
say
you're a
anything
idol
about a
worshiper.
white woman's statue. What are you
Listen,
going
not
on
being
about? We
funny,
were talking
not
about the
being
Trinity,
funny,
the Holy
not being
Trinity.
funny, not being funny. The same people who organize and support your Trinity with you are the same people who bow down to statues of a white lady.
My Trinity. Who said that it's my Trinity?
Who created your Trinity? Did you create the Trinity? Did you come up with the idea?
No.
Who came up with the idea? Was it not the Catholics? Explain. Who came up with it?
As far as I understand, Jesus is the one that was preaching of the Father, and he was of the Father and the begotten Son. I don't think it
Did
came from the
Jesus say that
Catholics.
him
I think
and
it
God
came from
and the
Jesus.
Holy Spirit are in a Trinity at any
It
time?
came from
And
Jesus,
one
and it
being?
came from the disciples.
Show us where Jesus says that he is one with the Most High and the Holy Spirit, and
He
they
says
are one God.
he says he is God's only begotten Son. He says that he is of the Father.
Which
He says
passage does he
he
say
says, I
that
and the
him, the
Father
Holy
are
Spirit,
one.
and the
He
Father
literally
are
says that in the
one
Bible.
being? When does he
He
say it, so
literally
we can
says
bring
in
out the
the
passage?
Bible, I and the Father are one.
Whereabouts?
And he
Where
also
in the
says,
Bible?
ye are all gods. He says that
We
in the
already done
Bible
that, and we
too.
know we already done that part, but we're not asking you that. We're asking, where in the Bible does it say that Jesus says him, the Father, and the Holy Spirit are all one and the same deity? Where does it say that?
He said, no, him and the Father are one. He is the only begotten Son.
Okay, we've already explained that earlier. Yeah, when he says him and the Father are one, he means in a sense like me and my Father are one. Yeah, we share the same DNA. For one, for two, I am my Father's son, so I share his ideas, and you know what? I
Yeah, but that's
enforce
not
his
what he
laws.
meant. That's not what
That
he
is
meant,
what
though.
he
That's
meant.
your
That is what he
interpretation.
meant.
That's not
That
what
is
he
what he
meant.
meant.
Because
Yes, it is what
Jesus
he
only
meant.
speaks on spiritual
How can you prove
terms
it's
all
not
the
what he
time.
meant?
He's not
How do you
speaking of
prove it's
on
not
the
what he
flesh.
meant?
He's always speaking of the spiritual.
Do you want us to go into the passage and read it, Jupiter?
You can go into the passage and read it. It won't make any difference. Jesus comes to give you a spiritual message. He's not talking of a human message. He's talking of a spiritual message. The reason he's a prophet is because he's always only talking about the spiritual.
All right, I don't even know what you're talking about anymore. It just sounds like you're saying things now.
Well, that's because you're confused.
Listen to what it says here. It says, the Father and I are one. Yeah. The Jews again pick up rocks to stone him. Jesus answered them, I have shown you many good works from my Father. He doesn't say from myself. For which of these are you trying to stone me? So from him saying that one sentence, I have shown you many good works from my father. That just means he learned from his father. What are you doing?
No, it doesn't.
And then you,
So
no,
what
I'm
it
not
means
finished. I'm not
is, I'm going
finished.
to
I'm not
explain what
finished.
it
I'm not
means. Do you want
finished.
me to
And it
tell you
wasn't a
what
point
it
for you to
means, or
start.
you want to actually
Right,
go
go
and
on
get?
then.
You just want to argue?
You go. I don't want to argue,
Okay,
but
good.
I've proven you wrong already. But go on.
So what it actually means is, I've shown you miracles. My miracles came from the Spirit. They came from my Father. The Father within me was able to perform the spiritual miracles. He was able to. I am not human as in the same as you, but there are limits to what I can do as God, because I am not God complete. I am the God's son. I am the God in living flesh. Therefore, the spiritual miracles that he did were of the Father.
Where does he say he is not God complete? Where is that sentence? Show it to us.
I don't have to tell you that. I don't have to show you that.
You do. You just said it, so you need to show us the verse you're going by. Show us your primary source, please, so we
I'm
can
explaining
establish
to
the way it's
you.
saying is true.
I'm explaining
No, we need
to
to
you.
see it. We need to see it in living color. We can't just take your word, because from what I've read so far, you've been drastically wrong.
Have I? In your head?
Yeah, you've been very, very wrong.
No, I haven't.
All right, Jupiter, I'm going to show you why you're wrong. Yeah. The very passage you talk about, yeah, which I already read a piece of, but I didn't read I didn't read before and after like I did with the text that I was showing to give the context. But you didn't want context, otherwise you would have asked for it. So now I'm going to give the context.
When I
No, you
first
did not.
came
Not
on.
on
You
that
just
verse. Not on
ignored
that
it. You
verse. You
said,
didn't.
go
Not
back
on
and
that
read
verse.
it
You was
yourself.
quite
That's what you
sorry.
said.
No, you're not doing this now. You was quite
Yeah, but
happy
that's what
to
you did
accept.
say. I came
No,
on. I
you
said,
was
what is
quite
the
happy.
context?
No,
Can you give me
Jupiter.
the
You was
context? You
quite
said, go
happy to
back and read
accept.
it
You
yourself.
was quite happy to accept I and the Father are one. You was quite happy to accept that. You didn't ask for any context. You didn't ask me to read anything before or after. So I'm doing that off the back of my own good heart.
I want you
yeah.
to.
So what I'm going to do now, people, if Jupiter could be silent for a second, I'm going to read it to you in context.
Yeah, we don't mind listening to your voice.
We cannot be mistaken in any way, shape, or form that Jesus is referring to the fact that he learned from his Father. Now listen to this. Yeah, we'll go from 22 instead of going from 29:30 where Jupiter wanted me to read. Yeah. Now this is John 10:22. Now it was the feast of dedication in Jerusalem, and it was winter, and Jesus walked into the temple in Solomon's porch. The Jews surrounded him and said to him, "How long do you keep us in doubt? If you are the Christ, tell us plainly." Jesus answered them, "I told you, and you do not believe. The works that I do in my Father's name."
Like you.
Yeah, the works that I do in my Father's name, they bear witness of me. Yeah. Now, a man who's doing works in his Father's name is not saying that he is his Father. Yeah. But you do not believe because you are not of my sheep. As I said to you, my sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me, and I give them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall anyone snatch them out of my hand. My Father, who has given them to me, so when it says my Father who has given them to me, that's another reference to make sure you know he didn't give himself his kingship. He didn't make himself king. His Father did. Yeah. My Father who has given them to me is greater than all. Yeah. When he says greater than all, he doesn't say greater than all except me because I am my Father. He just says greater than all, which would mean that he is referenced in that also because he is part of all. Yeah. And no one is able to snatch them out of my Father's hand. So not even he is able to snatch them out of his Father's hand. I and my Father are one. Yeah. Then the Jews took up stones. Well, not finished. We're giving context this time. Then the Jews took up stones again to stone him. Jesus answered them, "Many good works I have shown you from my Father." They're not from him. Yeah. For which of those works do you stone me? The Jews answered him, saying, "For sorry, the Jews answered him, saying, for a good work we do not stone you, but for blasphemy, and because you, being a man, make yourself God. Yeah, now we're getting into this. So just be quiet, don't interrupt. Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law, I said, you are gods? Yeah, to show them, first and foremost, when you're talking about gods, you're talking about men. And if you're talking about the Most High, you need to call him by his name. If he called them gods, to whom the word of God came, God with a capital G now, yeah. Now I'm going to insert again, like I did earlier. Anytime you're seeing capital G's is where they've taken the name out. Yeah. So it should say Yahweh, in my opinion, but it says here, called them gods, to whom the word of God, capital G, came, and the scripture cannot be broken. Do you say of him whom the Father sanctified? So he's saying he was sanctified and sent into the world. You are blaspheming. Yeah. It says, do you say of him whom the Father sanctified and sent into the world, you are blaspheming? Because I said, I am the Son of God. He never said he was God. Yeah. And he says, Son of God with a capital G. Again, if I do not do the works of my Father, do not believe in me. Yeah. As in, do not believe I am the Son of God. But if I do, though you do not believe me, believe the works, that you may know and believe that the Father is in me and I in him. Therefore, they sought again to seize him, but he escaped out of their hand. Yeah.
So he explains that the Father is
what we're going to do here.
him,
Sorry,
yes?
I'm not. You can go after I'm
Which you
finished. I think
denied
that's
earlier.
fair. You never brought the verse or nothing. I'm bringing the verse. So I'm going to give some context. What Jesus is saying here, yeah, is the same thing I would say if someone said to me, "You're not your father's son." Yes,
but
I
you're
am
not
my
God.
father's son. No, listen. I'm not talking about me being God. I said my father, who is my dad. Yeah, my dad who impregnated my mother. Yeah. If someone said to me, "You are not your father's son," I would say, first and foremost, you know, that I am in my father's DNA and his DNA is in mine. Yeah. And I would also say that that's provable if we do a DNA test. I would also say that I have the traits of my father. I have similar looks and features to my father. So there's ways of ascertaining that he is my father. What he's referenced is the works that he's doing. And what he's saying is that by his works, by the things he does, you can see that he is the Son of the Most High. And he is here to enforce his will and here to be a representation of. But he's not saying that he is.
So you have confused the whole lot. And what I would say to you is that you are not his sheep because you don't believe his words. Because if you understood that passage, you would understand that you are exactly like the Jews that are standing there saying that you are not God. You are not the Son of God. And he is answering everything that you've just said. He could be speaking to you. You're an unbeliever as far as Jesus is concerned. And that's okay. He says if you don't believe him, you don't have to believe him.
Are you finished? So, but basically what it is that Jupiter is not one of the children of the book. And it says within the book that there will be an awakening. And what's happened is the children of the book, like myself, have started awakening. And witches like this will burn. They will burn. Like the time of revelation, listen, the time of revelation will soon be upon us. And people like this will burn. A certain amount of the Gentiles will make it to the kingdom.
Reinventing
Only
his
the ones,
teachings
only the ones we can bring. Only the ones we
You
can
heard
bring
what
back
he
into
said.
the
The
fold.
scripture
What
can't
we
be
have to acknowledge
changed,
is
yet
that
you are
these
trying to
people
change
are
it.
happy to disrespect the Most High by calling him God, by calling him Lord, by calling him anything other than his name. They have no respect
No
for
one's
his name, even
disrespecting
though he's
God
a
by
jealous
saying
God.
that Jesus
Now,
is God.
unfortunately, I can't save someone's soul soul or condemn it. That's the Most High's
No,
work.
thank God you
But you
can't,
can
because
condemn
you're
your
not one
own
of his
soul.
flock.
You can condemn your
You're not
own
of the
soul and
flock.
your own being by your works. So
You're
the
not of
first
the
thing
flock.
Jupiter has
That's
done
why
by
you
her
can't
works
save
is
anybody.
the
You
first
can't
thing
even
she's
save
done by her
yourself.
works is she's quoted things. She's quoted the Yeshua said things that he did not say because she wants to put the words out of context.
I didn't say Yeshua. I didn't say that.
To
Said
circumvent
Jesus.
or to get around the facts. Long story short of it, because they don't want to deal with the
Nobody's
Most High. They want to
circumventing
deal with Zeus.
anything.
That's
You
why they call
change the
Jesus
scripture and the
Jesus, because they want to
interpretation
hail
to meet your
Zeus.
own mind,
This is why.
which means you are
This
not
is
of his
why they refer to
flock.
God as
You
God,
don't believe
because
his
they want you
word.
to worship gods, and they still bow to
You
statues
don't believe
to
his
this
word,
day.
though.
To this day.
He
So
just literally told you.
unfortunately, what is the chaff to the wheat? The chaff to the wheat is the Jupiters to the shivers. And
No,
I'm
you've
done
got
right
it all
there.
wrong, mate.
So if anyone else has got anything to add, Reginald, I know you're going to be studying your book now. And for that, I appreciate you. Please make sure you are very well rehearsed and studied in the book that you claim to love and live your life by. Yeah. And as far as Jupiter is concerned, I don't think there's any saving you, because you, like, not being funny,
But you're the unbeliever, not me.
you're one of the most disingenuous people I've heard on panels, especially when it comes to subjects of religion, because what you seek to do is you seek to guide
Yeah, but you're
people
the one
into
that
being
doesn't believe.
synchronized
You're the one that doesn't believe.
with a system that is
You
not
are
even
like the
synchronized
Jews
with the
standing
creator they
there,
say they worship.
refusing to believe that he's the Messiah. You are the one that doesn't believe.
I don't know about all of that, Jupiter. Like I said, I believe in Yeshua.
Well,
I
you
believe
do, because
Yeshua
you're
is the
saying that
savior of
it's
mankind.
that
I do
even though
believe
he
that.
explained
And I
it
do
fully
believe
to you,
Yeshua is the seal of the covenant. I do believe that Yeshua is the seal of the covenant. Hence, Israel was given a new covenant. Now, unfortunately, you see him as more than the seal of the covenant. You see him as God, as the Most High, as Yahweh. You see him as Yahweh.
he is.
Now, at no
He
point
is.
did Jesus or Yeshua, as I like to
He
call him,
explained
claim
it
to
to you
be
in that
Yah.
passage,
At
only
no
you
point.
can't
At
comprehend
no
it.
point did he
Therefore,
claim.
you are
At
not
no
of his
point did
flock.
he claim glory for the works that he was doing. He did his works
No one
in
said
his
that he did
father's name.
claim glory. What are you on about?
He did his works in his father's name. We just read that.
Of course.
What was you not listening to?
Of course he does. And he's always
That's
humble.
right.
I
So
don't know what you're
therefore, he's
talking
not the
about.
Most High. His
You are
father's the
bringing
Most
in
High.
an argument that's not even been mentioned because you want to get out clause, because you fucked up, because you don't understand what he just told you in that whole passage. And now you want to pretend that you do, because you've just realized that actually you might as well be standing with the Jews because you're an unbeliever, because you don't believe his word, and his words can't be changed because the scripture can't be changed, which he also told you. He also said it's okay, though, if you don't want to believe him, don't believe in him.
So why did they replace the name Yahweh with God and Lord if the words cannot be changed and the scripture cannot be changed?
Well, because man is not perfect.
Oh, so you see, people, she's done. Thank you. So there's no point in continuing this conversation. There's no
So
way
you
you can
honestly
win.
believe that
What you
even
have
though
to
the
do is
Bible
just
has
be the
had some
best.
scripture,
Be a proud loser. That's
changed
what I
by
would do. Be a
priests,
proud
right?
loser.
In
Because
our
she
own
said herself,
lifetimes, you
you
honestly
cannot
think that man
change
has
the
not
words,
interfered
but
before.
they've changed all of the names. But you can't change a word. Hold up. No, Jupiter. What are you doing? Get out of here. You're finished.
No,
If
you
you
see,
can't
you're
change a word,
deflecting
those
again. You're
names
trying
can't
to
be
give
changed.
yourself another runaway clause.
Look, if you
The
can't
fact of the
change a
matter
word,
is,
you
you
can't
didn't
change a name.
understand the scripture of what you've just read. He could have been actually talking to you as the unbeliever, and you don't even get the irony of it. That's how dumb
Reginald,
you are.
let me ask you that question. Reginald, if Jupiter's right and you are not allowed to change a word in the text, then why would names be allowed to be changed? Please explain that, Reginald.
Why are you going to Reggie?
Because you're giving us disingenuous answers, so I'd like to hear from his perspective.
No, I'm not. I've already explained to you, because mankind is not perfect and mankind interferes. In my lifetime, I've already seen.
We don't believe you anymore.
In my
You fucked up.
lifetime,
You know
I've
you fucked up,
already
right?
seen
You know you don't
people
fucked up,
play
right?
around with the words and scripture. If I can see
We're
it
not
in my
playing around with the
lifetime, then
words.
I know
Your
that
Pope
men
is playing around with the words because your
interfere
Pope has
with the word of
inserted
God.
words.
I also know within recent history that there was a king that actually changed the religion to suit his own needs, just like Muhammad did. And at the
Your
end of the
popes and your
day,
kings.
men are not perfect.
So obviously, you know, the people who follow those men are no longer perfect, neither are they. You lot are following something that's imperfect because you've changed the names. So
if I follow
therefore,
Jesus,
you are
does that
following
mean it's
falsehood.
imperfect?
You are following falsehood and calling a jealous God by a name that is not his. So therefore, you have now taken yourselves out
What
of the
jealous
fold.
God?
Thank you. There's no point in us
What jealous
arguing
God?
this. At the end of the day,
What jealous God?
there's no point in
You
there's
don't
no point
understand
in
that the
us
Bible
arguing
isn't
this.
one complete
What
book.
you need to do
You
is
don't
just please
understand the Bible is not
explain
one
to us
complete
why
book.
you can't change a
It's a
word, but you're
mishmash of stuff.
changing words and think
So
that
you
that
can't
is
always say that
acceptable.
one set of stuff is belonging to another set of stuff. The
You can't
esoteric beliefs
change
in that
words, but you're
Bible
changing
are
them.
the spiritual beliefs that everyone should follow. There's a lot of stuff in there that shouldn't be in there that actually refers to some old Babylonian mystics.
There's a lot of stuff that's not in there that
Yeah.
should be in there.
Yeah,
That
there's a
refers
lot
to
of
the
stuff in there.
original,
There's a lot of stuff in there.
formation of
But the
books,
bottom
which
line
were
is this: the
compilated.
philosophy and the teachings of
Compilated.
Jesus are pure.
Okay. What about
And
the
if you
wisdom of
couldn't
Solomon? Is that pure?
understand,
What
if
about the
you
wisdom
couldn't
of Solomon? Is
understand
that
when he
pure?
explained to you how he was not only the son of the Father, but he and the Father were one, then
Okay.
you are
What about the
an
wisdom of
unbeliever.
Solomon? Why is
Because
that
that
not in your book?
literal passage explains it to you. And only an unbeliever would not understand it.
Okay. Now, why is the wisdom of Solomon not in your book?
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, it's got everything to do with the Christians who say that their prophecies from the wisdom of Solomon have been fulfilled in the New Testament and in modern times. So it's got everything to do with your book. Why is it not in there?
I don't know. Why don't you go and ask the
Oh,
people
I didn't
that
think you
decided
would. For the
what
same
to put in and
reason,
what not to put in?
I'm
Again,
gonna
mankind
infer to you.
interfered,
I'm gonna
didn't they?
infer to you that the reason it's not in there is for the same reason Yahweh's name's not in there. I'm gonna infer that.
Yahweh is not God.
And Yeshua is not Jesus, right?
Yeshua is another name for Jesus, but Yahweh
Well,
is
if
not God.
Yahweh is not God, then Yeshua cannot be Jesus. Fact.
Yes, they
Now, what we
can.
need to do is
Yahweh is described in the
stop
Bible, and
spouting
when you
nonsense.
understand what
We
he's
need to stop
described as, he
spouting
is not
nonsense.
God.
All right. We need to stop spouting nonsense, yeah. And what we need to do is accept that what you're praying to is not Yahweh, and your Jesus is not
What you're
Yeshua.
praying
Your
to is
Jesus
Yahweh.
is a
Good luck with
reference
that.
to your
Good luck with
your
that.
Jesus
Good
is a
luck with
reference
that.
to your Greek gods,
Good luck with
Zeus.
that.
Your Jesus actually is
Good
talking
luck
about
with
hailing
praying to the
Zeus.
devil.
He's talking
Good
about
luck with that.
hail Zeus.
Good luck
What
with
they
that.
tried to do is they tried
Good
to
luck with
use
that.
words to confuse us. So they put Jesus and said Jesus means savior. No, Jesus is talking about hailing Zeus, hail Zeus. That's what it actually means. But she don't want to come out
No,
with the
it's
truth
not.
because
Where
what
the
it
hell
will
do you
do
get
is
this from?
expose her and her congregation and her people and the dirty, stinking, ranking stuff that they've been doing in the
Oh, my
world. But they don't want
congregation. Who's my
to. They don't want to
congregation?
take responsibility for their behavior. What they want to do is they want to
Who's
palm it off
they?
on other people. So they create new
Religious
names.
people
They
don't want to
create
take
new
responsibility.
features to go
Is that what you're
alongside
saying?
their
Are you really
religion
saying
so that they
believers
can
in
get
Jesus
people to
Christ?
worship Zeus and
Are
get
you
people to worship
really
their
saying
gods,
believers in
their
Jesus?
deities, which are really men.
So
So
you don't like
you see the
Christian
same
people?
thing. You see the
You don't
same
like
thing in
Christians? Is that
entertainment.
what your problem is?
What you notice is they build statues of these
Beware false
sports stars.
prophets, people.
They
Beware
build
false
statues
prophets.
of their
Are you a
comedians,
false
of their
prophet,
actors and
Shipper?
actresses. And
Are
what they
you a
do
false
then is
prophet,
they put them
Shipper?
all over TV and get people to worship them. The same way the
Are
Queen,
you
when
a
she died
false
the other day,
prophet?
they did 12 days of
Do not
worship.
bear false
And what they're
witness,
not telling
Shipper.
you is that when you're
Do not
saying
bear
God every
false
minute in the
witness.
Bible, it's them they're getting you to refer to. That's what they're not telling you.
Yeah,
That's
look
why
at
they
him.
did
Trigger,
all of
trigger,
these
trigger,
days of
trigger,
worship
trigger,
of the
trigger, trigger.
Queen, and it's all over
Trigger,
the
trigger,
TV, and
trigger,
you can't
trigger,
get rid
trigger,
of it.
trigger, trigger. Waffle, waffle,
Now,
waffle, waffle, waffle,
unfortunately,
waffle, waffle.
I'm not gonna sit here and argue with Jupiter.
No,
All I'm
you
gonna
don't have to
do
sit here
is
because,
I'm gonna
like Jesus
like,
said, you
like
don't
Lady
have to
Spade.
believe.
You already know about Serapis.
You
So if
don't
you know
have to
about
believe. You're
Serapis,
not of his flock.
people go and do your history on Serapis and understand what these people were really trying to do. They were trying to
Who's
write
these
themselves
people?
into our history.
Who's
Now, the
these
ones of them that
people?
are truthful in their heart, they're going to admit to it. They're going to say, do you know what? You're right. What we did was wrong, and we should be calling the Most High by
What
his
has that
name.
got to
Yeah,
do with
and they're going to
Jesus?
start calling him by his name. The ones who
You
can't
see
do
how
it,
sad you
we know
are.
what's going to happen to
Everything to
them.
you is in
What
color,
is
isn't
the
it?
chaff to the wheat?
Everything to you is in color, isn't it? I feel sorry for you, Schiffer.
Everything for me isn't in color.
One
It's
day
about
you're
the,
going to
it's
wake
about
up
the,
and
it's
let's
about the
hope you
nature of
become
your heart.
colorblind,
It's
eh?
about the nature of your heart,
One
because
day you'll
your heart
wake
is
up and let's hope you
uncircumcised.
become
Your
colorblind.
heart is uncircumcised, and what it is that you have a very dark
You're
element
so
to you, a very
prejudiced, it's
demonic element
unbelievable.
to you, which forces you to
You see
spout
so much in
nonsense
black and
online
white that you
to
have
try and
racial
confuse
arguments
people
every
about
day
their
of your
faith
fucking
when you
life.
know nothing about faith, to try and confuse people about a religion that
You
you've
know
never
nothing
even
about
taken the
faith.
time to
You read a
read.
whole passage
And
and didn't see the
to make it even
irony
worse,
that you was a disbeliever.
we've read the Bible today, and it
You
specifies
are the
within
one
your Bible that
disbelieving.
the God you're dealing with
He
is a
gave you a
jealous God,
complete
yeah,
message and
and
it went
wants
right
people to
over
call
your
him by
head.
his name, but you refuse.
You read the
refuse the
whole
will of your
passage
own
and you were the
Most High.
unbeliever. You couldn't even see the irony.
Look, you
I pray for
refuse
your
to call
soul.
your Most High
I
by
pray
his
for your
name.
soul. Wake
You
up.
can't pray for my soul because you're praying to the
I
wrong
can pray for
deity.
your soul. Wake up.
No, because you're praying to a God.
You
You're
need
not
to
praying
wake
to the
up.
Most High.
You
You're
think
not
you're
praying
awake,
to the
but you're
Most High.
not. You're
You're
a
praying to a
zombie. You're
God.
dead inside.
You're not praying to God.
You
You're
need to
praying
go
to a
to
God. You're not
Matthew.
praying to the Most High.
Understand having a clean heart, Schiffer.
A clean heart doesn't pray to a God. It prays to the Most High.
Yes. Judge not, lest ye be judged, Schiffer.
I don't need to judge you. You judged
Do
yourself.
not bear
You
false
said that you're
witness,
praying to God.
Schiffer.
You said that you're praying to God. You said God is perfectly fine. That's a perfectly fine rendition of the Most
You
High's
want me
name.
to go and get
And
some
you're not
chapters for
concerned
you
with the
on
Most High's
racism,
name.
Schiffer?
That's not racism saying you're not concerned with the Most High's name, though, is it?
You put everything down to colour, don't you, Schiffer? Everything's black and white to you.
Well, unfortunately, people like you, Jupiter, always put things down to color.
Don't put
And
it
all
down
I'm
on me,
saying is
mate.
that you
Don't
have
put it
not
down on me, mate.
taken into consideration
I
calling
walk
the
the
Most
walk
High
and
by
talk
his
the
name.
talk, mate. I
I don't
walk
see
the walk and
racism
talk
in
the
that.
talk. I live my life how I want to be seen. Yeah?
I know, like a true Viking. I get you. You're a true
No.
Viking. And I'm
Like
not
a true
trying to
woman
disrespect
who
your
loves her
culture.
husband, regardless of colour.
Listen, you're a true Viking.
I
You
respect
celebrate
my man.
Krampus, right?
You
You
respect
celebrate
your wife.
Krampus, right? You celebrate Krampus, right? And you say Hell Zeus, right? So you're a true pagan. I'm not disrespecting your
What the
paganism,
fuck
but
is
I'm saying
Krampus?
do not put
What the
do
fuck
not
is
align your
Krampus?
paganism with
I ain't got a
worshippers
clue
of the
what you're
Most High,
talking about
with people
Krampus.
who
What's
live their
Krampus?
life by the true tenets of the Bible. Do not concern yourself with us. Do not align
What's
yourself with us.
Krampus?
Align yourself with your brothers and
Can someone
sisters
please tell me
who
what
are
Krampus
clearly
is?
pagans, who celebrate Krampus. They celebrate Bonfire Night, which is the murder
What
of
is
one of your own
Krampus?
people. You celebrate Bonfire Night, which is one of
What the
a
fuck
murder of
is
one of your own
Krampus?
people. But then your sister has the audacity to tell people about celebrating the death of someone who actually oppressed us. You have an audacity. And then to make it even worse, on top of
Who
celebrating
is my
Krampus
sister
and
and what's my
all of
sister
these
got to do with it?
nonsenses,
You're going on the
you
spill.
do things like
Here he
Easter,
goes
and
with
it's not
his
even on the
fucking victimhood
it's not even the
now.
right day. It's
Right,
not even
let's
on the
listen
right
to
day.
the
But then you're
victimhood.
giving out
Differ on
Easter eggs and talking
victimhood
about Easter
mode.
bunnies, the
Off
magical
he goes,
creatures.
crying,
This is all paganism.
crying.
Well,
What
Krampus is
Krampus,
Christmas. Are you correct? If you didn't know what Krampus is the true name for their Santa Claus. And if you don't know about Santa Claus, who wears the green clothing, that's
here
the
we go, all
original
this
Santa
fucking
Claus. It
word
was not Santa
sucking.
Claus, it was Santa Claus. Coca-Cola
Listen,
bought
you're
the
going
rights
into
to Santa
semantics. You're
Claus,
going
gave him a
into
red
nutcasey
jacket,
stuff.
and then
You're going
spread the
into
word of Santa
fucking
Claus
weird
like it
stuff
was
now.
some type of good thing, and the kids are going to get presents at Christmas. But what your kids and what you didn't
Do you believe
recognize
Father
who was doing
Christmas
these
is real?
things, didn't realize that you was actually
Do
celebrating one
you
of their
believe
deities,
Father
which is
Christmas
Krampus.
is real?
The same way they got you celebrating
You've got to
Krampus,
believe
they
he's
got you
fucking
saying
real
Hell
to
Zeus.
actually worship him. Don't
Yeah,
be
they got you
stupid.
saying Hell Zeus. Of all people, Zeus, So these people who say that they bow and prostrate to the Most High and they worship the Most High and Jesus and all of this stuff. No, Jesus is Zeus. What are we doing here? So correct your spellings. Get Zeus out of your language
No,
and
he
come
is
back to the
not.
Most High. Come back to Yeshua. Yeah. Come back to the prophets. Come back to Yah. Yeah. Take the J's out of your language. Take them J's out of your mouth when you're talking to me. Look, listen,
Are you
this is
a
why I
false
call you lot
prophet?
J-bag. No one ever got why I call them J-bags. And this is why I call them J-bags. Yeah, because they're Jesus baggers. Yeah, they're Hail Zeus baggers. That's where it is. Yeah. So J-bag, please take the J out of your bag. Yeah, because it never existed. And understand that your Zeus will never be worshipped over here. It's never going to happen. You ain't going to convince us. I'm sorry. In fact, I'm not sorry. I'm glad that you know, can now appreciate. We
Right.
will
So
never
Jesus said,
worship
if you
your
don't want to
deity.
believe
It's
in
never
him, you
gonna happen.
don't have to.
We will
read
never
yourself
worship
the
Zeus.
passage. You don't
We
have
will
to.
never
If you
worship
don't want to
Zeus.
believe,
No,
if
no,
you
no.
don't want to believe, no one is going to cause harm to you. You don't have
Why
to
would I
believe.
want to believe in Zeus?
No one's asking
Zeus
you
is
to
just a
believe in
man.
Zeus. That's what
You
you
are
believe
asking
because
me to
you
believe in
don't
Hail Zeus.
understand the scriptures.
You're asking me to believe in
You're
Jesus,
making
right?
false interpretations, mate.
You're asking me to believe in Jesus, right? How do you say
No.
that name? Is it Jesus?
No. No, I'm not asking you to do anything of the
Is it
kind.
yes? Is it Jesus? Jesus? How do you say it? What's the original pronunciation of it?
I'm not asking you
Oh,
to.
you've gone quiet now. So it is Zeus. It is Jesus or Jesus. If we pronounce the J like a H, it is Zeus. It is Hell Zeus.
You're playing
So what are you doing?
semantics.
Oh my God,
I'm not
listen.
talking about that.
This is ridiculous.
I'm asking you, do you believe in Jesus? Do you believe that he's the Son of God and he's God? You said no, so you're an unbeliever.
I don't believe in no one called Jesus. You're right. I do not
There
believe
you
in
go.
anyone
You're an
called Jesus.
unbeliever.
I
And he
believe.
said that's
I
okay.
believe. I know of Yeshua. I know of and
Listen,
believe
you
in
literally
Yeshua.
read the
You
fucking
believe in
Bible
Jesus.
passage where you were literally speaking to Jesus and Jesus told you the
No,
answer.
we were speaking to
And you're
Yeshua. You're
too
speaking to
quick to
Jesus.
understand that.
No, we were speaking to Yeshua. You're speaking to Jesus.
Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno.
I'm telling them, the fire got catch them.
So
Yeah,
we
you
were
can't
all
escape.
baptized
You
by
can't
one
escape
spirit.
Zeus's fire, and
So
we
as
all
to
know who
form
Zeus is.
one body.
We all know who Zeus is.
Whether Jew or Gentile, slave or free, and we were all given the one spirit to drink.
Why were you called Gentiles?
Stop trying to segregate people.
Why were you called Gentiles?
Stop trying to separate people, Schiffer.
All right. So everyone
That's
heard
not
me
the
before when I
religion.
said a
Schiffer.
percentage of the Gentiles will be going to the kingdom. Everyone's heard me say it on multiple occasions now. Now I've asked you, now I'm not being racist to anyone. I'm not being racist to anyone in saying that some of the Gentiles will be going to the kingdom and some of them won't be, but only a percentage. Now, unfortunately for Jupiter, she's made a false interpretation. Now I'm going to ask her the question again. Let's see if she actually has an answer.
You have been blinded,
why
Schiffer.
were you called Gentiles? Why were you called Gentiles?
Well, one second.
Lord said to Samuel,
Oh Lord
do
Jesus
not
Christ.
consider his appearance, Schiffer. That means don't judge by black or white skin.
See what I do to the witches?
One second.
Or his
See what I do
height,
to them?
Schiffer.
She's finished.
Well,
Wallahi, you're
I
finished.
have rejected him. The Lord does not look at the things people look at, Schiffer.
Who said that? Who said that?
Samuel 16:7.
Samuel
But the
16.
Lord said to Samuel, do not consider his appearance or his height, for I have rejected him. The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. Schiffer.
Okay. Wait. So Jupiter, you see
I
that
already
thing
said
there?
circumcision.
Schiffer, wait. Because you lot just been going on and on and on. Let's see if we can get some clarity to what people actually believe in the Bible. So when you said that, yeah, the Lord said to Samuel about who? Did he talk about mankind or a specific person?
He's basically explaining not to look through the eyes of a
No.
human being.
No, I don't ask you what your understanding is, because I understand what your understanding is. I'm asking you, when the Lord, as you say it, said to Samuel, do not look at his appearance and for I have already rejected him. Yeah. Okay. Is he talking about the world or a specific person?
Is he talking about the world or a specific person?
Who is he telling him not to look at?
Schiffer, stop.
He's telling a generalization.
Is he? So who did he reject then? So wait, because he just said, I've rejected him. So he rejected the world, did he? Or is he talking about
He's talking about evildoers, people with bad hearts.
Who is him?
All right. So go back to the beginning of the verse, and who is the Lord talking about to Samuel?
She ain't gonna read it, man.
Who is the person the Lord is talking about?
You want me to go to the beginning of Timothy and
It
get
will
the whole
tell you. You have to go
story?
to the beginning of that, probably that book.
Yeah, so you want me to
I'll
go
tell you
to
what it is, yeah? So there'll be a situation. Hang on. Let me finish, man. There'll be a situation, yeah? And Samuel, because was Samuel a king, wasn't he?
Right, so let's go to Timothy then. Timothy 1, and we'll read it all.
Yeah, why didn't you do that to begin
Hang
with?
on a
'Cause you
minute.
didn't want to give
Hang on a minute. I'm
context.
just gonna get my I'm just gonna get the Hebraic. I'm just gonna get the Hebraic version out quickly. Yeah. So we can understand.
Reggie, I hope you're learning, bro.
We can understand what Yahweh context is made in as well. So yeah, the Lord in Arabic. So we go Elohim, Vaidaber, et kol.
Elohim means God. It doesn't mean
Listen, let
God.
me finish, man. Let me talk. Why you can't just chill? Why you can't just chill?
I am chilling. Go on.
All right, cool. So then just let people talk. I don't need no one to interrupt for me. I've been quiet listening to you lot. I've been in the side chat. Yeah, waiting. You lot have been going back and forth, back and forth. Like it seems like nobody don't want to hear and understand nothing or even come to some conclusion or understanding of anything. It's just mad arguing, yeah? So I'm saying, you made a statement a minute ago. So in Hebraic, the word Yahweh is used. I was going to read the context for you. Yeah?
Yeah.
That's it. So the word Yahweh is used, and it's a replacement of the word Lord, right? So Yahweh is there. Right, so
I know Yahweh's in the Bible, but that is not God.
So who is it then?
I told you.
And why is it in the Bible?
It's one of the mythologies that came out of Babylonia.
Why is it
but
in the Bible?
You know Yahweh is a word, right? You know Yahweh is a word, right?
Can you find me a description of Yahweh in the Bible?
Did you hear what I just said? You know Yahweh is a word, right? Don't divert.
Yahweh is a name.
Don't divert. Don't divert.
Yahweh is a name.
Don't divert.
It's a name.
What does Yahweh mean?
I don't know what it means in Hebrew.
So it's a name, but you don't know what it means.
Names have meanings. One second, motion. The names have meanings,
that they've
motion.
overcast for God, but he is not God. Because when you go further into the Bible and you see the description of Yahweh, it tells you it's not God.
Okay, do names have meanings, Jupiter?
In Hebrew, yes.
So in no other language, names have meaning. Is that what you're saying?
Jupiter. Wait. Shifa, just chill out. Because this is where etymology of words and understanding and trying to research and not just reading the Bible and thinking, oh yeah, I've got it because the Bible says this, yeah? So Yahweh, the word Yahweh is a variant, yeah, of Jehovah. Right? That was let me finish. That was put in place of Jehovah, right? And then they decided not to use Yahweh.
Can you show me that?
Let me finish,
Can
man.
you show me that
Then
on
they
the
decided
tree?
not to use Yahweh and
Can you
use
show
Lord.
me that on the language tree when that happened?
Oh my God. Do you not see I'm reading it? Okay, well, you
Just
can't
because
see
it sounds alike doesn't mean it's a natural progression.
Did you hear what I just said to you? They replaced Jehovah and used Yahweh.
Why?
Right? Let me.
Why?
This woman, Jupiter.
Who did?
Jupiter. You're a grown woman, yeah? You're the age of my mum, yeah? You see in conversation, yeah? Just allow someone to finish. Like, this isn't something that shouldn't be
but I'm
taught to a
asking
woman.
you a
of your age.
question.
It's
Who
not, yeah,
did
but nothing, Jupiter. You're a
and
grown
why did
fucking
they?
woman, man. You're a grown woman. Just let people talk and then you talk in it. Why do you need to?
So I'm not allowed to ask questions because I'm a grown
woman. I'm trying to read something in another fucking language, something you ain't trying to do, and I'm trying to see something, and you're like, nah. What the fuck are you?
Why are you
It's the
losing
Gentiles,
it,
man.
motion?
It's the Gentiles
Stop
motion.
it, man. You're acting like a child, man. Acting like a
You don't even
child.
know what a
No,
Gentile
I'm
is,
not.
neither.
I'm
That's
asking
the worst
perfectly
thing.
rational questions. You said they changed it. I'm asking you who changed it and why.
Did you hear what I said? So again, Jehovah is what was written. Okay. Yahweh became the Yiddish. Okay.
Okay, so the Yiddish changed it, yeah?
The Yiddish is Yahweh is the Yiddish version. So you know Yiddish is similar to the original, yeah? Yahweh
Oh, it's similar,
became.
but it's not the same.
I didn't say it's the same. I said it's similar, and certain
Yeah, but
words
it
being
should be the same.
certain
Jesus
words. Let me
told
finish.
you the
Certain
scripture should not
words.
change.
Certain words being Europeans trying to speak another language would get changed to how the Europeans were able to pronounce it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we know that, right? You do understand that, right?
Right. So is that provable though?
See what I mean now, Motion? What planet are we on here, man?
So can you prove?
All right, let me go there. Let me go there for you then. Yeah, Strong's H3068. Yahweh about 6823 IE Jehovah. Proper name of deity Yahweh. The proper name God of Israel. Okay. In the combinations and with preposition, do not give the original form, and other verses follow. Let me see. Now you're going to interrupt and not listen. Okay.
Go on, I'm listening.
Was regarded as nomen infallible, called by the Jews and by the Samaritans. The pronunciation of Jehovah was unknown until 1520. Hang on, I gotta click off that page now. Hang on, show. There we go. Till 1520, when it's introduced by Galatinus.
So Jehovah comes later, right?
Yes.
So first,
no, they say no. The pronunciation was unknown. No, they're saying the pronunciation was unknown.
And you know why the pronunciation was unknown, Motion? Because there were no vowels. So to say the word, they didn't know what vowel to insert. The Europeans. So it could have been Yahweh, it could have been Yahweh, it could be Yahweh. They wasn't sure in it. Now we've given them the interpretation. We've told them it's Yahweh in it since then. You know, with new information for from the latest scholars. But unfortunately. Unfortunately, at the time, you're right. There was confusion and argument about how the name was to be pronounced.
No. No one knows what God's name is. The nearest you get is I am who I say I am.
Moses did, because Most High told it to him.
Yeah, what did he say?
Tetragrammaton.
He
said, I am who I say I am.
That's not what he said.
He who I am.
There you go. That sounds more like it. But even when we deal with, like I said earlier, Motion, the letter Yod actually means iodine.
He never gave
unfortunately, even that interpretation, you know, it maybe is not exact as to what the name actually means. But what the name is not what's in dispute. It's what it actually means at that point would be the contention.
You're arguing over a name that doesn't exist for God. God.
No, we're not arguing over a name.
His name.
We're saying that
we're
saying what I'm saying is
his name ever.
What I'm saying, Jupiter, is that his name was given to Moses.
No,
but
it was not.
It was only given for Moses and his people to interpret. It wasn't given to everyone
Can you
else.
get me
You're
the passage
saying that.
where Moses asked who he is at the burning bush? Go and ask. Go and get me the passage. Get the passage and read it.
Unfortunately, you're unwilling to adhere to that. So you're quite happy to use the word Lord or God. And any word, in fact. You don't even care what the word is. You know, and then you want to refer to Jesus as the Most High.
What are you talking about?
You referring to Jesus as the Most High.
You based your whole argument around the name of God. And I told you, Yahweh is not God. God never gave his name.
You said Jesus is God, though.
I said Jesus is God. Yes, he is of God.
He has given you, your God has given you his name, and your God is Jesus. Your God has given you his name, and his name is Jesus.
Is the name given to the flesh being that contained God.
So therefore, your God has given himself a name, and your God is Jesus.
To the complete God. Do you not
your
understand?
God has given his name, and his name is Jesus. You're never going to be able to take this back. I don't think you'll ever live this one down.
I understand you do not understand the duality. I understand that you do not understand the teachings, and that the whole passage that you read that answered you this very question, you could not comprehend it.
What was that?
You are not of his flock. If you were of his flock, you would
shown us anywhere
what he was saying.
You've not shown us anywhere in the Bible where Jesus speaks of a Trinity, for one. But what you have shown us is that you believe Jesus is God. Now, Jesus actually means Jesus, or Hail Zeus, and that's Jesus who you think is God. So your God, sorry. Your God is Jesus. That's who your God is. You've claimed him. Stick to your guns, innit?
Yo, what was that verse you said earlier,
Jesus
please?
is the Son of God. He is
Which
the
one?
flesh
Which one, Mosh?
of God.
The one that, no, I was asking Jupiter, what was the verse you mentioned earlier?
Well, I can't remember. I think it was Timothy, wasn't it? Let me go and find
Timothy, yeah? Timothy 1. There you go.
To Timothy, my true son in the faith, grace, mercy, and peace from God the Father and Christ Jesus our Lord.
Oh,
not
Timothy's
to
a son too, is
to
he?
myths and endless genealogies, which is what Schiffer is doing.
To Timothy. All right.
Jupiter, this is why you're stupid, yeah? You don't know what a Gentile
These
is. That's why
promote
I asked you, what is a
controversies
Gentile?
rather than God's
Motion,
work,
do you know what
which
motion?
is
Do you know what a
by
Gentile is?
faith.
Motion,
Do
do you know
have
what a
faith?
Gentile is?
Do
Hold on,
you
Motion, do
have
you know what a
faith?
Gentile is? Before Jupiter
Yeah,
starts a
you.
load more nonsense,
You.
let's just dispel
You're
this
a
foolishness.
Gentile.
Motion. Your
You
motion,
are
do
a
you know what a Gentile
Gentile.
is?
You are.
Motion, do you know what a Gentile is?
Hang on. Eh?
Do you know what a Gentile is, Motion?
Which one?
What is a Gentile? What is the meaning
Which?
behind the word
There's
Gentile?
there's two versions of Gentiles, bro.
All right. Gentile in the sense of where the actual word stems from.
Hang on.
I'm going to answer for you quickly, and then you tell me if I'm wrong. Yeah. A Gentile is a person who is not of the tribe of Judah, who is not of Israel. That's what a Gentile is. And that includes any person who's not of the tribe. Yeah.
I
It's
think
nothing to do with color.
No, I think you'll understand. There's another word for that. I think you'll understand. There's another Hebraic word. Gentile again is another word that's been used, and that's what I said to you. There's two types of Gentiles. Do you feel what I'm saying to you?
Well, if you could show me the other type, because I can show you.
I'll tell you what they're classed as. They're classed as the strangers. I can't remember the word for it, but they're classed as the strangers.
Right.
And
strangers.
Let me finish.
Same thing.
And when no, it's not, because when you are talking about the Deuteronomy laws, yeah, Gentile is not in there. It is the word strangers. It becomes strangers amongst you, not
100.
You understand?
100. And when you say that, that's why I'm saying to you, Gentile is just a reference to people who are not from the actual tribe, not from God's actual people. So that could be anyone outside of that fold. Now, Jupiter interpreted that as racist. Now, I don't understand how that was racist,
I
because
never said anything about that being
no,
racist.
you're not getting away with it now. You're not getting away with it now. You ain't getting away now.
I never fucking said it.
You
You're
did say
arguing with
it.
yourself.
Yes, you did, Gentile.
What?
Yes, you did, Gentile. You are not of the tribe. You are not of the children of
You started saying they,
You
and this is
are
why
not
they get away
of
with all
the
what they've
children.
done to us.
Yes, they
and
are not. They are
colonisation.
not.
They.
They are not. They are not of the children of Jerusalem.
So did the
and
Jews
they, like
colonise
you,
then?
they who
Did
are like
the Jews
you,
colonise us?
they who are like you seek to get us to worship a Jesus, and they call Jesus God. This
I don't
is
seek
despicable.
to get you to worship anything.
You seek
You've
to get
read
us to
the whole
worship Zeus.
passage. You heard Jesus'
What?
words.
What?
If you don't believe, you are not of his flock. That's the end of it.
Jupiter, you don't believe. That's why you're
It's
not
you
using
that
the
don't
name.
believe. You're the one
You
questioning
don't believe. That's why you're not using the name. Like you said, you don't believe in his name. So you
Read
can
the
keep
whole
using
passage
God and
again.
Jesus.
Read it again.
Look, I think we've gone to a point where Motion, like she
Why
said,
do you
yeah,
go on about
she doesn't believe
genealogies?
in the Most High's
Why
name,
do you
but
go
she
on about
believes that
genealogies,
Jesus is
Schiffer?
God. Is that Motion? Is that
Schiffer, why
incorrect
do you
analysis?
go on
Did you
about
hear her say it too?
genealogies?
Did you hear her
Why do
say
you
it
go
too,
on about
Motion?
genealogies all the time, Schiffer? Why'd you do that?
I'll give you the answer to that question. Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
If it doesn't matter, then why?
Why do you always go on about genealogies?
Oh, shit.
Do you know, again,
what?
Schiffer,
I'm not getting into it.
The only thing I'm going to say about the Gentile thing, yeah, is because Gentile, the word it's a Greek origin. There wasn't a Hebraic word for Gentile. You feel what I'm saying to you? It's a Greek origin. You feel what I'm saying? So it was a Greek interpretation of what they understood. You know what I'm saying? And there's many uses for it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why I say.
Yeah. And if genealogy didn't matter, then people wouldn't organize themselves by race and caste, would they,
Okay,
Jupiter?
so you're going against
Because it
God's
wouldn't
word
matter, would
again.
it? But your people like to organize everything by race and caste, Jupiter. So there must be a reason behind this, because they
Not me.
realize the importance.
Not me.
They realize the importance.
Not me.
Your people.
Not me.
They realize the importance of heritage, especially in reference to things like this, when we're talking about who are the children of Jerusalem.
Shifa,
So let me read it to you again.
Yeah, Jupiter, can you give us that verse, please? Can you tell me the verse that you're reading from, please?
Yeah, Timothy 1.
What, the one you're reading about endless genealogies?
Yeah. To Timothy, my true son in the faith, grace, mercy, and peace from God the Father and Christ Jesus our Lord, nor to devote themselves to myths and endless genealogies. These promote controversies rather than God's work, which is by faith.
Okay.
In other words, you only have to believe.
Are you finished?
You do not have to be of the bloodline.
Jupiter, you don't have to be of the bloodline in the passage that you're reading, but to be part of the new covenant, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. Should we go to the new covenant and read it and who it was given to? Do you want us to go to it? Do you want us to show us, Jupiter, seeing as you know so much? Please show us the new covenant.
Yeah,
where
go
it doesn't.
To the new,
where
go
it,
to the new
no,
covenant.
you show it to us.
Go
No,
to the
you
new
show it to
covenant.
us.
Read the whole passage in context.
All right, you show it to us.
Let's
where,
see if you
where
interpret
it says,
that wrong, as seeing as you're not of the flock.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Seeing as Jupiter is so intelligent that she knows about the new covenant.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, I'll do it after. Go on, Mosh.
Wait. So here we go. Okay. So Paul is writing a letter to Timothy. Okay. So he says, Paul, an apostle of the Messiah, by commandment of the Most High, our Savior and Lord, whatever, which is our hope, unto Timothy, my own son in the faith, grace, mercy, and peace from the Most High, our Father, and through his Son, our Lord. As I besought thee to abide still at Ephesus, when I went into Macedonia, that thou mightest charge some, that they teach no other doctrine, neither give heed to fables and endless genealogies, which minister questions rather than godly edifying, which is in faith. So do. Now.
Oh, she lied. Oh my God. Jupiter.
Now. Now. So here we go. Now let's get to the crux of it. Yeah. So
where's the lie?
Please let me.
What are you doing?
Biblical understanding is important.
Yeah.
So,
where's the lie? He just read
wait,
exactly what I read.
Just wait a second. So it says, yeah, like I said, he's telling Timothy to abide at Ephesus, yeah, and to tell these people not to teach any other doctrine. Yeah, go to these men here and tell them don't teach no other doctrine. Yeah, or give heed to people telling you fables and about where their genealogy is from.
Yep.
Which may ask questions, which may cause questions other than praising the Most High. So he's telling Timothy, go out and stick to the doctrine. Don't listen to tales and genealogies.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's not telling you.
He lied.
This is what, did you get what I'm saying to you?
She lied, bro. She lied. Come on, man.
That
was a big lie. Jupiter, how you going to make up a lie like that?
How do you see that as a lie? Again, you don't understand.
You said that the genealogy doesn't matter, but clearly by this statement it does. And why did you make up that lie? Please explain to us.
No, it doesn't. How did you come to that conclusion?
No, it's not a lie. It's not a lie. It's not a lie. I'd say it's a misconception. And I say this, that's my
misinterpretation.
There you go.
All right, can I go to another verse? Can I go to another verse? I want to go to Jeremiah 30. I want to go to Jeremiah 30 now, yeah?
Please explain to me how that
No, I'm not explaining anything else to you. I'm going to Jeremiah.
and that
Jeremiah
it's more
30,
important.
chapter 31,
Because
sorry.
Shifa's just
Jeremiah
said
chapter
that that's what he's
31.
interpreted from your teaching.
All right.
So now
All right, well, now
explain
you're
to
finished.
me
Oh.
where it said in that teaching that genealogies are more important than faith.
It said that be
No, I'm
mindful of
asking
people.
Motion. Motion has taught you, and you're now saying that you
Say that
believe
again. Say
Motion.
that again. What
I
did you
want
ask me?
Motion to explain to me. Explain to me, Motion.
Explain what? I said say that again.
Explain to me how it says there that genealogies are important and that faith is not.
What are you talking about? Who said Jupiter? Who said
You
explain to
just
me why?
practiced. You just have practiced blasphemy. You have just
How did I practice
completely
blasphemy?
changed
Wait,
the
wait,
verse.
wait, wait, Jupiter.
You
Make
completely
your
changed
question
the
make
verse
sense
and
first and
convinced
foremost.
Fix Schiffer that he's right.
Jupiter, make
me,
your
man.
question make sense first and foremost.
Okay. Can you please explain to me where Timothy 1, even though it's Paul writing a letter to Timothy, please explain to me where he's teaching Timothy to believe in genealogies over faith.
I didn't say you're teaching him to believe in genealogy. I'm saying to you, you've said, you've quoted a verse, and I'm saying to you, you're not putting it into context. You're saying he's using this passage for the whole world. However, I'm showing you it's an instruction to Timothy to go and do something.
Right. This
So
is
what happens in the New
It tells
Testament.
Timothy
People
not
take
to
the
give
letters.
we all
heed
know,
to fables
hold
and
on,
endless genie.
hold on.
It tells, look, hold on, it's telling Timothy specifically, neither give heed to fables and endless genealogies, which minister questions rather than godly edifying, which is in faith. So do. So it's telling him not to give heed to fables of endless genealogies. So not to make it a concern of his.
Exactly.
You've made it a concern of yours.
Exactly.
Hold on 1 second. You've made it a concern of yours
No,
because you're
you have
forgetting.
Sitar.
You're
Don't
forgetting.
try
Hold on 1
twisting
second.
this on
1
me.
second. One
No,
second.
no, no,
You've
no,
made
no,
it a concern
no.
of yours
My
because
whole
you're
point
forgetting
is,
who
Schiffer,
he's
you
talking to.
keep
He's
going
talking
to
to Timothy
bloodlines.
and giving
You
him
keep
one
going
man
to your
specific instruction.
ancestors. You keep trying to make it like you're different.
We are different.
You are the one
We
that
are.
is going on about
We are
endless
different. Watch this. I'm going to show you
genealogies.
how we're different now.
You
Watch
are
this.
the
I'm going to
one
give you the
that does
scripture.
not put emphasis
I'm going to give
on
you the
faith.
scripture now, demon.
You are
Demon,
the
listen.
one that is
Listen,
not
demon.
loving thy
Listen,
neighbor.
demon.
You
Listen,
are the
demon.
one
Demon.
that are
I will
treating people
exercise you today,
unequal.
demon. You
You
will be
are the
gone today,
one
demon.
that are
You will be gone.
misinterpreting the text.
So, like I was
You
saying,
are the unbeliever.
behold,
But
the
Jesus said
days
that's
come,
okay.
saith the
If
Lord,
you don't
that I will
understand
sow the
my
house of
words and my
Israel
teaching,
and the house
you
of
are
Judah
not my
with the
flock.
seed of man and with the seed of beast. And it shall come to pass that, like as I have watched over them to pluck up and to break down and to throw down and to destroy and to afflict, so I will watch over them to build and to plant, saith the Lord. Yeah, so a day is going to come where he's going to lift us back up. Yeah, in those days, and he's only referring to the children of Israel now. Yeah, just to make it clear to people, it's not me doing this. In those days, they shall say no more, the fathers have eaten our sour grape, and the children's teeth are set on edge. But everyone shall die for his own iniquity. Every man that eateth the sour grape, and his teeth shall be set on edge. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel.
That's right.
And with the house of Judah.
That's right.
Not Jupiter. Not Jupiter. Move your dirty, stinking witch self out of your congregation and stop chat rubbish.
Oh, I feel sorry for you.
What the bomber clot is going on here? Like this is.
Well, you show me where the new covenant was with your people, Jupiter. Jupiter, show us where the new covenant was with you, because you ain't the house of Judah. You are not Israel. Explain now, please.
I don't need to be part of the fucking covenant, you stupid man. I
You
have
said you were
faith.
part of it, though. You said you were. What are you doing?
No,
I never said it. You did.
I don't want to be
You
Judas.
said-
Why would I want to be
Motion.
the man that
Motion.
sold out Jesus?
Motion, did she not say she was part of the new
Why
covenant?
would I want to be part
Jupiter,
of the
that's not
tribe
Jupiter,
that
Jupiter,
sold
that's
out
Jupiter.
Jesus?
Jupiter,
Why would
that's
I want to
wait.
have the
I'm gonna explain.
deceitful
Jupiter, you got it
king?
confused. No, Jupiter, listen. There's Judas and there is Judah.
And there's more than one Judas, just to be
Right?
clear as well. There's more than one Judas.
Judah is the tribe. Okay?
So
Judas
let me
is a
ask you
man.
this,
He
Motion.
said
Let me
Judah.
ask you this, Motion. Let me ask you this. 144,000. You believe they're all coming from Judah?
Did you hear what I said?
There are
The
12 tribes. There are
140.
12 fucking tribes.
Oh, wait. Listen, Jupiter.
Do you
did you hear
know
what I
where
said?
those 12 tribes are?
Jupiter, did you hear what I said to you? You
Yes.
just literally listen. Why
Yes.
are you diverting?
Yes.
You just literally said about
Yes.
Judas. I'm only correcting you on your understanding of fucking
Yes, you're
Judah and
correct.
Judas. That's it.
You
Right.
are
That's
correct.
it. So why can't you just take it humbly? Why are you trying to switch up the thing? What's the matter with you?
I'm asking you a question.
Am I talking about fucking 144,000, or did I just say Judah and
I'm
Judas is two
asking
different
you
things?
a question.
What relevance is it?
Is only the tribe of Judah going to be saved?
It's only the tribe of Judah. No.
Exactly. So why does this fool keep going on as if they are?
But when it comes to the 144,000, they're not
Yeah.
going to be Gentiles. They are literally from the tribes.
They're going to be believers.
They're from Israel. 144,000 from
they're
Israel
going to
only.
be believers.
Israel only.
No, they are
Yes.
going to be believers.
No.
No.
Israel only. The believers can see paradise. They cannot be the 140. Listen, the Most High only used Israel as his prophet.
being such
How
a
the hell?
stupid
How the
Hebrew
hell now we
Israelite.
go? How the hell now we go?
being a Hebrew
I do not
Israelite.
change not one bit. That's
You're
what he
being
said.
a
I do
Hebrew
not change
Israelite.
not one bit. Why is he now gonna go and take
No,
some
you
random
are wrong.
unbelievers
You
over
are
the
wrong.
Stop it, man. Stop it. 144,000 are Israelites only.
So let's get some
Jupiter, we are your spiritual guidance counselors. We're trying
No,
to
you're
guide
not.
you away
No,
from
you're not.
worshiping Zeus. You
You're
still,
false
if you want to
prophet.
continue to worship Zeus, we
You're
don't have a
false
problem with you. You know, we're
prophet.
not here to listen. We're not here to beat you into submission. If you want to worship Zeus, feel free, innit? But I'm just telling you that anyone who really believes in Yeshua would not be calling out the name Zeus. They won't be worshiping Zeus in any way
believe
or
in
calling
Jesus.
Zeus God. They wouldn't do
I
that.
believe in Jesus. I do not believe in Yahweh. You believe in Yahweh.
I
You
know
are
you believe.
following.
We know you believe in
You are
Jesus,
following a evil Babylonian fucking deity.
and you're following Jesus, right?
Nope. I'm following Jesus.
Are you alright? What the hell, Moshe? Help! Jesus follower. Jesus
Forgive them,
follower.
Father, for they know not what they do.
That's right. They follow Zeus and not know that they're following a man called Zeus.
Forgive them, Father, for
very
they know
true.
not what they do.
And who is he? Who is he talking about? Who is he talking about?
You.
Who is the one
You.
persecuting him? The
You.
Zeus followers.
You couldn't even
The Zeus
understand his
followers and the
teachings when he
non-believers.
explained how he was the son of the Father
All right, Zeus worshipper.
and God. You couldn't even understand it.
And his name was Jesus, right?
What the fuck are you on about?
Well, you said Jesus, like Jesus is your
Fables,
God, isn't it?
fables, mate. You're talking fables. I gave you Timothy 1. You didn't understand it. You're still talking fables.
Is it all right, Jesus? Let's call it Jesus then. Jesus is your that's your God, right?
You are still talking fables.
Emotion. What's the name of that striker that just went to Arsenal?
In the
the
beginning,
Brazilian
there
one?
was
What's
the
his name?
word. You're not listening to the word.
Emotion. What's the name of that striker that just went to Arsenal from Man City? What's his name? Anyone?
Oh, you talking about Gabriel Jesus?
What the fuck? What's she doing? Hey, listen, not being funny, Jupiter, yeah? You need to tell your Jesus, you know, if he's playing for Arsenal, he can't be God. God don't play for Arsenal. The Most High don't play for Arsenal. What we doing? We're playing games here. If you want to worship Jesus, feel free. But listen, we ain't part of your Jesus worship. That's what I'm saying. You know, and that is not Testament.
You know
That's
that.
not.
We've already
That's not the
realised
original
you're
name.
not of the flock. You're not of the flock. You're an unbeliever.
All right, cool. So
You're an unbeliever.
hang on. Let me
Simple as
just
that.
grab this quickly. So
Why did the Jews not believe that Jesus was the Messiah?
because they lost understanding. That was predicted also.
Oh, because
that
they
was
lost
prophesied.
understanding.
That
Yeah.
was prophesied. That
So
was
we should
prophesied.
believe that you're the chosen ones, people that lose
Listen.
understanding.
Okay, can I just read something quickly? Can I just read
Yeah,
something?
get out of here. Hebrew Israelites lost understanding. Unbelievable.
So can I read something? Can I read something? Well, hang on, wait. So wait. That's unbelievable. Yet you read a book where it tells you time and time again they lost understanding. What the fuck are you on, woman? Does the book not tell you how much times Israel sinned against the Most High? But it's unbelievable to you. It's unbelievable
And that's
to you.
why you're not believers.
Man,
that's not
stop
why
it.
your heart is
Cool.
not
So anyway,
clean.
listen to this.
Go
Listen to
back
this.
to Matthew.
Matthew
Go
10
back
and
to
5.
Matthew and the clean
Matthew
heart.
10 and 5. Matthew 10 and 5. These 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And as ye go, preach, saying, the kingdom of heaven is at hand.
Thank you. And I got the next verse that she tried to butcher, Revelation 7. Yeah. And after these things, I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth. And the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living God. And he cried with a loud voice, and the 4 angels to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads. And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the children of Israel. Shut up. Of all the children of Israel. Shut up. I'm speaking. I'm reading the Bible. Shut up. Yeah. Of all. Shut up. What's wrong with this woman? Motion, please, Mo. Talk to her. And sorry, it says, and I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel. Of the tribe of Judah were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Reuben were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Gad was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Asa was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Nephtali was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Manasseh was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Simeon was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Levi was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Issachar was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Zebulun was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Joseph was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Benjamin was sealed 12,000. After this I held, and lo, great multitude, which no man could number, of all the nations, of kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with the white robes and psalms in their hands. You see the beating you're getting today, Jupiter? The beating is it's phenomenal. I've never boxed someone up like this in an intellectual conversation, but the backhanders are severe. You got to listen. I'm telling you, you got a broken jawbone from them psychological backhands you got right there. I'm telling you, your spirit is broken. Your spirit is broken and smashed into pieces like a glass ornament that's been sitting on the side for 1,000 years. It's smashed into pieces.
I have faith.
You said the 144,000. Motion then quite rightly told you those 144,000 are of Israel. You said they're not of Israel, but the Bible seeks to differ with you. So what do you say to this now?
You believe in the Mosaic covenant. I believe in the new covenant. There's a difference.
This is from the new covenant. It's Revelation, donut. What are you doing? It's Revelation, Jupiter. It's the end. So it will be part of the new covenant.
If you listen to his teachings, if you believe in the Father, it is enough to get you into the kingdom of heaven if your heart is clean.
Why? Who's playing that music? Stop it,
You do not have to be of a certain race. You do not have to be of a Jewish blood. You do not have to be Hebrew Israelite.
Huh?
Your God is obviously not my God. You keep Yahweh. I will stay with the one true, everlasting God.
Jupiter, nobody
believe in Jesus.
You keep
Switching
Yahweh.
it up for
You
you
keep
said
him. You
144,000.
keep him with all
You
the
said the
dragon.
144,000 were
Go
not
and go
only of
take him
Israel.
with all
That
the
is not
flames from his nostrils.
Jupiter. You said all the 144,000 were not of the children of Israel. That's what you said. It was everyone. And I said, no, only the 144,000 are only the children of Israel. You didn't want to hear that.
The
You didn't want to hear that. You kept on
144,000
fighting.
will be
You
those
kept
of
chopping with
clean
the
heart.
machete. You kept on going. And we said to you, Jupiter, stop it. We don't want to shoot you. We got archers on the roof. We don't want to shoot you. Stop. Just relax. And you kept going, swinging your machete, swinging your machete.
All right.
Hey, sorry, I just got news. So
According to
unfortunately,
you, they can
Westminster
only be
Abbey
of
said
those
there'll be no
tribes.
space.
Where are the 10 tribes?
Like Eltham Cemetery said, yeah.
I know what tribes are over here. You tell me, what are the 10
What,
tribes?
the 10 tribes?
Yes,
Would you
we
mean
know.
Yeah.
the 10 tribes of
Yeah.
where? What, the 10 tribes? Well, you mean talking about over
Tribe
here,
of
where?
Dan, Motion. Where's
Wait,
the
wait,
tribe
wait,
of
wait,
Dan?
wait, wait a minute. The tribe of where you know where the 10 tribes are over here, did you say?
Where's the tribe of Dan, Motion?
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I asked you? Do you know where the tribe of Dan is?
Yes, in the
You
UK
do?
and Ireland. Where's the tribe
sure
of
about
Dan, Motion? I've
You
just
sure
told
about
you.
that? You sure about that?
Yes, absolutely
sure?
positive.
The tribe
Yes.
of Dan. Okay, so did the tribe and Dan go beyond the rivers of Cush in the book?
Oh my God, how many years ago are you talking about now, mate?
So wait. So then the tribe of Cush. Wait. We still have Cushaic people today, right?
Motion, are you aware that there are crests that go with the fucking tribes?
And okay, and who are on those crests? Who are on those crests? Should we start talking about European crests and who's on those crests? Should we get the videos up of those European people?
Yeah, go on then.
Who put the fucking black people as their crests?
Oh, here we
Mo,
go.
you
Got to be black. I
You get the
thought
videos, please.
you weren't
Listen,
going by
Motion,
what it
she
looks
just
like.
fooled herself
Remember
again.
Matthew?
Motion,
Remember
it's over.
Matthew?
Motion, it's over.
You
Listen,
go
it's
by the
over.
hearts. You don't go by
You are
skin
Russian.
colour.
You are trans-Israelite.
Motion, hear what she just did though, Motion. Look what she just said. She said the tribe of Dan, right?
Remember,
You said
you're
tribe
not
of Dan, right?
supposed to judge through human eyes.
Jedi, screen share, please. Screen
Judge
share,
not,
please,
least
Jedi.
you be
She said
judged.
tribe of Dan.
All right,
Yeah,
cool.
she
All
said Dan.
right, cool. So wait. Is it godly? Is it godly every time
Hold
you get?
on a minute. Hold on. I'll screen share you. One
You're
second.
trans-Israelite, man. Get out.
I will screen share. Let's try to stay as respectful as we can so the conversation doesn't dissolve, right? But sorry. Hello?
Yeah, go on, brother.
Yeah, I'm still here.
How can I help you, Wendy?
Well, I've come to say thank you for the comment you left. Yeah, it was appreciated.
Ah.
You guys will talk about that?
No problem.
Not really. I want to get back to what you said.
Yeah.
Shipper, stop. Do you guys want to talk about that? Because this is getting long anyway.
No.
I want to get back to what Jupiter said because she can't escape this one, Motion. She said the tribe of Dan, yeah?
Shiffer.
Very specifically.
Shiffer.
Can I get a screen share, please?
Shiffer. All you got to do is find out. Listen, all you got to do is find out
where Dan is on this list.
You can
That's
find
what
out
we need to do. We need to find where Dan is on this list. Show us Dan on this list, Jupiter. And this is going by ESV version, so I'm assuming that's the one you're going to go by, being you're an English Christian.
No,
so we're going to go by your one. We're going to go by the English version.
I'll get you a video. It's pretty long ass though.
We don't need a video. Look on the list right here in front of you from the English Standard Version. Look on this list. Find Dan for me.
Where does it? Shipper, read it out. Read it out. What does it say? The tribes?
I already read it out, but she was so dumb she weren't listening.
Go on, read it out again. Read it out again. Read it out again.
Judah, Reuben, Gad, Asher, Naphtali. Sorry, my screen's gone small. Naphtali, Manasseh, Simeon, Levi, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, and Benjamin.
Yeah.
So you show me where Dan is, Jupiter.
Yeah, because Dan got booted out. Dan got booted out. Dan fully got booted. I forgot Dan got booted out. Like, but they continuously sin and they got booted out, yeah. And the other part is as well, yeah. The other part is as well. Only Judah, Benjamin, and some Levites went into slavery, right? Remember that, yeah. The other tribes were scattered. Now, if you read the books properly,
that's right, scattered.
Yeah,
so
the other tribes were scattered. Let me finish, no man. But again, like I said, beyond the rivers of Cush. Now, you said, don't people travel and whatever. I'm going to contend that, and I'm going to say Cushitic people still today look the same pretty much as they did before. You could tell they're Cushitic. So I want to understand how Cushitic people then became Irish with ginger hair and so on and so forth, right? That's all I want to know. Like, that's it, innit? That's what I'm saying. Because if you remember the patriarchs of the religion, they married Hamites who were where? Canaanite who were where? Like people with Africa, right? They married African brides. Yeah,
that's right. Egyptians.
Okay, so like obviously, if people are saying to you that they're the children of something or so on and so forth, yeah, you have to understand the book actually corroborates that if you want to look and see that for yourself, right? What is clear is this. Let me finish. What is clear is this: is that in order to deny someone, you will claim something, but not understand that said people you could have Dan because Dan got booted out, so you could have Dan. Yeah, you got Dan. You ain't gonna be nowhere. That's it. Simple. You can have Dan. Right? No, but it is just Dan.
You said Dan. Don't try and change it now.
Like I said, if they get told, listen again. If they go beyond the rivers of Kush and they go towards India and other things like that, yeah. Where does this come from? Because you have to understand this, yeah. When it's prophesied that they would go into slavery, it says, "A nation neither you nor your fathers knew." So they couldn't have been family.
That's right.
Neither you nor your forefathers knew. Make that resonate in your brain. So you know, wait. So which tribe did you come from? Which tribe are they if their forefathers never knew them? Which tribe are they? You're unknown to us. A nation set apart. What are we doing? What are we doing? Did you know in that same?
I think you're.
Did you know in that same verse you read? Wait. You know that same verse you read about give heed to fables and all that. Do you know at the end of that? Yeah. You know at the end of that fable. Do you know what it says? About Alexander blaspheming.
Yeah, what you're doing right now.
No, but you didn't read that bit, did you? You didn't read that bit, did you?
I don't have to because I've already spoke about the blaspheming that Paul's done.
Let's calm it down, man. Let's calm it down.
With any other version, you get me? That's what happens. That's why I say when you read something, read the full thing, understand the context. You're talking about Jupiter. If I write you a letter today, yeah, you're not supposed to then take my letter and say, listen, for the whole of mankind, this is what you're supposed to do. It's my instructions to you. Would you take Hector's instructions and say that every woman should wait? Would you take Hector's instructions? Would you take Hector's instructions?
Oh my God, are you that thick?
Would you take Hector's instructions and say that all women should abide by Hector's instructions?
If they were married to him, yes.
If they were married to him,
yes.
All women say, all right.
So what about the women that are not married to him?
You are talking about one holy man writing to another holy man, and then you're saying that we don't have to follow what the instructions are because he was giving it to someone else to the other.
But Jupiter, the
we
context.
are talking about people of the faith.
No, Jupiter, he was talking to a man about going out and preaching. No, Jupiter, Jupiter, he was telling the man how to preach. When you go out and preach the message, tell those stick to the message.
He was giving him instructions on the faith.
No, how to preach. I read it for you. I read the whole thing, not just the verse, the whole thing.
He's not going to tell him to preach something of the devil, is he?
Right. And then he says, don't listen to these people come tell you about I come from this and this and that. That's all.
Exactly.
Like Jupiter telling us that they come from this and that.
You have been doing.
Like Jupiter telling us that she comes from Dan.
All right, tribe of Dan. I come from tribe of Dan. Yeah, all right, Jupiter. But you just
talking about genealogy.
You just blasphemed by talking about the tribe of Dan are here.
No, what you have blasphemed. And
Did you not blaspheme and say the tribe of Dan are here? Did you not do that? Oh, right. This was your exact words. You know where the tribe of Dan are. I said, no, tell me where the tribe of Dan are. You said, they're in Ireland.
Forget the fucking tribe, Dan. That was a trick question to see if you knew where all the tribes were.
That is taking heed to fables and endless genealogies, Jupiter. Yes, it is.
Yes, because I was giving you
not because
the fact that you believe it's all down to the children of Israel.
This is where you become the biggest hypocrite in the whole wild world. Yeah, because
No,
this is what you do.
no,
You dislike something.
no,
You
because
dislike
my
something.
stance right from the beginning is that you do
dislike
not have to be of the children of Israel.
And it becomes a
If
nuance.
you have got a clean heart and there is a child of Israel that does not believe, who has a dark heart, he will not get into the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, but only 144,000 are going to be saved by your interpretation, and none of them are outside
According
of
to
the
the
tribes of
Bible,
Israel.
that is what you believe.
According to the Bible, that's what you believe.
You're taking your own interpretation of what the Most High says.
I believe 144,000 will be saved from all over.
Yeah, let her do it.
All right, Prophet Jupiter. All right,
from all over. So, Jedi, can we get the screen share again, just so she can see where they come from?
No, Jupiter, let her prophesy. She got a vision from the Most High. Let's call her Jupiter.
I'm not claiming to be a prophet. You are.
Let's call her Jew Paul.
Oh, Jupiter, what's 10 times 12,000? What's 10 times 12,000?
What's 10 times 12,000?
Yeah.
Just fucking stick a naught on the end.
That's 120,000. So what's 12 times 12? What's 12 times 12,000? What's 12 times 12,000?
Not on the end.
What's 12 times 12,000?
12 times 12,000 is 144,000.
All I'm saying is, hey, Dad and you, man.
12 tribes and 12,000 from each tribe. What we
you look got the Alex Ferguson boot to the David Beckham forehead. That's what you look. Man.
Where are your ones?
Dude.
Where are your ones mentioned?
Get me?
Which tribe were you mentioned?
Yo, the large sugar said, "You're fired."
I'm still trying to figure out which tribe she's in. I'm trying to figure it out because she said Dan to start off with. Are we going to change tribe now? What are we going to do?
Later.
Okay, if you want to join my tribe, Jupiter, that means you're under my jurisdiction. I hope you know that.
Allow it, man. Allow it.
I'm not in your tribe, mate.
Look, I will be your spiritual guidance counselor.
Allow it, man.
I don't need you. Thank you very much.
Reggie's ducking for cover right now.
Any tribe that I'm associated with would be my husband's tribe. So just fuck off, Schiffer.
That's okay. Big up your husband's tribe, innit?
Yeah, big up Hector's tribe.
Take this L also. Just say it.
You need to understand that Christians do not believe the same as Jewish people.
What? This is the Christian Bible.
Israelites tend to believe the same as Jewish people, only they believe it's all blacks, and the Jewish believe that it's the Jewish.
So are you saying that Christians don't believe their own Bible?
We're reading. What are you talking about?
Is she all right? The Christians, the ESV is not the English Standard Version. Then are we? What Bible would you like?
Reading the fucking Bible. What are you? Listen, it's not an Israelite or Hebrew Israelite thing. It's the fucking Bible.
Which not motion? Ask her which Bible does she want me to go by? Because any Bible you want, Dupes, I'll type it in right now. I'll be fair.
Man.
Which Bible do you want me to go by?
You think there's a specific Bible that people are reading from or something? It's the Bible we're reading from. It's just that we're showing you context. That's all.
Let's get her one though, motion. Which Bible does she want? Which
all
Bible
right,
do you want?
No, we're not then because you don't
want of the Bible.
Unfortunately, Jupiter, you know what happens here is you see sometimes, you know, lemmings, they jump off cliffs. Yeah, like you see that behavior. It's what you do right now. Like you could just listen. You could just be like, you know what? Cool. I didn't see it that way. You know, let me research it. Instead, you have to be steadfast in your ignorance. Yeah. Like if you don't understand something or something's put in a different context, research it. That's all you need to do. Instead, you're gonna stand up here and argue, change the goalposts when you make one statement and that gets corrected. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. Are we arguing to be right? Are we talking to have conversation?
You see it?
All right, cool. I know Schiffer argues to be right.
Motion, I'm not even trying to be right. Motion. I'm just trying to
Schiffer, wait. To be fair to you, Schiffer argues to be right all the time as well, right? So I can accept that also. That's Schiffer's stance most of the time too. He always want to be right too. Yeah.
Righteous.
You understand me? So I get that. But what I'm saying is,
explain to me, motion, how you accept that Schiffer translated the passage that he read out to do with whether God was the Son of God, whether Jesus was the Son of God or God. correctly.
I didn't.
You and I both know he fucked that up miraculously.
Jupiter,
and that he
was I
was
on the
the
panel when he
unbeliever
wait,
that
wait.
Jesus was talking to.
Jupiter. Was I on the panel when he said that? Was I
You
part
know,
of the
I said
conversation
what?
when you lot was having that conversation?
What am I supposed to have said, Motion?
I don't know. Just wait a second. I wasn't, was I? So
Now, let me
what are you
clarify
now?
it.
So now, wait, bro. Wait, bro. Wait, because I want to point something out. Because in your fucking diversion tactics, you now put something that didn't, something to me that I wasn't a part of. Yeah. You assert
Well, then
something
you've
to
come
me.
and joined the conversation that you weren't party to then.
Listen,
So then you don't know the essence and the root of what the discussion is.
Jupiter, when I
No, you don't
first
know
said
the
something,
root and the
Jupiter,
essence of the conversation then.
when I first said something, what was it about? A misinterpretation, right? That's the first thing I said. Something that was factually incorrect that I could show you, right? That's it, literally.
No,
yeah,
that
the
wasn't.
first thing. I
You
didn't.
jumped in to
Wait.
say
When I
because
said about the
shit was
word
fucking
Yahweh,
up.
when I said about the word Yahweh, I said to you it was
I
originally
told you
Jehovah.
Yahweh is not God.
Listen, I said to you it was
Not
replaced.
your God. Your God's
for Lord.
Jesus.
It's not for God. It's
No,
for
it's
Lord.
your God. It's
Elohim.
your God.
Elohim
Yahweh
is
is
for
not
God.
God. My
Jupiter.
gods ain't got a name.
Jupiter,
Your
if you
God's
let
name's
me,
Jesus.
Schiffer, wait. If you had let me finish, Jupiter, you would have understood that. And you said it when I was reading. I said Elohim. You said that's for God, right? And I agree with you.
No, I said
Yahweh.
Elohim
Yahweh.
means
Let me
many
finish.
gods. I said
Yahweh
that
is.
means many gods.
Wait. Yahweh is the replace. Listen, in the fucking Hebraic it says Elohim. That's what I was reading. Yeah, and Yahweh was there to replace Lord. That's what I showed you. That's what I was trying to show you.
Well, it didn't sound like that. It sounded
No,
like
because you fucking interrupted, you stupid bitch.
It sounded like you were backing up Schiffer, and Schiffer
I don't
claimed
back
that
up,
Yahweh
man.
was
I don't
God.
back up, man. The only thing that should get back up is you and your husband. That's it. I don't back up, man. I corrected something
Well,
that was
sounded
factually
like you were
incorrect.
coming
That
on.
was it. That was it.
Right,
Something.
okay, so you agree with me that Yahweh is not God, but Schiffer thinks it is, so his God is fucking Yahweh.
It's a phrase. It's a title.
It's the name. It's the name of God.
No, it's not.
It's just a title, man.
God does not have a name.
Yes, he does.
No,
Yes,
he
he does.
doesn't. No,
Yes,
he
he
doesn't.
does.
He says, I am who I
Yes,
say
he
I
does.
am. That's it.
All right. How is anyone going to believe someone who said that Dan is one of the
Don't
tribes of the
believe me if you don't want to. I don't
144,000?
care if
How are
you
we
don't
going to
believe
believe you?
me.
How are we going to believe
Everybody
you?
believes
And as far as
Schiffer
motion
gets
is
to and
concerned,
jump off a cliff
I
like Lemon,
don't
like
believe
Motion
that.
says.
I believe you're misinterpreting motion also, because I didn't hear motion say that Yahweh is not God's name. He said it's a title, which would be a reference to a name, so it would still be his name in essence. So ultimately, Yahweh is the Most High's name. We could argue this till the cows come home, but at the end of the day, there's going to be more evidence to circumvent what you're saying than
Can we
to
move on?
establish what you're saying. Now let's move on. So Jupiter, can you tell us which
Nah,
Bible
so
you want us
Jupiter,
to go
can I
by,
ask a
where we
question?
can see your tribe in this
Can
144,000
I
that's
ask
going to be
Jupiter a
saved?
question about
Which Bible
something
would you
else?
like us to go by?
Can we ask Jupiter a question?
Go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead, brother Reggie.
Go round and round in circles. Jupiter, what do you think of like the I don't know, have you been on this panel recently in the last few weeks? Last week.
On and off, I've been all over the place.
Oh, right. So what do you think of what happened in Leicester?
Oh my God.
No, let's talk about it. Let's talk about
Yeah, come.
I came to do a quiz.
Let's talk about it, man. Come on, man. Let's talk about it. Let's go.
What
Jupiter,
happened
your
to
response,
Leicester?
please.
So do you mean with Muhammad hijab or before that? Just the
Before
fighting?
that. And it's all of it.
Yeah, speak on it in its entirety, Jupiter.
All
Speak
of
on
it.
all of it. That'll be good, yeah.
And also Birmingham as well.
No, let's not go into Birmingham yet. Let's stick to Leicester first.
Okay, cool. My bad.
Before you change the subject motion, though, can you read
Schiffer,
Paul 10:13?
come on, man.
No,
Schiffer.
no, why motion? Because I think it's unfair that she's gonna get away with this.
Paul
Paul 10:13, please.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
No. You eventually have to ignore him, otherwise he just doesn't stop.
Let's go.
I want to read Paul 10:13. Hold on.
Yeah, but if it don't concern Hindus and Muslims, we don't give a shit.
No, but bro, it just ends the conversation for Jupiter.
Let him end this thing and then we can go back in it. It's not.
We tried to make out that man was saying something that's untrue.
Down there, down Shifa, both of them. Do your thing.
Yeah. So 10:13, it says, let me get this up for you quickly.
Pause. Don't get anything
It
up
says,
for anyone on this panel.
It says, sorry, no, not Paul. Sorry, Romans 10:13. Romans 10:13. Paul tells us, whoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Yeah. It doesn't say call upon Lord. It doesn't say call upon God. It doesn't say call upon anything other than the name. So why would he tell you to call upon a name that doesn't exist?
Wait, can I say something as well? Shifa, this is why we shouldn't. This is why I said to leave it, because this opens up a whole nother cave where people get buried. You understand me? You allow it sometimes.
But she said the name's not
Our
important, Moshe.
Father who art in heaven, hallowed be
Yes,
thy
Lord.
name.
Yes, thy kingdom come.
Hallowed be thy name.
Hallowed.
Our Lord. So you can cry out, Lord. You can say, Lord, save me. My Father,
I disagree.
save me.
Hold on. That just
You
says
was
that
with
just
us,
says that
even
his
if you
name.
want a
I think
final
that just
word,
says that his
Shipper,
name is.
I'm going to
What
give
does
you a
hallowed
final
mean?
reading.
What does hallowed mean?
For we were all, it means
Hello?
holy.
Holy. Are you
Holy.
sure? Are we sure?
Yeah.
What means
Yeah.
holy?
Yeah.
Hallowed.
Hallowed.
Yeah.
Let me see that.
And it means you lot got to double check that and find what hallowed, what the word hallowed actually was in the original text. And then secondly, if hallowed means holy, holy means separate. Am I correct?
Sacred.
Sacred, you're saying.
Sacred.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're gonna have to go and look that up. My
No,
understanding
wait
is
there.
that
No,
holy means separate.
wait. I'm doing it properly. So I'm gonna go to see if I can find the Hebraic and the Greek both. Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll
I
see.
heard.
I think it
From
says
my
here to make
understanding,
holy sacred.
holy meant separate. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
Moshe,
separate.
sorry,
Yeah,
sorry, Jedi. Before we get
separate.
Sorry,
Hallowed,
wait, hold on, man.
He's right. I was gonna give you context still, but go ahead.
Holy means separate. So, our Father, who is in heaven, right? So that places him in a location. Separate is our name. What is that? What do you think that means?
It's confusion, bro.
No,
It's
it ain't confusion, brother.
What they did was, sorry, Jedi. Let me just
what
interpret
does
this for you,
separate-
yeah?
Hold on, Kazi. Hold on, Kazi.
Separate. Let
What
me
does
look
it
that
mean if you're saying your father's eye? If I say my thing is separate, what am I saying?
You're praying to someone else. You're not
Nah,
praying to the actual deity you're even supposed to be talking to.
Come on, man. Be real, man.
They're praying to something else, bro. I'm telling you, that's not how it's supposed to be interpreted.
Bro,
yeah, I'm gonna tell you how the prayer should go when
let's
you're
go
done.
for the Lord's Prayer that we just had there, right? Our
Yeah, but
Father,
remember the
who art
words have been
in
muddled up.
heaven,
The
you
words
are-
have been
So
changed.
hallowed,
Oh gosh. All right, go on, man.
hallowed means made holy, consecrated, greatly revered and honoured.
According
Okay,
to
so why aren't you using the name if it's so greatly revered?
according to
This is
because if it
from the
means greatly
dictionary,
holy,
the Oxford Dictionary.
right, that's not going to be good enough. You're going to need the Strong's Concordance. Yeah,
That's what I
hallowed.
want, man. Just wait a second, man. Just
Right.
wait.
Because the reason why I say that, Dupes, is because that form of English is argued would be different than the form of English we use today, modern English. So it'd be argued that and that certain words used in the Bible in their olden context would lose the meaning if translated into the new school context of what the word means.
Right, in Old English, it was Haldean of Germanic origin, related
Yeah,
in
because
Dutch
they've been trying to put
and
their
German.
paganism in the book, Jedi. That's what I'm trying to show you. It's all paganism what they're dealing with. If we're really going to say the Lord's Prayer, it's said differently. You're supposed to say, "Our Father who art in the kingdom," yeah, not in heaven, because our Father's not in heaven, yeah. And if the kingdom was in heaven, then the birds
We
of the
weren't
sky would
arguing about
precede
the
you.
heaven name.
If the kingdom was it, sorry, can I please do my interpretation so that people can learn something today? Yeah. If the kingdom was in the ocean, the fish of the sea would perceive you. So rather, the kingdom is all around you. Yeah. Now we can get that in I'm gonna find the reference for you, yeah. But long story short, yeah.
Is it from the Septuagint?
The Septuagint, we can go back to Septuagint.
So in the Septuagint,
no, we can go back to it's a book that was taken out of the Bible. Sorry, it's one of the books taken out of the Bible.
Wait now. So
we're going to one of the books that's taken out of the Bible, yeah.
Yeah, I just heard you say that. So Lord's Prayer, yeah.
It should be Our Father who are in the kingdom, not in heaven.
Shifa, just chill a second, man.
Yeah, the Lord's Prayer is what book is that in?
The Lord's Prayer is in all Bibles of the New Testament. It's New Testament.
Yeah, what book?
In all of the New Testament Bibles.
Brother, what specific book, verse, chapter?
It's when Jesus is speaking to his disciples at the Last Supper. I don't remember the exact chapter.
Okay, so let's just say, anyone know the scripture for that? For the Lord's Prayer, please. I think it's Luke.
I'll get it for you still. I'll get it for you.
Is it Luke? I'm be chatting shit. It's not, is it? Right, where?
Sure.
That should be a quick Google, man. Someone's
I'm on the thingy, man. Strong's.
No, not you. You're doing your own.
Matthew 6. It's Matthew 6. Matthew 6, 9 to 13.
Let me get that. Side note, yeah. I want people to look at Joshua, chapter 6, verse 6. I want us to talk about that, like at some stage. I want someone to break that down because that's the sixth. That's the sixth book of the Bible, the 6th verse, 6th chapter, and it just came to my mind to just check it when someone was talking about the books of the Bible. I was like, oh, which one's the 6th book? It's Joshua. I wonder what the 6th chapter, 6th verse is saying. And just look, I don't know. That's in your own time. But yeah, the thing what I was gonna say is now you're talking about. You're taking your reference of the Lord's Prayer from a book that's not canonized.
What do you mean?
Not in the Bible.
What do you mean by that?
You say you've got this Lord's Prayer, and this is the correct way you say it, Our Father who art in the kingdom, but that's not in the Bible or in the Torah.
Yeah, and like I've said many times before, I'm non-canonical, you know.
I'm just asking you.
I go by text outside of the canon also. That's correct.
Perfect, but I'm just clarifying. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
The problem with this, my brother, is that this prayer is not written in Hebraic. This prayer was initially written in Greek. Okay, so the phrase for it would be saying hallowed, but then the Greek for hallowed, hang on, just click on that, hallowed, has then various meanings. So I think in Hebraic, when you go into the Old Testament, there's a word for in Hebraic which does mean separate and set apart, and then you go on to the Greek version, and it also means to be holy.
Yeah, but holy means set apart.
Yeah, you could. Yeah,
you get what I'm saying.
Definitely in the Hebraic, definitely yes.
Hebraic, and the Greek would be taken from the Hebraic. So now the Greeks one, hallowed or whatever, or holy, hallowed now means holy. But then when you ask the Greeks what holy means, they say they take it from the Hebraic, which means separate.
Hagaizo. So in Greek, just remember that, in Greek it's hagaizo. Hagaizo. Let me get that.
When you're saying in the Lord's Prayer that the Lord's name is separate, that indicates to me, possibly, if it's separate or holy, as in it should be kept apart, away from contaminants. Therefore, I believe that the notion that certain people weren't allowed to say the name makes sense.
True.
Right? So when we're saying that the name is holy, meaning it's separate, meaning it should be kept separate from everything else. So you don't just say it willy-nilly. That's why you won't even say it in the Lord's Prayer. We're just saying, our Father, who art in the kingdom or who is in heaven, whose name is holy, whose name is separate. We ain't gonna mention his name. But anyway, the Lord, you see what I'm saying? This is how I'm interpreting it.
Yeah, but can I give you the reason for that as well, brother? The context of what you're saying is exactly right, because Israel was punished and they would no longer know his name. So the people them that are now teaching, that are of the understanding you can't call his name in vain, which is a commandment, are now teaching a new prayer.
Ah, how about this? So when they say don't say the Lord's name in vain, that you saying that's a commandment, biblical Torah, Mosaic.
Yes, yes,
yeah.
Deuteronomy, yeah.
Can we get to that, please? Can we get into that little bit?
Yeah, I'll find that in a second. But just to reference back the hallowed in the Hebraic in the old in the Hebraic in the Old Testament is Kodesh, yeah, which is a sacred place or thing, really abstract sanctity, consecrated, dedicated, yeah, and it's basically apartness, sacredness, separateness, yeah, literally set apart. That's there you go.
Can I say something, please? Because this is other people with their languages coming in and asserting their understandings, their new interpretations over something that they clearly didn't understand.
One more point, Shifa, yeah. When we talk about the Holy Bible, we talk about the separate Bible.
I get you. I got you. Yeah, we could call it that because it's a separate Bible written by separate people who've come in and made new translations and inserted words, changed names, done all sorts of abhorrent things. And
you see what I'm saying, Shiv?
Yeah.
The separate Bible.
This is why, brother. When we take that's why when we have these conversations, you know, I always draw for the break, you know, because it's nice when you understand that people took a word, understood it, but then also, like we have in today's culture still, we have many meanings to many words.
Right.
You get me? Many words with multiple meanings. You feel what I'm saying? That
but
was
they
not,
have to call it separated motion
no,
because
but
it's
what I'm saying to you is that was not, and that is, other languages are not made like that.
I got you, but remember, it's not the full text. And that's why I just brought up the Gospel of St. Thomas, because what they tried to do is they tried to insert their pagan language into a language that never, it never made any kind of, it never left any leniency for paganistic acts or paganistic insertion. Yeah. So when they're talking about the heavens, yeah, this is a pagan thing. This is coming from Greeks. It's Greeks that think that their gods are in the heavens, you know. That ain't nothing to do with no Israelite ever talking about no heaven like that. The heavens was just the sky.
What are you talking about?
Now, unfortunately, all we have to do is go to the Gospel of St. Thomas and I'll read it out to you. Yeah, these are the sayings. These are the sayings of Yeshua. So these are the things that Yeshua himself is supposed to have said. Yeah, we can do the history of the Gospel of St. Thomas after if you want to question its authenticity. Yeah.
No, I just want to make one comment though. I do want to make a quick comment if that's okay before we
can I read it? You go ahead, make another comment.
Yeah, you can after. So the whole of the Bible has got Zoroastrian all through it. It's got the zodiac thing. I don't know why when you sit there and you say that it's paganistic, it's actually not. This is ancient knowledge that's put into the Bible.
No, your languages are pagan.
So that's why you've got 12
pagan languages.
That's why you've got 12 tribes. That's why they understood. That's why they've got.
Look, you didn't hear what I said. I said pagan languages could not be used to interpret our indigenous languages. This is why you misinterpreted things, like you called the kingdom the heavens, because that was in your pagan thing to begin with. That's where your God is.
Can I just ask Jedi something? Jedi, what was it you asked me to search for a minute ago that was in the laws?
It was book 6 and something.
No. That was something separate.
You forgot because you don't really care. That's why.
That to do with separate. Then we went to the Greek. Hello, this, that. What was it? Man, I lost it.
He asked to find a bit about the Last Supper. Yeah, that was Matthew 6.
So that was one part, and there was another one. As I was reading the
Matthew 6, 9 to 13.
But it's not that one, man. Listen, man. It's not that. I'm telling you, it's not that.
Trying to get you to work out the words, the actual words. What are the root words to these words in this Lord's?
No, man, it was
about. It was when he was asking you about when you don't say the Lord's name in vain.
The vain. That was about the law. It was about the law. Yes, the law.
He told you the answer. Yes. I want to play the quiz.
Right. Thank you.
Right, find that motion. Find that quickly. But let me just read this real quick here. It says in the Gospel of St. Thomas, and he said, whoever finds the meaning of these words will not taste death. Jesus says, or Yeshua says, as I would say, The one who seeks should not cease seeking until he finds. And when he finds, he will be dismayed. And when he is dismayed, he will be astonished. And he will be king over the all. Jesus says, or Yeshua says. 1 second, it's not finished. Let me just make sure I've got the scrolling thing is moving a bit mad. If those who lead you say to you, look, the kingdom is in the sky, then the birds of the sky will precede you. If they say to you, it is in the sea, then the fishes will precede you. Rather, the kingdom is inside you and outside of you. When you come to know yourself, then you will be known, and you will realize that you are the children of the living Father. But if you do not come to know yourselves, then you exist in poverty, and you are poverty, Yeshua says. The person old in his days will not hesitate to ask a child 7 days old about the place of life, and he will live. For many who are first will become last, and they will become a single one, Jesus or Yeshua says. Yeah, so I don't really need to read much further, but I thought let me read a little bit past where I read just to make sure you know I've given you the context. Like I said, the kingdom is not in the heavens. So all of these people who keep referencing heaven is because they're referencing their pagan traditions, and they're talking to you about Zeus, Jesus to be specific, and they want you to believe in their heaven and their deity. I think I'll finish there.
Okay, so I don't believe that the kingdom of heaven is in the skies. Sorry to say that. Sorry to disappoint you.
Why'd you say heavens? Why'd you say heavens then?
I say heaven because that's how it's written in the Bible.
Because that's what your pagans inserted.
No.
What's the difference between heaven and the kingdom?
You tell me. So I believe heaven and hell are where we exist right now.
Okay, so here we are, guys. So yeah, I'm Jedi. So here it is, yeah. What commandment is it? Thou shalt not take. Hang on, let me do it properly.
The Lord's name in vain.
Listen, Lo tisa et Shem Yahweh Elohei Charlashav Ki Yahweh Lo Yenake Asher Yisa.
Oh, scene. Yeah.
Yeah. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord.
Oh, you don't need to translate it. We don't understand what
All right.
Nah, translate it, please.
Yeah. What? So it says again, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
So what do you think that means?
Don't call his name for nothing. Don't just everything call his name. His name is holy, sanctified.
That doesn't mean don't call on him for any old thing.
Nah, I don't mean don't call on him.
His actual name.
He's got titles. He's got titles that you can call, that they did call.
Don't use the Lord's name. Say that again. Don't say the names or don't use the Lord's name.
Do not, hang on again. That wait.
It means don't cry out for him if you don't actually believe in him or need him.
No, thou shalt not take the name. Thou shalt not take the name.
It means don't do it uselessly. Don't just do it needlessly.
Yeah, that doesn't explain anything to me. Doesn't mean anything.
And don't do it like a Pharisee either. So have you heard of the story in Matthew where the Pharisees, they go about and they let everybody see how holy they are and how religious they are? So basically it's saying don't go and call my name making out that you're righteous. Don't go and call my name needlessly for no reason. You know, actually have faith in me. Actually believe in me.
I don't know, man. See, I got to take all of this. I got to break it down into small.
Yeah, you know what vanity means.
Yeah, but it doesn't say vanity. It says
vain is connected to the word vanity, is it? Not?
Is it?
I would assume so.
Exactly, assuming. Let's not do that.
Well, I would more than assume. I would affirm so. Then I would affirm.
Let's not. please, motion. I know that I've asked you to
No,
read
that's
it
shit for
there.
that shit.
Yeah,
So, Jedi,
I'd like motion to be able to read it one more time, please.
So, gone back forward in anything.
What?
So, that me I say, Nasa lo Nasa. Then Jehovah Elohim Savki Jehovah Nakalo.
No, English, man. We need the English, brother.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Okay, so where does that say anything about saying his name? It don't say nothing about saying his name or calling his name. It says taking his name in vain. Take his name in vain. What does that mean?
Yeah.
And which vein are we talking about? How are we spelling vein? How are we spelling the word vein?
Shifa, the word vein doesn't matter, bro. Like,
no, I'm saying, what is the spelling? What is the spelling?
My brother, you just heard me.
V-E-I-N, I think.
No, that's
if
the
it's
vein in the
vein,
body.
as in
All right, as far as I know, the only people I know about that take name is a wife. A wife
Don't
takes a husband.
wanna wait in vain for your love.
I don't know nothing else about taking
That's
the name.
how the word's being used, in vain.
Yeah, I hear the in vain, man. I hear that, in vain.
All right, and the word is V-A-I-N, which would imply vanity. Yeah, which would imply not using the Lord's name uselessly. Yeah.
Why wouldn't it say don't take the Lord's name in vanity? Don't use the Lord's name in vanity. Don't use the Lord's name for vanity. It says don't take the Lord's name in vain. I just want to be precise.
And again, in vain, right? So do not take something in vain used to mean do not take it for granted.
For granted.
Right? For granted. Do not take it for puppy show. Do not pull up
in
my
vain.
name.
If you do something in vain, you do something that's pointless. You do something that is going to amount to nothing. You've just done it for no reason.
Yep.
It's not necessarily about vanity, I don't believe.
Well, that is kind
Without
of like vanity.
Success or results.
Right. That's what I would say.
Like vanity, though.
Success or results. So now that's different from vanity. That's different from vanity.
No, but Jedi, if you're a vain person, yeah, if you're a vain person and you give yourself self-gratification, it means nothing. It's meaningless. So yeah, it does mean it is kind of vain.
Right. So he's saying, do not, because he says, do not mix up my name for foolishness in vain. Yeah, for no meaning.
You're swapping take for mix up.
No, that's just me. My word.
Yeah, I know, but you're saying take equals mix up.
Basically, do not call on the Lord if you do not have faith in him. You cannot call on the Lord.
Don't call on the Lord, because you can call on the Lord if you don't have faith.
Yeah, Jupiter's making that part up, definitely.
It don't say don't call. I don't agree with it.
Don't call on his name.
And I used to think it meant don't say his name, but it doesn't say that.
No, it says
and it
don't
easily say that if that's what it wanted to mean. I believe.
Personally, and the other thing is as well, yeah.
Don't take the Lord. Don't take the what? Don't take the Lord God's name in vain.
Right.
Yeah. So don't take His name in representation of yourself just to be vain.
No, Shifa, that's not what it means, brother. No, you could argue that is part of what it means, but it also means to no end.
It means without faith. Don't do it unless you have faith.
Do not call my name for reasons that have no end. Do not call my name as a representation, all kinds of different meanings, right? However, in vain, when it's written in that way, we go back to the meaning of what it means to be waiting. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. What does that mean?
So would that be the same as like I'd say calling the Lord's name in vain?
No, but
hold on. I would say, or say taking calling the Lord's name in vain would be like praying for the dead.
No, it would be like I swear to God. That would be taking the Lord's name in vain without due respect or calling any kind of.
No, but you're told, you're already told not to make oaths and not to swear, so that's clear. But I'm saying, if you go to a funeral or whatever, you pray for the dead. Yeah, that's in vain. That's pointless.
Why'd you say? What do you mean pray for the dead?
Pointless. Because you can't affect the dead.
Explain that.
Because you can't affect the dead. The dead is the dead, and either they're waiting for judgment, or they're in heaven, or they're in hell. Your prayer.
So we pray for their soul.
Your
So
prayer.
we pray for their
Can you
soul.
pray for? Can you pray to change the judgment? That
No,
God
we
will
can
make
pray
on
for their
everyone?
soul though, because the soul is eternal.
But you can't pray for their soul to do anything
Yeah, we can.
because you can't affect the soul. That's God's
We can't
business.
affect it, but we can
You
still
can't.
pray.
You can't pray for a soul to make it to heaven.
Yeah, we can.
How can you? Because you can't
Easily,
affect that.
because we can. We the same way
Show me
that
any
the
evidence.
devil.
Show me
Hold on
any
1 second.
evidence that you
The
can.
devil asked a specific person in the Bible, yeah, to plead his case to the Most High. So in the same way, the devil can plead a person's case to the Most High. It's the same way you or I could plead a person's case to the Most High.
Who said you
That
can do
don't
the
mean it's
same
going to
at
be
this?
heard.
My brother.
That was before the devil was even cast out. That's first. So he was an angel at that point, right?
No, but it was a man pleading his case.
No,
not an angel.
my brother. It wasn't a man. It
Yes,
was
it
a
was.
prophet. No, brother. Listen to me.
Was a prophet a man?
Right. No, but hear what I'm saying to you. That's
I'm right then.
my brother. That's arguable, right? We could argue whether prophets are men or not, right? That's a different conversation. What I'm saying to you is this: the prophets saw the Most High. The Most High sent messages to the prophets, not the normal layman, right? Number one.
So you lot, like the Muslims believe you can change God's mind.
No, but we can plead a case.
Okay, can I tell you what I think it means?
You would have changed. What the hell?
That's the whole point to prayer.
Listen to this. Listen to this. If it says in the Bible, "Thou shalt not kill," and somebody kills, yeah, "Thou shalt not murder," and someone murders in cold blood, yeah, and doesn't seek repentance, and then they die, you pray for their soul, and it changes God's mind.
No,
is that what you're saying? And what could you do to help? What can you do to help that soul get into heaven once
you can't do anything, but you can still
right?
pray for
So praying for that soul would be vain. You'd be praying in vain.
Not necessarily.
Okay, yeah, I get the point that Jedi is making, but I don't.
Not necessarily.
Yeah,
do you want me
but
to tell you
Jedi,
why,
I don't.
Jedi?
I don't.
Do you want me to tell you why, Jedi? And Jupiter just wants to shout
so
down the
you
microphone
can-
now because she's losing the plot again. But I'll
you
explain
can-
it why
hold
you
on,
can.
Shift.
If that's
No,
all
I
right.
wanted to say something
Can
because you
Shifter
keep
speak for
talking
himself,
over
please?
me,
Because I
but
don't
I
need
keep
Jupiter's help.
interrupting.
I'm
Shifter,
speaking to
Are
Jedi.
you now gonna tell me
Yeah.
that you can change God's mind?
No, I'm not going to tell you that you can change God's mind. I'm going to say God's mind was already made up. But I'm going to say to you, ultimately, for people who are not necessarily knowing of God's word and not knowing of, the consequences, the full consequences of their actions, we could plead a case for them. And I would imagine the Most High's mind is already made up. But, some of us may feel a mind, to pray for.
This is how praying in
And you know what?
vain is
I can't
actually
give my
vanity.
explanation. So do you know what? I'm going on mute. You lot.
It makes sense now, Shift. This is how using the Lord's name in vain is actually vanity. Because you be praying because you believe in yourself and you believe in your ability to actually go against what was set out. If it's set out that this is the judgment, this is it, this is against the rare, you praying to try and reverse that decision is actually vanity. Yeah. You're actually trying to compete with God's decree and see if you can wangle it.
Okay, so can I just?
All right, can I finish now, Jedi, before this woman jumps in again? I won't finish though. Why do I have to keep waiting? Let me finish too. That's not fair.
Now you let me finish. You might as well let Jupiter go on now, man.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Sorry, man. Go on, Jupe.
So I don't think it's meant in either, even though I follow Jedi's train of thought and it would make logical sense. I don't think it's meant in either of the ways that you two are describing. So when it says don't take the Lord's name in vain, it means don't, like when you stub your toe and you go, oh, Jesus Christ, or oh God, your foot's going to get better anyway. You don't need to cry out to God to help you.
Yeah, but no one says, Yahweh.
And you're just blaspheming.
That's God is not God's name, though.
Yeah, it's
Jesus
also
is not God's name.
No, it's not. But I'm giving you an example.
So there you go.
When you go, oh God,
that's not taking.
oh God.
That's not. Nah, that doesn't make no sense. The example you gave, neither of them was God's name.
Mm.
And when you check it out, no one actually does go, oh fuck, oh Jehovah, oh God,
they do though. They go, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well,
that's not
good. Can I finish what I was saying now, Jedi? Because it's like I'm being cut off, and it's like this demon is doing this.
Talk then, man.
Let me finish what I was saying now. Like I was saying, we can go into a Bible, yeah, and what we're gonna find is we're gonna find a story of two brothers, Cain and Abel. One kills the other. After he kills his brother and is discovered, what does he do? He pleads to the Most High. He prays for salvation. So yes, we can, and as much as he prays for himself, we can do the same.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Sorry.
No, he doesn't.
Let me
No, he
finish.
doesn't.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
No,
Let
that's
me finish.
incorrect.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Yes, he does. Yes,
No,
he
he
does. Yes, he does. He says he will be killed if he goes out into the
Yeah, he
world.
doesn't.
Yes,
Yeah,
he does.
that's not
Yes, he does.
pleading for.
Yes, he
That's
does.
not repenting. That's not saying he's sorry.
How is it not repenting?
Because he's only scared that other people are gonna murk him. He doesn't say, "Oh, please forgive me, Lord or God." What are you talking about? Now you fucked up.
He asked
All
for
right,
mercy.
anyway,
He
so
doesn't
now you're
ask for
finished.
forgiveness.
Now
He
you're
asked for
finished.
Don't
mercy.
try it, man. Don't try it, man.
Shifa, he asked for mercy, not forgiveness.
All right, listen. Sorry, no. Mercy is forgiveness.
He didn't ask for
First and
mercy,
foremost.
bro. He doesn't ask for
Broski,
mercy.
all right,
Like,
listen.
the mercy he
Look,
wants, yeah. He doesn't. Listen, hold
we
on,
can
hold on,
do
hold
this
on.
back and forth when I'm finished, innit?
All
Because
right,
it
go
don't
on
make
then. Go
sense
on,
me
go on.
not
Sorry,
finishing
sorry.
and everyone
Go
just
on,
black.
Wait,
Go on,
you
go on.
just finished.
You're
Wait,
right. You're
no,
right. Go
brother.
on.
You
I'm not finished, bro. He
Let
interrupted
him go.
me.
Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Go on, Shifa.
Thank you. Like I was saying, yeah, he spoke to the Most High and prayed to the Most High, which is a sign of him prostrating himself, asking for forgiveness, for starters. Yeah. Secondly, we can pray for the salvation of others, even when we know they've done wrong things, especially if the person doesn't know what they're doing. They may not have the full capacity to understand the implications of their actions. So we may choose to pray for them. That doesn't mean that their case is going to be heard, but there is a possibility that it could be. I will say that much.
So
I don't think talking to God is
no,
you
not what
asking
they
for
do.
forgiveness.
Yeah, true.
That was a reach.
So what I'm gonna say is this: yeah, what you just used as an example is a totally different example. One's talking about you being alive, someone being dead, yeah, and you praying for them, yeah. You just used a man that's committed a sin and decided to flee first and then was found, yeah. He fled first, then was found. He didn't just start praying. He fled, yeah, first and foremost, yeah, and tried to hide the shit. Okay. Number two, all right. So you're talking about a man that's alive praying for his own safety, yeah. You can't, and you're saying you're praying for other people because they do something that they didn't know. They're alive.
And can I just say as well, there's no evidence that Cain prayed ever.
That's what I'm
God
saying.
spoke to him. God spoke to him. That, you get me? God hollered at him. Yeah.
Jedi had to put the boot
prayer.
in.
He had a whole different relationship with God, and that's another thing. God
He
was
ran
hollering
away.
at man. Yeah, winking, smiling, hollering at man. Yeah,
it's just a walk in the park. You get me? Talking about.
Yeah. God hollered him, said, "Well, go on, yo, boom, where's your brother?" Said, "Rah, I'm my brother's keeper." Man tried to hide it. That's not remorse.
Say, what praying? You didn't pray nothing.
Yeah.
Do we
And
believe that the soul is eternal, though?
But why are you switch? Why are you doing a Jupiter and switching it up?
I'm not doing a Jupiter. Listen, I've
You are.
made my
Oi,
point.
don't
Listen, you can dissect it
drag
as
me
much
in
as
there.
you want. Listen, you can dissect my point as much as you want, yeah. And I accept that not everyone believes it the way I believe it. But I will say this much: from my belief and from my understanding, the soul is eternal. So if you did wrong in this life, especially if you was a person who didn't know what you was doing, didn't understand the implications, there's a chance you could be saved anyway. But in the chance that you're not, I could pray for your soul, and maybe your soul could come back and get another chance at this life.
Reincarnation now.
Who knows?
Hindu
Who knows?
Hindu
Who knows? Nothing
Christianity
is
now.
outside of the Most High's remit. Nothing is outside of his power.
So can I say
I'm
something?
doing reincarnation now, yeah.
So from my understanding,
I believe it's possible.
Right, Shifa, chill. From my understanding, those that pray for those are the prophets and the angels that pray for those souls, right? Again, I've said this before. The name of the Most High was known to Israel. Then it became unknown. As is, he said, I will no longer send ye prophets. I will hide my face from you, and so on and so forth. All that is there, right? So when we move on to the New Testament and we hear things being taken out, right? These people didn't have the names. The Greeks didn't have the name of the Most High. The Romans didn't have the name of the Most High. The name of the Most High was then taken away in the same way that he took away judges. When people talk about new covenant and all the rest of it, you lot keep talking from unlearned shit. Most of the law is still fucking in place. The laws of judgment was taken away because it was corrupted. Yeah, that's what you lot have to understand. The whole law was not taken away. Yeah.
All right,
You're
calm
just
down.
thinking these mad phrases. The whole law
So
was
what
taken.
happens? What happens to people
I
in
feel like we're
purgatory?
all getting carted off.
Motion. What happens to people that are in purgatory?
Were you classing as purgatory, bro?
As in purgatory that you read of in the
Purgatory?
Bible.
Where'd you get purgatory in the Bible? Purgatory. Show me.
You want me to find it for you? All right, cool.
Show
You obviously
me.
never heard of it before.
No, I've
That's
heard of
what-
purgatory. I just didn't realize it was biblical.
That's all I'm saying. There's a lot of text that tells you about
Don't the
punishment.
Catholics believe in it?
Yeah, I
thought
thought
the
that was some
Catholics believe.
Catholicism.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm
but
saying is
obviously
there's a lot.
you're a Hindu Christian anyway, so why not add Catholic to it?
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Shipper, reincarnation, all sorts. I don't know.
I'm saying if you don't want to debate that about the laws, I'm happy to, because I could show you even where Jesus kept the laws and told people to keep the laws. You know what I'm saying? And Paul and other people. But if y'all want to dispute that, we can, innit? I don't know why you're talking about
No, in the
new
New Testament, it said.
Say again?
In the New Testament, he said that old things are swept away.
No,
But
no.
basically, he said that you had to.
But wait.
Also. Yeah.
He said, I am not here to change the law.
Yeah, that's
but
it. Yeah,
to
with the
but
law.
to
Yeah.
fulfill, right? And like I just said to you, right? Two areas were taken away, right? The judgments, because they were corrupted, and the feasts. They were corrupted, so they were taken away. And it said, and it goes on further because he says, no longer, wait, let me finish. No longer will I smell your feast days. They are a stench unto me, Israel. Chemo, tell him if I'm right or wrong. If the Most High ain't telling Israel this. Certain things don't send to me no more. Don't send no feasts. I ain't giving you no judges. I ain't sending you no more prophets. I've turned my face away from you. You will no longer know my name. So when you get to the New Testament, the man have already been punished, blood. They don't know the Most High's name.
Yeah, notice Reggie's silent because he's got nothing to say. We're breaking on the Bible. You ain't got no input. You're waiting for Islam to pop back up, innit? Don't act like you're not there typing away in the chats as well. Right, Reggie.
Trust me, I keep telling you, look, man, I studied this blowhole thing. Yeah, it's why I don't sit down with it. I studied it a long time ago. Is I don't sit down and take every word for word. You get me? But if you don't want to debate shit, debate that shit, man. Cause keep talking about yours. Oh, it's all right. You can eat pork now. Bullshit. Bullshit. You look, come change up the laws that people living in sin. Allow it.
Well, that's up to you. Obviously, you're not of the flock either.
What flock? What flock? What flock? The only people that didn't have to keep the law to the T were the Gentiles. So if you're saying you're from Dan, you're not of the fucking flock. How about that?
I never said I was of the flock. I said you're not of the flock.
You can't tell me I'm not of the flock because I understand the book better than you, Walter, and all of your flipping.
I can't tell you you're not of the flock. You just said that you rejected it. You read everything and you can't see the.
Yeah, I reject the book. I reject the book. I reject
If
the
you
book.
reject the book, you're not.
But you know what, Jupiter? Besides the book, there's a history.
You reject the
No,
word
that-
of God, and therefore
Jupiter,
not God.
besides the book, Jupiter, besides the, besides the book, there's a
faith.
history. Besides the book, there's a history, right?
Gotta have faith.
Besides the book, there's again, you're gonna sing a Batman tune on a God thing. This is what I'm saying. So you're not of the flock, man. You're definitely a Danite. definitely you got booted out.
Can I do this scripture for Jedi now? Yeah, because we're not gonna let Jupiter derail the
Yeah,
conversation.
do that shit, and then we can just boot them out again.
Yeah. So here we go, Jedi. Let me read this for you now. And describing to sorry, I'm going from Luke 16. I'm going to start from 16 onwards. If I could start a bit later than 16, let's start from 18.
No, start at 16, brother. Start at 16.
I'll start at 16.
Yeah,
the
please.
law and the prophets were until John. Since that time, the kingdom of God is preached, and every man presseth into it. And it is easier for heaven and earth to pass than one title of the law to fail. Whosoever putteth away his wife and marrieth another committeth adultery, and whosoever marrieth her that is put away from her husband committeth adultery. There was a certain rich man which was clothed in purple and fine linen, and fared sumptuously every day. And there was a certain beggar named Lazarus, which was laid at his gate, full of sores, and desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table. Moreover, the dogs came and licked his sores. And it came to pass that the beggar died and was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom. The rich man also died and was buried. And in hell he lift up his eyes, being in torments, and seeth Abraham afar off, and Lazarus in his bosom. And he cried and said, Father Abraham, have mercy on me, and send Lazarus that he may dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue, for I am tormented in this flame. But Abraham said, Son, remember that thou in my lifetime receivest thy good things, and likewise Lazarus evil things. But now he is comforted, and thou art tormented. And besides all this, between us, there is a great gulf fixed. Between all this, between us and you, there is a great gulf fixed, so that they which would pass from hence to you cannot, neither can they pass to us that would come from thence. Then he said, I pray thee therefore, Father, that thou wouldst send him to my father's house, for I have 5 brethren, that he may testify unto them, lest they also come into this place of torment. So I would suggest, from what it says there, to some extent, even our souls can pray for other souls.
Luke, what book was that? Luke 16:1.
Luke 16:22. I read up to 26.
I can't lie. Yeah? Okay, so let's go from you went up to 26, yeah? Bro, that took long.
Up to 28, sorry. I went up to 28.
That took long, bro, yeah? So boom, the story is the unrighteous steward. That's the story, yeah? And he said also unto his disciples, there was a certain rich man which had a steward, and the same was accused unto him that he had wasted his goods. And he called unto him and said unto him, How is that I hear this of thee? Give an account of thy stewardship, for thou mayest be no longer steward. Then the steward said within himself, What shall I do? For the Lord taketh away from me my stewardship. I cannot dig, to beg I am ashamed. I am resolved what to do. Then when I put out of the stewardship, they may receive me into their houses. So he called every one of his lord's debtors unto him, and said unto the first, How much owest thou thy lord? Boom, they went through the debts, right? Boom, cool. And I say to you, he that is faithful in that which is least as faithful also in much, and that he is unjust in least to unjust also in much, whatever that means. If therefore ye have not been faithful in the unrighteous mammon, who will commit to your trust the true riches? And ye have not been faithful in what that is, which is another man's, who shall give you which is your own. No servant can serve 2 masters, for either he hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and mammon. And the Pharisees also, who were covetous, heard all those things, and they derided him. And he said unto them, Ye are they which justify yourselves before men, but God knoweth your hearts, for that which is highly esteemed among men is abomination in the sight of God. The law and the prophets were until John. Since that time, the kingdom of God is preached, and every man presseth it. And it is easier for heaven and earth to pass than one tittle of the law to fail. What does that mean, first of all? It's easier for heaven and earth to break than the law to
one of
fail.
the laws to not work, basically.
To fail, right?
To fail,
to
yeah.
lead you,
fail,
yeah, to
not
lead
work.
you. Okay, cool,
I got
cool.
you.
This is the words of the Messiah, right? Understand?
Yeah, that's
it,
what I just
yeah?
read. You're
Right,
right.
cool.
You're right.
So then, when you read onto the part that you're reading about, yeah,
Yeah.
he then goes to, and it came to pass that the beggar died and was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom.
Yeah.
Right. So that's all I need to read, because what I just said to you a minute ago, only the angels and the past prophets can pray for you in the afterlife, not us on earth.
All right, but the point I was making is even souls, people who's already dead, can pray for someone's
My brother, the prophets, Abraham,
and, I was expecting you to read the whole thing, so just finish reading the whole thing. You read motion, not being funny.
You
Yeah,
read the rest of it.
not being funny. Yeah, hold on 1 second, because I listened to you and I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying to you is, when you get past where I stopped reading, yeah, it says, then he said, I pray thee, therefore, Father, that thou would send him into my father's house. So he's praying for someone that's already dead.
No, he's asking Abraham to pray for him.
Hold on, listen. For I have 5 brethren that he may testify unto them, lest they also come into this place of torment. So now there's other people who he's going to have to testify, who are going to have to, bear testament to his, either guilt or innocence. Yeah, Abraham saith unto him, they have Moses and the prophets, let them hear him. And he said, nay, Father Abraham, but if one went unto them from the dead, they will repent. So what does that mean?
My brother, did you hear what I said? He's talking to Abraham in the afterlife.
No, but what does he mean by that sentence? Hear the sentence.
My brother,
if one went unto them from the dead, they will repent. And he said unto him, if they hear not Moses and the prophets, neither will they be persuaded, though one rose from the dead. Now, I'm gonna infer that what that's saying is, it wouldn't matter. Depending on the person, innit? If the person's heart really wanted to repent, and the person's soul really wants to repent, and they really want to change, they're going to anyway, then they'll be allowed into the kingdom. But what it's basically saying is, they won't want to change. They're not going to change.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying to you, he didn't listen to Moses's pleas, because remember, Moses had to plea. Why? Because Moses committed a sin against the Most High. Right? So Moses did great things. Right? So if he didn't listen to Moses, he ain't gonna listen to you.
Exactly.
So don't pray in vain.
My brother.
I'm going to imply that it doesn't mean that. I'm going to say that I'm going to infer that it means that they're not going to change anyway. So regardless of whether you pray for them or not,
exactly. So don't pray in vain.
It's not going to change them.
So don't pray in vain.
That's right. Do you know what? At that point, I'd have to kind of agree with JEDI. Don't pray in vain. You're right.
And he cried and said, Father Abraham, have mercy on me. Please don't tell me you were talking to no rich man. Shut up, Walter. Yo, I just hadn't learned it as fucking anyway. I'm not even saying nothing. Because you just scared. You just scared.
You're scared. You ain't been on for months. Sure.
Scared. I in the chat just typing like some secretary. That's what I'm gonna call you now, the secretary.
Nah, what you call them guys there? The stenographer.
Yeah, it was stenographer. Yeah,
yeah, but brother, why was Abraham praying for them then?
Listen to bruv. Did you hear what he said?
I did hear what he said, and I just said at this point, I now agree with Jedi
Listen,
that it
but
would be
Abraham said,
pointless
son,
praying. It would be pointless
no,
praying
brother.
for someone. It would
The
be
dead
pointless
At this
praying for
point, I've
someone
got to
because
admit, Schiffer is
by what
funny.
this says,
He
they're
sat
not
there
going
and
to
thought
change
St.
anyway. If they was
to
going to
argue.
change, it will be on their own at their own discretion in their own time. It's not going to be because I prayed they're going to change, which I will take into consideration. But I'm going to say to you, that at this point, Abraham is still praying for someone. Though.
My brother, no, he's telling him the Most High didn't listen to Moses. He ain't gonna listen to you. The guy tries again, right? The guy tries again, and he says what he does is, and the people that follow Islam can understand this also. The dead person is now trying to make dua for those that are living, to save those that are living.
I think you're failing to prove that point, but obviously each to his own interpretation then to some extent, because these words are quite confusing, to be fair. But at least you've made a valid attempt, and I'm not going to discredit what you're saying. I'm just going to say maybe I've read into it a bit differently.
So listen to it again. So let me listen to it again then. And besides all this, between us and you, there is a great gulf fixed, as in stature amongst the Most High, right? So that they which would pass from hence to you cannot. Yeah. Neither can they pass to us that would come from thence. Yeah. So that would come from there. Then he said, I pray thee therefore, Father, that thou wouldest send him to my father's house, for I have 5 brothers, that he may testify to them, lest, which is, God forbid, pretty much, that they come to this place of torment. So send your people to my brothers to teach them so they don't come here.
Yeah.
Right. So the dead person is now making a plea to Abraham and the angels to save his people on earth. Not the people on earth praying for him in his death.
Yeah, but Motion, the point is, I've already agreed with the argument that it would be pointless. Jupiter, you're not part of this conversation, so it's probably best you just stand down. I've already agreed with you, that it would be pointless praying for someone for the simple fact that only they can change their intention. Yeah, so we don't need to argue that point no more. My point that I'm making is that he was praying for someone. That's the only point I'm making.
Yeah, but it wasn't anybody living. That's the point.
I never said it, bro. I'm just saying he was praying.
No, but that was the beginning point, my brother. That was the beginning point.
Someone was praying for a dead person. It did happen. Argument done.
No, not really. No,
it is done because I've accepted what you said,
brother.
I've accepted your interpretation. Move on. Move on.
If you understand so what happens when you die, bro? What happens?
Bro, we just gave us the context and I agreed
with
you.
Brother, when you die, my brother, when you die,
and I've agreed with you. Agreed with you. Do you not understand what agree means?
Yeah,
agree means that I've accepted what you said. Let's move on.
No, you're trying to move on because you're trying to put in your little fucking insertion.
No, I'm saying to you that in that text, someone is praying for someone.
You argue to be right, brother. Don't understand. I will smoke
right, though.
you
Someone
on here,
did
bro.
pray for someone.
Bro, I will smoke you on here, you know.
You can't smoke me. You can only smoke Jupiter packs.
Bruv. You know this, right? Stop it, bro.
Look, Motion, this is not an argument anymore. I'm just going to let you talk now. Go on.
Stop it, bro. Stop it. I've just showed you where only certain people, you just want to be like, I get someone. That wasn't your first assertion, bro. You were talking about praying for people that are already dead. And the brother said, is that not in vain? And you was arguing against that.
And I've said, I retract that statement. So move on.
Cool. You retract that statement.
I already said that though. And Jupiter is so happy because, do you know what? I can admit to being wrong, but she never will.
You know what? I think you only have to score a point.
I got you, but the thing is, Motion, do you see how, this is the difference between, the true children of Israel and the Gentiles, because you know what? I'll accept when I'm wrong, but the Gentiles will never accept when they're wrong. And unfortunately, the Gentiles pray to Jesus, and then they want to talk about the Most High, like the Most High is Jesus.
Listen, all I gotta say is this. Nobody can say Schiffer's unsynchronized, brother. Yeah, Schiffer's the most synchronized brother on these panels. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. More power to you, beloved.
Look, if I'm listening, stop calling me beloved, but you do know me, so I love you. But yeah, like, not being funny, yeah. Like, no one's perfect in it. I'm not perfect in it. I've made mistakes in the past. I'm sure I'll make mistakes in the future. But what you know is the disingenuousness of certain people, like the Jupiters of this world, the Reggies. They will never accept when they're wrong, you know. And then what happens is you got these people who are still in mourning for the Queen, who, you know, brutally, you know, displaced, you know, and just destroyed lives in general. Yeah, her and her family. You know, these people got love for that, but they ain't got love for people who just made a little mistake. It's just weird. It's so weird, man. But they love the Queen. They love what she did. It's crazy, bro. You know, and this is why I say this woman is definitely a witch. She's definitely a witch. Maybe Motion is the last witch hunter, and at some point he gonna put a stake through her.
Yo, family, can I just quickly say, yeah, for anyone that wanted to take part in the quiz, you lot was voting for the quiz. I know a few of you wanted it. So it's on Trilluminati Live. Just go to Trilluminati Live. You'll see another stream up there. Channy's on there. Should be running the quiz while we talk like big people things. How people want to play games. Now, but for real, if you want to do the quiz and that, go over there, man. Well, go over here. But over here.
Who had a topic anyway? I think we should have moved because somebody had a topic, man. Was it the Leicester thing, man? The Leicester thing. Other people want to talk.
Yeah, let's move on to the Leicester thing, man.
Move on to the Leicester thing. Joshua's stick. So
Joshua's what?
Joshua's what?
I want to hear what you got. What have you got to say about Leicester? Let's go there.
Well, obviously it's not good, is it? You got two groups of people beating the shit out of each other over cricket, apparently. But I think it's probably deeper than that. I think it's gone into sectarian violence. But it's a bit similar to football violence, isn't it? You know what I mean? I think the police should be doing something. I don't think that Mohammed hijab should be up there, though, inciting violence. But fair play to some of the Muslims that were up there. They took the fucking microphone off him, didn't they? They said you're making things worse. So I thought that was pretty good. Yeah.
Did you not expect that from the Muslims now? Did you expect them to just be like, yeah, let's go kill everyone?
No, I just think there's good and bad in everything, isn't there?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I expect it from black people more than I expect it from Muslims, man.
Just making things
I don't even know why the Muslims they should keep
right.
their in-house fight in India. That's what they should do. They shouldn't have even brought it here. If anyone's got a fight, it's us with people like Jupiter that still owe us money because you know her granddad was a slave
What's
trader.
your problem?
We should be the ones. We should be the ones kicking down Leicester and then places
and
London and everywhere else.
Getting our reparations, bro. Chill, man.
No, Hector ain't getting shit, man. Hector's giving her more slave money. He's doing more slave labor. Like what she should be doing is paying back what she stole and what her great granddad stole. She should be paying it back.
My
But she never
granddad
will.
took nothing off no one.
Your great granddad was a slave trader and a murderer and a rapist.
Very religious.
He was a rapist.
You're a very
your great grandfathers and grandmothers were rape and murder sympathizers
and what
as
was
well
yours?
as rapists
And what was
murderers.
yours? And what was
Not
yours?
rape or murder sympathizers.
What was yours,
Not
Shipper?
rapists and murderers.
Why are we doing
Let's
this,
not
man?
be fucking insulting about people's families. Just
Jupiter's
behave.
great grandfather was a slave trader. They have loads, they have millions of pounds worth of slave trading money within the family that they need to give back.
You're very, very low.
Big drama show. Why are we doing this?
Jupiter's great grandmother probably looked just like her, whipping people, beating the skin of our black backs. She wants to marry a black man.
Leicester, Schiffer, what has it got to do with Leicester?
Well, this is what it's got to do with Leicester. Is it should be us rioting because they ain't paid us back our money.
God.
It should be us brocking up these heathens.
Yeah, but bro, what does that got to do with the Muslims and the Hindus fighting? The Muslims and the Hindus could potentially might have to give us a little bit of P2 still.
Yeah, they're showing us the way motion. That's what they're doing. They're showing us
fighting against each other. What way are they showing us?
They're showing us that if you've got a grievance, you have to take it to the next level. You can't just sit around
fighting each other as black people. Is that the way that they're showing us to behave? I don't understand.
They're showing us that you got to take it to the next level. You can't just sit around talking about things and people are violated.
Yeah, but my brother, listen, they're gonna leave that place, and for the next 2 years, they're gonna be talking about getting stopped by the police and so on and so forth. So I'm saying
to the next level.
One second, man. I'm saying, what's the point of all this building up? What is it? What is it? Dress rehearsal? What is it? Because none of them ain't gonna turn up and go and fight the police. None of them.
It's
So what
just
the fuck?
rehearsal, man.
What's
You're
the
right.
point?
It's a dress rehearsal, man. Because there's a war coming. There's a war coming. Like I said yesterday, the Hindus, they are the original people of India. There weren't no Muslim there. These Muslims came in and imposed their thing over their lands and over their people, innit? So they want it back, innit? The same way we're supposed to want ours back.
So wait, Shifa. So we're supposed to want ours back. But what I'm saying to you is this, yeah. Pause on the wanting anything back, yeah. Because I just want things returned, yeah. Number one,
returned.
And number two, what I'm saying is, do you want to then? Because this is what you have to understand when you're talking about that, yeah. These men are gonna fight each other, but there's not really anyone else they're gonna fight, right? Apart from the system, and they're not gonna do that, right? So I'm saying you want us to do this thing, right? And I'm saying you want us to fight against the European system. But then once we do that, we're gonna have to go Africa and fight against the Islamic system too.
Yeah, all of that beautiful stuff.
Too, yeah. So okay.
Any perpetrating systems, any of these colonizers that have come in and enforced their rules and laws over us and taken our wealth from us, we want at least our wealth back. Maybe we can adhere to some of the laws if we agree with them, but at the end of the day, we want our wealth back because it's not yours, it's stolen goods. They're all handling stolen goods. Jupiter's whole family is handling stolen goods.
The parade on Leicester was nothing to do with them getting anything back from the British, the colonizers.
I never said it was. I said it was the Hindus and the Muslims fighting amongst each other because they have a historical fight because the Muslims came into the Hindu lands and conquered it. I think it was was it like the 16th century or maybe a bit before? I'll Google it for you.
No. You have to
this has been an ongoing war for thousands or hundreds of years. Sorry, hundreds of years. This didn't start yesterday, Reg.
Yeah, I understand that they've had issues in the past, but that wasn't the
what am I wrong about then?
So that wasn't the main thing that got them going. Over the last week or so. The main thing that
listen, it could be cricket, it could be basketball. It don't matter what it is. These two groups do not like each other because there's bad blood, historical bad blood, and the Hindus want reparations. They want payback, bro. Let's be honest. The Hindus want payback. Straight up and down. I don't care. Listen, the Hindus could come here and say they could arrive here, and say, listen, it was just about the cricket. I don't believe you. We know you want payback because it's called Hindustan, not India. Yeah, you want your power back, you want your authority back, you want your lands back, and you don't seek to be Muslim. You don't seek to be Muslim at all. So
I haven't seen one Indian come and tell me that they want Pakistan. They are running India. And they are treating according to Muslims, they are treating the Muslims of India very oppressively, which someone of your...
They want them out. Thank you. You're just making me right. They want them out. Thank you. They don't want them there.
But they're originally from there.
But they're not originally Muslim, are they?
Well, that's their choice. Like if you were something and you change your mind.
No, it doesn't work like that. Go to China and try being Muslim. Go to China and tell China how it's supposed to run its country and run its borders and what religions it should be and should not be letting in. They're going to tell you to F off. They ain't letting none in. Because China's China. And I think that India being in Asia, you know, being very close to China, maybe they've adopted some of the same attitudes at points in time and said, you know what, we are Hindustan. We are Hindus. We are nothing other than that. We're not allowing these other things in there. You know, okay, you could argue Sikhism's in there. I would say that Sikhism and even Buddhism is probably more what's the word? More acceptable then, or more indigenous than Islam. I would say more. I'd say Sikhism and Buddhism would be more indigenous than Islam to the region. Yes, for the simple fact that if I remember rightly, Buddha did he not start as a Hindu?
I could agree with
a lot of people. I don't know what's with you, like some of you, but people are not always. A lot of people are not interested in what is indigenous, not indigenous in terms of religion, especially
not you. I get you, especially not
religion. They're more interested in what is right, what they believe is the right way.
Like you and Jupiter, what you believe is right is what fills your pockets. I get you, and if it don't fill your pockets, it's not right. I get it, bro. But that's Jupiter's mentality. You know, this is for Jesus worshippers to spread that kind of mentality.
Still descendants of
Hey,
slaves.
this
Still
guy's
descendants of slaves. What you
firing
must
bare shots at the hey Shifa.
what you
It's
must
true though.
realize
It's
is
for the Jesus worshippers to have that type of
what
mentality.
you must
At the end
realize
of the day, not being funny, yeah,
what
not
you
being
must
funny.
realize, descendants of
The
slavery.
land in Australia does not belong to the white people there. Yeah, but they claim that it does, and they want everyone to agree with them and their Jesus worship so that they
What
can
you
take
must realize.
authority over the
What
black
you
people
must
who are
realize.
indigenous, who were not Jesus worshippers, who
Alright,
actually
Shifa, 1 second. I wanna hear what Reggie was saying, because he said he asked you a question, but he referenced you as children of slaves. So I would like to hear what you're saying. Go on, say what you're saying, Reggie.
Yeah, what you must realize is that the majority of worshippers of even Islam or Christianity are not indigenous. It's not an indigenous religion for them. However, they choose to focus on what is right, what they believe is to be right, and what they believe is to be wrong in terms of how the world began and in terms of where we're going to go. So all this, oh, I'm going to follow something because it's indigenous, because my father did it, or my, if your father was a rapist, or your father was a pedophile, does that mean you're going to follow him? Or your father was a farmer, does that mean you're going to be a farmer as well? Like your parents make your own decisions, you make your own decisions. You get what I'm saying?
Reggie,
it's not about yeah.
What tribe are you from?
I'm from the River State, and I'm from Yoruba tribe.
Okay, thank you.
But I don't know, man. Like this tribal thing means a lot more to some people than others. I don't understand why some people feel the need to impose that, oh, this was indigenous, so therefore we follow this. Like, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that for a lot of people.
Why did the Arabs feel the need to impose themselves over the on the Hindus? Why did they feel the need to do that? Explain.
Well, they were wrong.
Why did the Christians feel the right to impose themselves on the Celtics? Why did they do that? Were they wrong too?
I believe they were wrong. They should
Right,
impose.
so anywhere they impose themselves on other people, then we're going to have to accept that they're wrong, whether that be Africa, whether that be India, whether that be China, wherever it is where you've gone and your people have gone and imposed themselves. You're wrong. You owe.
My brother, the Israelites.
Your reparations, isn't it?
Okay, your Israelites.
Listen. You said, 1 second, brother. Let me finish. 1 second, brother. You said, this is what you said. You said we were slaves, innit? Now, I'm going to say we weren't just slaves. We are actually prisoners of war. And when a war happens, when an unjust war happens, especially like the ones that these people imposed, reparations is supposed to be afforded. It's supposed to be.
Someone else. Every time you come and talk to us about reparations, you're not getting a penny from me.
Well,
you're not getting
the Muslims owe the Muslims owe the Hindus and the Sikhs and the Buddhists, whoever was there before them. They owe them. 1 second, bro. They owe them reparations. You and your Christian brothers, you and your Christian brothers, more importantly, your European Christian brothers owe the rest of us all especially black people. They owe us reparations. You owe us. So
my brother,
Reggie, just pause a minute. Reggie, just pause a minute. Reggie, just pause a minute, please. Because you see, when you do your fuckery, Reggie, yeah, you make me have to question something, yeah, and I go searching in it. Like when we go searching, we find out that because like you like to mention this thing about slavery and and I heard you say it, and you thought I was just gonna let it lie in it. So are you sure? So wait. Are you sure you're not the descendant of a slave? Are you sure?
As far as I'm aware, no.
As far as you're aware. So do you know how many slaves left slavery and went back to Africa or into England and so on and so forth? Do you know how many?
I don't know how many.
You don't know how many? Okay, no. Interesting. Because you know, like the Yoruba, like were very much enslaved also, right? So you know you could be a child of a slave also, right?
Big up the family, man. Big up.
You're big up, brother. You know that, right?
I don't know about that one.
How come you don't know? Like, bro, it's go on, bro.
Can I add to what you're saying? Yeah, he's definitely right in what he's saying. Yorubas have a thing called returnees. So there are people who have returned to the country from slavery or from being colonized, because some of them, where they're coming from is Brazil, for example. So we have a little quarter in Lagos, which is little Brazil town, you know, little Sao Paulo or something, because a lot of people came back like over like the last 50 to 80 years, right?
Not even that, brother. You see in the 1600s, yeah? Understand it? Yeah, you can research it. You research it. Yoruba people had done their servitude, yeah, and became wealthy and became establishment in England, and also traveled back to Africa and all the rest of it.
We were the most taken.
Right.
So that was exactly what you were saying was correct.
Right. So from the 1700s, my brother, Europe have been enslaved and going back to Africa, yeah, with nobility and money and wealth and stuff. Also, my brother, like this is why when you drop these talk, you don't know your fucking heritage, my brother, and you don't know the history of your people, my brother, but you want to throw shots. So let me just show you something, you child of a slave. You see how easy it is to drop it now? Like, no, wait.
Okay.
You see now how easy it is to drop it because you can doubt your heritage. Because you
Oh,
don't know, you don't know
right.
your people were
Yeah,
slaves.
Jigsaw, where you going?
Yes.
What'd you say?
No, I'm tired of the same old slavery shit.
Man, it's not for you. Nobody ain't for you. I don't need you to run interference for Reggie. You can just shut the fuck up.
Not even that motion. I mean, at the end of the day, we were talking about Leicester. And
I don't business. I responded to something that you dropped, a little jibe, and I said, you know what? I ain't gonna let you live that down. I'm gonna address you on it. But first and foremost, I'm gonna just double check something. You get me? That was all. I don't need nobody. I don't need your auntie jumping in to help you and be like, so always get to this. Like, I don't give a fuck what she thinks. Yeah, I'm addressing you as a man. Yeah,
Yeah,
she
see you
got her
later,
own-
Jupiter and Mount
she got
Battle.
her own picnic them. She can look after her own picnic them. Yeah, I don't know why you begging fucking Raka auntie out here.
It's not even that. Obviously, the thing is here. We were talking about one thing, and Schiffer diverted us to reparations and slavery, and like
because that's what it is. Listen, not being funny, the Asians in the chat, the ones from India, they're probably agreeing with me right now, bro. And they're saying, yes, the Muslims did come in and oppress them, bro. So you and us in Mountbatten need to figure it out.
I haven't finished. There is no Hindu movement for reparations. Like, stop projecting. If you want your reparations, we've said it before. Go ahead and do your reparations thing. Stop equating everything to bloody everybody wanting to get something back.
The Hindus just want them out. They don't want reparations. They just want them out.
The Hindus, some Hindus want them out. Some Hindus don't want them out. It's not. That's not what they're about.
Shifa, this is in England, though. This is in England, bro. This is in Leicester. Like,
that's why I said don't let it spill over into England.
But why is it waiting? That's what I'm trying to say. So let's talk about the Leicester thing. Let's talk about why the fight should be left in Hindustan or India, however people want to address it, or why these brothers should save their energy for something else, or whatever. Maybe we can address that instead of talking about reparations, slavery, like, let's stick to the topic, bro. I get it. You want to aim 1 and 2. I get you want to aim a couple shots sideways. That's cool.
No, you know what? To an extent, you could make that point, yeah, and I'll agree with you. But motion, to effect, my point still stands. Yeah, and those Hindus, yeah, that had, you know, a whole state forced on them called Pakistan. They didn't want it. It was forced on them. The British helped these Muslims to create another state within another people's country. Same thing they did in South Africa. They got all these white people there and helped them to create a state within a state and take over another people's lands. So I think that to some extent the Hindus will probably want them out or want some type of reparations. I'd like to hear from the Hindus.
That's what I'm trying to say. You're saying probably, though. We got to know.
Can't you read for yourself as well? Read for yourself.
I'm not a Hindu, so I can't say definitely, but I'm just going to go by from what I've seen, what I've read online, and from what I know.
Yeah, where'd you read that? Because I've not seen any Hindu movement for reparations. What did you read about reparations?
I never said there was a Hindu reparations movement. What I said is, I believe there is
and
a
it's not reparations, it's rependurations.
Yeah, we can call it that, but there's a likelihood that those Hindus feel a grievance going back hundreds of years.
Sorry, Shifa, I have to correct motion. It's rupee ration. So.
That's the rupee ration. But seriously, I honestly believe that there is an ongoing fight that's been, you know, it's hundreds of years old, and those Hindus are always going to feel a grievance to the fact that people were afforded their lands that really shouldn't have been afforded to them, and another religion has come in and usurped them to some extent. In their opinion, that's what I believe their opinion is.
I wouldn't. I don't know about Islam usurping them, because at the end of the day, like they've still got a significant population of Hindus, around 1 billion in India, and they've got their land. There's only one. There's a few other small islands or small lands that that they are having disputes over, but that's it. It's not like you're telling it as if they're like they're basically trying to kick all of them out or something like that. I don't know. That's the first I'm hearing of that.
Okay,
You know
can
what I
I
mean?
just say to you, Reggie, the Muslim conquest in the Indian subcontinent mainly took place from the 13th to the 17th centuries. Earlier Muslim conquests include the invasions into what is now modern-day Pakistan and the Umayyad campaigns in India in the 8th century and resistance of Rajputs to them. Now, I'd assume that Rajputs is a reference to something Hindu or someone Hindu or a Hindu people. Now, what we need really, because I don't want to speak Hindus' minds for them. I want to hear from them. But this is what I'm going by when I'm saying this is a grievance that's been going on for hundreds of years. This didn't start yesterday.
So you want the Hindus to come on here like a lot of our black brothers do and start blaming the Muslims for their problems? I haven't seen that yet.
I don't think they can blame the Muslims for their problems, but they can confirm the inference that
What
the
black
Muslims
brothers come on
invaded
here and
their
blame the
land.
Muslims for their problems?
No, the black brothers here come on here and blame the British for their problems, or they blame they blame Christianity for their problems. Or they
No,
blame,
I blame Christianity for what it did. I blame Christianity for stealing the wealth out of Africa, the Caribbean, America, and every other place where it went to and saw black faces. I have a grievance with them for what they did to my ancestors, yes, and I blame them for the actions they took upon themselves in murdering, raping, pillaging, whipping, and all sorts of despicable actions that they took upon themselves. Yes, I blame them for that, but I don't blame them for what I do with my own personal life. If I made a mistake, it's my fault.
You heard?
So there you go. There are people that.
So what mistake did I make that warranted them doing all the things they did? Please explain, Reg.
No, of course, no. You never do anything wrong, so I'm going to explain to you.
No, I want to know what mistake I could have made, what would have warranted them doing what they was doing, especially since I was not alive at the time when they were raping, pillaging, burning down villages, massacring people, taking people's children away from their families, all sorts of abhorrent behaviors, chaining people up and taking them over crazy long distances on boats according to their own observations of their own actions, as amongst many other atrocities. So how could my actions have any implications on something that happened before I was even born? Please answer that, Reggie.
Please answer that, please, Reggie.
I'm sure, man. Has anyone even made the argument that you are responsible for anything?
Well, you're speaking as if I have no right to call them out on the crimes they did, because you're inferring that means I'm blaming them for every problem in my life. But that doesn't mean I'm blaming them for all the problems in my life. It just means I'm blaming them for the actions they took upon themselves and the damage that they've caused.
My brother, as I said, the Hindus there's not been well, anyways, I don't know about you lot, but I haven't seen many Hindus coming on here to blame Muslims or the Muslim invasion of India for where they are today. I've seen it with with your people of your ilk, Shifa, blaming Christians, and you confirmed it just there. And there you go. So that was my point. Like,
well,
you
are
get
the
lost.
Christians not to blame then? Are the Christians not to blame?
My brother, I'm not going. That's a different debate.
No, I'm asking you a question. It's not a debate. It's just a simple question, Reg. Are the Christians not to blame?
I'm answering in the simplest way. I was referencing the Hindus, which we're talking about today.
No, but you said people of my ilk come on here and like to blame the Christians. So I asked you very quite simply, do they just like to blame the Christians, or the Christians actually to blame? Which one is it?
Again, that's just going to go into a broader topic. That's just going to go somewhere else, just like you like to do all the time.
Well, you could say the Christians aren't to blame, or you could say they are to blame. It's not going to go anywhere further than that at this point.
Yes, it will. It will naturally go elsewhere.
which is exactly where you want to take us.
So you
I'm
can't
not
answer
talking
the
about-
question.
No, I can answer the question, but we have multiple conversations about the Christians
So
and their.
you're that obsessed with defending Jesus that you won't even answer the question.
What's this got to do? This is what I mean. It's just all over the place, man.
Well,
all over
brother,
the
if
place.
you wasn't so obsessed with defending Jesus, when I ask you, are the Christians to blame for the atrocities that they did to black people all around the world, you would be able to answer me quite simply, yes or no. But you can't answer me because your defense of Jesus goes that far.
I don't have to jump over your hoops. That's one thing about it. I don't have to jump over your hoops. At the end of the day, we're talking about India. We're talking about Pakistan. You're taking us to Christianity. You're taking us to Africa. You're taking us to where you are. Naturally, as an artist, I know you have no other way of conversating in a conversation.
No, I'm
But
taking you
when-
to your leaders like to impose themselves on people. They like to wage wars on people, take people's wealth away, take people's lands away. Yeah, as much as the Muslim leaders seem to do the same thing. So what I'm saying is, at what point in time do you guys hold yourselves accountable, rather than pointing the finger at everyone else? At what point does this actually happen, please?
What is you guys? I don't even know what you guys
Christians and Muslims.
Christians and Muslims. So I don't know these people. That I have no relationship with these people.
So you're not a Christian. So you're not a Christian.
Yeah, I'm a human as well. Are
All
you
right.
not
So
human?
which point do you and your Christian brothers hold yourself accountable for your actions?
What are your brothers in humanity? Are you not a brother in a person in humanity?
Yeah, but I'm not a Christian. So at which point do you specifically Christian brothers in humanity hold yourself accountable
I'm
for
not
your actions?
European. I'm not a European, and I'm not the person
You're a
that went
Christian,
over.
bro. You follow
you're
a
British.
European ideology.
You're British. You are European. You're British.
You're
a human
British.
being.
You follow a European ideology, and you speak a European language.
You're
What more do you want?
Passport. You have a British passport.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you claim it.
Right.
You claim to be
Right.
British. We've had this conversation. Don't now run away from it.
Okay, I'll lie and say
you said you're black British. You said we had this convo. Let's keep it moving. You are European. Shush. But you're not European.
just because you say that you're not European doesn't mean that you're not. You're
That's your business.
No, I'm actually
That's
not.
your business. We're dealing with you.
I'm West Indian.
Of the expedition.
But at which point are you going to take responsibility, you and your Christian brothers, for the atrocities you've done? At which point do you take responsibility? That's all I'm asking.
I'll take the responsibility after you do.
Well, you know, I made a mistake earlier. I took responsibility for my mistake. I went and I looked in my Bible and I found, you know what, Jedi was right and Motion was right. So then I agreed with Jedi and Motion, and I said, you know what, you guys were right. I just thought I did find that someone in here was praying for someone, but it may be to no avail. So I had agreed with what Motion and Jedi said. So I've taken accountability for my actions and for what I said. Now, at what point do you and your Christian brothers take accountability for your actions and what you've actually done?
What are you talking about? They're following the same book as you.
But you're not taking accountability for your actions, though. You murdered people, you stripped people of their wealth and their lands, and you still got your murderers and your rapists on people's lands to this day. So at which point are you going to be accountable for your actions, take your rapists and murderers out of our lands, and give back what is duly ours?
I wouldn't hold my breath.
All right, so you're happy to be wrong and strong. That's what Christians are about. This is what Zeus worship is about. It's about murdering others, taking their things, acting like Vikings, and then telling everyone else that they're not civilized unless they accept that it's yours and accept being there.
That's right.
All right, so you're savages.
Yep. Now what?
Well, now that we know you're savages, you can probably understand why, you know, you get a particular reception, especially when arriving places like this filled with, you know, real brothers and sisters under the Most High, whether that be within whatever religion we choose to follow, but, you know, at least we acknowledge the oppression.
That's right.
That's right. So, yeah, we're going to enjoy your reparations. And as I said, don't hold your breath.
And you can enjoy being an overseer, and I definitely won't hold my breath. You know, he didn't rebuttal that one because he knows, like, we know what you are. There's no escaping it. We knew you as an agent from day one. You probably work for the Metropolitan Police, but you try to pass yourself off as a male nurse. But none of us are that stupid.
Yeah,
None
I
of
work
us are
for
that
the police.
stupid.
And my ambition is to have you lot all arrested and rounded up. And yeah.
I'm really not surprised.
Reggie, what I would like to say is
people can get. Huh?
It's matron actually.
Matthew.
Yeah, matron. Man said matron. Yeah, I just felt that shot across the bows about man being slaves was a bit. Ooh, I don't know how to accept that. You get what I'm saying? Knowing that you are supposedly of the same tribe as me. It's a
I didn't take that shot. I didn't say that to you.
I know you didn't say it to me.
Oh, okay. Well, you mean because I'm my mom was European.
I can't then come on and represent you in any type of way. It's very sad.
They're ADOS. They're African descendants of slaves.
I'm a street rider.
Is everybody that? No, everybody's not that. Just like you might not be that, but you might be that. Don't you understand how the story goes? No.
Well, I don't accept that I'm part of that descendant of slavery.
Are we owed reparations?
I don't believe we're owed reparations.
Yorubas are not owed reparations.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that, but are we?
I don't know. It's a complicated question.
It's not a complicated question. It's quite easy. Either we're owed reparations or we're not. And if we're not, then it wouldn't be a thing, right? But if we are, then that means slavery is definitely integral in that thing for reparations.
Why are Nigerians owed reparations?
Because they had their people taken.
So how much are we due then?
And they can't put a price on it. Because also they took gold, they took all sorts. To have the gold guinea in Europe, yeah, the whole place was called Guinea to them. You understand? Prior to them putting the names and the borders and all of that, Nigeria, Ghana, all this rubbish, right? This is how they made their wealth. So, like, what are we gonna do? They owe us a lot.
Ain't that why they put out the railways, Maku, and go under the guys that are trying to help the country?
So let's find out. Even Jamaica, right? Definitely owed reparations, right? Yeah.
In my opinion, yeah. Jamaica.
Now hold on. They definitely owed reparations, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they got a claim.
Right. The reason it's not about a claim. If your government is actively seeking it, then it's official, right? Right?
Wow, yeah.
Right. So that is the case for both parties. That regardless whether we do it over here, our countries have always been doing it. Various Nigerian leaders have appealed for their reparations for the return of items stolen, people stolen, and all sorts. We had a slight advantage in slavery in the fact that we mark our people. The tribal marks, yeah, is what held us in good stead in the return of a lot of our people. The ones that didn't have tribal marks, well, obviously, they're still out there. Do you get what I'm saying? But the ones we could quickly identify, yeah, from their little slave ships and wherever, yeah, they would have the tribal markings, and then man would say, look, that's our tribe. Please, can we have that person back? Right? So the idea of reparations for Nigeria is definitely a long-standing thing. And even as recent as David Cameron, we've been asking for our reparations.
My brother, I don't know much movement of Nigerians asking for reparations, but if there are, good luck to them.
It's not movement, it's the government. I'm saying. So if the government's doing it, that's why I said it's official, right?
Yeah, but if the government's doing it and then
it's a trap, it's a trap, but it's still official. It can be recognized as something international. We can look it up, is what I mean. So when
The
you're
government-
saying that, I'm not sure, I'm not sure, these are stated facts that, you know, people are owed reparations and they've tried, they've appealed on several occasions. Forget that one we do every year, because that's us in the diaspora asking for the same things.
There
But
are
trust
movements-
me, the
there
Jamaican
are-
Prime Minister has asked for his things. The Nigerian various leaders, prime ministers and presidents or whatever have asked as well. So this
leaders
is
can
clear.
ask. The leaders they can ask for what they like. At the
Yeah,
end of the day, a lot of
but hold on. It's not about asking what you like. It's about statements you're making, Reggie, and obviously knowing the fact that your people are definitely steeped in slavery. One, for being afflicted by it. Two, for fighting against it, and the third, we still got our cousins over there. They need reparations too for what happened to them. These are talking about your family members. You just don't realize it. I think that's your problem.
My family members are not here begging for reparations like a lot of the people that have come on here.
They are.
You know, no, they're not.
Your family relatives are called. Hold on, your family relatives are called Jamaicans. They're called African Americans. They're called various different things, because when we start looking into the DNA of these people, they're finding that they have a connection to people in West Africa. Clear. There's no chaser.
Bruv, there's Yoruba traditions. There's Yoruba traditions in Jamaica, brother.
That's what I'm saying. Man, I
don't know what the
demand them. Like, I don't know. We just one. We've been divided. Can't you see? Do you get what I'm saying? And separated it, and it's a bit of Stockholm syndrome or a bit of confusion that would have some of our family, the same family, saying that you don't deserve reparations. I've heard that before, right? For some supposedly conscious brothers who ain't really that conscious, right? I'm like, rah, that's a deep one. You know what I mean? To the soul, because at the end of the day, we over here are fighting for reparations like the original, right? Because you're fighting for the offense and what took place. We're fighting for the offense and what took place, yeah? And the fact, the loss of man and woman power. Because if you take an able-bodied male away from the family, who knows what these generations could have been if he was still at home and da-da-da-da. We have ceremonies to mourn and wait for the welcome of our family members who are still out there for our point of view. Do you get it? All over the continent we have that. To acknowledge that, yeah, something happened, bro. Something horrible happened. Our people got kidnapped. People just went missing, asked to go down to the waterside. Boom, gone. Some were actively prisoners of war already.
Reggie thinks it's something to laugh about, though.
No? Yeah, I was thinking some were already prisoners of war, literally prisoners of war, because Africans war. Yeah? And they thought, like, yeah, look, take these guys. We just had them. They were just going to be like, do servitude and probably end up back in the army, our army. Yeah? So you can have these guys, because Africans was thinking on the mindset of Africans, not Europeans, not knowing that man's going to take man away, shackle man, do all sorts of fuckery to man, whip man, this man, that man. You get what I'm saying? You cannot say an African has a concept of what a European is like away from him, because when he comes to him to do what he's doing, he's either on his best behavior or he's on a murdering thing. You get what I'm saying? So early interactions, yeah, there was a couple of people, a couple of tribes who gave the Europeans or traded the Europeans their prisoners of war, which was already a practice. You understand? Just that's not done in the same like transatlantic. Once that transatlantic shit comes in, it's game over, fam.
Yeah, and bro, let's not forget, you know, the British in particular bought a lot of slaves off the Portuguese and Spanish.
Right.
Slave owners, yeah, that had already been warring. And let's not forget the history of British wars and incursions and the ages of people they took. They went and raided villages and took children.
Yeah.
like
Reggie thinks that's all right though. Reggie
no,
agrees
it's not
with
that he thinks it's all right. I think he just doesn't have an idea of the
It's
scale
funny,
of the
Motion.
of slavery within his country, because he doesn't know the full history. He can't turn around and understand that actually his people were actually very much enslaved.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? And the history of many that did come out of slavery and became wealthy and went back to Africa, and while the foundation and their families became the foundations of Africa because they became masons and all kinds of stuff like that.
Let me give you an example of a returnee from our point of view. Fela Kuti. Did you get it? He's one of, or two of his parents. One of his parents is like a relative of mine, but they're from Brazil. Yeah, I got a cousin whose mum was born in Brazil. He's a known rapper in the UK. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, one day I was like, I've been to his house bare times, and I met his mum and all of that. And I was thinking, but your mum speaks fluent Yoruba. I don't. What do you mean? She's from Brazil. She's like, yeah, she's from Brazil, born and raised. What do you mean born and raised? I said, but they speak the language over there. Then I had to go into some things and find out certain things, and even find out certain languages or dialects of languages have Portuguese in it. You understand?
Yeah, but
Why
Maku,
Brazil is the only country that speaks Portuguese. Everyone speaks Spanish.
But he thinks that us being enslaved and being brutally massacred in the way that we was is some kind of, it makes us a laughing stock in some way. It's some kind
I don't know what Reggie's doing.
some kind of comedy point that he's trying to make.
I really don't. I mean, me and you can run some jokes. You can even
if I
get
could
my
get a word-
nerve shifter, yeah.
if I
But
could get a
on
word
some
first.
things, yeah, we're not having no. This is not funny. I don't think it was
No,
funny.
it's not funny,
I
bro.
think it was
It's not.
downright rude. You get what I'm
I'm
saying? What he
disgusted,
said.
to be fair.
So,
If I could get a word
you know
across.
what I mean? And I'm not apologizing for Reggie. I'll apologize for next month, but I won't even apologize for Reggie. Fuck Reggie. You know what I mean? We told him he's the Uncle Tom Coon from time. You know what I mean?
What
He's the
has
guy
that
you
got
don't
to-
want. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, but it's true though, Reggie. That's why I said I can't come and defend you.
I'm disgusted.
Because
against what?
you're riding on a historical standpoint that you haven't even studied about your own country. That's crazy.
Defend me against what? This
You know what I
guy
mean?
is.
Why do we want reparations? Why should we be asking reparations? I don't think. That's what you said. That was your initial statement. I don't
Yeah.
think we should be asking for reparations because you were lacking in information.
No. Even the information you're
Don't
giving
no, me. I'm just telling you what it is.
Even
You
with the
can't
information
you
you
can
gave
only
me-
come to that conclusion. Hold on, and make the statements you make because of lack of information, my brother.
Nah, that's not it. At the end of the day, some people have a desire to get reparations. Some people are not bothered. It's just as simple as that. It doesn't make you a coon or whatever you want to call it, sellout, if you don't really have that desire to be fighting for some reparation. Actually,
Bro.
if you look, do your thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
But to make a mockery of reparations, though.
The institute that
But not all of us are gonna come on here week in, week out and be crying about reparations. That's you don't want to
Well,
do.
why
that,
make
do
a
that.
mockery of it?
But
My thing,
Reggie,
I realized
Reggie. But do
slavery in
you
Nigeria
think?
today, there was slavery in Nigeria during colonization. There was slavery in Nigeria prior to colonization, and it's just an ongoing institution that has just been developed and been worse at some times and better at other times. At the end of the day, it's up to people whether they feel that they've got a claim to get reparations, and if they feel they're going to have a claim, good on them. They can go about and get their reparations. Doesn't mean the people that can't be bothered and want to focus on other things.
Yeah, but why was it something to laugh and joke about?
Reggie, you sound silly though. Like, what are you talking about? If you've got it completely wrong, yeah, about the idea of reparations for your own country, like the rest of what you're saying is absolute nonsense.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? You haven't got it correct. Because if you look into the history of your own country and your own nation and your own tribe, you will find a lot more information. Obviously, our history goes back further than slavery, but it's definitely entwined in our history. It's entwined in our history of our country. You get what I'm saying? The fact that it's named Nigeria, these people ended up enslaving us. They took over the capital and named it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're crazy. This is obvious. It's only
Can I
recent
say
as well.
something to What's the guy's Moroccan Hebrew Ishmaelite? Yeah, can I just say, like the guy saying I don't know anything about Arabs, and can I just point out the fact that he's actually right? All I know of Arabs is that I've batted up bare of them in my lifetime. I've batted up bare Arabs, so I don't understand how they ever conquered anywhere when I bad them up so easy. But you could come and inform us if you feel like jumping on the panel. Like you could inform us of all your Arab information. I'm happy to listen.
Yeah, man, they mix up like Voltron. And Arab is someone mixed. So he could be Indian, he could be thing in origin, he could be European mixed with Indian, European mixed with Mongolian, European mixed with something. No matter what, someone's going to call it an Arab.
Come on, look what happened to Banksy. Banksy got batted up. I see them get batted up constantly. It's like, come on, bro.
Once you get into that Arabia region, yeah, which is Africa, yeah, that's where the problem comes in, because the people who are there now are obviously not the people there of yesteryear.
Yeah.
And the temperature and everything just tells you that. Like, this is a fucking desert. You're going to die. 40 degrees every day. Man, you better have some melanin. You know what I'm saying? But obviously now there's sunblock, there's all sorts. You know what I mean? We've got white folks living in Cairo, all of that, calling themselves Egyptians. Mad. It's multicultural, right? But we know the truth of it. No one don't be claiming I'm Egyptian or I'm Sumerian or that's living in Iraq or anywhere right now. No, please don't lie. Yeah. If you haven't got deep levels of melanin, it's confusion. You know what I mean? You came from somewhere else. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong in it, but I'm just saying. You're not the originator on the land or you know what I mean?
And I'm yet to see any Arab come up here and refute what you just said, because we've told them all, from the Banksies to, I don't know, man. I thought Carnito was an Arab, but obviously he's a Turk.
Well, he would be considered that. No, because the Turks were considered Arabs.
I know.
So it's just a title. It's getting over periods of years. Obviously, they got their title as Ottomans, but yeah, in the main, they're traversing through a desert on horseback, marauding and killing and sacking people and just like previous ones of them have always done. It's very rarely that they come into the land peacefully. Do you get it?
Yeah, it's a shame.
There has to be some arms, with these men. So.
And sorry to any good Arab people out there that haven't jumped on a panel yet and haven't been batted up as yet, like, just keep it humble, and you might not get batted up in it. But the likes of Banksy, I'm sorry, I had to move wicked with certain man, because they tried to claim our homelands, yeah, which was originally Africa, and they tried to act like it's anything other than Africa. They call it the Middle East, but we show them the black faces that were there. We can show them, like I said the other day about Natufians, the first civilization in the region being black, E1, B1, A. What were we doing? There weren't none that looked like Banksy, so they're definitely not from there. Unfortunately for them.
Of course, everyone who's there now is not from there originally. That is a fact. And anyone want to come and refute that? I don't think anyone's silly enough to try and make that. You know what I mean? Make that a thing. Like, you know, the way we've been putting in work over the last couple years on that subject. The subject of North Africa and the Middle East, like us. Now it would.
Yeah, they'll make themselves look crazy. You're right, they would.
Yeah. I see them wobbling now and again, but it's cool, man. It's not personal. Yes. Big up, Uncle Debs.
What go on, Devs? Big up.
Blessings everyone, man.
Big up.
I thought it was one of the I thought it was the Moroccan dude for a second. I was getting I was rubbing my hands together. I was getting ready to eat some food.
You want to devour me? Backside.
Devour, man.
Yeah, but so far what I understand,
right, go.
Through my research, that the real Arab people are very dark-skinned people. The original Arab, not these pale skin they have over there now that claiming to be Arabs. Even the real Muhammad is a very dark-skinned brother.
That's right.
Not the one that they're pushing.
Yep.
So you have to ask yourself the question: why the switch?
Why not the switch? It's the same across the planet.
Oh, okay.
You go to China, they all used to look black 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Go there now. Do they look black? No.
Even
Same for
Australia.
Korea. Same for China. Thank you.
Yeah.
Same
Even
for Australia.
Yeah.
Same for anywhere, bro. Do you see the color fade going on? But color fade don't happen because of climatic. You know what I mean? Like some people are making out. It happens because people mix.
Yeah, they give us a bunch of bullshit about how they
Once people mix, you can
Yeah.
see it. You get me? You look like you mixed with something. No, I'm African. Like, please, man. And then we get into your DNA, and it's I got a little bit of Ashkenazi. I've got North African. I've got this one. I've got Roman. I've got Greek. I've got French. I've got everything. Go and look it up on YouTube. Any North African, when they've done their DNA, is shock face. The bit that would make you African, that's why I said you can be African by the land. I give you that. You're African because you were born in Africa. Yeah?
Yeah.
But tribally, you're not African. Yeah?
You gotta understand.
I say put
African
respect on your people's name.
To be African, you have to be from a bloodline.
Right.
You have to be from a tribe.
Tribe, yeah.
There is no coming from nowhere and joining. Like Christianity, there's no
like
joining.
the Berbers.
Exactly. You have to, because that's how they
disappear out of nowhere.
That's how they know one another from different tribes.
Yeah, but Dev, even in Christianity, they messed up because once we get into Revelation, like I showed Reggie and Jupiter earlier, why Jupiter started acting crazy, they're not involved. It's only the 12 tribes of Israel.
Yeah, but no, regardless you to control tribes or whatever, bloodline is very important. Hence the word begot. Yeah, it's so important in the Bible. We got this one, we got that one, son of this one, son of that one, right? So you get a clear, indication who's who and who descends from who and what and what. That's why you could even call yourself a Hebrew Israelite or an Ishmaelite.
You see why Christianity is hiding bloodline specifically, and they're pushing everybody can be a Christian. Because the Most High created 18 nations. That is 18 different bloodlines with 18 different tribes or tribes within it. Yeah? And everyone is from a particular nation. See, when you talk about nation, you're talking about a progenitor and you're talking about bloodline, you're talking about tribes. Now they move that out the way and start giving us a blended family. Where everybody is family now. But back in the days, once you're from a particular tribe on the continent, they know you.
Yeah, but what we're trying to do is it's like the most fundamental thing is to breed outside of your tribe. You don't want to breed in your tribe. That's crazy. Yeah.
Why?
Why would you?
Because
most of the time, but by the time, say 100 years, you're all related.
Yeah.
Right? You're all related in that tribe because you didn't move, you didn't think, you settled down, and generations and generations, sons marrying daughters, all of that. Give it 100 years, there's only 2 people left in the village, right? And those 2 people are related to each other. So the best thing they're going to have to do, leave the village. Right? And this is why we have so much cultures and customs in Africa, because that's happened on multiple times, multiple occasions, multiple, where we can't even really be identified with one tribe. There's all 6 or 7 in our DNA. Do you know what I'm saying? And then when you look into those, they all got different cultures and customs.
Because the men go on and sow their roots all over the place.
Right, because marriage is alliance also. You take your
Yeah.
tribe and you go to another area where there's another tribe. What we gonna do? We're gonna marry my son to your daughter. Now we one tribe. Get it? I'm not saying that each individual in the tribes have to mix with each other, but in terms of royalty and that, yeah, they make that.
In terms of partnership.
Right, it makes their partnership. The royalty is what makes the partnership, right? Because that's the people that the tribe have placed in the highest position, the ruler amongst them. Doesn't mean they're any better, but the tribe did that, the original clan or whatever, or the family. So this one, his bloodline, they're always the one who's going to govern over us because they seem to have the wise head and all of this type of thing, of course. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
It wasn't like the Europeans talking about I'm son of God and all of this type of nonsense. You understand?
Yeah.
We uphold the highest amongst us. This is like each of those supposed gods in Egypt were kings and queens of Egypt. So Osiris wasn't just Osiris, a god. He was a king of Egypt. His son Haru was a king of Egypt.
So he had royalty.
Right. But he's
And
the best amongst that tribe. Or
So is that why they tried to insert their kings, as in Zeus, into the story, like Jesus and all of that? Like Jupiter was telling us earlier, Jesus is God and all of this.
I think they had some of their Hellenistic ways long before they came to Egypt, in a sense, right? They've always been Hellenistic. They've always had a concept of a Christ or a Christos or a Messiah or someone to die or a martyr. Let's put it that way, right? So with Serapis and all of these other characters and, Prometheus and all of these are all a Greek Hellenistic things that they did. Pan, all of that. That's their thing. So when they come to our thing now, yeah, you can equivalate a lot of the gods, Zeus, Escalapius is one of the gods, right? He's really Imhotep. Do you get what I'm saying? So when you turn the equivalents round, their gods are still Egyptians, but those Egyptians were real people. Because Imhotep was a real person, but God raised to the status of a god. Do you get what I'm saying? So then it's showing you the system of how you get to be remembered in that sense, right? Because if someone who lived could attain and become one of the elders or one of their ancestors, yeah, on that level of Ra, Shu, and all of these individuals who actually lived, they were all just a representative of the various early tribes that existed.
Michael, answer me this question. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Are we getting the right understanding? And I mean the really authentic understanding, the way those people understand their life back then and how they perceive it back then. Because are we getting the authentic understanding?
I don't think so. And I think you can, but I think you would have to be in your proper place and thing. But some things are quite easily overstood because if someone looks like you, things like you, most likelihood would have some characteristics that you could identify with as your people, right?
Yeah.
So this is the difference between Europeans and us in translating information and all of that. They don't put the life in it. They can't give the life experience. If you black, innit?
Yeah.
You had melanin all your life. So you think a certain way, you this a certain way. And I'm sorry, only people similar to yourself can understand that.
But then I'm looking at how language have transcended from one nation, one to another, one, throughout the years. And I'm saying, when you have interpretation of language, you can get it wrong. You can cause confusion because the way they understand it then. Yeah. Now I
Mhm.
am trying to interpret or translate what they say into a language that we speak today to get an understanding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't do that.
There you go.
You can't do that. You have to use your own discernment. You know what I'm saying? Because I found out that a lot of the stuff that they were talking about were in languages that still exist today.
Mm.
You understand? In Africa. So again, comes the point that, hold on. So who were these people? Every time they try and make these people distant from us,
That's what I'm
like
trying
they
to
were
get.
someone else other than us. But they're
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
They're us. And expressions of us. We see them. I'm looking for my ancestors in Africa. They're there. We're the only ones fortunate to have that.
They are there, but do you know exactly where they are?
Of course.
Can you get in contact with them?
All of the whole continent is filled
They're
with
everywhere.
people.
They're everywhere, man.
They're all over the continent. The people who don't want to live in the city, they might want to live in the open savannah. Do you know what I'm saying? Who want to live as the Maasai. Who want to live as these are your ancestors. You look at them dead in their face. Yeah. Before your earliest ancestor, they were there. So we're the only ones fortunate to have that. Do you get what I'm saying? To show you we're the oldest people on the planet, because we're a mix of 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 those old people still walking around in Africa and
So
multiplying stuff.
why we as the offspring,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
not going to those people
Mm-hmm.
to seek the knowledge, so our other offsprings, we can teach them the authentic language, the authentic way of life,
I think
of how they are
right. I'm glad you
living.
said that. There was no religion. There was only way of life.
I didn't say
You know what I'm
religion,
saying?
I said way of life.
No, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I said there was no religion. There was
Yeah.
only a way of life.
Yeah, so why aren't we not taking it up on ourselves?
Yeah.
Since we have that knowledge, yeah,
Mhm.
and we're aware of they are there, and we know where they are,
Mhm.
and we know they still keep that way of life.
Right.
Why are we not seeking it in abundance and counteracted
I
the
mean, we've been
nonsense?
colonized and westernized, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying that's what I say, counteract the
I mean, in
nonsense.
Africa.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, even though
Yeah.
we colonized Africa,
Yeah.
they didn't colonize the whole of Africa.
No, but what I'm saying is those people do not live where all of that is going on. You know what I mean? Like a conventional city and
But they can be
yeah.
found. That's the point. They can be found.
Yeah, but do you want to go and live in the bush or live in the cliff face like the Dogon?
Why
They
not?
try and no,
Why
hold on.
not? Why not if to gain knowledge
Oh,
to better
they
myself and to better
that's
my
fine, but
race?
I'm saying they separate themselves. It's not you or us.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to live the way we're living, so they live where they live. If you want to see them, you go out and see them. Yes, that is quite possible, and it's definitely encouraged, right?
But is it also detrimental
So what?
to us, to me, going there because they're gonna look at me as an outsider?
No, man.
They wouldn't
I
be
mean
familiar with me.
that's the impression. That's the impression Europeans have given us. You get me? Again, on how black people think. That's crazy. Because you know yourself. Yeah? You know
Yeah, but
someone came to your island and did it.
You're right. Anywhere I
and they
go with
were
those black people, I feel at home. I feel welcome.
right. That's
He's
what I
right.
mean.
He's right.
So I'm
Still.
saying, if we came to your country, you know deep in your heart what type of person you are and how hospitable you would be. Do you get it?
Mm-hmm.
Just think of your people in the same way. You know what I'm saying? You never have problems then. It's like prison. You go to prison, you're thinking, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? But the one place I'm safe with is with my people.
Mm.
Yeah. I used to
Yes,
love
when you
living
put us
it.
around other people, I start getting worried. You
Start getting
you put me
worried,
in a
man.
place full of Arabs, I'm worried. You put me in a place full of
Europeans,
Caucasians, I'm
right.
definitely worried. I'm
Yeah.
worried.
But around my people, as noisy and as chatty and the thingy and whatever they are, I love it all. This is why I used to love going to South London. Because everything was black. The bus driver, everything. It wasn't like that in North, but you know, we were in pockets. So you could go areas and see loads of us. But nah. When you go south, everything. Yeah. You could go to a whole area and it's just everything is black. Every shop, everything. Yeah, you got your local Nigerian dishes there. Well, you can't even get that in North London at a certain point. When we was only getting West Indian. Yeah, they had full suya and all sorts running in Camberwell and all sorts, and Peckham and all sorts. You know what I'm saying? And most of the family was down there. Uncles, aunties, everybody lived in South London. So,
but I don't understand.
Yeah, that threat of what they might think of us and do for us, I think we need to let that go, because I did have some even inhibitions when I was going to Nigeria. I had to leave that fuckery at the airport. Leave it, put it down, let go. Let go.
Because I've never been to the continent, and
yeah,
I really want
you know,
to visit
like
the continent.
I came out of the airport, you know, like clenched fist. From what my dad told me, he was like, "Yeah, boy, watch out, man. It's dangerous down there. Apocalyptic society and all sorts." I said, "Rascal, strong words." Yeah. Went there. I see some coarse soldier. My mom's talking to, because I went with my mom, yeah. And then the soldier said, "Young man." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Come here. Your first time in the country?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Welcome," and shook my hand. I said, "Oh, go on. All right, cool." You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's a black soldier though. Right? Looking like he could be my uncle and shit. Yeah. Same when it was like had the interaction with the police and but all over every morning. Yeah. Good morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Man, woman, and child. The level of respect was so high. You know what I'm saying?
But that's how I grew up. That's how I grew up
Right.
over here. You know, you can't pass your neighbor.
So I'm not
without saying
saying
good
that's going to
morning or
change.
anything.
I'm saying that's not even going to change on any part of the continent. It's not going to change.
But the culture that I grew up with,
Mm.
it has changed. It's
Yeah,
no more
but
the same.
it's commercialized.
Well,
Remember,
basically, you've
we
been
live in
influenced.
the Caribbean and general African societies are the same because they're capitalized, right? We've been colonized, and then we've got this capitalist society, independence. That means a European style government, European style education, all of this type of stuff, or French, depends who colonized you, right?
Once I could remember we being ourselves, and it was back in the 80s with Maurice Bishop. That's when Grenada was Grenada at that time. That's when Grenada was shining to the point where we didn't need to depend on nobody. We, as a small country in the Caribbean, our GDP was bigger than all the other countries in the Caribbean. We were self-sustaining. We were taking care of ourselves. We wasn't asking for handout. The people was united. I'm telling you. You have a cleanup to do. Everybody come out and help. And nobody looking for money. You'll have people cooking food and so forth, but nobody looking to, oh, how much you go pay me to do that? No, nowadays you can't get that. You see what I'm
Well,
saying?
as I said, the style, what you're doing, goes to the style and the level of what you left. You see, people are assuming we never had towns, because we have villages and towns.
Yeah, that's what the
and
media push out.
small cities or whatever. Yeah. Long before any European even existed. So even when they went to Nigeria, like, yeah, they're seeing double-story buildings and all sorts, the King's Palace. I have a palace, with a wall longer and larger than the Great Wall of China. Shit, they don't tell you. African achievements and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they don't even tell us too that our ancestors used to have European enslaved.
Oh yeah, they don't tell us that.
They
We had to learn
no,
that.
they don't tell us that. So they were enslaved too.
And the
For a
land
very
side. That's
long
on the
time.
east side. That's on the east side, right? When we was on the east side and things were going on in the east side and we was dominant, yeah, towards more modern times, yeah. The Slavs or the slaves of Europe, which the Europeans were already enslaving, we jumped on board on that. Selling European slaves.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
But they don't
Is this
give
what you
that
want?
history.
Yeah, is this what you want? Yeah, we'll give it to you. Because the buyer is still European. Like, this is crazy. You know what I mean? It was still European when I was reading it up. I was like, oh my God, this is nuts. You know what I'm saying? I remember that side of the continent, slavery's still running. But we talk about the transatlantic on one side, and then we talk about the Arab slave trade on the other side. But Arab includes Ottoman, includes loads of different people. So that Arab is just a broad term. But the original Arabs, as you know, were black.
Dark skin,
Yeah.
dark skin people.
Because it only
I
means
know that.
people who live in the desert.
That's why in Yemen right now, the real Arab, they are the minority.
Yes, yes. Or what they do, they live south of the country. Yeah,
They
they
treat
live
them
south
like
of the
shit,
country,
man.
like away from the city.
Yeah, they treat
Again,
them
like their ancestors. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So they do like their ancestors. Like when you want to go and find these ones that live in North Africa and all of that, you have to go in the Sahara. You know, the cities are built by the coast.
Yeah.
Because they're bare Europeans there and they need that breeze. Otherwise, they're going dead.
That is joke.
That Mediterranean ain't no joke. That region, all of that. Yeah. And that
Massacre.
whole of North Africa for us is a desert. The biggest desert in the world. So who gonna be the first Arabs, huh? Crazy. Let's see.
So when hijab and Muhammad and them pretending to be Mr. Arab and Mr. Muslim, he need to check himself.
No man, them man is a pure Indian man.
I know. He's not
Pure
from
Indian man.
He's from
beefy.
Egypt, right?
Yeah. I don't
Not
like
a,
the way
not a
I
real
don't-
Egyptian, but
Yeah.
he born in that area.
Again. Remember what we said earlier? We can
Yeah.
give you your African because you're born in Africa.
Yeah.
Right? But
Born in that area.
tribally,
You're
we
not
can
from that
see what
area.
you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
We can see what you are. Like, oh no, wait.
And
Some
technically, you're
Indian.
only from that area because you are a citizen by birth.
By the
Not-
society that runs it.
Exactly. By birth, not by originality. Because you did not originate from there.
Well, it's the names, all of that. Once you go into the names and Egypt and all that, it's nonsense, man. It doesn't exist. Where we're coming from, it doesn't exist. It's nonsense. European stuff again. Yeah.
Well, this education system is really messed up.
Yeah.
It's
Yes
really a
and no.
fraud.
Yes and no, because they got grades of it. They got different levels.
Yeah, but what they do is that they mix the authentic with the foolishness. And you have to be very clever to decipher it. Or you have to be aware of there mentally to decipher it. Because if you don't have additional knowledge, they will fool you with the information
I
that you
feel
get.
that the internet is not necessarily a good thing, but it's helped to lessen the bullshit. You know what I mean? Because when I was taking my daughter to school, primary school, I was thinking, rah. At a certain point, they just had pure computers on the desk. They didn't have no blackboard no more or whiteboard. They'd all switched to, computer on desk with monitor.
Digital now.
Yeah. So again, while you're talking to the teacher, they can be Googling or doing whatever.
Doing all type of shit.
Right, pulling up what you're saying. And it happened to me in the barbershop that the moment these Android phones and these BB phones or whatever came out, and people can fact check you, it was actually good for me because I never check shit anyway. But yeah, it was good. Like I was sitting down, I got students in there, we're talking about a subject. Man, I just go in their phone. Let me see if what you're saying is true, big man. So, all right. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the time when I'm dealing with students, their God is their tutor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? My tutor said. We try and get them out of there and say,
Because that's where all the information coming from.
Right. There's some smarter people out here than your tutor, you know? Yeah. You want
it's
to know from the Rastaman I learned from.
Oh, there you go.
You get me? When the Rastaman was
There
teaching me
you
about the Maccabees and all of that, telling me, you have to read these books, you know?
No, my cousin always push me because you're an
Yeah.
Ayabingi.
Right.
Bingy and man, his father is, I think, is a chief now.
But they
Bingy.
got some books, man. I just like
Yep.
it's
They got some
sportsman.
books,
Yeah, they
man.
got some books.
They got some books, my brother.
And I got some brothers. One brother, Trinidadian brother. Yeah, he's got real right knowledge, man. You know, he makes herbal drinks. He does soca aerobics. He invented this thing called soca aerobics. Yeah, and he makes this drink that has turned. It's like a herbal drink, right?
Yeah.
And he boils it up with all the roots and whatever, and it reforms crackheads. You know, people who are addicted to crack.
Yeah.
It make them better. And a normal person will give you like energy boost.
That booster, yeah.
Yeah, that was bad. And then man start making it into a wine. And also, last time I spoke to him, yeah, he made it into a wine. You know what I'm saying? Big up my brother, man.
But the fact of the matter is that the people that they mean the most is the people who often have the most knowledge that we need. But the public don't, or society or the system, because remember the system has its own information that they feed us and they want us to live on that information. Now somebody has come with something counteracting that. Now you're going against them. So they're going to try as much as possible. Just the same way with the vaccine business, the people who was coming up against the vaccine. You see how quick they shut them down?
Of course, yeah.
You see how quick they shut them down and call them all type of name because you're going against their agenda. So you don't
or now it's a dodgy subject. Or now on YouTube we can't even talk about it. We call it the badge.
Now it's a great area. You know, you don't even hear about it. It is crazy. And so many people run out and get the job. And look now. It's not even spoken about.
Yeah, it can't be.
It's not
yeah,
even
man. I got family members who did it and all of that. It's just get used to their own. Yeah. My mom didn't do it though. My mom was like, nah.
Yeah, neither my mom too.
Yeah, my mom wasn't on it.
Yeah, they come to her and she said, "Do I look unhealthy to you?"
My brothers and sisters weren't on it.
Yeah, my nephew took it.
All my family in America though.
I
don't know why I'm going for them. Man.
Yeah,
My
dad,
dad, my brother and sister. Like, I'm like, whoa.
Wow.
I had to phone my brother and sister over here and like get a mental health check. I was like, yo, you not take this thing? They were like, no. Phone mom. Phone mom. Mom said, no. They will just kill you. They will kill you. What is that? You're putting in your body. I don't want to put anything in my body. I said, all right, thank you, mom. Yeah. From my broski. Broski said, no, man, come on, man. Hell no. You know what I'm saying? He's married with kids and shit. He's like, hell no. You know, bro. Like, we know the thing, man. My sister was like, nah, I send the information to mom. You know, one of them little videos and stuff that were going around at the time. Yeah. My mom was getting all that by my sister. Like, yeah. She was like, yeah, I keep mom informed. Yeah, that's not running. Yeah.
But they're up to something. They're up to something again. They're up to something.
My dad who took it, he's one of the top 10 scientists in America.
Oh boy.
Didn't want to debate me on it.
Oh boy.
Cool, safe. Yeah,
So
it's a bit strange, isn't it?
He's in the system, so he has to.
That's what I said to him. I said, it's a bit strange, isn't it? That's a doctorate, MD, PhD, blah, blah, blah. You can't even debate your dumb ass son on the subject of the badge or the thing. Because you know you'll lose.
Yeah, he's in a part of the system, so he has to represent.
Oh, so good luck with that one.
For he not taking it, he gonna make scientists look bad because they're the one that created it.
Exactly.
So he's gonna look
but
bad.
I was just like, bro, please. You know what I mean? I just hope you stay healthy. That's all I can say to him. Yeah, but you make some dumb decisions. Yeah. When it comes to my life, I got to be a little bit more cautious.
Yeah, you got to be wise, man. You can't allow people to. That's why I don't trust doctors and these people. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. Even though
I'm telling you, something has to be hanging off or just
Falling
obvious
off.
that I need to be going to hospital.
Falling off. Exactly.
Otherwise, I ain't just going to the surgery for what?
No.
Check up for what? Stop
Remember
your
you go.
nonsense, man.
Remember you go to them, eh?
Mm.
You going to them, so they determine what happened to you or not.
Yeah.
Because you put yourself in their care now.
Exactly.
So they can tell you, oh, we find cancer here. And they could be lying. But it's a business.
Of course.
Because they know the pharmacy make money off of them.
Because I've had man go check and they say you're fine. And then we're less than a year down the line and man's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Man's brethren's dead. Like, wow. That's a bit much. What's going on?
We put too much trust in these people, man. These people are practitioners.
Mm.
Scientists, doctors, all of them, they are practitioners.
Yeah, general practitioner.
That's what they are, practitioners.
GP.
Go
see a GP.
Yeah, they hide behind the doctorate, this doctor foolishness.
Mm.
You are practitioner. You're practicing. The people are like the goats that you practice on. That's what you are. But people put them on a high pinnacle. Oh, doctor this and doctor that, and everybody want to be doctor now.
There's a thing that you get where you just keep going to the doctor that women get a lot. I forgot what it's called, but it's like you haven't really got anything. There's a name for it though. You know what I mean?
Insane.
Yeah, semi, but it's like, yeah, you're always saying, oh, doctor, give me something because I feel this and that. And the doctor's like, there's nothing wrong with you, madam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it becomes an addictive thing. And then there was another thing where the drugs that they start to give our parents and that. It's mad. Real super surgery, you know, the kind of drugs you only give to people when they're having brain surgery and that. Yeah.
And sometimes the drug that they give you is not bad, you know. It's a side effect of it that is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to give you side effects like that. That you're going to be more addicted to that than anything you have in your life. And remember, some of these parents ain't take nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So when it hit them hard.
Hard as joke.
They don't even know when they're addicted. Yeah. You would have had to take to some drugs to know about addiction. Right?
Yeah, I did. Right. I was.
And then you've never taken no drugs as grandma or big auntie. And then all of a sudden you're taking these pills, not realizing that this thing's got opium in it.
All type of shit in it.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's the opioid.
I was addicted to Valium.
Right.
I was.
I can easily, you see what I'm saying?
And you know what I wake up and realize? And I stopped take all drugs. All I realize is that you literally heal yourself, you know.
You do. Thank you.
And I tested out one time, yeah. I just got up one day and said, let me visit. I was doing a test within myself, a mental test, yeah?
Yep.
I went to the doctor. Fine, nothing wrong with me. Wake up happy in the morning. But I did that to see how my mind operates based on the environment that was created surrounding doctors and how we put them on a high pinnacle. So I went in there and I said, dog, I need a checkup. Doc pull up the instrument and he check. I'm seeing a little something here, you know. I don't know what it is, you know, but it's nothing to alarm about, but it doesn't look too right. You know, I start thinking and I'm like, these people play mental game on you.
They do.
Look at it. You come in all high and feeling wonderful. He just mentioned, I see something. He don't even know what it is, you know.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look good. Now you hear that. And because of the trust that you put into the doctor, you start thinking like every other patient. Lord, I wonder what's wrong with me.
Yeah.
And you see the psychological game they play.
Yeah.
And they do that constantly with patients.
And stress kills. I've realized it. Stress kills. I had a baby mother that anytime she was stressed, she'd just break out. in all sorts of ailments. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh shit! Like in 2 minutes. I remember one time we was sitting at a desk or sitting somewhere, and we was waiting for a house, a temporary. And then the woman came back and said, "No, we ain't got it ready yet. You're gonna have to stay in a hostel or bed and breakfast." I turned around, yeah, and this girl had kind of like wells on her face. No one lick her, you know.
She's not
A
getting
minute
like a
before that,
pizza.
yeah, she was stressed, super stressed, and that's when I said, "Wow, stress can manifest as something like that's ailing you. Do you get it? That pops out all of a sudden. Then that's a real thing, then. Well,
I
fuck
share
everything else."
the experience with you. I've been in hospital for a little while, maybe about 6 months.
Yeah.
When I reached India the first time, I weighed 200 and something pounds. Talking about muscles, yeah?
Yeah.
So I used to play a lot of sports, basketball, and I wasn't fat, I was muscular.
Yeah.
And that is my first time going into the hospital and staying that long.
Yeah.
Within the space of 2 weeks, I lost every weight I had. Stress.
Right.
I was so thin that if you turned me one side, you wouldn't see me. And I'm not exaggerating. So all of that, taught me different lessons in life. That everything starts and ends in your brain.
Mm-hmm.
If you allow anybody to get in there and control that, they control you.
Yeah.
That's what I learned from that. I
That is a
did it
fact,
within
man.
2 weeks, 200 and something pounds.
Mm-hmm.
They used to, jeez, man. They used to take 3 guys to turn me. Within 2 weeks, one man just taken me and flipped me over. He just flipped me over like nothing.
Getting flipped over by a man.
I know.
Hey, hold up, blood
the man flip you over. Uncle Dev. I don't want to hear about that. But yeah, no, that's crazy, man. 6 months you're in there for in the end, though.
Yeah, in 2 weeks I lost 200 and something pounds.
Give thanks that you're all right now.
Yeah, man, I give praise to the Most High every day. But I'm just looking at how stressed, and that's why, since after that, I never trust doctors again.
Oh, Jedi, have you ever had a situation where you healed yourself?
I always heal myself. So I do.
Right.
But
yeah.
You always heal. You can heal yourself. Always. You're
But
always.
stress is a definitely sickness, though.
Stress
that
is
can manifest. Yeah, it's a motherfucker, man.
The thing to do with stress is to get outside of yourself and look at situations from a third person perspective, and then you can put whatever the thing that is stressing you in its proper perspective, right? And then just deal with things logically. But a lot of us are trained to have emotional responses to situations.
Yes.
And therefore, we always being led by stress causing chemicals all the time. You know,
True.
we always rushing, like the rushing, the walking fast, and all stresses. Another word for stress is trauma.
Yep.
Yes.
And there's bare micro traumas that we take on board.
Anxiety.
I was telling someone, and they were talking about stress here, and I was like, I get stressed. I've been stressed. I know when I'm stressed. Let me give you an example of me stressing out. I'll oversleep. Yeah. If I'm stressed, I'll oversleep. I wake up early, 7:30, 8 o'clock, and maybe just let it go into 9 or what I mean. But I'm getting up, I'm doing things and all of that, right? But if I'm stressed out, I'm thinking of something, or there's a bill to pay or something, I'll know I'm stressed because I'll wake up like 11 from cold sleep. Yeah, and I don't even sleep like that. It's like I sleep and then I wake up and check the time and go back to sleep a couple hours, get into deep REM. But I'm always in a position where if you rang the doorbell, I would definitely wake up. So I'm never sleeping that deep. Unless I'm stressed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Man is gonna be like, right, ringing my phone. Yo, just wake up, family. No.
I say stress is as simple as we're in a society where we always feel that we need to be doing something with our time, right? Always. Yeah. So even that idea of relaxing is kind of stressful. And you fill yourself with little mini tasks, right? one of the mini tasks you could find yourself doing is checking what the time is. That's a little mini job that we got throughout the day. Oh, what's the time? Sometimes I have to ask people why. Why? What's going on? What you guys somewhere? No, just want to know the time. When you go on holiday, you realize that. Like, what's the time? You're always running by the clock, trying to create yourself some kind of deadline or something that you want to do in your mind, which is another stress. There's no easy going, just lay there and just whatever, you know, let the wind, whatever happens today. There's always got to be some kind of mini plan, and that's stressful, man. Do you know what I mean? Always been expected to be entertained or entertain yourself, and not just being still and just being. It's crazy, man. Yeah, that's a stressful work environment.
It's
It's all
what
about
I've
work.
learned. What I've learned is that you can be happy every day if you choose to be. You can be stressed every day if you choose to be. It's a matter of choice. Even though
Right.
it's take a split second, you
Yeah.
can. But what happened, as Jedi say, to us, most of us live from an emotional standpoint, not a logical and critical standpoint. So it's very easy for our emotion to be triggered when things seems to not going right. We say that women are very emotional, but a lot of men adopting that. So we supposed to be the one to protect the woman, so we're not supposed to let our emotion control us. You're supposed to be in charge of your emotion, not the other way around. But what happens is that some of us go, and I'd say that without an apology, some of us get so effeminate that effeminate tendency comes out, and we start behaving like women and getting so emotional that we cannot deal with a simple situation that is temporary.
There's a lot to contribute to that though. If the food,
Yeah.
the diet, the water
True.
contains things that
Environment.
can turn you homosexual, it's very difficult to then be a man. That's why we don't drink government juice, tap water. Yeah, because they say that the estrogen and the remnants of the pill never goes out of the recycled water. So that thing is carrying estrogen in it. You know what I mean? So a man who drinks that is going to become gay.
You talk about the chlorine, right?
Right?
No, just the water in
No, just
itself.
the water.
The
The
drinking
recycled.
water.
Yeah, the drinking, what you call it, tap water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't drink that.
We call it chlorine. They put chlorine in the water that to clear up
To
the
clean
water.
it.
No,
Yeah,
we ain't
but
got
even
chlorine.
that's
We got fluoride.
yeah,
You got fluoride.
fluoride in the water.
Rotted.
But some
Oh, no,
water
not dead.
naturally have fluoride in it in this country.
Yeah,
Like certain
whoa.
areas are higher in fluoride than water.
I thought
But
fluoride was only
aside
in the
from that,
toothpaste. I
no,
know they
it's
have
a
the water.
manufacturing plant for water.
No, do you know what? I think they said they're going to introduce chlorine to the water. And I think that was something that they just announced not long ago. Still,
yeah.
But yeah, we already got fluoride. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. I thought, whoa, that y'all gonna killing
Yeah.
yourself.
So as I said,
calcifying the pineal glands
right
of everyone.
Wow.
Yeah. Just in case.
And the thing with fluoride is, a lot of people felt like, well, we all felt like we could boil it out, innit? You know, and then found out that when you boil like tap water, you actually concentrate the fluoride in there.
Oh.
Yeah, so you're not even eliminating it. You're just
Like you're
actually
cooking
making
it.
worse.
Like you're like cacos.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, the amount of
Like it
bottles
worse.
of boiled water that were in the fridge,
Wow.
the big ones, like the empty milk carton and that, 4 liter and that, 4.5. Yeah,
Wow.
filled with water, thinking, yeah, we're doing a good thing, boiling it.
Fluoride in water. Damn. I guess we still good down here.
Yeah, for the minute. But yeah, that recycled water we try not to drink, Uncle Devs, because like.
So you guys give us wow.
And then
Okay.
that with the homogenized milk. Like, yeah, they're
I drink
doing
milk,
all sorts of
period.
funny. Yeah, there's all sorts of funny thing they're doing with the milk.
I don't
and
drink milk, period.
it's led to generations of really tall youngsters, and then other generations of really short ones.
Mm.
You know, like I got whole generations of youngers who, like, most of them are short. One or two are tall within them, and then they got a next generation of them, maybe younger than them,
Shorter.
all taller.
Wow.
All 6+ers, and like, I'm like,
So some of them it increase their growth.
I'm
Some of
like,
them
what
it
milk
stunt
are
the
you
growth.
drinking? What is it? We're the milk children. I'm from the milk generation, Maggie
Wow.
Thatcher. And that she stole our milk, and they say.
See, that's why it's good to grow with your granny, yeah? Because
Mm.
growing up with my granny is strictly bush tea. We had drink. No milk and these type of things. And up to today, that's all I drink, bush tea.
Oh, roots and that, yeah, man.
Yeah.
And bitters, sorry.
Bitters and
the
and
bottle of
spice
bitters.
and spice and this tea.
The
You
bottle
know,
of bitters in
cinnamon.
my mom's house is like, yo, you just go there and you shake it. I don't even know what you're gonna do. It looks Jurassic.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? At the bottom
Just
of
put
the
it.
thing, it looks Jurassic, man.
Yeah,
Like,
you could just put some water and put in some water and drink it. It's
nah,
good
it's
for
already got
bad belly.
the juice and all that is in there already.
For bad belly and all type.
Oh my god. Yeah, whatever's ailing you is soon gone out your body.
Mm.
2 spoonfuls, man. It's nasty.
But what I do is
necessary.
I mix baking soda in my water before I drink it. It have a lot of medical benefit. A lot of people don't know that. You should look
Yeah.
it up yourself. There's a
Yeah,
lot
yeah,
of
yeah.
even brushing your teeth is healthy with baking soda.
Yeah.
Because you know toothpaste are fluoride as well too.
Of course.
That's damage your teeth. So I don't brush my
As
teeth
well
with
as a lot of
toothpaste.
other chemicals.
Exactly. So I mix my water with
But
baking
you know, there's
soda.
one that makes you in the toothpaste that makes you submissive to authority, and that when you see that blue light, you instantly nearly want to crash your car. Like, you know what I'm saying? The blue light of the police siren going past, and I used to wonder why. That I used to get this cold sweat sometimes. When I was in the car and I saw the light and and then people started saying it's because of what you're brushing your teeth with. I'm saying, is it?
Wow.
All right. So I switched to the Rastaman toothpaste. You know, that kind of orange kind of one. I forgot what it's called. But yeah. Oh, it's mad. So yeah, from the earliest outset, they told us the toothpaste is bad for you. And then the water that you're using to gargle and all of that is bad for you as well.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So
mouthwash.
There's a lots of reasons, as I said, why people could be the way people are the way they are now. This is why we got all the letters, because of the water, the food, the diet.
Go back to the bloody land.
And
leave the supermarket alone.
I'm definitely questioning this vegan thing as the new age version of that same process, you know?
Even that they're trying to customize that one.
Yeah, man, fake this and fake that. Like, why? How does that? No, man, plant-based this and plant-based. I tried it. Tell you, Uncle Des, man, but when my rib got cracked, I knew what time it was.
Wow. Me
who never broke a bone in my whole life.
Yeah.
Get my ribs cracked. I said, nah. It might be this vegan shit. You know? I mean, I ain't getting the nutrients I would be getting. You know what I mean? I grew up on mommy's food, so yeah. When I was young, I was solid.
Yeah, man.
It was solid, boy. I was like, no. We need to get back to that. Some of us, it's not. We can't do that necessarily unless we can cook.
Now
It's
they're
difficult
giving us
nowadays,
meat.
man.
Now they're giving us meat from a factory, meaning that they take out the cells from the skin of an animal.
I ain't gonna lie, mommy's food will kill you still.
And they create meat with it. So look how the celebrity gonna have their own meat.
It's
But
good
it's
for
not.
you, but it's also bad for you.
Yeah. Man, this world is so. You take on this world and you die faster. So much I think you have to look out for.
Of course.
As I said it back in the 80s. That was the best time grenade I ever had. And those days will never come back. I'm telling you, we were healthy. So I'm saying we were healthy then. Because all our food was organic or natural.
Right.
America had no influence. Canada had no influence. England had no influence. So I'm saying now,
GMOs, huh?
beer GMO food. We import more than we export.
They
Oh
always do
boy.
that. They always do that. Nah, you probably import more than you export for yourselves, but you definitely don't export more than you import. You get it?
We
Because as I
import
said, your
food.
G-pod, you import food for yourselves, right? For the general people,
No,
right?
no, I'm talking now. Now we import more food than we export now. I'm talking back then.
Yeah.
Back then in the 80s, we used to eat what we go and grow what we eat.
Right.
And everything was organic.
Yeah, but you always got surplus, right?
Yes.
Right. And when I'm saying when the surplus that you are exporting becomes more because the demand is more from outside rather than from inside, right?
Yeah.
And then what they did was a switch. They were like, let me take majority of your export, yeah, or what you're growing and what you're making, yeah, and then you in turn are getting what we made. Look, these seeds, grow these ones, but these ones that will mash up your ground after one yield. Do you know what I'm saying?
I think
Because
what
you're using
happened
GMO seeds and
back when you
soya
didn't
and
have
all
the
of that.
GMO, you
You
didn't
can
have
mash
that.
up your ground,
Yeah, I know.
ground for that
But
10 years and that.
we didn't have that. I think it was after they overthrew the revolution. After the revolution was overthrown.
Okay.
After that revolution.
Yeah, because that GMO thing is new. You're right.
Yeah.
It's just the last 10, 15
Yeah,
years, maybe
that
20.
that's when we
maybe.
start getting a bunch of
Yeah, because I know
foreign
JEDI
stuff coming.
GMOs, soya. Because it started with, what's her name? Linda McCartney. Corn and all of that. That's her, man.
Yeah, because these farmers are
She
crying out
started that
now.
vegan shit.
No, because these farmers are crying out now that they will buy corn seeds. Yeah. Because I know back then you have corn and you plant and you reap your corn and you leave about 12 corn to dry for next time planting.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now you go to the store and you buy corn and you only get one crop from it.
Right, I told you, man. There's different,
After you
different
pick
corn.
it dead.
Yeah.
You don't grow no more. So you gotta go back and buy. It's like they altered the seed.
Yeah, that's what they did. And they did it to Africans as well. Same thing.
Wow.
Same thing.
And some of them, nothing coming out. None of them,
Right.
no corn grow out.
Imagine
Whatsoever.
that. Destroy the soil for a decade. Like, you have to go somewhere else now and start doing whatever you're doing. But you can't use that land again for now. That's crazy.
Gotta leave it like catch up itself.
Yeah. Especially when our produce and all of that is our biggest exports in that. We're all exporting that, definitely. So no African country or Caribbean country
man.
should be hungry.
Wow.
And really, when you check it, there ain't really been no famines.
Nope.
A famine is usually down to war, civil war, some war going on.
Riot or something in the street.
Right, something
people
bad.
Looting, people
killing
one another for food, all these
right. A country destabilized.
Yeah,
coup,
that's farming.
You know what I mean? Something like that happened. Then there's usually like refugees, man crossing the border, blah, 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 right? But in terms of each country saying, I'm not making enough for the last 10 years, people are starving. Never happened.
Please.
Never heard a report of that in Africa or the Caribbean or anywhere. Like, because we are the biggest exporters.
Yes.
Europeans are the biggest importers.
Yep.
Right. And it's always going to stay that way because they don't produce shit.
England and Canada depend on the Caribbean for their produce.
Right.
Especially
all of the colonial countries that they
got. They can't live without
this one. Yeah,
these
countries.
countries.
Cocoa, sugar, this one, that one, chocolate, whatever. You know?
Because England is like an ice box, nothing can grow there.
Nothing can grow there. It's clay. Acidic clay.
Yeah.
It's recovering from an ice age. So that we've got to understand that. This country is moist, as in it's trying to recover, right?
So it depends on the outside world to feed them.
Right, of course. It's an island. Let's be honest.
Mm.
In a continent. And it ain't bigger than a lot of the islands, even in the Caribbean.
So they take our best and they send back shit for us.
Yeah, yeah.
They take our best because you can't send them foolishness.
And
you gotta export.
You got to sell it for dirt cheap, depending on your situation.
Yep, their price. They give you a price.
Yeah, because you owe money to the World Bank.
Yeah.
All right, what?
Yeah, so they give you a price that you have to abide by.
See, you can't make me prime minister of no country, man. Because I'm telling you straight, I don't owe shit. Yeah, I don't owe you no IMF. What? When? That was another administration. You know what was there? That was another administration. I swear. Yeah, what's that got to do with me? Yeah.
Well, you got to stay in line. I mean, every other prime minister had to walk that line. You have to walk that line too.
I'm bringing a gold gun to the UN.
Otherwise, you're going to be sanctioned.
They ain't gonna like me. Yeah. We don't like the Prime Minister of Grenada. Yeah. He too angry. Yeah. I'll be pulling guns. I'll be jumping over the table. When you're talking shit to me in the UN, what's all the diplomat business? I just cross over the table and boxing on your mouth.
Yeah, Bishop used to move with E45 all the way going.
Right.
All the way going, E45.
Yeah, for my people. Get me? They be like, yeah. We don't like this. We don't like this president. You're too angry. You're too Bernie Macish.
Come on.
You get me? You're too dark. What was that?
Jurisdiction.
It's talking in the background.
Oh, someone playing some. Yeah, man. Right. So the witch is dead, man. Big things are going on.
The witch did a long time ago, bro. I believe that's a clone.
See, that could even be a good idea still.
I believe that's a clone. And they have to do that because, see, these people, I don't understand who these people are. I don't understand these people are.
Well, the funny thing is, people say things. She's a reptilian. She's a lizard. She's a this. She's a that. Then, when the woman dies at a certain age, I'm saying to man, bruh, if she's all them things there, and her husband's all them things there, they're not dead. Because age ain't got nothing to do with it for me. Age ain't got nothing to do with it. Yeah, go on, bro.
All right, no, you know, it's a good thing though. We lot are chatting.
Yes.
Just wanted to give you lot an update. The brother did message me. Agent, what's his name? High Priest Amun El. Yeah, he messaged me. Let me see what he said in his message. Let me just, so I don't misquote what the brother said. Basically, he said that I think he contacted Respect, or Respect jumped on one of his lives or something and said, messaged him and said, jump on his live. So he jumped on his live. He had a conversation with Respect, and I think he said he felt like Respect was twisting the truth or whatever. Boom. I'm looking on the socials. I've seen some comments left under his thing with someone that was there explaining that they don't agree with High Priest and his perspective, and they felt like he was being disruptive to the whatnot, to the protests. Right. And there was some foul words used against High Priest. I was like, cool. So I said, you know what, let me go and look on Respect's thing. Sure enough, Respect has posted up something and addressed it. Obviously, he had a live stream with him. I don't know what went on there. But this brother's saying that Respect's just trying to twist things and whatever. I don't know the ins and outs, but I think it's worth listening to Respect's perspective about it. You hear me?
Right.
Yep. In the interest of fairness and whatnot.
No,
it's this.
Yeah, you might find it interesting. All right, let's have a listen.
We're not static, we're moving along. So we come out of their perimeter, we come out of their jurisdiction, their territory, by New Scotland Yard, and then all of us 20 of Forever Family or Respects organization, gang, whatever, come up to High Priest someone else and say, turn off the music, turn it off, or it's gonna be a problem.
Why you blow the people to speak in their house? Very carefully. If you blow my speaker, I'm gonna be highly upset. Go ahead, continue, so right?
Yeah, so they're like, turn it off, or it's gonna be a problem, it's gonna get peak. Now, High Priest someone at the time felt intimidated because one, he was not by himself, but the numbers were small. If anything, including High Priest someone else, there was like 3 people there at that time, and there's 20 big guys looking intimidating, looking like they're ready to beat up High Priest someone else. So High Priest someone else like, bro, listen, I'm not in your jurisdiction, I'm not in your area, I'm not part of you, I'm doing my own thing. Like, leave me alone. Then they started surrounding the High Priest someone else, saying, yo, turn it off, it's gonna be problem. High Priest someone else felt intimidated, said, you know, I'm gonna turn it off, and then they want to get involved and touch my equipment. I'm like, bro, I'm turning it off, and we're trying to move. It's like they're trying to bring us back in to wherever they're in their thing, and we're trying to move away. Eventually, we move away. Then one of their people of Forever Family, a woman comes up to High Priest, someone else said, I have to escort you out of here. I'm like, we don't need your assistance. We know what we're leaving. Yeah, so anyway, she leaves us. We're finally out of the danger zone, and then we by Embankment Station. That's where we are. And then all of a sudden, High Priest someone else, one of his friends comes and said to High Priest, oh, I was so scared. I wanted to warn you that they said that they're coming for you and they want to do you something. Well, we know what that means. Yeah, we're just being politically correct on the radio.
There's 2 sides to a story. I don't know what the full story is. I heard what you guys say. I don't know what they're saying. Now, playing devil's advocate with it, maybe they're saying that this is we organizing this thing here and abide by the rules and the regulations. Don't play no music. Although you want to do yours and show your protest, but if that's what they're saying, and I don't know if that's what they're saying, you kind of have to respect that still. As far as the gangsterism and barking at you, I know of respect. And that's not the way he comes over. But also, I know that most likely the crew, what's his name, the Jed or something like that, the big one, the big heavy set dude, right? Yeah. That was with them. No, they always down at Hyde Park and they always politicking and debating. This is what I'm saying. So I don't know the full story of it.
What? What was that?
Did you say Jedi?
I swear the brother said, you know his respect not going like that, but the dread or the big dread that what?
I heard your name still, but anyway.
Anyway, we continue. I don't know.
But yeah, I know what he was trying to say. I think something to do with the
like,
park,
I have to hear it more, but I'm saying playing devil's advocate, maybe going there you should comply to what they're asking, especially when family members came up and it started becoming a debate. Because like when family member came up to you and said, well, it became a debate between you and him.
And we had an agreement.
Yeah, but it became a debate. I don't know. Listen, gotta go.
Take care. All right, yes. One.
So we need respect. We need your side of the story. Yeah.
I think it'd be a good idea.
Yes, we need to talk to him. Like I said, we need to talk to him. Yes. Yeah, we need to talk to respect.
Together.
Yes.
We can hear. We don't even know how to decide. We want to see if Respect Rebellion remembers it exactly as High Priest has said it as well. And be able to say what you have to say as well. But from what I've heard already, it's very uncomfortable.
I'm actually done, you know. I swear down. These people are lying on one's name. What happened is, I got to the protest, yeah. The cousin of Chris Kaba, who's organizing, and the main spokesman said, I got an interview, this guy's playing loud music, and he doesn't want to turn it off. I came, and as polite as possible, said to him, this is the cousin of Chris Kaba, can you turn it off, please, bro? And I even said to him, you can even play it later. Yeah, I didn't speak to the guy again. There was no 20 man. Yeah, like at that time, I think there was about 5 of us, and I jumped over on my own. I wouldn't need 20 man to tell you nothing. Yeah, like real talk. Yeah, I've actually rolled up on estates where there's 20 man, and I'm on my own. You get me, to do conflict resolution and that. I don't need 20 man to speak to nobody, but I've rolled up an armed fence on my own. Yeah, in Brixton, the videos are on. I don't need 20 man to tell you to turn off your music. Yeah. Anyway, I've gone.
Scooby.
No sister didn't talk to him. No one didn't say they're gonna. But I didn't even remember the guy. When man, them are telling me about the guy, I don't even know. And I phoned him, he saying, "Yo, yeah, they're trying to, run up on some guy who's telling lies." And the thing is, when you tell lies like this, yeah, just know, blood, like it's real, innit? You know what I'm saying? Like, better know, innit? It's real when you slander people, innit? That's not a good thing to do. Yeah, and to all the elders out there that were saying I'm hypocritical on Omega FM or whatever, I love to my sisters on the thing because I know obviously this guy is basically. I feel hurt that our people can see man work for so long and do the work that man does, and they can be so quickly convinced against man and haven't even heard my side of the story. That hurts. I can't lie, but like for me, like even guys in the new generation, gang the G-Wolves. And the reason why that didn't continue is because somebody robbed the elder in the community for his mic. And it was me who said, well, I was one of the people that said that can't run. And I fell out with bridges because of it. There, man, stabbed me in the back. Man was talking about they're gonna smoke me, all sorts of stuff, you get me? And had me in a different space. Because when people are talking all crazy like that,
Sorry,
pause
pause that. Sorry, what? Sorry, say again? Someone was gonna what?
I didn't hear that.
Someone was gonna smoke him. In gang. Mad. Sorry. I don't know what's going on, man.
I didn't hear about that, but I don't know everything that went on in gang, innit? So
I was there the whole time. I didn't see shit.
I don't know everything that goes on in gang. I would have thought. I don't know. You know what I mean? Because I can't go on like I know everything. So I can't say that no one ever said they're gonna. I don't know. I don't even know if he's saying it was someone from gang or his friends or family. I don't know what it was, snakes. So I don't know. I'm not trying to get into that because I don't know who he's talking about. Obviously, he's being very vague and ambiguous, but he's definitely talking about High Priest Amun El. So
of course,
that's what we're dealing with. It's not, you get me? Just because he mentioned gang.
I don't know why he's veering off though. Yeah,
I don't know what that was about still.
Yeah. Stay on track, man. Stay on track. Focus, man.
For using shanks or being involved in beef, like there's certain people in our community that the way they move, talking about they're gonna smoke people and bully people and think they can use bad manism and gangsterism to intimidate people when they're just standing up for truth and right. That forces certain youths to just have to operate a certain way. Come man care about man's life more than they care about any opinion of the internet or anything else. Do you know?
I am very feel.
I'm very feel as well. I don't know what's going on. These shots, man.
Yeah, I promise you that. You know what I'm saying? That I'm not out here trying to intimidate anyone either. You know what I'm saying? I'm just here to protect the community. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go live. Yeah, and I'm gonna have to do another video breaking this one down because these agent provocateurs and even certain things, this guy was trying to incite the man to be for the feds. You get me? But he's not beef. I so much I could say. But anyway, yeah, big up the brother that came on and gave the other side of the story without even being there. And big up my people that keep the faith and you hear these stuff because he's not the only one. So many people say stuff and I know people easily, without hearing my side of the story, without thinking they're so easily turned against man in the community. You get me? I say fire of truth like this video. That hurt. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't even gonna say no more. I'm going live probably 10, 30. But
what? Fire of truth hurt, yeah.
Fire of truth liked the guy's video. I think I like the guy's video, but it was just because he was just expressing his thing and he's going about the right way, innit? And I did look forward to Raspit's reply. But yeah, man. I don't know, man. I don't think anyone here took what the high priest said as gospel. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, there's two sides to a story and whatnot. You know what I mean? I'm just glad that we got the wisdom to try and play the advocate when Rass wasn't there to give his own side. You know what I mean? Yeah, but yeah, when the brother said someone told him to come over and tell us that story, I was doing side eyes. That's why I tried.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Huh? There's a lot of moments.
Yeah, peace.
Oh, yeah.
This is the cut. This is our protest. What are we doing? What are we giving on today? Is it only giving on today? Then why are we going in silence? You get it? Like I'm here to add. You get me?
I'll tell you what though, yeah. Just one quick thought. Not to pick out a fault, yeah, but obviously you're not on your own though. Like even here, because my man saying that there was 2 encounters and the second encounter was when there was 20 man. But here you're not actually on your own. You got the cameraman, you got the other brother, and you got the cousin.
Yeah, he said
There's
4 or 5.
There's 4 of you there right now. So I don't know.
He did say 4 or 5. Not
right now, the family said, it's the family who said the police. Which one?
Who's that brother behind us? That Bolo dude.
I'm very upset. I'm disappointed still. Because it's like, it's always the same thing. When it's with the white people protest, it's not a problem. It's not a problem with the white people in this protest. But when it's black people, it's always a problem. You get it? I'll keep quiet. Yeah, because that's what you want. Because what the police want. You get it? Other than that.
Right, who's man working for? Man's moving like forever feds.
Control shit, man.
Yeah, I've got half of them now. Can you need that one,
Do you know about that? Yeah, because these people are saying that they can't play the music, or they don't want no revolution. They're not.
Okay, so you got a couple forever family members around though. Obviously, maybe he perceived it differently, but you know, because you see man in your uniform, you think everyone's like on you, but they're just standing there. They just happen to be there. Maybe I don't know.
Interested in,
but there's definitely a couple of you, couple man them, couple gal them, whatever.
Yes.
Maybe he just thought, you know what I mean? The military type uniform might make people feel a bit. Not everyone's
intimidated.
I don't want to use that word, but not everyone's the same. You get me? Some people respond differently.
Well, if you've been stabbed up a few times and you might be a little bit more paranoid than the average person.
They're not ready for it. They're not ready to backwards cover like how Mark Duggan. They're not ready to backwards cover like how we did George Floyd. Yeah, this is some controlled shit. Get me? The only thing that is gonna run down Babylon is all my split. That's it. You get it? But these men are shook. They're not ready. You get me? Get it, music.
We're moving. So he's saying them man are shook and whatnot, whatever. Yeah, he's just seen it from his own perspective. You know what I mean?
While
we're moving along. Man just said to him, yo, you know what? Just do your own things, bro. If you're that passionate about movements and that, do it yourself. You know what I mean? Do it your own way. That way you're not in the way of anyone else's thing. One sec.
No haggis, no peace. No justice, no haggis. No. Okay. Oh boy. Roman controversy enough. And in it, who gets forgotten? The victim. You know what I'm saying? The victim gets forgotten in all this. Because now this is the main point. If you're there for the people and and for the individual, shouldn't it be about the individual, regardless? As I said, people got different agendas. and reasons why they do what they do. It's different. Some people it's a work, it's the job. It's the job, man.
Yeah, and his thing is like, yeah, I obviously, so I went to my station to go and talk about it, and I feel like that's the type of thing that Respect would do too. They just do the same shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, who's in the wrong, who's in the right? I don't know, because it's about protest, isn't it? And should you be conforming to what other people want when you've gone to protest? That's a good question.
Definitely.
And it's like you got to either be full rebel or you got to be down. I just know that when we went to protest, we was on a rebel team. You get me? I was on a rebel team. So I was like, he's mentioning certain incidents that went down, but man was in that mode of like, yo,
rebel.
You get me? From the streets to the front line. Yeah, like man's gonna bring all their skills of resourcefulness with them, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's what it is. But obviously he wants to demonize people and say, oh, this is the reason, and that's just very dishonest. But we're not gonna get into that. But we've spoken about that situation many a time. You know what I mean? That's just dishonesty. But yeah, in terms of him stopping man playing music, man, I don't know, man. When you put yourself in them roles, these are the complaints and that. Not you can't please everyone. When you're being a policeman, like the people that you end up policing might end up feeling you. Yeah, that's how it goes.
Complaints department
goes with the job, innit?
That's correct. That's why you have to act right, really, and make sure everything's tight and on point.
Yeah.
So there's no room for error. When someone's asked about it, it's like, bruv, you lot security, yeah, you're supposed to have notebook. There was an incident, record it. You get me? So just in case it comes up again or someone's trying to lie, you can actually go time, date, and everything. Say exactly what happened, exactly what you done. That's if you're playing that game, you know what I mean?
So I got a motion. Where the hell is Emzalini? Dev, you got on mute?
But I'm here, man. I've just been listening for me. You get me? I ain't gonna lie.
Right, thanks, man.
This conversation really interested me, bro. So I just shut the fuck up and feel that.
Yeah, good opportunity.
Yeah, I've been hearing everything, man. I'm listening to everything.
Yeah, when them others was talking earlier, there's no.
Yeah, I see a little video relating to what you just played earlier on. Still, I think it was the incident what led my man to say whatever he said. Still, but obviously, my man was just in the park, innit? You get me? He had his little mixtape album thing. Other than that, bro, I don't really feel like he done anything wrong. But under the wishes of the family, regardless of what you feel, if something happened to anyone and their family come and said that, then I have to kind of respect that, innit? So.
I don't think it was always that though.
Yeah,
I think he did acknowledge that one stage they said the family said something, so he turned it down.
Yeah.
He turned it down, and then after that, the interview probably he decided to turn it back up, and then that's when they came full force.
Yeah.
Like,
and
turn it off, it's gonna be peak.
Hey, whoever that radio guy was as well, he needs to fall back, fam. He was just trying to add a whole
Hold on, you weren't there. So
unnecessary fire.
I don't know about Raspet saying, yeah, big up the guy who wasn't there. Huh?
Yeah, I think the guy that wasn't there may have been Freddie. Yeah, but you gotta read between the lines, man. Nah, you do. Yo, you got white noise in those snaps.
Might be my thing. Let's have a look.
It was definitely Sniper.
Are you back, Jeeps?
Yeah. I had to duck out. Listen, when it gets to all that slavery shit, I've been over and over that.
When it gets to that slavery shit,
it was peak for her, man. It was peak for her. Shifa was cooking with gas, boy. Like, yes,
no,
your
I
fault.
just can't be bothered with it. It's boring.
Yeah, no, Jupiter, I can't lie.
I know
I
for you
kind of
guys
relate.
it's not boring, but for me it's boring.
No,
going over
boy,
and
it's
over
not
and over.
that. It's just sometimes I like how it's said and where it's relevant, right? It's not relevant every day. I don't brush my teeth with it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was just like, fucking hell, again? Do I have to really?
But you know he's got unresolved issues with you, Jupiter.
Yeah.
Remember when he used to go at you back in the day, man? Ferocious.
He
Proper,
just
like,
got a problem with women, full stop.
You killed his cat or
So
something.
I don't take it too personal. He just don't like having debate with women. Yeah.
Sorry, are you talking about?
Shifa.
Oh.
You got Baba Kale.
Yeah, I know his motions, mate. Do you want to defend him?
Big up everyone, big up.
Defend myself.
Defend who? Shifa.
Oh, God. Cal's going to go on about slavery as well now, isn't he?
Oh, no. That's an
I
assumption.
might have to duck out again.
That's a very good assumption. Very good assumption. She damn near hit the nail on the head, bro.
I don't know. You know, it could be something different.
Oh, my God. He's back again.
You might come on and say, my some people, and, you know. Things are different energy.
He might. Give it a chance.
He's unpredictable.
People, big up the sun people, big up the sun people. Big up the sun people, big up the sun people.
That's racist.
Ah, shit. Everyone's back. Let's see it. Is it round two? Now?
Say my name, say my name.
Lava for that.
Big up, Shifa.
No, you know what it is? JEDI said he wanted to look at Joshua 6:6, and I wanted to know what he was going to say about that. I was interested.
You know, the biblical.
But I don't know if he's interested in talking about that now.
Yeah, Jets. Joshua,
He's
mate.
probably too tired now. He's had enough and all.
Well, there's a couple of things we can talk about, love. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? Yeah, we didn't even finish talking about
let's
bloody
watch
Leicester.
what
Did you?
Oh, we spoke about Leicester. We've done that. Done and dusted.
Why don't you tell us more about your Zeus worship?
Hey, man. Hey, Shifa, if you want to fight her, bruv, go and link her, innit? Like, all this online shit, because you get me.
He ain't gonna fight me. Hector won't let him fight me.
Why is
trying to make Jupiter the spokesperson for Christianity? I don't understand it.
She worships Zeus, brother. She's a Zeus
Why,
worshipper
bro?
with a name
Yeah,
like
but why are you
Jupiter.
telling
Come on,
Jupiter about Zeus? I don't understand. Like, why don't you go and get a big placard and stand outside the church, and on a Sunday when people coming out, chat to them, innit? Do like Shamsi style. Get a little table, put a little tablecloth on it, print out some little leaflets. Like, get to work, bro. Do something with your life,
real
man.
Israelites don't deal with Jesus. They don't deal with Jesus.
Okay. Okay.
That's Jupiter's game, man. That's one of her gods. She's obviously a god too with a name like Jupiter. Is Jupiter not a Roman god or a Greek god?
It's what you God.
What are we doing
You're
here?
a blasphemer. Go
Jupiter.
away.
All right, Jupiter. Everyone look up Jupiter and look what it is. Look what it represents.
Allow it, bro. Why are you saying
Not being funny.
Hello.
Not being
Idol
funny,
worshipper.
Jupiter. You're not that Christian, really, are you? Like, not dissing you, but majority of English people ain't really like church going, Bible bashing. They're not that Christian, like compared to like Caribbean people. I don't think English are that bothered. Like, English's religion is like paying their
Bro, they
bills
worship
and that.
Krampus
Like, they
and all
don't
that.
really care about nothing.
What the hell's Karen?
They don't care. They, like, I don't understand. Why would you try preaching?
You want a truthful
preaching-
answer? I'm not an orthodox Christian, no, but I've got a lot of Christian values.
Idolater, idolater.
I was raised
Someone
in
in
a
the
Christian
comments,
household.
someone in the comments said Jupiter telling people about Christianity is like Khan telling people about Islam. Man.
Exactly. This is what I'm trying to know. I'm building bridges. I'm building bridges
I
here.
bet I go to church more often and pray more. So I pray every night.
You have to build a really big bridge for you.
That's what I'm saying. Most every night. Been a fucking motorway, bro.
Who's that motion?
I pray every night. Yeah.
I'm building a titanium bridge. No.
We pray to Jesus every night.
Reinforced bridges of San
I've
Francisco.
never seen a Kevlar walkway, bro. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
No, I didn't say to Zeus. I said I pray every night.
But you said specifically earlier that you prayed to Jesus. You said that you said Jesus is God.
Shifa.
Oh, said that. Will you stop being stupid?
Shifa, that's got a new toy, bro. Like, allow it, man.
No, I know. He just does.
No, but she did say that motion. She said Jesus is God.
No, but listen, there's rigor mortis setting in.
You're looking mad, fam. You're looking mad. You're looking mad. I'm not gonna lie to you, Shifa, bro. Like, it's like, alright, cool, stop now. Like, you can stop attacking for like an hour and just chill.
What motion? You saw a play scheme with this, man.
Nah, brother.
Just checking. Yeah, because he really like that guy, man. Like, yo, motion, man.
Hey, listen, I like torturing my prey. I like torturing my prey, man. Allow me.
What kind of sick ass human being are you, bro?
Proper sick ass.
What with the sick ass?
You sound like one of them.
It makes you feel any worse.
You sound like one of them you used to put things in hamsters.
You've got to literally treat me a fucking about 100 times worse than this for me to actually feel the pain, mate.
Yeah, you know what he's like.
I can feel the pain in your voice, man. I can feel the pain.
Nah, that's not pain. That's a couple of Chardonnays she had at lunchtime.
Oh, no, this is serious pain, man. This is cutting real deep. Can't you hear she wants to cry?
She sounds like she wants to go sleep.
She wants to ball right now or fight. One of the two, cry or fight. Either way.
I ain't gonna lie, cause you see certain time, like man, they just ask for it, innit? I'm not gonna lie. Like, man, just literally bring it on themselves, pause, cause you get me. But yeah, say that. It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Maybe Jesus will help her this time. Maybe Jesus will help.
I'm just saying,
time for that.
Just a formidable opponent still. You get me? And I don't know, it's at your own peril, man. Because when she snaps on you, but ain't no one can help you.
It's going to be Clash of the Titans.
I hear you, man. Now, Zeus, yeah, it's going to be Clash of the Titans because Zeus is ruthless like Jupiter.
When she starts raising her voice and all that, bro.
It's funny that she named herself after a muscular man, though. Doesn't anyone find that surprising that she named herself after a muscular man?
Breathe,
she named herself after a muscular man called Jupiter.
That's about what he was, and then you.
Interesting.
Are you saying that Jupiter was not a muscular man? Is that what you're saying?
Of course. You're not childish.
I think
this is getting pausish, man.
I'm not. I
wonder if she's a tranny. She might be a tranny, you know. Be careful. She might actually be a tranny.
What you're trying to say, yeah, but this muscular man thing, you looking at muscular man, yeah?
No, she was looking at a muscular man and modeling herself after him. So obviously, she's possibly a tranny. She's possibly a tranny.
He was muscular, brother. You know, he was muscular.
She looks like a man.
Yeah, pause.
She looks like a man. And she's quite muscular.
How do you know Jupiter was muscular?
Seeing as how we're drawing the correlations out of thin air.
There's images out there that have been presented to the internet. And
is it a coincidence?
You've been looking at muscular man images, yeah?
No, I weren't looking at it. It was just presented on a show that was a long time ago on Television.
So when they presented it, did they go young man at the same time?
No, nothing like that. But Jupiter definitely is quite muscular, and she has got a man's jawline. So be careful.
So yeah,
Shiva, is it a coincidence, Stantian?
Mad. Is it a coincidence that
is there like a secret community of Atlanteans there?
Is it a coincidence that you eat turkey for Christmas dinner and you're Turkish?
Fuck's sake.
That's not actually a coincidence because the Turkish That's not funny. The Turkish used to get turkeys from India. They used to get them from India and sell them to Europeans. That's why they're called turkeys. The Turkish used to bring them from India. Because Turkish don't call it turkey.
You need to allow Christmas dinner when you're a Muslim.
No one wants to hear the unfunny explanation to the funny joke. No,
we didn't want to
How was that a funny joke, man? Come out of it, man.
We spoke. You know. Drop something, say something about curry goat or something, man.
No,
God,
like,
have it.
man. Something
Actually,
about
don't
man
say
having one
that.
eye or something, man. Fucking hell, bro. Just do better.
Okay.
You're not even the real Turks anyway. You're Turkish. That means ish means likeness of. So you're not really a Turk. You're only Turkish.
No, Turkish means that we're half Turk and half Ishmael.
So you're only kind of Turk. You're kind of Turk.
We're half
you're
Ishmael and half Turk. Yeah,
so
we're
you're
half
kind
Ishmael.
of a Turk. You're kind of Turk. You're kind of. You're not really. You like that one, isn't it? It's like English. They're not really English. They're kind of. They've used up the name.
Man's been up since about 4 a.m, fam. I can't.
What's going on?
I'm trying, but it's like.
Where's Jupiter?
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings.
No,
Jupiter,
man.
I had to run, man.
Do your thing. Do your thing.
Looking forward to
Jupiter's gone down the gym, mate, to work on her jawline.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Shame none of her kids inherited it, innit?
This is getting very bad.
But I'm not sure if those are her kids because we're possibly dealing with a trans bot. Now I'm kind of confused. Maybe they just adopted some mixed race children to make it look good.
I think the aliens came down and said, listen, look after these 3 youths for us. We'll be back in about 20 years.
I think it's possible though, because how did Hector impregnate her, man? She's too tall. How did he even reach
on a
all the way up
ladder,
there?
step ladder?
Is that what you're thinking about? Yeah, mad thing. I'm out.
But how is he gonna reach though? How's Hector gonna reach though, man? Oh, shit.
Careful, bro. They're all the same height lying down, bro. You know this.
I know that. I don't know.
They got impregnated, and then they both had sex changes. So now Hector's the man, and now she's the woman.
How does the woman's height make any difference to anything?
Yeah, they're doing a reduction. How is it what?
How does a woman's height make any difference to getting impregnated?
Because you have to be tall enough to get up in there, cuz.
Well, you can't lie them down, no? You got to fuck standing up.
I hear you, but same
But
time,
I don't know how fishes
down,
do it,
still
but
got to be tall enough,
fishes might do it different, innit? I don't know. I'm just speculating. You know them ones when they swim together side by side.
Carnito, no, this is how humans do it, Carnito. You see someone like yourself, Carnito, it will be very difficult for you to get your penis inside anyway, because your belly's going to get in the way. And Jupiter's belly is going to get in the way too. So it's going to be very difficult, you know, for a short man like Hector to make it past that belly button.
That's not true.
You and Jupiter literally would fit like a puzzle, though, man. The two fatties together.
There's no difference with a short person. It's just like where we do foot pon shoulder, the man will do kneecap pon shoulder. There's no difference.
So how the two fat people have sex? Explain that one to us.
That's a pon shoulder.
It's called doggy style.
What is that called? Belly pon belly. Belly pon belly.
Belly pon back. Belly pon back.
I can't make this shit up, but that was funny though. That was good. You done an M&M there still. Must have belly pun back.
Yeah.
Joe better. Yeah, put your belly pun Hector back. Pause. What are you saying? Jupiter let Hector hit it from Hector let Jupiter hit it from the back. Sorry.
Allow it, man. Why are you imaging?
No.
How are you denigrating another brother like that, especially with Kale here? Where's Kale? Kale, you need to speak up.
The belly pun back. You said it. You said his belly pun back.
Kale, where are you?
With these images, man.
I know, man.
Allow it, man. Serious.
I'm uncomfortable, man. I'm uncomfortable.
I feel uncomfortable with the image of Jupiter naked, full stop. But some people don't mind that kind of thing.
Wow.
That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna put that out in the universe.
Hey, bro, ain't you got a PlayStation on that and shit?
You know what?
Yeah, I was watching that film the other day. You know that film Drag Me to Hell? And after I watched Drag Me to Hell, I realized it was Jupiter all along in the movie dragging people to hell.
Brother, are you dreaming about this woman or
I
what?
know. This is
No, I
mad.
really don't dream about her. But listen, I told people if you mention my name, I must send for you. I'll arrive. I got spies and all of that. She mentioned my name. It's too late now. She was pre-warned.
Who's your spy, Reggie?
What did she say about you?
Now, Reggie, you know what?
Pretending to like
Reggie is
Jupiter.
actually an agent. Reggie is actually an agent, but he's not one of my spies. I've got many spies. Don't you worry. I ain't
Did
going
you
to tell
say
you
he's
who they are.
Asian or he's an agent?
Oh, well.
Agents, yeah, agents.
Oh, because I was going to say them River State brothers, they're quite light, isn't it?
Hello, Duke.
Inspector Reginald and them man there.
Fuck's sake, Schiffer. Take your wig off and stop acting like Beyonce's younger sister, you dope.
Send back them adopted kids, you man beast.
You got to pause your YouTube, Jupiter.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Jupiter, you are the beast they speak about in the Bible.
Here we go. Jupiter's
the beast with 4 heads.
I'm not gonna lie, Jupiter's got stamina to keep coming on these panels and getting.
She ain't even. Anyway,
I told you, Schiffer, take your fucking wig off and stop acting like Beyonce's younger sister.
Sometimes people have to learn. This is what it is, isn't it?
How you gonna look like Krusty the Clown and be a real life person, Jupiter? Explain, please.
How are you going to keep acting so camp?
Krusty the Clown's one of my favourites.
And think that you're a man.
We're not arguing. I just asked, how come you look like Krusty the Clown, but you're actually human? You're in real life, and he's a cartoon.
And I'm just asking, how comes? Why does your girlfriend let you out so often? Because she can't fucking stand you indoors.
Why does your husband let you online? Is it because you're the man of the house?
That was funny.
He lets me online because going online like this and arguing all day long is a woman's thing to do, not a man's.
Belly pan back.
That's what you do, isn't it?
Rebuttal bars. What?
I can go and get your tampons and fucking shut up.
All right, we've established that you're the man of the house, but you won't bitch me out like you did your husband.
You're so pathetic.
No, your husband's pathetic because he allows you online. He allows his woman to do this nonsense online. He ain't no man.
It's a very organized beef.
Never seen my woman online talking this crap, have you? Nobody? Anybody? Never.
Neat and tidy.
No, what we've seen is your fucking fat ass girlfriend coming naked on back of the screen, showing you right up, showing herself right up, looking like a 30-year-old slapper. Don't get us started on your missus, because I tell you what,
the lies ain't working this time. The lies won't work this time.
He was twice the size of me without any fucking breasts.
Oh no! Oh no!
Now that's not my woman. Who you're talking about is Isabella, the woman that hooked your husband in his jawbone, slapped you in your face with a slipper, and walked away. Walked away scot-free, love.
Yo, that was a mad image, boy.
Slapped you in your face with a slipper and walked away scot-free, love.
Or should we talk
Walked away scot-free, love.
That's mad.
Should we talk about the one that was sitting next to you?
Man said your girl's obese with right angle breast.
Now you know she hurting. Feel the pain.
Khan said, "How could you be fat with no tits?"
You talk about that one, the one who looks like looked like she'd had a fight with Mike Tyson.
She's better off having her nipples on her bingo wings.
Huh? Or should we talk about the young one?
Hey, what's going on?
Because you can't make up your mind.
Whoa!
Which girl you with?
Allegations are flying.
Oh, Schiffer, you might have bite off more than you can chew, Bridget.
Young tits. What? Fuck's sake. I told you don't let Jupiter go in her bag. She's a woman. She's got a bag. That's what I'm saying. She's got a little 2 2s in there. Like, fucking hell, bro.
You might have to send you might have to tag Kaylin.
Jupiter's got knuckle dusters, mate.
Tagging KO, man.
Dirty, man. She got that booty G.
Anyway.
So, like, bro. Go on, Jupes.
You got slapped to a standstill, boy.
That's mad. Man warned you as well, bro.
Yeah,
man.
I did. You know, like, ooh, you're gonna go there, yeah?
Now, if you're dissing her man, obviously she's gonna diss your bird, isn't it? Nah.
I still got it.
There was no comeback from Jupiter. It was just dead in the water. Pardon the pun.
That's yeah.
That's a bar, man. That's a bar.
That's a sight for sore eyes, bro. Yeah,
it's a Don DeMarco right there. I was like, oh man, look at that. Damn.
Hey, Schiffer, where you at, man? Oh,
we need proof of life.
That was a bar and a half, though. Your bed's fatter than me, but with no tits.
You see right now, nobody feels sorry for him, bro. Not that man would anyway, but no one feels sorry because you look for that, bro. You went out your way to look for that shit.
Right.
Yeah.
There was no need. It's like, right, she weren't even on panel. It's like, yeah, Jupiter, planet, that henchman. Oh, I know. Safe.
Square jaw.
Safe. I know, safe.
Training in the gym.
Yeah. Now she opened the man, talk about your young things. Like, you can't make up your mind.
It
hurts more. And it hurts more.
Shifa, you have to get back on the panel quickly, but I can't.
You got to sort that one out.
Jupiter looks like the fat version of Bruce Jenner. I don't even know why we're even talking to her still.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'll allow you that.
Someone pick that tumbleweed up, man, because it's getting a bit mad.
That's what you say about Shifa. Just don't fucking start bringing my husband into it.
Jeez.
Yeah? Otherwise, I'm going to start on your fucking hoes, and they are your hoes.
Your husband, your husband is a Baggins. Your husband is Bilbo Baggins. You need to take your short husband back to the shop you bought him from. You need to take him back to the dwarf.
No.
Take him back to the dwarf.
Have you got harem? You're not even Muslim.
Stay out of it, card, man.
Your husband is one of the first pillars in Jesus worship.
His man's not
I told ya. Just leave fucking family out of it, Shifa.
He's not going to, is he? Right, it's clear.
Fucking skanky cunt.
Sorry.
What did you say?
But Jupiter, where did you see Shifa's bird, though, in your commenting on that? Did you actually see her, or are you making it up?
Yeah, I've seen 3 of them on Villies.
Brother, you know,
what do you mean 3 of them? What, it's got a little harem going, yeah?
Your Carnito, you know when someone's lying, what you have to do is you have to ignore the lies and just deal with the truth. Her husband is a midget, She does call herself Jupiter. She does worship Jesus, and unfortunately, her kids might not be her kids because him look like a shim.
Wait. I see a picture of you with a white baby.
You see the picture of me with a what?
A white baby.
Let me go on mute.
Which white baby? I know some white babies.
That baby was your baby. Bro, that was not your baby.
I know some white babies, man. I know a couple of them white people that's got babies. What's wrong with that?
You can't work out whether it's white or black.
Oh, shit.
1 week you're going on about...
Jupiter, we can't figure out if your kids are yours or if we need to send them back.
You're with a black woman and your baby's already disappeared.
We can't figure out if your kids are yours or you need to send them back. Think about it.
My kids ain't going nowhere, mate. I'm proud of all 8 of my kids.
Yeah, but you know they've allowed transbots to have babies now. We get it, man. We get it.
Fucking talking about racial fucking
anyone can go and anyone can adopt a child now, even the transbots like Jupiter.
Daddy, listen to this. I had to have a fight and I had to box this one up and box that one up, and I acted like you, Daddy. My kids don't look up to their father who fucking argues with old people in a shop over a trolley.
Mad.
Who done that?
Who did that?
He got into a row over a fucking car.
Nah.
Yeah, no, sorry, correction. It wasn't one person. It was 3 people.
The old woman out.
It was 3 people.
That's like being a fish out of water, though, isn't it? It starts getting it's like out of place.
They can't even lick his shots.
He's got to
boy.
be the only
you just
person
chat
I know
like-
that lives in an area that's
Fucking hell, man.
white.
He's got the bayonet.
Because he's the only black family. He's the only black family, but he always manages to stumble on these racists and fucking somebody else being racialized. Obviously, it's your own fucking cousin, your brother, your aunt, your uncle, or whatever. If you're the only fucking black family there, mate, how come you happen to see? Oh, I just happened to see somebody getting, someone being racist to this black person. So I walk up and stuck up for him and said to him, "Oh, don't do this. Don't do this. Why don't you fucking uppercut him? This is what I would do. I would swing around.
Why does your
I'd
son
do
look like
this.
Caesar
I'd be
from
a
Planet of the
champion.
Apes? Why does your son look like Caesar from Planet of the Apes? Explain.
Jiffer's a cunt. That's too far. No, you've gone too far, mate. No. Stop that right there.
Tumbleweed.
We have to call a foul. That's offside, mate. Offside.
That's not out of order. He looks like a very brave monkey. He looks like a very brave monkey.
Tell me why you don't even look like a monkey. You look like a fucking sleazy.
What? I don't have hair growing all over my face like your kids. I don't have hair growing all over my back like your kids. I'm not hairy all over like your kids. I'm not a wolf man, monkey man, or jackal man. I'm a human.
Tell me why you look like a jelly deal.
Mad.
What the fuck?
Mad.
This is
You first tell me why your son looks like the Caesar from Planet of the Apes. Once you explain that, then I'll go into any question you want answered.
Mad.
Right, Kale's flashing.
I know. Hey, see Schiffer, yeah, he thinks he's smart. He's trying to trap her, Ruth. He's
I
trying
don't know
to
what you're fucking talking about. Why you're bringing kids into it, mate? But God knows what your fucking offspring look like, because I've seen the fucking missus.
Your
and all
daughter looks
three
like
of
a
them ain't
dirty nigger bitch. Your daughter looks like a dirty version of a nigger bitch with hair growing on the back of her arm. Mass amounts of hair growing on her arm. Monkey bitch.
You ain't never seen my
She a monkey ass nigga. She a monkey ass nigga. Your daughter is a monkey ass
If you
nigga.
have, you look, I mean, I understand why. You ain't never seen my daughters.
Your daughter is growing a tail, Jupiter. She is a true. Listen, when they talk about monkey ass motherfucking niggas, she is the real monkey nigga because she growing a tail. She the only Negro with a tail, and she ain't even really a Negro. She half and half. So, what we doing here? Where did she get it from? Did she get it from you?
You're sad.
Your children are half beast.
Go on, Jupiter. I know you want to say it, Jupiter. I know you want to say it. Just do it, man.
Zulu, you'd fall back with that, man.
I know.
I even heard you before.
I know what you mean, Zulu.
You know what I mean, Max? You know what I mean,
I know
bro.
what you mean, but yeah,
Zulu,
I'm gonna leave you for a demon born alone now. I'm gonna leave her demon born alone.
Listen.
More than demon.
At this point, I'm disgusted with the retard.
Yeah, she can deal with this.
I really am disgusted with you, Schiffer.
I'm disgusted with the hair on your daughter's arm. I'm disgusted by that, but what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
Curse rains down on your kids, you motherfucking cunt.
Oh shit!
I hope your daughter finds a big razor for them hairy ass arms.
Don't mess with
I
white
hope your daughter finds a big razor for them hairy ass arms.
That shit works.
They're genitals and under their arms for life.
You see?
The genitals.
You messing with
genitals.
No, I'm out.
I said don't mess with white voodoo, you know. White voodoo.
Release the Kraken.
Is it working? It's fucking working. We're here.
It's would you? It's would you? It's not
Zelini, quick question.
Yes,
Zelini,
we're
can you
here
hear me?
now.
Zelini, can you hear me? Is Zelini there still? Zelini, quick question, yeah? What did the Most High say to Jupiter's daughter's arms?
I don't know. I'm not religious.
1,000 heads will descend upon you.
Yeah, tumbleweed, man. Next.
So dumb.
But you're bringing the most line to your jokes. Idiot.
1,000 heads will descend upon you.
Why does God sound like fucking William Shakespeare, bro? Relax.
Schiffer, that was so spiritual. That was so spiritually cringe. I can't even like.
Do it one more time, Schiffer. One more time.
This comes from
1,000 heads will descend upon you.
This comes from someone who's got a wonky eye and teeth like Princess Anne, right? And then these birds
damn, son.
Hey, Jupiter, I heard from your daughter's ex-boyfriend that she's got warts all over her vagina. What's going on there?
What?
You heard from her?
I heard from Jupiter's daughter's ex-boyfriend has informed me that her daughter has warts all over her vagina.
Why is he telling you?
Really?
Who has acne on her vagina? Who has acne on their vagina other than Jupiter and her daughter?
Brother Schiffer, is it possible to rob Jupiter
without mentioning her kids?
So number one,
say that again, Kel.
I hope Cameron got out in the chat handing out L's for this one.
Is it possible for you
my
to
daughter doesn't have an ex-boyfriend. My
Yeah.
elder daughter is with the same partner she's always been with, and my second daughter has never dated anybody yet.
What
So
colours
as far as
their
I'm concerned,
partners,
Schiffer,
Jupes? Everyone's dying
you're
to know.
a dirty piece of shit to even go that far. But you know what? I know it's experience. I know all the women you've been with have had warts. And
We
that's
know
why
about
you
the
think
skid
they're
marks in your daughter's bed. We know about it.
We know that you and your partners have got fucking STDs coming out your ear holes, love.
You was born with STDs, Jupiter.
Try and keep her children out of it, brother.
No, fuck her kids, man. Fuck her kids. Fuck them animals. Fuck them half gremlins. Fuck them half gremlins, man. Fuck all gremlins, man. Fuck all gremlins.
We are not endorsing
And this is
any
coming
of what
from
you're
a
saying.
man who's got
This is Schiffer's views and Schiffer's views only.
None of us support the words of Schiffer. Let's just make that known.
What
Yeah,
a shame.
Fuck your cabbage patch kids, yeah? Fuck your bitch cabbage patch kids.
Race heritage, yeah?
Fuck your bitch ass cabbage patch
No
kids.
kid. Shame on you.
Fuck your kids.
Shame on you, Schiffer. Shame on you.
Fuck your kids.
How did this shit start in the first place? Like,
Because she wants to bring up my name. She wants to chat my name. I love chat about my family, but when I chat about hers, it's extreme. Now you're upset. You're stinking daughter. You're stinking Brockwood stink panani daughter.
Your mother birthed afterbirth. That's what she did.
Your mother doesn't
mother
exist.
birthed an afterbirth.
Your mother doesn't exist. You're adopted. What?
Why your eyes are wonky, mate?
Mad.
Stop.
Was it after birth?
Wonky
eye. Broken sperm. Mad.
One eye on the side of my head.
Nah, you don't can't gang up on that.
Fuck it. I'm not involved.
Nah, you can't get up on that. Yeah, man.
Is that it? Come on, man.
Yeah, I think she's done now because she knows that her daughter's adopted. She's adopted. They all look like animals. One's half wolf, one's half sheep, one's half monkey. All of the kids are fucked up. It's not our fault. Blame yourself.
Hector must be on his way home. When he gets home, watch.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's peak for you.
You'll be like, motherfucker, what did you say?
Yeah. You fucking cunt. You can't.
Don't adopt gremlins, innit? Don't adopt gremlins. Don't adopt mugwise, man. Don't adopt mugwise, man. Mugwise grow hairs on their arms and on their face.
He literally moved to the village and became the village idiot. How fucking sad is that?
Mad.
But true. Are you gonna take that, Steph? Are you gonna take that? Mad.
How you get cussed with the truth?
I know, right?
Because she ain't lying, innit?
Yeah, of course. The village Atlanteans, mad.
Yeah, I see.
And the town's called Bath.
In a bathtub.
How did that happen?
That's not a coincidence. You're stupid.
What are you saying? What are you saying? Bath is a verb, yeah?
For fish, for anything aquatic, like, come on. You see it?
On aquatic road.
Man trying to say you live in a marina. I don't have it. Yeah. That's
That's
just
going on
you
holiday.
live in the Bay of Bath, you know. No, don't have it. Don't have it.
Nah, man. Shipper, where did you dock?
Man's fully on mute.
Where did you dock?
Yeah, when you got grandparents like Romulus and Remus, I expect your kids to look like dogs.
You know, bro. Fuck you know,
He said, pass the Dutchie on the starboard side.
No, you're an idiot. I was going to say something to do with Star. You're an idiot. You're fucking dickhead.
You're going to be sorely disappointed then, ain't you? Sad cunt.
What? Ruby Wax?
Jinkies!
If them born from dog, they must smell like dog.
If you see either of my daughters, you'd be apologising profusely.
Why?
That's what you
These are because your kids are darker than these kids.
Hold on. Why? Whoa.
Ain't heard them words in about 3 weeks, man.
My head fucked that up, but yeah, Jupiter can use it now. Man.
Yeah, Jupiter can use it, man. You run with that.
I like that. That was a bar.
You say they're profusely leng.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what one? Oh boy.
God have mercy.
What?
Look, it's not my fault that them say them come from dog, you know. Me never tell them that. Them come from rat and dog. Dog kidney.
Your way.
You ever hear about them smell like wet dog? You ever hear about that yet? Yeah, you ever hear about wet dog yet?
She said,
blood clot dog people.
I'm going to mute up.
Yeah, dog people. Half dog. Them is half dog. All of them picnic where you have is half dog.
Shut up, you fucking rascal, bumper clat, fucking.
All them picnic where you have is half dog.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Cuba, can you say that again, please? Can you say that again? I don't think Jamaicans in the chat heard you. Can you say that again?
Say that again.
That was Patois plus.
Patois plus bars.
I said he's a rascal, bumper clat, fucking fucker.
Well done.
Fucking fucker. Yes.
Yeah.
Are your Roman people who invent Jupiter when make up the story where your people them come from dog and is born from dog and have sex with dog? Lick dog pussy and talk to good people. Take your head out to the dog batty world. Dog woman.
A smack you back of your head.
Go on, Jupiter. Go on.
You're a real dog.
Watch
You're a real dirty dog.
You Africans, watch yourself. Let her run with what she's running with right now. It's been sanctioned for a minute.
This is Power Plus, brother.
You make me take my slipper off. You fucking know about it, mate. I'll straighten up that book.
Slipper, you
oh, fuck you.
Slipper bar.
Since you got to lick you in your wonky eye. No, that's
smack. Yeah, man.
No, that's mad.
That's what she said, though.
That's what she said.
Why is she so quiet?
You reckon he's writing his bars?
He's Googling
Power
Plus dictionary. Pause.
Aqua Patois.
Isn't that just finished?
If someone tell his cave dwelling dark to start run.
Yeah, he wrote that one. He wrote that one. I'm telling you.
I swear, if my sisters was here, they'd slap you up
your
and
cave,
down.
dog.
That's all you ever say, isn't it? You run
Go
your
back in
mouth
your
and then
cave,
you
dog.
go home. You go, sis,
Dog woman.
there's a bigger girl out there. Can you come and sort it out for me?
Truth bars. Mad. Truth bars.
No. Do you know what? I'm just not like you. I don't let Isabella go and punch my people in the face and don't do nothing.
Oh, shit.
Really?
No, really. Why did you do that beatings?
I stood by my
That's a halfway line fucking screamer.
No one removed me from that park, and I didn't have to lift a fucking finger. And I pulled her off my husband, and I got.
Alright, guys, I got to jump off because these conversations too low vibration. But I'll chat to you soon. When the dog woman's gone, when the demon's left, I'll be right back.
You know
Go run, man. Don't run.
That's
Bye,
right.
bye, bye,
You
don't
are shit,
run.
you fucking
Wow.
Right, man. So go and submerge yourself in some water, man. Run
Don't
away.
forget your coat.
How you gonna run?
You shut the door.
I hate those people, man. Start big beef and then they run away.
You got a W today, Jupiter. You got a W today, man.
It's going to go sit in some brine.
He's only called Schiffer because he's got a fucking shifty eye.
He's saying his first name's Schiff, his second name's T.I.
You see, sometimes just leave things alone.
I know.
I know.
Always need, you know what I mean?
No, it can't. Is how the fucking hell, right? Did Motion get caught up with that fucker?
No.
Motion?
It must be a right.
Obviously, he was out having a.
Yeah,
he must have gone out for a swim one day.
Yeah.
Finish the joke. Finish the joke.
Yeah, go on.
Get
Finish
rid
it.
of him.
He got befriended by a sea creature.
Yeah. Yeah, Motion went out for a drive and bumped into him in the fucking village, yeah.
Yeah, don't let Motion come and cuss you out now. Like, allow it. Take the victory,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, Jupa, you need to know your opponents. Yeah,
Yeah,
like, you
take-
get me? Everyone ain't the
take
same.
I ain't having
Just take the
a big Motion. I don't know how he fucking
I know,
like
Juice, but just
that.
take the victory, man. Don't be calling other people's names because they'll jump
Don't
on
get
and cuss
goaded
you
out by
Yeah,
Khan.
man, it's been a good day. Don't
Khan,
get knocked out after your victory. Trust me, that's a bad look, man. Just, yeah.
Khan. Khan's trying to goad some more stuff. I don't know what he's doing. But yeah. Be careful of that one there. He's an Ottoman. He knows about world domination.
Anyway.
Yes.
Have we got a topic to discuss?
Yeah, anything could be good, man.
Anything. Fucking hell.
Yeah. You can even take a break.
So who saw
Get a little drink.
Mohammed hijab going running forces and then they all turned on him and took his speaker off him? That was real funny. He went down there. And there was only Darwin in the
Who are
background.
you? I'm a YouTuber. No, you're all right.
Ali Darwin was in the background trying to sort of tell him, come on, bruv, I think we should go. No, let me finish. And then they all took the fucking speaker off him and said, no, you've had your say, go and get out of it. You're making it worse. Oh, that was funny.
I just think all over cricket.
But seriously, that's getting out of hand, you know. They're all kicking the shit out of each other up there.
What, is it all kicking
Does
off?
any one of you... Yeah, does anyone live near Leicester?
No.
Have you seen the footage coming?
Yeah, there's
Oh
loads.
my God, the Hindus and the Pakistanis, they're fucking kicking the shit out of each other.
Yeah, but this was a long time
All
coming.
during this period. Oh yeah, all during this period. While we've had the police down here in London, they've had like 5 police trying to separate them with a couple of dogs. That's it.
Right.
Okay.
Taking advantage. Yeah, that's what it is, man. I knew there had to be
Hopefully
some
no
angle.
one dies, man. I'm hoping no one dies.
They're gonna die, man. Maybe 1 or 2.
You know when someone accidentally dies and then ruins the whole thing?
Yeah. Like, oh my God. You want real gangster? We'll show you real gangster. What's wrong with that?
Even they reckon it started over cricket. And apparently it was cricket that weren't even played in this country. Fuck's sake.
It was a long time coming, mate. It's not about cricket, really, is it?
Yeah.
No,
It was going to kick off.
sectarian violence.
I know. That's what I said. Who invented cricket? And took it over there.
You bloody
Did not the
bastard, you
British.
broke the wicket. You said, well, I got the bat here, I got to smack you around the head. Well, I got the bowling ball.
You lot all
Borderline.
passed
but
the test
seriously.
after
Borderline.
that Jupiter's Asian accent. That would have
Yeah.
been finished on man. Any of
They're
you
not
lot
that
people that
good,
would have
though.
been
My
done.
Asian accents are not that good.
Terrible.
They're not that
How
good.
comes though,
I'm only having a
Jupiter?
laugh. If anyone's offended, I apologise.
She don't give a shit.
Oh,
It's
Jupiter,
just
do
in
you
my head,
remember?
right? I see.
Do you remember that program back in the day called Goodness Gracious Me? Do you remember that?
Wow.
Yeah.
Back in the 70s, was it in the 70s? That was old. Or do you remember the one? What was the one with
Man,
the
just
school
say God is
teacher?
racist. We was in the 70s.
So racist.
I swear it was in the 70s.
I can't. How old are you? I'm serious.
Used to
We
be
need to
funny.
start.
Come on.
I'm going to be 50 next
That
year.
was 1990, brother.
You mean it was set in the 70s or what?
No, we weren't even fucking set in the
Oh,
70s.
wait.
What are you talking about?
No, more thing. I'm thinking of the one with the school teacher and all the students are from different countries. And they were trying to learn English.
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called now.
Mind your language.
Mind your language.
Yeah, that was mad. That was crazy. They had an Italian,
And that's still
the
80s.
thing,
That's still
Pakistani,
80s.
Bengali.
Yeah, the Italian. Yeah.
Was it still 80s? Was that 80s? No
That's
way,
the
that went 80s. The man used to wear flares, bro. The teacher was wearing
It's
flares
the
and
80s,
shit.
man. Man, a turban, all sorts. It's the 80s. Yeah. The 80s,
Okay.
Mind your language.
Mind your language.
Yeah, it was funny though. I thought it was funny.
And that's just
Yeah,
so
I bet you
Mixed Blessing. Mixed Blessing was the one with the mixed couple. Yeah, they were dealing with them things in the 80s.
Yeah.
Like, and putting it on the TV, you know what I mean? So, yeah, there was a few things we got to watch when I was younger anyway, that kind of covered these kind of issues. They weren't major because, I don't know.
Yeah, when they had the two families, they had the white
What
family
was that?
and the black.
What was that film with the school
family
teacher? And
always
it was a
got
black
the
teacher.
always got the better of the white folk. Huh?
Yeah.
What was that film, Jupiter, with the school kids and they had a black teacher, and one of the school kids was Lulu. Forget the name. It was a wicked film, man.
You're on about the Sydney
Poitier. My man, Sydney. Sydney was a rude boy.
Yeah,
he was one of the best actors, man. Sydney was proper.
He wasn't that good, but what was good about him, he was the only black person I see slap a white woman. He was slap a white woman on film.
And the police.
Hey, do you know what?
Beat up white man. Yeah.
You said, bruv, you see the other day you said that, like you must have said it on like a Monday or something, yeah.
Right.
Bro, I was watching, flicking through something on my Fire Stick, bro. That fucking film was on literally 2 days later. And the scene you spoke about, it wasn't a white woman. He smacked the Fed. He boxed the Fed.
Yeah,
the Fed tried to box him first. He backhanded the Fed. I said, bro, this is what I'm talking about.
But that's what I'm saying. Any movie he was in, I'm saying any movie he was in back in the day. If there was a white woman in there who would shake the shit out of her, because that's what you're allowed to do, right? You weren't allowed to, like, the white man could do it, right? John Wayne and all of them, they could slap a woman. Hey, what?
Women every week.
And then grab her.
John Wayne slapped their bitches.
Right.
Yeah.
But he was gay. So, but Sidney Poitier. No. Sidney Poitier was the first.
Why was he gay? When his name's Shirley in real life or something?
There's one where he's torturing
Marilyn,
a white man. There is no movies of those days where white men are getting tortured by a black man. It doesn't. They never did that.
Yeah, that's true.
They didn't even let black men kiss white women.
Yeah.
Why do you think
him slapping one? Yeah, it was a mazza to me. Like, what? You can just right. You're doing like James Bond.
Yeah. So why do you think? Why do you think?
Why
do you think they started to show that kind of shit?
No, I think he was that high level of a celebrity.
Yeah.
That
demanded the script to kind of include
these are Oscar winners and that.
Yeah, but to be honest,
when no niggas was winning Oscar.
Why did they have to slap a woman at all? For fuck's sake, why did she have to be white?
Sometimes the bitch needs to slap.
That was the misogynistic.
Why does she have to be white? Why is the white woman got to take the slap?
Why not? They're the majority. If someone's getting slapped, it's randomly going to be a white
Because Jupiter, there weren't a lot of black females on TV at that moment in time. I don't know if you know.
He wants them to cast a black woman just to get slap up on the TV.
Oh, who knows the first white man to kiss a black woman on TV?
Oh, you're on about
Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk.
She was green, blood. She was green.
And Uhuru. Remember when Uhuru was fit? Back when Uhuru was fit, innit? With a little miniskirt.
Star Wars.
The Star Trek.
Star Trek, yeah.
Thingy, man. William Shatner.
You know what you talking about for a second? I thought you meant what's Michael Douglas' dad's name?
Kirk Douglas.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about.
Spartacus.
Kirk Douglas. Who was he kissing? Cleopatra.
Oh no, that's what I thought you was talking about when you said
Spartacus, nigga. No, with the dimple.
Captain Kirk. Yeah,
no, that's William Shatner. Yeah.
TJ Hooker, innit?
TJ Hooker.
Yeah, TJ Hooker.
I told man in the end. Yeah, that from the earliest outset. Yeah, if you ever see me shooting a strap, it's never sideways. It's like TJ Hooker. Yeah, not proper methodical, like both hands
up to one knee.
Yeah, kind of like proper perfection. Yeah, stay low and keep firing is the saying. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, because you don't want to kill no one. So, like, you know, if you hit the lower part of the body, like the legs and things, yeah, you good, man. You'll live. Yeah, get peppered. But you know, none of us could shoot straight because we didn't have shooting.
You remember this thing, Huggy Bear? Do you remember Huggy Bear from Starsky and Hutch?
Yeah.
I remember that, man.
That was a mockery. When I was a kid, I used to love Huggy Bear, but growing up, I'm just thinking that was a mockery. I was like, some pimp guy. Like, why can't he just be a normal guy? Why does it have to be some exaggerated pimp? He was a pimp, Huggy Bear.
Yeah, he's a pimp and a snitch. Like, yeah.
Oh, is he the snitch?
Yeah, he's a snitch. Like, yo, fuck Huggy Bear, man. Yeah, what up, man? Stop.
Yeah, fuck that motherfucker.
You won't give me some money? Give me some. Nah, I gotta give you shit. Yeah, I remember that. He's a snitch, bro. Like, yo. You see how they glorify snitches and made them black as well early.
Yeah. It's an outrageous dressing.
Goes back to slavery, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's the American mentality, just like the boxing of the woman. Remember, because in the Wild West, Jupiter, it was wild, right? So a lot of these films that Sidney Poitier was playing was set in the Wild West era. So that's why a lot of slapping was in place. You know what I mean? You're stuck in the fucking wilderness with this white woman in a big dress.
I was only joking.
Yeah, and she gets hysterical. Wait, but you can shake the shit out of her.
Yeah, every time they got hysterical, they hit him.
Like, even the white guy wouldn't slap her. He would shake the shit out of her. Like, calm down, woman, calm down.
Nah, I'm not having that. I'm not having that, bro. What's that famous American show, man? And he's like, why I order, and then he boxes the woman.
Oh shit!
YIR, that rings a bell, but I thought it was a cartoon.
No,
it's something like 1960, something like 1960 show.
Cowboy movies, every white woman got.
Man used to box off his blood.
I mean, every white man was slapping the shit out of white women in cowboy movies.
Now, in all, in the old
only bad man like Dirty Harry would slap a woman.
Emzellini's talking about Thingy Man, Public Enemy. Who's that guy? Jimmy Cagney.
Yeah,
that one can't. Yeah.
Oh, James Cagney.
That's a good film. That is.
Yeah, but it did get to a point where I got bored with films.
You
right?
dirty
every
rat.
time there was someone. No, listen. Every time there was a black person in it, you knew that they were going to get killed first. It literally did get to
back in the day. Yeah, back in the day, true.
Well, kind of. I mean, it was kind of even because even on Star Trek, you knew when they were flying down to the planet.
You knew the killings were going to start after they killed the black man.
No, you know, like the black guy might join the team as well, but there'd be someone like, oh yeah, Johnson, Fing Johnson, come with us. Oh shit, Johnson's a dead man. I ain't seen it before this episode, and I ain't gonna see him at the end.
That is true.
Black,
right.
White, or indifferent. I'm just like, oh shit. Which one of y'all are not making it back?
Oi, Jupiter. What do you think that women deserve like 2022 now? Do you think some women deserve a slap from their husband or not? Or it's unacceptable?
Oh, you ain't gonna like what I say, but I think if a woman slaps a man, they should be able to slap her back as long as they're not going to beat her.
That's not what
I don't think anyone should be hitting.
No.
Yeah, I don't think anyone should be hitting anyone. Let me put it that way.
Yeah,
so I don't
agree
with these women that think men shouldn't slap, but they're allowed to slap their husband or their fucking partner. I don't agree with none of that. So there is one man that I think women are allowed to slap, and that's a groper. So if someone touches your ass, fucking tries any of that, you've got the right to
I thought you were going to say the little brother or something.
You thought I was going to say shipper.
I thought you were going to say
Shipper ain't a groper, bro. He's a grouper. That's a type of fish.
If a wonky eye guy pinches your ass, you're allowed to fucking slap him. I was like, yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, let's make the eye straight. Let's fix the eye.
Someone touches you up and fucking tries to be inappropriate.
You need fucking spec savers you can. Yeah, man. Why are you going Specsavers for only one
Yeah,
arm?
no, I'm not even joking with this.
You might as well get a monocle.
God, fucking
Yeah, go on.
mackerel.
Sorry.
I'm not even joking with this, right?
Right.
I am. There's some women who you do that to. They go oh, and find it funny. No, I'll smack you. Yeah. So,
What is that? Sorry. What conditions are we talking under? Just normal, every day, or?
Yeah, if you
Okay.
imagine you're in the workplace, or I don't know.
Yeah, no one
if
ain't
you're
doing
out
that,
in
I
a
don't
crowded place and someone on the train's fucking grape show or something, yeah, no, they'll get a smack off me. Yeah.
Oh, groping. Okay, yeah.
In the tavern, innit? In the tavern.
Yeah, in the tavern in the old days.
Yeah.
You standardly, by the time you brought the drinks to the table, your ass has been groped like 500 times.
7 times.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of noises they made.
That's when they get the tray over their head and the drinks, and you have to go and fucking buy another round. Yeah.
No, you have to be singing.
But that's when
usually you're singing a song, though, no? That's usually you singing
but
a
that's
song.
when
Hey!
someone does that, the tray goes over their head, then before you know it, everyone's having fun. Yeah.
Bar fight, yeah, straight.
That's when you know it's a good night, when you all get thrown out together and you all go somewhere else. And then you all go to another.
I'm not gonna be funny, but I can remember. I'd rather pick a pocket or two.
Innit? The royal gentry of England never used to go like places like Bethnal Green. It was sticky than a motherfucker for them.
That's where thing happened, isn't it?
Killed and Jack.
Why are they all saying
murders.
let Wendy on?
The murders again?
Wait, come on. Why is everyone
Jack the
saying let
Ripper.
Wendy on? Is she
Jack
in
the
back?
Ripper, on Liverpool Street.
No, she's not.
I can't see anyone saying. Oh, okay. One person said that. Jubes.
Who said that?
What happened?
Yeah,
What
no,
happened,
but
sorry?
further up, someone else said she was in the back as well.
Pause.
How did they know?
Who got what in the back?
Pause.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm wondering if she looks like Camilla.
Ooh, Wendy.
Like a ginger Camilla.
Maybe, I don't know. Do you know, that's how I told Wendy once, that's how I thought she was. Yeah.
You not seen her face?
I can't really say
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
I've seen
but I
pictures.
don't know if it's different. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, like back in the day, because I've talked to her from a long time.
Whatever,
ago.
Jupiter, you've not seen her face.
You must have.
Whatever,
You definitely have. Come on.
What the hell are you talking?
Oh, hairdressers together and that.
How the hell?
Gone live in the back chat, telling on each other's camera and that. Like, yeah. Let me get ready.
I don't go in the back chats. I don't do none of that.
Your own live, man. I'm not.
And I'm glad I don't do none of that. Ain't you heard about all the shit in the fan all over the other side? There's police allegations everywhere. Fucking hell.
What?
You're missing it all if you're not up to date.
Well,
Yeah, so they can't.
can't.
So apparently the boss got called in for questioning, had all his computers taken.
Mad.
And then someone else, Christy Morris threatens he's going to do me for defamation.
What, the MP? The MP guy?
The bloke who was an ex-councillor, yeah, the ex-BMP bloke.
I was wondering where the tune was coming from.
He was going to do me for defamation because I read out a news story on him. But it was accurate, it was true, so he can't do fuck all.
Kill. That's all the kicking off that's going on over there.
That's enough for that. Yeah. He don't want no defamations over here.
Now you know why everyone's on the black panels, isn't it? Fucking hell, them fucking cunts are boring. Wasp and all them, they're boring as fuck, mate. Seven, Hoof, all these weird characters. Mate. Can imagine them sitting in the house with about 15 cats covered in cat hair, just chatting shit on YouTube.
I don't actually mind Wasp, but Hoof I can't stand. I can't stand Hoof at all.
We don't care.
They're just random white people.
And there's a lot of others that I can't stand, but yeah, they are funny to listen to sometimes.
Yeah, still don't care.
We don't give a fuck.
No, I don't care. Who knows I don't like him?
Mm.
If I don't like someone, I'll say I don't like you.
Speaking about white people, man, like who's heard from Heathen
If you
lately?
piss me off, I'll
Has
say
anyone
you
heard
piss
from
me
him?
off.
What's happened to our Heathen? Disappeared.
Yeah, no, he's all right. What did you do to him? No, he's all right. I've seen
No,
him.
apparently you lot were having a go at him about why do you
Just
always come
inside
over here and that.
Yeah.
Why was you lot having a go at him,
Who were
Jupiter?
having a go at him?
You
I
lot.
weren't
Why
having
are
a
you
go
always over
at
there
him.
with those lot and da-da-da-da-da?
No.
Someone's having a go at him.
If someone else has said that to him, if someone said that to him, they're bang out of order, because I believe everyone should be allowed to go where they want to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's the one thing that
Except for Wendy going to Manny.
someone's panel that I don't talk to.
You Manny Bender.
I don't agree
When
with
did
it.
you go to Manny Bender?
No, not Manny.
What?
What's the other gay guy? Simon Lords. You know what Wendy going to Simon's, do you?
Oh, she can go over there. She's been Simon's friends for ages. I can't stand Simon though. I can't fucking stand him now. And he knows it as well. He's had a full-on meltdown, hasn't he?
A lot of unwell people on the internet, man. It's crazy. Like that.
A lot.
The thing is, I think it's different for some of you guys because you know each other in real life, didn't you? But for me, no, I don't. Apart from I've met up with I have met up with people, but I wouldn't say they're on what I call friend level. So I know them as sort of like online people.
you
but
go
they're
for
not-
like for a drink with them. Like Banksy and that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been for but they're not. They've not been to me home or anything like that. Do you know what I mean?
Some of them.
Well,
have done
unless
more
it's a
than-
barbecue and that.
Some of them have done more than Wendy, in a sense, right?
What do you mean?
You've been out with them more than like you've had more interactions in real life than you've had with Wendy. Is that what you said? Because you said you ain't seen Wendy.
Interactions.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
depends.
you're
If
saying
you're
that
talking about if you're
Banksy,
talking
Raj.
about communication, I
Yeah.
probably spoke to Wendy more on the phone. But if you're
Right.
talking
you've
about
seen
me in
these
real
men
life,
in their
yeah,
face,
other
innit?
people.
Yeah, you've gone out, you've met, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've seen Banksy, you know what he looks like, you've seen Manny,
Yeah.
whoever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's different. Yeah.
Sarah Garvey, you know him in real life as well, isn't it?
Oh,
Jupiter?
yeah, true.
Well,
Yeah,
He's probably the famousest person you know, isn't it? Really,
And
he's
Bob,
quite famous.
and
Now.
Bob.
Who?
Yeah, you
He's
met
the
Bob.
famous
yeah.
Bob?
famousest person. Oh, no, it's not. But I'm not going to tell you who the others
The
are.
famousest. I don't know about
Yeah.
famousest. You don't keep that famous.
I used the same word that he used on me. Yeah.
I like to make up words sometimes.
So do I. So don't worry about it.
Yo, big up everyone.
I think
man.
that is colloquial
Do you not want to
British
hear
people. That's how they
Ammon,
locally.
Priest Ammon Ra's, Ammon L's
rebuttal?
To respect.
Was he clapped back already?
Already.
He made a
No
diss
way.
track.
My
No
man ain't
way.
fucking about,
No
bro.
way. I don't know if this is the official one, but it's definitely one of them.
Nah, let's hear it, man.
Let's hear that.
This is gonna escalate. You can tell.
Calls it the fake freedom fighters diss track.
Oh,
Who is this?
Meta Science Freestyle Part 2, Fake Freedom Fighters diss track. Holy shit!
Let's go.
Imagine this fight.
Jeez, graphics.
Man.
We've got about 3 minutes left, and we're ready for the main event.
Oh yeah, you know I did think about it. It's on a beat, isn't it?
It should be alright though if it's his beat.
It's not his beat. It's not gonna be his beat.
You ready?
Is it studio? It is in studio.
Are you ready? You're goddamn right. I'm ready for this freestyle. Let's go. Meta science. Metal science, metal science. Metal science, metal science. Metal science, metal science. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for the metal science? Let's go. Check it. Metal science. Come on. The high priest is back and he's ready to rap. He's ready to give you the facts and he's ready to attack. The queen just died. Fake freedom fighters want the high priest.
What in the fuck?
Yeah.
Nah. Wait, what was the weird voice? Why was he putting on some weird voice that was just channeling some nerd energy?
Hold on. Don't act like that wasn't fire, bro. Don't act like
That's on par. That's on par.
Yeah, maybe to you. Maybe to you. Maybe
Meta science. Meta science.
What? On the roads, that ain't fire.
Meta science.
That's dialogue.
That was fire.
Wait, man, put the transcript.
That was lit, man. I don't even.
I was reading it, man. Fuck.
Yeah, man.
You know, I hate it.
Read it out, man. Maybe you can rap it better than him.
Look at that. So you can rap along.
The high priest is back and he's ready to rap.
He's in the lead. He's like Wiley and he's like Wiley and
the first clap, the first shot.
The first shot, man.
This music's haram for you.
Shut up.
Shut up, man. You fucking twat.
Bro. All right, man.
Who's he going on? Who's the one that he's singing this to?
Respect.
What's this meant to be a response to?
It's a long story, Jubes.
It's a long story.
Okay.
Mental science, man.
Yeah, reflect on that, G.
Well, I wish him luck.
Well, basically, he met Respect, and you know, sometimes when you meet Respect, you don't always go.
Let's go. Check it. Metal science. Come on.
Sorry.
Mute up, man. Mute up, you lot, man.
Yeah,
you lot are wrong.
Just died. Fake freedom fighters want the high priest ready to rap. Are you ready for the metal science? Let's go. Check it. Metal science. Come on. The high priest is back. The high priest is back and he's ready to rap. He's ready to give you the facts and he's ready to attack. The queen just died. Fake freedom fighters want the high priest crucified. Black lives matter cause Paul committed another homicide. No justice, no peace until the high priest feels satisfied. Fake freedom fighters can't cancel the high priest cause his spirit strong inside. Mess with me and your body will be found 6 feet underground. Haters make a lot of noise on social media. In real life, don't make a sound. They're shocked when I come around. Black notes are the new Charlie. This weekend it's time to party. Trolls want my attention, but they're illusion in my dimension. These trolls are little kids, they deserve detention. Biggest troll started it all has mental health with evil intentions. Metal science. Metal science.
You don't need to get this guy on Freestyle Friday.
I know, right?
You need to get
him on, Max.
Nah, you need to get him on, bro.
You know what? It kind of does sound like Raven, you know, actually.
Man.
How are you going to do that? Come on, man.
No, it's facts, though. It's facts.
Lyrics. Lyrics were good, but he needs to go and find a better tune. That's what he needs.
The lyrics were good, yeah.
Nah, James, they were.
It started off kind of.
Yeah, I quite like the lyrics.
The beat was the best part of the thing, man. There's a lot of symbology as well. What's that all about?
He wants to change his name from Amon to Anon.
There's a lot of geometric.
What?
Nah, this must be triggering Jedi hard, bro.
I know, he's playing it back. Like, what the fuck?
Jedi Steven. Literally Steven.
Interesting.
This is competition.
Gematria.
Competition in the future.
Gematria.
You'll keep your eye
Sacred geometry.
On your opponents, man. On your rivals and that.
All right, another one. Oh, shit.
First ever Meta Science Freestyle. Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. Are you ready for the high priest someone? Oh. Okay.
No, I'm not doing this one because the music is. I'll play it later.
He says his
Man's
name.
channeling.
High Priest Mununu.
We won't be silent until you stop the violence. Put the gun down, put the knife down. We don't want to lose another life. Squash the beef. It's time to unite. Mama, don't cry. Everything's gonna be alright. Let me know. I could be someone else superhero in these streets. The different street press. Around all the seas. Living real life. 6 feet deep. Idolizing drill rappers. They're becoming brainwashed like sheep. Post-colonial mindset. Falsity on things. Carry it there. What's happening, bro? Where did the love go? Things ain't what they used to be. Children, stop the violence and listen to me. Black men, black species, blood stains on the pavement. Why do we need to make a statement? Why do we need to make a statement? We won't be silent.
What in the look at the dungarees, the picture on the dungarees.
Let me mute up, man.
What in the trans group is this?
Them 2 baby heads at the bottom, you see that?
Mad.
Yeah.
This kind of
What
scene
is that?
we give Brother Kel a rash.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man.
What's with the hijabi? Why have they got hijabi in there as well?
Hijabi at the back.
What's random hijabi, boy?
Yeah, this is the special crew, man. The special crew.
This is in Bush, you know. It's the Loftus Road street side.
Let me be real, innit? Let me be
A little bit of product placement as well.
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like when people point fingers, man.
Hey, shut up, man.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Actually, shut up, bro. Please.
Your man keeps hurting you because he's insane. Pack your bags and leave him to catch the next train. Or if it is emergency, the high priest one will pay for your plane. As long as you're in my arms, he will never hurt you again. And as for your man, listen to me, boy, you can't correct. How dare you disrespect your queen? It's time for your punishment from the grand.
No, you don't need to listen to the lyrics that this one.
I know.
It's all right, man.
Now hold on, listen to what he's saying.
Leave him to catch the next train. Or go, yeah, the high priest, someone else feels your pain. Your man keeps hurting you because he's insane. Pack your bags and leave him to catch the next train. Or if it is emergency, the high priest, someone will pay for your plane. As long as you're in my arms.
As long as
you're in my what?
Right, pause.
Who's in my arms?
So, Jedi, what did you hear? Jedi, what did you hear?
If it's an emergency, the high priest Amon El will pay for your train. Yeah.
Yeah, this is sounding biggerish.
And then he said, "In your arms."
Leave your man, and get on the train.
No, he's going on. He's going on like this.
Turn you because he's insane. Pack your bags and leave him to catch the next train. If it is emergency, the high priest one will pay for your plane. As long as you're in my arms, he will never hurt you again. And as for your man, listen to me, boy, you can't correct. How dare you disrespect?
Wow. That is a skill. That is a talent.
What is
that
this
is a talent.
What is this tune about?
He's actually making words that rhyme sound like they don't rhyme. How is he doing this?
It doesn't sound.
Man, listen to me, boy. How dare you cheat your queen?
He's channeling. Who's he channeling though?
What's the tune about?
He's going on like he's so sick here. But let me tell you what. Let me
mute up, man. Shut up, man.
Hey, man, I'd rather listen to him than you, man. Shut up, man.
As for your man, listen to me, boy, you can't correct. How dare you disrespect your queen? It's time for your punishment from the grand architect. The high priest on the I collect the queens for I neglect. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
I think MA was right the first time.
Won't be silent until you stop the violence. Put the gun down, put the knife down. We don't want to lose another life. Squash the beat. It's time to unite. Mama, don't cry. Everything's gonna be alright.
Sound like Raven, boy.
Yeah, sounds ravenish.
Put the gun down, put the knife down. We don't want to lose another life. Squash the beat. It's time to unite. Mama, don't cry. Everything's gonna be alright.
Available now on iTunes.
Trained to be a real rapper.
That's the Moorish cup, isn't it?
Has he got potential?
He did say we've got to take the punishment, so we weren't wrong there.
He's He's casting judgment and going on like he's so sick. But let me tell you
Play the
why
tune, man,
I
play the
don't
Yeah,
like.
play this.
Play anything.
Run the track, man. Run the track.
Let me tell you why I don't like people. Let me tell you why I don't like people.
H, can you sing better than that?
No,
Yeah,
hold
sing
tight.
it.
Let me tell you why I don't like people pointing fingers in it out of it. Because as far as I'm concerned, yeah, if you can't teleport, yeah, then you're retarded, innit? If you can't teleport, then you're not well, you're sick, fam. Yeah. So if anyone, as far as I'm concerned, innit? So anyone who can't teleport, yeah, you're retarded, fam.
What the fuck is he talking about? I don't even know, fam.
Yeah.
Shut up, H.
You're taking us to outer space. Not stand this anymore.
You know,
Can you get off the floor?
16 bars.
No, because the man I know, they can teleport and shit. So if you man can't teleport, yeah, if you man can't teleport, then you're retarded, fam, and you ain't got no.
I bet you waited all day to jump on and say this shit. All day been itching.
Listen, perfect.
Itching for the right moment to come tell us about teleport.
Perfect timing, cuz, and that's all I'm gonna say, innit? And you ain't got no right to cast judgment on next man when you're retarded, fam, and you not well.
Bro, you send news to people, man, on a hangout. Shut up, man.
Listen, shut up, man. We've been
You're hangout neek, man. You're troll hangout neek.
Listen, shut up, man. We've been through that, man. That took place out of silliness and immaturity nearly 2 years ago now.
You're still immature. You're still immature.
Listen, for which I came forward and have been. Yeah, well, I'm immature.
But how can you send the picture of a non-circumcised penis to a Muslim chick? Are you mad? Are you fucking on crack? Listen, non-Abrahamic.
Talking about immature. I'm not the one cutting man off, yeah. And like I said, I came forward. I've been purified. It was over 2 years ago now. It was out of silliness and immaturity, and this incident.
Brother, go and get circumcised and then chat. Until then, hellfire for you, hellfire.
Before I recognize my triggers, before I change my perspective, before I took other steps to elevate certain personal aspects of my life.
Hey,
you ain't got nothing on me. You ain't got nothing on me. Listen. You're a little punk, man. Shut your punk.
Oh no! Oh no!
Your guru is a punk. How about that?
No, that was deep. That was deep. Allow it. Really.
No.
Come on, man. Don't go that deep. Turn the other cheeks, really, please.
No.
Shut your mouth, man. Shut your mouth. I'm tired of listening to your shit, man.
I hope you get well soon. Man.
Excuse me, H. Excuse me.
You got your guru in the
have
headlock.
teleported into the wrong panel.
I know, man.
H, man.
I think you teleported into the wrong panel.
Low class shit, man. Low class shit, man.
You always say that. You run away and then come back.
Is he gone?
Yeah.
Go and meditate on that, man.
Fucking weirdo.
Axon's rude. She said Hotep got wrong about Ammon. What's his name?
Yeah, no.
Ammon Hotep.
It is Hotep gone wrong, though. Not gonna lie.
It is. I saw it, man. I saw Nawabian hat and all sorts. I was like, oh, shit. I'm not invested.
That's your brother, man.
That's your thing, though, man. Don't lie, bro.
I did say that thing there is not for everybody, man. I'm telling you. I always made that claim from the beginning. Information and knowledge is not for everybody. You know what I mean? It sends some people mad. Look at H. It's fucked. You know what I'm saying? He ain't even learned the full of Sikhi. He said he's like 4 pages in to the Sikhi. I haven't read all the Sikhi book. I've only read a couple pages, bruv. No, allow it, man. There's loads of sick people out there.
I know, man. It's just annoying, man. Tired of the sickos, man.
But I want to hear the rebuttal from next one.
Salute, Val.
Oh, big up.
Anyhow, that speakerphone is mentioned in his rebuttal, man.
You know it is. Yeah, easy like game and that. You don't know.
I told you to turn off your speaker, and what?
Yeah, he can't make up his mind whether he's apologizing. I don't know what was going on. But obviously, like, yeah, like what? So what you want to say, son?
Mr. Fled, how are you doing, Mr. Fled?
Shout out to the UK, man. That boy spit bars. That boy spit bars. He held it down for the UK, man. Shout out to the
Family Fled.
Is that the youth with slavery in his?
Born Fled.
Nah,
yeah, born Fled. Hey, what about your brother? What about y'all?
Born slavery, man. What's going
y'all
on?
gonna ignore? Y'all gonna just ignore the UK brother who just spit them bars? Like, what are we doing, guys? What are we doing, guys? We just supposed to breeze past that, bro?
That was a segue,
bro. You got young thug.
That was a segue.
You got young thug, bro. Hold the hell. You got young thug.
We discussed it and we decided to stay synchronized on this point. So
yeah, thank you, for real. I'm on code, so I won't. Yeah, there's other people. Yeah, that's right. We got other people. We got non-Africans on the panel.
You got young thug. You got.
I keep it shout out to the young brother. Shout out to the young brother for trying, man.
Yeah, shout out to JJ Icefish as well. Big up.
Yeah, shout out to these young brothers, right? Synchronizing, man.
Oh, no, and shout out to 50 Tyson.
Yeah, shout out to them brothers. And man's not hot. Shout out to that brother. Shout out to that brother.
Whatever, but he can rap better than both of them, though.
Mad.
I don't know.
You might not like what he's saying, but he can actually rap. You want me to remind you of 50 Tyson, bro?
You know about Red Dog?
We gotta say synchronized. Let's stay synchronized.
You know about Red Dog? Yeah, but you know about Red Dog? Yeah. Red Dog, man.
I might be able to pull up a freestyle by Welvin or something. I don't know.
Yeah, nah, don't come on, yeah. We're not gonna take this slow. We can't do it slow.
Hey, what was that little tiny squeaky one? A-Star. A-Star or something, isn't it?
Yeah, we cool on that, man.
Yeah, you just keep churning them up.
Yeah, you got some
my next level of I don't know.
This is America, Jack.
You got
There's enough
Birdman.
money for everybody, man.
From when you got Birdman and Young Thug, hold the L, man. Like, love it.
Yeah.
You might know about Red Dog, by the way.
Who?
Red Dog. REHDOGG.
Nah, we don't know about him.
Oh man.
No.
So what's up with y'all, man? What's popping today? Do we ever find out Jesus' real name? No. Yes, no.
Don't start that again. Don't bring him back.
I don't know. I'm going for Tennessee, man.
Yeah, man. What's happening, man? Looks like you're gonna have to flee for real now. Like,
yeah, man.
Yeah, bro. Give me a rundown.
What happened to your karaoke nights?
Slavery's still running.
Oh, Rich, what happened to your karaoke nights?
Karaoke night coming back soon, Jupes. Coming back real soon, man. Doing some other shit right now, but we're gonna get back to that. Definitely coming back. Yeah, man.
Bring it back.
Slavery's running in your state. What going for that?
You said slavery's running. What you said? Shadow slavery. What is slavery? Y'all got you got to break that down.
Slavery.
Huh?
Still running in your state.
No, don't worry, man. Slavery's a test anyway.
You said chattel slavery is still running in my state.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
And they're voting on to get rid of it in October.
To get rid of chattel slavery.
Yes.
Be careful, Snipes.
I'm not careful.
Well, show me some
be
receipts.
careful.
Show me some receipts.
That's happening around you.
Show me some receipts on that, Snipes.
So now what they're saying here is that Tennessee, right, is voting on whether to keep it as it is or to change it to be like everybody else. Because like
what's everybody else? Just regular slavery?
Just regular slavery.
Regular slavery. So you saying Tennessee is into a worse type of slavery than every other state in America?
Not every other state, no.
So
there are other states who are also still involved in slavery.
So niggas are being hanged in Tennessee. I don't know what slavery. What do you mean?
That's lynching.
Yeah, I know, but when you say chattel slavery, I think
but that's also we understand that's also going on in Tennessee.
It's not just Tennessee, Max. I just typed it in. Apparently, it's on the ballot in Oregon, in Vermont, in Louisiana, in Alabama.
So break it down, Zulu.
All the southern states, right?
Zulu, does it specifically
all the 7 states, brother? 7-11, bro.
Yep.
It says chattel slavery.
Just a slavery, yeah.
Slavery.
It says slavery.
What are we doing?
Hold on a minute. You still got lynching in all the southern states.
Right. Thank you. This is what we're trying to say to these men, and they got the cheek and the audacity.
Just break it down. Snipes, don't do that extra shit, bro.
No.
Break it down, brother.
I'll break it down.
Slavery. Let's get a definition of slavery. What is slavery?
Give it. No. Have you got the right to bear arms?
Yes.
Then end of story. I can't live with. I got the right to bear arms, and I'm living somewhere where people are still being enslaved, like Kunta Kinte, like 12 years of slave, like Django. To this day,
out, man. What are you doing? What's Django up in this motherfucker?
Let me tell you this.
Like, of course, Django. You know what I mean? You hear live streaming talking about you got a podcast, man. Get the fuck out, man. Get your
right,
man.
Right.
You got chattel slavery running in your ends, bro.
It's an emergency.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
All right.
That's crazy.
Where's
the Tennessee?
Yeah, wait, we need to mobilize the people, man.
Where's your gun at, man?
Where's the
Are you
political
correct?
warfare,
Says
man?
I'm
You
not
need to
believe.
mobilize.
I'm going if they start fucking putting it all on me. I'm telling you.
I can't stand these bitch niggas, man.
But Born, for real though, that's a question. They're asking a question.
It's real.
I don't know what the like. I don't even know.
Look it up. All of a sudden, Bourne's computer don't work. Imagine that.
Because I don't know any slave. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you something from a person. But from a person that's boots on the ground. Listen, Zulu, you can't read an article when I'm boots on the ground. I've never seen a slave. Listen,
bro. But this is happening in your ends, bro.
In your ends.
With blinkers.
You're walking around with blinkers if you can't see it.
Yeah. There's a Devontae with a metal do-rag on.
Y'all ain't even in y'all end.
No, but seriously.
Y'all walking around another nigga ends getting stopped and searched. Like, come on, bro. Like, you're a long way from home, still getting stopped and searched.
Yeah, but it's better to stop and slave. Hold on, how you getting stopped and slave?
Hold on. Are we being
getting stopped and
serious? Are we really
slave?
being?
Maybe I should flee. Maybe I should flee like y'all parents.
To stop and slave.
Here we go.
If I flee,
here we go.
Yeah, maybe I should flee.
You better flee.
It sounds like a panel full of runners talking about
flee now, bro.
A panel full of runners telling me to fight. Look at the hypocrisy.
You gotta fight, bro.
The hypocrisy. The hypocrisy.
What's that? Your bulletproof do-rag. Yeah, and go and fight, man. Go free
instead of making turkey for Thanksgiving.
I know.
All this time you were making turkey for Thanksgiving. Your people was suffering in Tennessee, bro.
And look at the Africans. These are Africans talking that's never going back to Africa, telling me what I need to be doing in my homeland.
I've been to Africa, bro. You don't know where I've been.
You ain't going back to you. You ain't going back to Lou.
That's what we're saying to you. You're African, yeah? And it's like you're not trying to fight for your own freedom.
Right out, bro.
Man, you can buy guns in Walmart, blood. You got no excuse.
You hear the words they say. Look, their favorite word is ride out. That's what y'all parents did. Rolled out. Rolled out.
You want to buy a pizza. That's what you want to do. Yeah.
Well, you know it's chain gang.
Yeah. You want to be eating
now about ride out. Ride out, guys.
You buying crates of Mountain Dew. You need to be buying bullets, bro.
Yeah. The revolution will not be televised and shit.
What the fuck you doing, man?
Yeah, man.
And I'm looking for my African brothers. I'm looking for my African brothers.
You there roasting a turkey.
What about that, brother?
That chicken interview?
You like a Tennessee Reggie.
Triple. What's that? Triple what? Yeah, you want to interview Triple?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're supposed to be saving Tyrone. He's in a barn somewhere.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mumba
somewhere. Chains attached to his Jordans and shit.
And you watch
taking a piss.
Mumba.
But come on, guys, if y'all know anything about my people,
they probably don't even know Wi-Fi on the plantation.
Man, if y'all know anything about my people, y'all know we gonna fight. If you know anything about my people, you know we gonna fight.
I'm disappointed in you. Listen, go link up with God of Jacob. Go link up with Ashley. Yeah. I love Soil. And go get popping.
Yeah, there you go.
Your team, man.
And I say this, we got something in the works. I just would never explode.
Shut up.
No, you don't.
We got real Real niggas working behind the scenes. Everything ain't for the internet, family. Everything ain't for the internet.
This is the Wild West, man. This is the Wild West.
I love that. We got something in the works. We got something, right? And man.
Pipeline,
but obviously I can't speak about it.
Pause the pipe.
Revolution will not be on live stream.
Forever Family down there.
Yeah. Forever Fanny.
Need to come down.
No, it's not Forever Fanny. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Forever Fannies. Yeah, man, come out with a little apron with Fanny on it. Yeah. I'm providing work in the black community, man. Yeah. Vote for Bone. Vote for Bone Rich.
You ain't shit, Sniper. You ain't shit. Revolutionaries gotta eat too, Snipes. So I'm gonna be on the front line with the plates. Well,
waste of space.
That's
what.
Waste of space.
So old Nico spirituals are commonplace in your ends.
Nah, but if I'm honest though, I think that's referring to people in jail though, right, Snipes? I think it is. I think that refers to people in jail when you work for free. And only thing I can say, I know this is gonna sound horrible, but you gotta stay out of jail.
Go ahead,
brother.
Bro Rich, you have always agreed with us on your inner cell, even though you're not in a cell, but you're in a prison. So then what are you talking about?
No, I agree. It's just another law it's another white supremacist law that's on the books. The law been around forever. So I grew up with the law. I just look at that law as another arm or a law of white supremacy.
So hold on. You don't know that shackled niggas built the road that you're driving along in your car. Do you get what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Like, what are you doing, man?
Absolutely. But then when they changed the law and said, okay,
that's slavery, my brother.
I believe it, Snipes. I believe it. But when you're in the system of white supremacy and they say, listen, if we put you in jail, we classify you as a quote unquote criminal. You have no rights. Criminal is the new word for slave, right?
Yeah,
like you are a criminal.
You sound like an excuse maker, though.
No, nigga. We in the same prison, bro. Listen, if you're in a prison and the warden comes to the prison and says, "Hey, all the inmates, we have a new law in town. You can't wear mismatched socks." What is the inmates gonna do? We're gonna riot, or we're just gonna stop wearing mismatched socks?
Yeah, but hold on, my brother. I suppose you've never been in a riot. I have, a prison riot. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And a real riot, obviously. You get what I'm saying? Like, bro,
did it get the laws changed, Snipes?
I'm saying we just for shooting one of us, bro. The whole country went bananas. That's clear.
Did it get any laws changed, Snipes?
Bruh, it just made everybody fix up a little bit. It took a couple of years before we get another incident. So it kind of did normal. Something.
It'll go back. See this day.
Yeah, eventually.
But you hitting it on the money, Snipes.
But like, you got guns.
But listen, Snipes. Bro, you in the prison. What is your knives? What is your 50 knives gonna do in the prison when they got bigger guns?
Right.
You kill all the guards in the prison, and then they call in backup.
What?
And they bring in bigger guns.
Hold on. You can buy assault rifles in Walmart, Safeways, and all these other places, right? You can buy assault rifles. You can buy the Arnie one with the grenade launcher. When I saw that in the supermarket, bruh,
you can't buy that. You can't buy that in the supermarket.
You can motherfucking buy that in the fucking supermarket.
You can't buy a grenade launcher.
I'm telling you, I saw it. The Arnie one from what's it called? Commando. That shit. Yeah. I was just walking past with the trolley and I looked and I saw a stall and I saw that gun hanging up. You can't tell me different. And I've seen man go on marches, Black Lives Matter marches, because it's in certain states where you can carry. Niggas got the biggest assault rifles you ever seen in your motherfucking life. So I don't want to hear no excuses about they got guns and they've got bigger guns.
Snipes, what is that, Snipes? That's a show of. You're right.
You
bro.
just want Born Rich to fucking be shackled with the
I don't know what Sniper is talking about, bro. If them boys got AK-47s and M16, and then the cops got tanks and drones. Like, what the fuck, man? We out of here, bro.
Bro, on a 1-to-1, is it tanks and drones first? You have to get the first hit in, bro. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. You have to make man know that it's real.
You get me? Surprise, surprise.
Well, maybe
nigga.
some of my Nigerian niggas can come and show us, bro. They can come to Tennessee and you see what I'm saying? That's what Kel is talking about. If we had militias, like Kel said, if we had Pan-African and African militias, they could come and be sleeper cells inside of America, and we could really do some shit. I want to talk like that.
Only the other day, like we just finding out.
Yeah.
About Tennessee. So that's strange for us. You know what I'm saying? We had you around all these years. You know what I'm saying? They said shit. You know
I
know.
Now we're having to find out online.
Right.
Because you know what? Let me say this, Sniper. The only reason y'all found out because slavery is a trigger word. That's been the amendment. Everybody sit here and watch the Amendment 13 documentary on Netflix. Like you've already heard this same story. But when we start saying slavery, now the people in the UK is like, oh shit, slavery, Tennessee, man, that shit just like the damn 1800s. But it is in a sense. It is. If you go to jail, listen, if you go to jail and you work from inside that prison, legally, they don't have to pay you.
That's what I thought the situation was.
That's what it is, man.
I didn't realize that there was a law that needed to be imposed or removed.
Yes.
Right.
So what they're fighting for, MA, is for prisoners who work to get paid, whether it's something. And I still don't think it's going to be nothing because now they can legally just pay. They don't have to pay you minimum wage. They can legally pay you 25 cents an hour.
Right. This is
you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, man?
And in the South,
that's what they're fighting against. They're like, listen, at least let these guys make 25 cents an hour. Don't make them work.
It's just where you are, bro. In the South, it's like that. In other parts of America, it's not like that. Man are working, yes, and it's an industry to make clothes, do all of this shit, build motorways, all sorts of shit.
Yeah, that's in the South. That's in the South too.
It's everywhere, yeah. But in the South, it's a lot more like Life. Yeah, the movie with Eddie Murphy. It's more like that. Shackles on feet. And,
it's
bro.
It's not no shackles on feet. Stop
bro, man.
Sniper, stop, brother.
Negro spirituals
in the 1960s. And come on, brother. Stop.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's why it's hard for people in the UK to tell me what's going on, bro.
Boom room.
To people who come out of prison, they've never been shackled on the chain gang, brother.
What?
Like, let's be 100. But that shit is in. You can look it up. It's in Arizona, and it may be in one prison in Mississippi. Let's talk about that. Think about all the private prisons we have in America.
I'm just saying, even the normal prisons, the foulest inmates, are they shackled from hand and feet? Yes, they motherfucking are.
No, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
And accompanied, hold on, bro. Hold on. We've seen it. So it's not even something I'm making up. Yeah. High, what do you call it? High profile inmates are treated like that. They get put in a cage. They do association or they do the 1 hour in a cage, and then they put them in shackles on their hands and shackles on their feet and make them shift, shuffle back to their cell. Come on,
Thank you. Let me tell you what that is, Sniper. That's only in transportation. If we are transporting a high-risk prisoner, then yes, they will shackle your feet. So whenever you leave your cell, they're going to shackle you, whether you go to the cafeteria or whether you go into court, or if they're moving you from your cell to solitary confinement.
And when
they're not 24 hours with shackles on their feet.
And when they're using you to make a road and they got to take you out of the prison, are they shackling you hands and feet?
No.
Yes, they are, bro.
No,
yes, they
are. Not with work, Sniper. I'm telling you, not with work, brother. Not with work.
Bro. In other states, it's not like that.
Let me tell you this, Sniper. If they trust you enough for you to go out and work, because let me tell you something about prison. Work is not mandatory. There's no slave labor camps in prison.
Bro, when we was
volunteer. Let me tell you how it goes, Sniper. You can volunteer and say, listen, don't send me to a worker's prison because I'm not going to work. And then they'll say, okay, you just want to sit in your cell for 24 hours a day? Cool, we can accommodate you. But if you want to work, that's a privilege. A work is a privilege, Sniper. They're not going to take you from your cell, put shackles on you, drive you to the McDonald's and say, get out and go to work.
Well, you're not in the jail that we're talking about. Yeah, you obviously was never in a jail.
You see, this is what I'm saying. We can't do this hypothetical. Just give us some receipts, Snipes. Come on.
No, I'm just saying, these can't be the type of jail because we know that's normal jail. What you're talking about and what you just described is normal prison. Yeah, in normal prison, they ask you if you want to do shit, if you want to go education, if you want to work in the kitchens, there's jobs, right? and everybody gets paid. Yeah, and I'm saying that happens in normal American jails, but there's also these jails in the deep South. Yeah, and they're talking about shackles in the amendment, in the idea that they're going to vote on it. So they have to put in what they're voting on, right? And we know it's prisons, right? But we just hearing words like shackles on hands and feet and that's outdated, archaic stuff, but it's still running regardless of them voting on it. This is what we were surprised about. And then they made the statement of, oh, since the 18 something, the law hasn't changed. Because obviously when they went to war, civil war, right? It was the South fighting against it, saying, no, we want to keep our slaves and all of that shit. Yeah. And then when they lost, it doesn't mean they implement what the North said they should implement. Right?
Yeah, because they created their own laws.
Right.
Yes,
so that's how that could go unawares to general people, because it's not general
I don't understand why. I don't understand.
But I'm saying you lived there and you didn't know.
Why are we surprised though? When we already said the American prison system is just modern day slavery.
Of course.
So why are we surprised that? And if we already know the American prison system is modern day slavery, why are we surprised that some of the slaves, quote word, is not getting paid?
Sorry.
Nothing should surprise us if we're a victim of this modern day.
Oh
American
no!
prison.
The difference is with this one is that anybody who decides to take and make somebody a slave, has to do it as a form of retribution. Excuse me?
What
as
are you
a form
about,
of retribution.
What does that mean?
Hold on. That means, if you deem it that this guy is going to be my slave,
no, you can't do that, Sniper.
Yes, you can. Hold on, wait. Your reasoning must be based on that the person has aggrieved you or done you something.
Who's the last one? Who's the last known slave in Tennessee this time? Because if that's the case, it should be a slave right now. Slaves. If we're fighting, exactly. Yeah. So can you give me some examples?
Yeah, you're living in the wrong
names,
side,
bro. I don't know.
You tell me.
Born in that film Shawshank Redemption, I swear the man didn't have a choice on whether they could come out of their cells or not.
Hold on.
There weren't no choice involved.
I know. Okay, Con, relax, man. Let me address Sniper. Like right now, you're fantasizing, brother. Like it's nobody who can you can't make another person a slave in Tennessee or the other 18 states that they're talking about, Snipe.
Check it out, man.
This is specifically talking about the 13th Amendment. The justice system, bro. Nobody can declare you as my slave. You can't declare another person. And yes, Tennessee is country and archaic, but it's not that goddamn archaic to where you can just kidnap Con fat ass, take him to my house and say, hey, I want to declare him as my slave.
Hey. We will see what happened to the fat people in prison. Yeah? Don't take it there.
Hold on, my brother. How was it done in the beginning? And if it was done in a certain way and they had plantations in Tennessee and blah, 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 right? Yes, no rules were put in place to stop any of that. That's what we're talking about.
Yes, it was. You had federal.
What's the law?
Bro, Snipes, you have federal rules that came out that said no man or woman shall be enslaved. And then in parentheses it said, except if you are being held, if you are deemed a criminal and you are imprisoned by the United States. It's the only way you could quote unquote be a slave. And a slave is working for free, right? It's free labor.
Right. The law you're quoting is what? You said that what?
Only way.
Oh, no. You said federal and then you refer to the state itself, right? And you know there's state law and there's federal law. Now, what's the one that controls? Hold on. What's the one that controls where you live? It's the state law, right? The law of the state, right? Am I wrong?
Let's look it up now.
Yeah, Tennessee's laws come not supersede the federal, but they don't use federal. Federal is only about once you do something illegal. So say you take your slaves and you move them to another state. Now you're in trouble, nigga. But if you keep them where they are, where's the federal laws that say you can't do what you're doing? No, it doesn't make sense. The state laws tell you what you can do and what you can't do. And if they're never been in
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
If
let's
they've
go.
never
No,
been
yeah,
in
man,
the
listen,
laws of the land. Go on.
That's good. That's good. But now you're not speaking about Tennessee anymore, Snipe.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's show you the law. Let's show you the law. I don't know why I didn't do this a long time. This is crazy. I got people from London. Hold on. Let me say this. I got people from London, right? London, England, with a with a funny accent telling me in Tennessee what the laws are and what's going on in my state.
Yeah.
Like, come on, guys. At
Slavery.
some point, we gotta stop.
Is slavery going on in Tennessee?
Now let's just read it. Let's just show. Let me show my
Is
screen.
slavery going on in Tennessee? Yes or no?
Let's read it. Let's read it and be done with it, bro. I told you the only form of slavery is prisoners. You go to jail and you work and you may not get paid. But in jail, when you talk to prisoners, guess what they say? That's a positive for us. We don't have to sit in this fucking cell for, you know what I'm saying? We don't have to sit in this pod for 23, 24 hours a day. We get to leave this pod. And then when we leave, we doing all type of shit.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Like,
they like it.
And another thing is,
it's because they like it. It's cool.
Yeah. So you're saying, so when you're sentenced, hold on. When you're sentenced to 20 years hard labor, what's that?
They don't do that. You'll never get sentenced to that. You'll never get sentenced to that. That's only in movies. You'll never get sentenced to that.
No, man. It seems like that runs in your state.
I'm telling you, guys. Listen, I can only speak for Tennessee. I don't know about Mississippi, Arizona. I don't know about that. But in Tennessee, they will never sentence you to 20 years, 40 years, 50 years of hard labor. We don't. That's archaic. But here we go. The Tennessee Constitution currently says that slavery and involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, are forever prohibited by the state. So slavery and involuntary servitude is forever prohibited by the state. Except
what year was that? What year was that?
No, there's no accept. If there's accept,
bro, I'm reading it. Snipe, are you not reading what I'm reading?
No,
except as punishment for a crime. Except as punishment for a crime. Only people.
So there is no exception then, really. There is no exception if you're saying there's an exception. There's no exception.
Y'all sound crazy.
It's still in play. Yes or no?
If you're locked up, Snipe, I keep telling you that, brother.
No. Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Oh my God! Hold on. Oh, now we don't win in circles. So now we're gonna go in circles. We're gonna go all the way in circles, and everybody say, "You right, Sniper? That's not right."
We know about the jail bit. We know about the jail bit, right?
But I told you.
I'm saying, but hold on. They ain't always had feds, yeah. And sometimes the authority was the slave master, who, the slave owner, who became a governor of the state, who became all of these legal people. You got the mayor of the state, right? Because he owns the most land. Think about what's going on, Born Rich. Yeah, this is a game amongst them. They ain't gonna put no rules. Hold on, they're not gonna put in no rules that prohibits them doing what they want with you. You don't think you ever saying this? You think you ever saying this? This is not about you. This is what I'm trying to tell you. And you've been telling me for the longest time. Nah, we're all slaves. Yeah, you got what I'm saying? The white supremacist system got us all locked down.
Yeah, we're all prisoners.
Right? Okay, cool. But in your state, I'm saying, the rich and the wealthy, they can do that, bro. They don't have to be. Hold on. You saying it's the authorities and the sheriff's department and they're allowed to imprison you and and then treat you like a slave. It doesn't make sense, bro.
What can the rich and the wealthy do besides lock my ass up to have me be a slave? I don't.
They can have you do hard labor because remember that the prisons now privatized.
Hold on, wait, man. No. Break this down for the people. So you're saying a rich person. Let's break it down to the simplest form. So you're saying a rich person, right, can come and grab me off the streets, take me to his big mansion and his yard, and tell me to work for free. I don't understand what you're saying. What is this rich and wealthy? What are you talking about? What can he do? What can he do to enslave me besides get me thrown in jail?
Even saying that, yeah, even saying that motion of grabbing you off the street and that was the original way of what they were doing. So there was no laws to put in place to stop them doing that. That's what I'm saying, bro. You're saying there is laws that put them and stop them and prohibiting having slaves and using them for whatever thing. They would just have them now under the excuse that they're criminals.
Yeah.
Not that they were born in your house. Not that they're parents and grandparents have been under your property or are your property. Remember, the ones in the South don't want to let go of their property. Regardless, there can be a civil war. Someone can win or lose. It's not going to change the hearts and minds of rednecks. It's not. And we
All right,
saw
Sniper,
that.
what made them bring out these laws then? What made them bring out these laws? These laws that they're saying a person can't slave another person, but the government or the state can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Like who made them bring out these laws? Because they didn't have to.
No,
why did they?
Did that.
Why
they
did
did that
it?
when they brought the system of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights.
No,
So
it was because of the slave revolt. Because the slaves revolted and fucked their shit up.
No,
so they had to bring out these laws, didn't it?
I mean, they were fighting anyway, but I mean, it's not about revolt. The people are not gonna take slavery just lying down, are they? You know what I'm saying? So there was always going to be war. Now, both sides, conscripted, One on one side, the Confederate side, the Deep South, just threw their slaves into the war, right? Where on the other side, they were offered freedom, if they served 6 months in the army and against the Confederates and So you got two sets of slaves, and especially in the South, where most of the slaves and slavery is gone in. In the North, you've got free black people. Do you get what I'm saying? And you've got slaves and but they've sorted their thing out a little bit different. Once Lincoln or whoever says, "Nah, we should allow it," we allow it, innit? Because England said we're allowing it. It's all bullshit, But it left a void because now before when you was a Miss Your Candy, when you was a plantation owner, you was part of the royals in England, but you're never going to get that status because of the activities you was in and how you raised your money. You got what I'm saying? Your wealth. So they're never going to respect that wealth. You know what I mean? You won't be a lord still. You won't be the Duke of Sussex or whatever. So they're not going to respect that. So these men have to start now thinking of another strategy. I've got all this wealth. I might as well settle here. Then man start buying land. You already got a plantation. Man start buying huge amounts of land. As soon as they start implementing a kind of government structure, man are putting themselves in positions of power. So all the politicians in the South and were former slave masters and all of that. Do you get what I'm saying? Plantation owners. It's just a switch in occupation in a sense. You get what I'm saying? From oppressor to landowner to governor of the state to senator to president.
So Born, are you there, bro? Born, are you saying that when you're in prison, they can come up to you and say, do you fancy digging up some roads today?
Nah.
And you're like, yeah, I'm a bit tired. I think I'll leave it till tomorrow. Like, is that what you're saying, Born? Because it's not really holding water, is it?
No,
like
I think what it is now.
Realistic.
What he's talking about is conventional prisons. And I said there's normal prisons in America, right? That have the same system as what we got here, right? But then you've got hard labor prisons like what Mandela was in. Those are hard labor prisons, and they have them in America. But instead of like the old style of just breaking rocks and doing that, they've turned it into an industry. Now mills are building roads, putting up bloody pylons and stuff. Posts in the road and all of that, and down in the desert, building new roads or rail tracks or anything. Man could subcontract to a prison now, and that's how they do it. And I said not only road building, it's clothes, everything.
Anything where there's money.
But in the more conventional jails, when you go to New York and all of these type of people and places, they have more of that rather than the hard labor type road building, you know what I mean? That you get in the South and But in the South, they've always had that regardless. It's just now you can make money off it, right? You just switch it around. Boom. Some prisons, that's not the system because the prisoners are too crazy and mad. You got to separate ones from the general population, and then you've got county jail, state jail, and then the big apps. You know what I mean? So there's different levels of even going to prison. Some might not even see the big prison, the property. So there's a lot of things going on, man. And I'm just saying, man, it just went under Born rich is nose.
So what's your argument to Born that them man ain't doing nothing about it? That they're just living their life, enjoying their life.
You know, he's quick to run us Pan African this one that ADOS this. This is ADOS's fight. Yeah, this is something ADOS should be interested in, and anyone should be interested in. Like what? Now I found out about it. I want to know about it. I was looking into it. Everyone started looking into it. Like, what the fuck is this? Oh, there's more states like Tennessee. Yeah, we know this because we looked at the information. So ain't no surprises been here today. Yeah. Ain't heard nothing new yet. They say, the man's telling me about my... Let me back. Go on.
I'm back in it, man. I'm back in it. Sniper, man, stop that, man. You didn't even read at the bottom, man. It said the exception language. That is what everybody's voting on, right? Because it says slavery and involuntary servitude except as punishment. So everybody's saying, hey, except, no, slavery and involuntary servitude should forever be prohibited by the state. When you put in this little sidebar, that is what the people are voting on.
I'm saying who can punish? Is punish restricted to authorities?
The judge, yes.
No, it's not, man. You know that's not true.
You can get beat up, Sniper. You can get beat the fuck up, and of course, about the cops.
You know that's not true. I know. Before there was cops, though.
Let's keep it on slavery, though, Sniper.
There was the cracker. No, I'm saying that the guy who cracked the whip and became the sheriff. We know this. We know how the levels work.
Absolutely.
You see why the slave master was becoming a senator and the governor of the state. Yeah, the cracker, the person cracking the whip. Yeah, the Irish dude or whatever. Right.
Yes.
He became another enforcer.
Yeah,
right?
But Sniper, let me say this though, but if we're gonna use the prison analogy, that's been going on since that still goes on everywhere, right? Because the CO, right, just the officer who comes into jail and tell you guys, hey, it's time to lock down, it's time to go in your cell. Eventually, he may become the warden because his granddad was the warden. So now he's not just a little guy that's telling you it's time to eat. No, he runs the whole prison now, and we know his grandfather was racist. He passed it down to his father who was racist. They got him in the game and he started on a lower level. Now he's the top man. He's racist. So of course, bro, if we're all prisoners in a cell, we can't say the warden is not passing down that job to his son when he leaves. Like, come on, son.
Right. So when he's making laws, when he's making laws, listen to the wording though. Who's putting these decrees out? If not government members, your senator, your thing, your whatever, they're the ones sitting down writing it.
Yeah,
and I just gave you. I'm just giving you, but I'm just saying the slave master. Let's get it right.
Yes, the white supremacist.
No, literally. No. Literally the slave master. As in
absolutely, Snipes. Who makes the plantation? Listen, Snipes, let me say this, Snipes. Who makes the laws in the UK? The slave master, bro. The people who makes the authority. The authority figures make the law of the land. You have to live by the law of the land. So if this white man say, hey, tomorrow, black people, you can't wear shades anymore, and they write that shit into law, what can I do? Now I can go outside and not wear shades and get my black ass arrested.
Well, according to your constitution,
you know what?
And mine,
this is the law of the land. So now I have to.
According to the constitution of mine, no, not one of us is living by or being governed over by the law of the land. That is a complete fact. Yeah, you know where it is, bro. Maritime law, commercial law. I know. The maritime law, commercial law, whatever you want to say, bro.
You go outside and if I go outside right now and shoot my gun in the air, listen, if I go outside right now and shoot this big gun in the air 27 times, and I sit right here in the middle of the street where I shoot the gun at, somebody's gonna come and take my black ass to jail, bro. It's just the law of the land. Like, I have to be honest, bro. I can be as rebel as I want to, but it's the law of the land, bro.
Now what we're saying is, depending on what jail you go to, you could become a slave.
You got to explain that. Explain what is as a slave. Is a slave somebody? It's a slave just somebody who works without being compensated. Are we saying that right?
Of course.
So absolutely, you can.
And remember what they're saying. What they're saying is somebody who's being punished. Okay, right. So don't worry about the punishment. Hold on. Don't worry about what you did. That doesn't really matter. You think it's the level of crime that's going to allow you? Nah, bro. We know that for a fact, bro. Because
I'm not saying that.
Listen,
but I'm saying this. Can I say this?
Listen to how their sentences. Hold on. Listen to how they're sentencing niggas. Your sentencing system in America is fucked. Yeah, we don't get sentences like you lot. And now we understand why. Because if someone does something minor and then you give that nigga 30 years, 40 years, right? That's 40 years free labor.
I agree.
Yeah, right. And that's how as they said, what was it? School to prison pipeline.
Yes.
We mentioned all these things, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So these things are standard in Tennessee as well as everywhere else. But I'm saying in Tennessee, and they're mentioning other states where it's similar. So I'm saying the slave master, those in authority, yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what's going on.
They can look like a normal chubby white man, but that nigga's the senator's cousin, and then the senator himself is a descendant of Monsieur Candy. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that, Snipes, but that can happen in New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Detroit, DC, any big city in the world. No, yes, it can, bro. Listen, let me tell you why. We already said that the shit can be passed down. So if you said this judge, he comes from a long line of racist judges, he can be a racist judge anywhere. Now, what this law is saying is, listen, guys. You can't say slavery and involuntary servitude is forever prohibited by the state, except as a punishment. That's what everybody's saying. Like,
yeah, but a punishment. I'm arguing the punishment by who?
But they're not saying no. They're saying just take it. They're saying take the words. They don't like the wording of it, but the law is still gonna stand, bro. You still can go to prison and you can work for free in prison. They can make you work for. They can't make you work. But you can work, volunteer to work, and not get compensated.
Okay. That's what you're dealing with. Yeah, black betterment in prison. Anyway, what I'm dealing with is the fact, yeah, that the person, yeah, who can say that this is a punishment, yeah, there is nothing in here restricting that person turning a normal civilian into a slave, into a criminal. Do you get it? You see how that works?
I think that can happen anywhere, though.
I'm saying but we're not talking anywhere.
But yes, it can. Let me give you an example, Snipes.
We're talking specific.
But I know, but you can be specific. I can be specific to Tennessee, bro. A racist.
No, it's not just specific to Tennessee, as you just said.
It can be specific anywhere, Sniper. A racist officer can stop you at a traffic stop, plant drugs on you, and say you are a criminal. We're going to send you to the court and to the judges, to where this judge is my homeboy, so he's going to charge you as a criminal, and now you're going to go to jail because these drugs we planted on you, and we're going to make you work for free. Now, if we want to say the system works like that, I agree. Snipe. That's how simple you can make a little boy a criminal. It's that simple. So if we're saying that's the system, yes, that system is fucked up, Snipes.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it's not the person who's dishing out punishment is not accountable in any of this documentation. Yeah, and that's the way it's always been. Why? Because they are the fucking oppressor. They are the one who can decide whether you're punished or you need to be punished. That shows you that if you still a slave owner, do you get what I'm saying? In that sense, right? You could style it out as having just being a.
Sorry to bring it back to the films, but like you have these like civil rights lawyers that go around places, like especially they travel down south and make sure that the legal system is working properly. Like I think like we need to kind of realize that there is a law system in America that we might not be aware of, that Bourne might actually know more about. Than he's not really bringing it to the argument though. So I'm like, Bourne, like surely they can't just start rounding up black people and chucking them in prison for minor offences like, I don't know, jaywalking or whatever. What would happen then, Bourne?
That's what happens. Sorry, that's what happened now. That's what happened now all over America. So that's not the issue.
I agree, but that's happening. Right. Like, yes, they will round up now. It's not going to be. It can still be orchestrated. They doing the RICOs now, right? We just seen Young Thug and them boys. They get a RICO. So yes, they could. We can say like we had this conversation before. Yes, the police can say Trill family is a gang. So now let's go pick up Sniper, Khan, MA, Born Rich, Kel. This because we say you guys are a gang. We got Born Rich doing his podcast, and we saw his weapons over here. Sniper, he's going peacefully. We see him smoking weed on camera. This person is extorting this person, and we can say, oh, just because you guys come here and talk shit, we can just say you guys are a gang. So yeah, they can round up boys, they can round up black people and send them to jail. That's it.
But like, can you see, Born? Can you see how people living outside of America might ask the question, why would you want to live in that situation? Why not just Exodus? Why not just get all your people and move to Mexico? Just move to Mexico.
I don't think any black person's ever said that. Who said that?
No, I want Khan to say it though.
Yeah, son, you say what you're saying. Don't say other people said. Say you said.
So yeah, you think black people should get away from this shit, Khan, and move to Mexico?
No, I'm not saying I can't make a judgment on something because I'm not living in the circumstances that you're living in.
But you put it in the universe.
People might non-black people might ask the question, that why would you then like subject yourself to that kind of lifestyle when you can escape? You get on a boat, go to Africa, you go to Mexico.
Hold on,
like people have to Exodus in the Bible, but you asked me to speak and now you want to stop me.
God. Because Khan, this is what I don't like. I don't like these hypothetical. It's like me saying, Khan,
why
can't you just get your ass up? Why can't you just go back to Turkey? You see what I'm saying?
No,
like,
no. Why can't I leave Turkey and come to England, which I did?
Okay, and you're never going back, right? So you feel like you made it. You made
maybe
it
to sell some land and come back again.
Exactly. So listen, I don't have the family atmosphere that has that's going to go to Africa. And then I have to ask you this, Khan. Go to Africa and do what, Khan?
Farming. You got language skills. I'm sure you got transferable skills, man.
Let me tell you this, Khan. All right, now I don't know how the Turkish got to England, but I'm sure it wasn't just Khan's. I'm sure it wasn't just Khan's family. I'm sure it was a exodus, right? Some sort of mass exodus, right?
It was a war, isn't it? There was a war.
It was never been a mass exodus of us. I mean, we left one time and they took us to Africa and with Sierra Leone and all of that, but it's never really been a mass exodus. So unless you're willing to help create that mass
there was born in the Bible.
Yeah,
exactly.
See, like I said before, guys. Like I said before. It's never been a mass.
Yeah, but you're an Israelite, right?
Yeah. I just don't know about that. Yeah, I mean, but you know what you're saying, Zulu. When you speak like that, it makes me think, man. You guys left Africa. You should go back. It's beautiful. And I'm like, okay, Khan, go back where? Well, just go to Africa, brother. It's beautiful. Okay, go to Africa and do what? You can farm there. It's like, well,
I think you should go to Israel. I think you should go back to Israel.
I want to just slow it down. See, when people make these statements, I like to slow it down. So, Born, you can go back to Africa and farm. Khan, do you know any African farmers? No, but you can go. Okay, Khan, thanks, brother. You can go to Mexico. What I'm going to do in Mexico, Khan, you're going to be free from the police. Okay, do you know anybody in Mexico?
Nah, the Mexicans are racist as well. They're racist
people like Khan are trying to get at, but in reality, bro, that's like saying to somebody that got taken from Europe once upon a time, just go back to Europe. Yeah, like, all right, cool. Where am I going? If they don't know where they came from in the first place, it's a bit hard to like. All right, cool. Let's just say, for instance, that their people was from, I don't know, Ireland, and then you say go back and they end up in Estonia. Like, how do they now function? Like, not function, but how do they now thrive? Not saying that they can't.
What I'm saying, MCD, when these people went to America, whether they went from Russia or Germany or England or Africa, they all went there not even knowing what the climate was like or anything. They just went there because it was better than staying where they were.
Who said that? Who said that? Who said it was better? Better in what
way? Bro? The Mormons that ran to America were starving in Germany.
Yeah, but let me ask you this. What is better, y'all? Because we're talking about the police, right? And we saying hypothetically the cops could kill me, right? We know that,
but you don't want to move to Mexico because they ain't got Wi-Fi.
Listen, so hypothetically, I could walk out of my house and be killed by the cops. It's not happened to me, and thankfully, it not happened to anybody I know. Now, if I leave America and go to another country, what else am I getting? Like, what am I getting? Just the cops won't kill me? Is that the only benefit? The only benefit is the cops won't kill you if you leave. Yeah, I'll take my chances, bro. I'll take my chances. You know why? Because my 5 times great-grandfather didn't get killed by a cop. My 4 times great-grandfather didn't get killed. My 3, my 2, my great-grandfather, my grandfather, my father. Nobody has gotten killed by a cop. So I think I'll take my chances here, guys. Like, what are we doing? Is that the threat?
That's fine. That's fine. But I'm saying to me, my personal decision would be either 2 things. Yeah, if I get all my people together in one corner and we fight and basically teeth a piece of the land for ourselves, or we're going to exodus and we're all going to leave and go somewhere else and make that country better than the country that we left behind. So then they can feel it, innit? They can feel it and think these men could have been here making things good, but now they've gone over there and they're making things good over there now. So to me, I wouldn't stay myself on principle. I don't care how much luxury there is. If 15-year-old kids are driving around in Escalades, whatever, I don't give a shit. On principle, I will go and live in a desert.
Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah. I'd rather live in the desert, but you're in your comfortable home in Britain right now. What the fuck are you doing, Khan?
How is my comfortable home in Britain better than living in Turkey, which is like paradise? Turkey's like paradise, bro.
You're living in London telling me that I should go to the desert.
Brother Born, have you been to London? London ain't all that, you know. Like, I know you think London's the capital of the world, but London's shit, bro. London ain't all that. It rains all the time. The people are miserable. You're paying more tax than the money that you're earning. London ain't all what it's cracked up to be, bro. Your kids ain't your kids. They're teaching them about gay shit at school. Like, London's not great, bro. Trust me.
So this is what I tell KL all the time, right? When they say, hey, boy, you should get up, pack your shit. You and your people should go back to Africa.
No, I'm not saying you should.
If it was a bridge already built, I'm telling you guys this. I know Black Americans. If it was a bridge already built, we would be on that fucking bridge on our way to Africa right now. The bridges just aren't there, guys. They're there in little sections, but those bridges are cut off. Now, is it the system that makes sure those bridges are never built from America to Africa? I think so. But it's no bridge. There's no bridge there, y'all. There's no magical trip to go get all this farmland. Yes, 7, 8 Black Americans can go to Kenya or wherever and get some farmland. Yes, but us as a mass exodus,
so
no
a bunch, one minute, Born. Slow it up, because other people have done this, right? A bunch of Ashkenazis moved to the Middle East and turned it into a country called Israel from scratch. It was a desert.
What year was that?
Yeah, but sorry.
What year was that, Con?
Sorry, Con. Like, those people like were aligned with and are backed by certain people. So for you to just make out like they just woke up and decide, hey, we're going over there. That's not, like, we all know that's not the case, bro. So that's a bit of a bad example.
Bro, they were coming out of concentration camps in Germany and Poland and going straight directly.
Guys, let's slow that down because that convo is a bit
big
risky.
Up family, big up family.
Big up Lady.
Big up Lady D.
Big up Lady D. Yeah, let's slow it down, Con.
Listen, at the end, sorry, Zulu. Sorry, Zulu. Quickly, I just have to say this though. Yeah, like I fully agree with the people that have the sentiments that say go back to whatever where you feel like you're wherever from. I get that, but at the same time, if people don't know where the fuck they came from, or they're having trouble finding where their ancestors came from, it's not as easy to say to that person or that group of people, go back. Now, if you have a clear line of descendancy from where you came from, fair enough. That's very easy. It's very, very fucking easy, bro. If you don't, bro, that's like telling someone to just go back to a continent. You know, like,
you don't have to, man.
Exactly, Snacks. But it's the same thing when I gave the European example. Look how big Europe is. You know, times that by however much to get Africa. Where am I gonna go? Not even
why do they have to go anywhere? There's enough space for them in America. There's enough space for all those people there. Why does anyone have to go?
You get me? But even if man was getting,
you have to claim some of that space for yourself, then, innit? Take 3 states out of the United States and say this is ours.
Yeah, but
then you got to raise an army, and then you got to fight off them. You got to fight them off, then, innit?
But that's segregation.
No, not segregation. You still let other people live amongst you, innit? You just own the 3 states, innit? It's not segregation.
I do kind of agree. I agree with Khan on that, but that's
that's black supremacy versus white supremacy.
Yeah, the system of white supremacy would never go for that.
Yeah, but
I hear you, Born.
Listen. There's people, sorry, Born, that have created countries, within the United States, bruv. Their own fucking terrain, bruv. It comes under their own jurisdiction, own law. There's a couple of them still. Yeah, but there's actually a couple of. I think one's called Muller something another, bruv. You get me, yeah. But there's a couple of them. There's another one called Florida.
Wait, don't Native Americans live on reservations as well?
Well, yeah, them as well. But I'm saying these people have clearly decided that we're voiding away. We're not trying to be part of America like that. They went to the middle of the desert and they created their own little settlement. Innit? You get me? So these things do exist, bro. But
where's the black reservations?
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Them man are not fighting. Them man are not fighting. Them man are comfortable in the prison cell. Yeah, they're comfortable. And they got weapons.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone else is getting reparations, but black people, man.
Don't give me weapons, bro.
Like who? Zulu?
The J people, the Indians, all of them, right?
Yeah, because I mean, those people support white supremacy. Yeah, they're pawns, and they're pawns.
Who's the J people?
But blacks are pawns as well. We're pawns as well.
Man, they are buffer class, bro. You know when black people fight, and y'all quit acting like black people don't have a fucking history of fucking fighting in this country. Like,
this point, thank you.
Listen, yeah, stop it. So when we talk about the leaders, y'all in the UK, when we talk about leaders, y'all in the UK mention our leaders. So now let's don't all of a sudden say they don't fight. They don't fight.
You don't. No.
Like,
did you fight for George Floyd?
No, these brothers did fight. They did fight, bro.
Did you fight for George Floyd?
Yo, saying didn't it? Past tense. We're in a different time, I think.
Yeah. I mean, but exactly, MA. But who's fighting now? Who's really fighting now, MA?
Right, you're not fighting.
I know, but who's fighting? See, if y'all
a
person who's fighting right now,
technology and weaponry is on a different level now.
Yeah, so
nowadays you can't fight if you wanted to.
They got slavery in his state. He's not fighting.
Let me ask you a question. Wait, so one sec. I'm born. Let me ask you a question. Would you now do a move in Philadelphia? Would you be prepared if you needed to? Would you be prepared to go all the way like they did?
I would like to say yes. Right, MA? Right? Me being a man, loving my people, I say yes. But no, it's not no but. You never know what it's gonna take until you're that. It's like MA, what would you do if someone put a gun to your head? Now in your mind, you can say, man, I would hit him with a karate chop and knock his ass that way and do that. But that's in your mind, brother. Like that's in your mind.
Wait, but Born, like what I asked you doesn't necessarily automatically mean you're gonna have a gun to your head, although it's a possibility, right? I'm telling you that in the UK. So what Move did, if anyone doesn't know, the Move group, they were kind of well, actually, let me not go too deep because I probably don't know the history too well, but they were a group of African revivalists who occupied a number of properties in on Osage Avenue, I think it was in Philadelphia. And cut a long story short, they got bombed by the
fighter jets.
Yeah, they got bombed. Yeah, so US civilians who are these Move members, they were bombed by their own government. So
what year was this, MA? Was this recent or something?
No, this was in what year are we talking, Born?
The movement was 80s, right? 70s or 80s.
Right, in 70s.
Still recent.
70s or 80s. Yeah. It was kind of
right. And so they were kind of doing a breakfast program. They were living relatively sustainably, I guess. There were a lot of complaints, blah blah blah, no sanitation, all this kind of shit, whatever in it. But essentially, they weren't violent, right? They were doing certain things that probably rub people up the wrong way, but their whole thing was to live outside of the system, inside of Philadelphia,
inside of the walls of America, which is always going to be difficult, MA. Yes, am I willing to try that? Yes. Has America showed me what happens to people who try that? Yes. See what I'm saying, MA? So what is
I know for a fact.
Like I mean,
you don't have no guns.
Let me say this, MA.
Let me just say I know for a fact that we don't have guns, but we would do that. Definitely, because we've done that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean that's cool, but
You flared, man. You flared, man.
Like
You gotta
does
flee,
it
man.
like even Sniper knows. Our dear brother Malachi Z York, he tried something like that. Like, we're gonna live off the grid, but inside the walls of America, and they make example out of people like that. The movement got bombed. Malachi Z York taken out.
I think it got blown up from within, because regardless of moving to another area, you're still taking how you grew up and where you came from with you. This is the problem, because you can go to a new area, but you still Tennessee deep down. You get me? Your ways, your behaviors. Yeah, exactly. So people can get killed. People can stab, murder, kill, in this utopia. Yeah. Well, it's not really a utopia. It's just a place to think. But black people gonna be black people. They're gonna do weird shit. They're gonna do funny stuff. They're gonna do whatever. Even though you just offered them somewhere to stay.
I agree.
On reservation land. So
Snipes. Eventually,
it's more on you Americans, unfortunately, that are messed up by the system. That, you know what I mean? That created people to be a certain way. Yeah. Now that even if you go to a utopian place or go to Africa or go to anything else, you're going to probably bring more disruption than calm.
Exactly. And that's why I say, stay here, guys. Stay here. Stay here.
But I'm with you. I'm with you. I don't even think you should move.
Hell yeah. Why are we going
Wherever
to Africa?
You lay your hat.
If these people, listen, if the Africans already told us you guys are going to come over here and be a distraction and disturbance, we should stay here, bro, and deal with white supremacy head on, man.
No, I'm not saying just you know, Born Rich.
I know, brother. But
I'm saying all of us. They
already think Black Americans or Black people in general are a disturbance and a distraction. The system of white supremacy does.
But they created that.
Just you being here is being a disturbance. So let's just fight the enemy here.
Yeah, I don't think it's a disturbance. I don't believe that.
No, I'm saying that, but that's how the system of white supremacy views you, MA.
No, not at all. No, you're part of the system. You're an essential cog in the system.
Right.
Yeah, they don't want you still a slave. No, I'm gonna tell you this, MA. I'm gonna tell you this, MA. You become a disturbance when you create a move program, or when you create a Tamaray in Georgia. And now you got 5,000 black people listening to every word you say, MA. Now you're a disturbance, brother.
But you ain't doing that. You ain't disturbing nothing right now. That's
you're not.
That's the problem. I
agree.
I agree, and that's why. So why I fight for polygamy, Lady D. That's why I fight for polygamy. We're gonna build this compound, and we're gonna take on white supremacy head on.
But you're not dealing with the logistics first, though. You just want to jump to doing the good stuff, but. Yeah, and then the funny thing is, the things that are going to help you, and we're asking of you, you're saying, but look at the negative. Look what they can do to you. Look what they're going to murder you. They're going to do. Would you rather die a slave or,
bro,
die and be free?
We're all going to die, and we're all going to die. Listen, let me tell you this. We're all going to die.
So if that's the case.
And I'm going to die fighting.
Yeah, but okay, thank you. So then that's the mindset.
I'm saying my enemy is the system, right? I call it the system of white supremacy. That's my enemy. That's my immediate enemy. And Sniper already ran through it. This cop can lock me up, feed me to the judge, which the judge is a system of a product of white supremacy, right? He's going to sentence me to the time. He's going to send me to the prison, which is another arm of white supremacy. So yes, I am fighting my immediate enemy, which is the system of white supremacy. Yes, and I will die fighting that system, MA.
So in that system, Born, what are the checks and balances to stop these white supremacists doing what they did before, seizing power and becoming the elite?
We have to, because in America, they scream justice, justice, justice. So now we have to replace this system of white supremacy with the system of justice, right?
Right.
The way to get there, if I'm honest, Khan, a loss of life or a loss of money. It's the only thing the system of white supremacy respects.
That's right.
Yeah. If you can't achieve either one of those, you're done. You might as well get a comfortable cell in the prison of white supremacy and just get a comfortable cell.
You're giving up.
It's not, but Born, wouldn't you say, Born, wouldn't you agree that part of the system, part of the scam that they run is making you comfortable? so you don't want to fight.
Absolutely, Con.
Like you said, like who's going to leave America and park up the Escalade, jump on a plane to Africa, and just be like, "Yeah, man, I like it here with my shoes that's made out of old car tires and no Wi-Fi."
Wow.
Like, who's going to do that?
Con, maybe I would
Who's
love that.
gonna
I
do
don't
that?
know that life. I don't know that life, Con. I don't know that. I don't know that life, Con. But
Some
yes,
people would love it, but majority, I'm saying.
I would love it.
Have
What about the
Wi-Fi.
majority?
I don't
They
know
got
that. I don't know that
Wi-Fi.
life, Con. I have to be honest.
The
Con.
level
I
of
don't know that
racism
life.
is tremendous.
I don't know that life, Con. I have to be honest, brother. I don't. And you're right. System of white supremacy will give you tokens and let you work for tokens. Yes, I have a restaurant. I have a podcast. I have beautiful kids. I have shit going on in my life that the system of white supremacy said, yeah, nigga, you got a comfortable cell.
Yeah, but that's black betterment. We know that.
But I'm still not. But listen, I'm gonna tell you the difference about me, Con. I am still on the side with the guys who's plotting every night to break out of this prison. I haven't got so many tokens that when they say, "Hey, boy, tonight we're gonna discuss how to break out of this prison," and I say, "Nah, bro, I'm good. I'm not at that point yet. I'm never gonna be at that point, Con. I'm gonna always go say, oh shit, you guys got a way to get out this prison? All right, cool. I'll be over there at 5 o'clock. See what I'm saying? I'm always on that. You want to talk that?
Yeah, I can't
talk that all day.
I can't judge somebody unless I lived in their shoes, bro. I don't know what it's like in the United States. Like, we're not living with 6 foot ginger rednecks over here. We got the different English. We got the ones that got left behind. We got the weak ass English over here right now.
They are proxy. They're not a threat. They're not really a threat. Come on, I ain't gonna be. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. They're not a threat like that. That 6 foot redneck, he's not a threat unless he puts a uniform on. Then he becomes okay. Now you're a threat. But if you just a hillbilly who calls me nigger online, yeah, that's it. My mom raised me. Just stay away from them. What are you doing around that 6 foot hillbilly when you got 6 foot people who look like you in your hood, in your neighborhood? Why you going over there with them? Stay here with your people, build with your people. You'll never see that 6 foot redneck guy unless he's doing business or he has a uniform on. That's it, brother. Yeah, so he's not my enemy. Now that 6 foot redneck, he puts a police uniform on. Now you become my immediate enemy. Because I know you're working for the system of white supremacy, and I know what you're here to do. I know what your job is. You're here to lock me up.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not judging no one, and I'm just saying that we're looking at options, innit?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Strategy, how to deal with the situation. You're saying the best way is to just, live with it, tolerate it.
Yeah.
You know, if that's the best way for you, then
you still fight it. You expose it and fight it.
Bend over with no Vaseline. That's what he's
saying. Oh my God! And this is a guy who fled Nigeria to go to Britain, telling me that. Like,
you ain't fled Tennessee,
bro.
I knew.
Yeah, that's what
I knew it was dodgy.
And this is the thing, man. See, and I love my brothers in the UK.
It's a slave town.
But my brothers in the UK have this.
Highly racist.
We're here. It's nowhere better than here. Who has it better than us? And it's like, bro, like, come on, brother. Y'all are under the same system. You're just in a different prison. We're all under the system of white supremacy. You're just in a more fancier prison. Is anybody in that prison talking about breaking out of it? If you tell me it's 10 people, I can tell you, bro, it's 10 people over here. See what I'm saying? Like, nobody is more prepared to break out of the prison than anybody else.
Really?
I'm telling. I know that for sure.
You're gonna sit there and say that. You're gonna sit there and say that.
Sure.
You're gonna sit there and say that.
I know that for sure.
Thing is, Born, what's different about Americans and everyone else is most people in England, they got 1 foot back home. They got land back home. They got family back home. Like, they come and go back home. Like, that's the difference. Like,
and I've been on this panel for 5 years.
You seem to think that because me and Snipes are born in London and brought up in London and we're mostly in London, that we ain't got ties back home. Like, we could vacate London tomorrow. Like, what I got in London, I got more back home.
But you heard what you said, Con? You heard the key word you said? Could, I would, I should. Con, I've been on this panel for 5 years, Con. You've never been back to Turkey. And I love my people.
Last time I went was 92.
And you went in 92. It's 2002, Con.
Yeah, I know.
Like, and I love my brothers and sisters on this panel, but if we start breaking out dates when they went back home, it's gonna get nasty.
But I got family members that go every year. They just go for a week in the sun. It's not far.
How
It's
long
not
is
far,
that
bro.
foot?
Hold on.
Con, how long is that foot, bro? If you got 1 foot in England and 1 foot in Turkey,
Brother,
how
that's
long
just
is
me.
that fucking leg, bro?
Vaughn, are you gonna let me speak? I'm just saying that's just me, yeah. I know people that go every year, and they don't even go just to inspect their property and see what the tenants are doing. They just go for a bit of sun and come back. Cyprus ain't far from London. It's like 4-hour flight.
But
it's
you
nothing.
don't go, Con.
I know Nigerians that do the same thing.
Man, we know anybody. People say they know and they know, but I'm talking about this panel, this little trill
I'm
community.
talking about family
Not
members,
little,
man. I'm
let me
talking
not
about
say
my
little.
brother and
Let me
things.
not say little. Let me say this.
He's
trill
always out there.
community. This trill community that we got, bro, is Shaka Rai's been in Africa before.
Brother, we travel. Even normal English people go places like
after that,
Born.
Yeah.
Even boring ass English people go places like fucking Ibiza. They go every year. They go Spain. They go here. They go there. They go Italy. People jumping on the Channel Tunnel to go France. It's just you lot in America for some reason think the United States is
Who
the
jumped
be
on
all
the
and end all
panel?
of
Who
the
jumped on the panel
universe.
and went to France? Who jumped on the panel and went to France?
Where people go on the Channel Tunnel to France for their day trip, bruv.
How far is France, Con?
On the Channel Tunnel train. I don't know. It's like
In like
super
50
fast
miles or
train. It
something.
goes in like
Exactly. Let me tell
2
you
hours or
this,
something,
Con.
man.
Con, let me tell you this, Con. Since I've been on this panel, I've been to Atlanta 4 times. That's 4 hours away, Con. So if we're gonna talk
Yeah,
about
but you're still
traveling,
under the white supremacy, bro.
exactly,
Wherever you're
but
going.
Con, you haven't left anywhere, Con, since '92, brother.
It don't matter. I could go to Afghanistan tomorrow
You're
if I want.
comfortable in white
Wait,
supremacy.
Con, you haven't been to Turkey since 1992,
bro.
I'm just saying,
Nah, that's mad.
really, that's just me. I'm saying,
Con,
I'm not representing the whole community here, am I?
I was in Turkey 2 weeks ago, bro.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. But Zulu, he's trying to avoid my point, yeah, which is that 2 Americans, they think that America's the be all and end all and everywhere else is shit. So they're fighting over this little piece of land called America.
No.
Oh, he don't want to leave America because it's so great.
But
bro, travel the world, bro. Go to Egypt. Look at the pyramids. Like, do something.
Turkey is 4 hours away, and you haven't been since 1992. Like, think about
brother. I'm just saying. That's just me, innit? I don't like airplanes,
listen,
innit?
Con. I've been to Zim like twice, but you can't give me that.
Yeah.
It's far. It's far, fam. It's a long ass flight.
How many hours flight is it?
It's like 12 hours.
9
bro.
hours, maybe.
Hold on, I could never do that. I could personally could never do that.
Yeah, but you live 4 hours away. And you haven't even been.
Brother, do you know how many countries I've been to in my life?
I've been to Turkey twice.
Brother, listen to what I'm trying to say to you. The point is, Americans don't leave America.
Zulu's more
when you talk
Turkish
to an
than you.
American about Africa, when you talk to an American about Africa, he thinks that it's a different planet.
Come on. Yeah,
I'm the real
Anatolian.
Colossian. I went to my
Anatolian.
homeland, son, twice.
Yo,
Come
Born. Yo, Born. Yo,
Yeah,
Born, you
man.
still there?
It's Born who ain't been nowhere. Born ain't crossed the Mississippi.
Yeah, Born ain't been
You know-
nowhere
you know
but
what-
Tennessee.
You know what? Is Born there or not? Born.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
You playing.
I've been to more states though. I've been to more states, guys. So
Then who?
like we've already had this.
Playing.
We've already had this conversation, guys. The
No,
way
man.
that you guys can go
You
2
can't
hours
leave your
away.
country,
Listen,
man. That's mad.
exactly. So you can call it country or whatever, but
No, you ain't left it.
The same way you can go 2 hours away and be in Spain or some damn where, I can go 2 hours away and be in.
Man, I've been to your country.
Let me tell you something, Born. Born, hear what now?
fucking
Hear
up
what, Born. You see the same for me, yeah. The same mentality or the same brainwashing that stops you lot from shooting up police is the same brainwashing that stops you lot from knowing what the fuck is going on in other parts of the black world. It's the same brainwashing that keeps you under the capitalist spell, doing all kinds of fuckery when you should know better. It's the same, like, for me, to leave, like, people leave, innit? People leave America and try and go and make a new life for themselves, innit? And those people tend to be the ones that have broken the spell to a greater extent, as opposed to it's the same thing that started this ADOS shit in the first place. Same mentality, same brainwashing, it's all the same shit as far as I'm concerned, brother.
For real.
Yeah. I mean, but when you call it, now listen, you call it brainwashing. Let's just put a label on the MA. Let's just call it white supremacy.
White supremacy, yeah. No,
The
for real.
system of white supremacy.
Oh.
Listen, the system of white supremacy is global. So yes, it's the same thing. Yes, you know why you're not gonna. You know why you know why you're not gonna shoot those cops, because you're gonna die. Yes, the system has put it in your brain that you're gonna die if you do that. And if you leave and go link up, yes, the system has put in my brain that if you leave and go link up with people, it's not a bridge built, and it's not even a system. That's not even a system putting that in my head. It's not a bridge being built if I leave here and go to Africa. Like, it's simple. It's my people have never really left there in mass numbers like that. Now, if y'all say, hey, listen, they have opened up the gates to Africa. It's free jobs in Africa, and we're gonna send 13 ships to Africa. Then you best believe it's gonna be people that I fuck with, and maybe even me boarding them ships. But we've never had that mass exodus, MA. Never in our history, bro.
So you're worried that you're worried that if you were to go on your ones, you wouldn't find a community to be part of.
So hold on, go on my ones. What does that mean, MA? Like, does anybody just leave their home, go to a foreign place with no connections, no anything, MA?
Yes,
I would hope.
yes.
I would hope that I would at least.
We do that, man. We do that.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know bear people.
We ain't scared. We ain't scared like you.
Oh my gosh, man! And this is the guy who left Nigeria.
Yeah,
and
yeah. Here we go.
He ain't been. He
But
ain't
Born,
been. In
look at
Nigeria
it from the other
since
side.
92.
Born. This guy that you're talking to, his dad studied in Russia. How come you lot don't send your brother? How come you lot don't send your kids to study in Paris or in London or in China or wherever?
They do.
Like, they made a film called Karate Kid, where a black woman moved to China with a little kid.
Yeah, we send our kids to Turkey, Con.
Con, stop watching me, brother.
We send our kids to Turkey, Con. Do you see your
What do
kids
you mean,
to Turkey?
bro? When I was in Cyprus, yeah, I see bare foreign exchange students like from Somalia and wherever. Bare Africans in Cyprus.
Have you been to the
continent? It's not far. It's not far for them. It's not.
Born,
it's not a big distance.
And you said this was in '92, right, Con?
Born, have you been to Africa?
Well, yeah. Like, I was 14 back then.
Yeah.
Born, have you been to Africa?
I haven't, man. I haven't.
Why?
Yeah, I can go on some tourist shit. I mean, maybe one day. It's just not my. It's not my end all be all, MA. I'll just be honest with you, bro.
Where have you been? Out of curiosity, where have you been? Nowhere really.
Yeah, no, I've been in the States. Yeah, I've only been in the States.
Not even Mexico.
Yeah, no, I've never been to Mexico.
You haven't been Canada.
Jamaica ain't even.
He ain't left the fucking US of A.
What about Hawaii, bro? What about Hawaii?
You in Bahamas?
Oh, no way.
No, bro.
Sorry, he hasn't left the main landmass of the US. Let me rephrase.
So what are we gonna do? Like, what we do? Get some a vacation?
Bro,
like, is it for vacation? No, let's be real. Let's be 100, MA. Now, when most people leave, right? Y'all call it holiday, right? So when most people leave,
we call it holiday.
Like, what are they going to do? Just enjoy themselves and come back home?
They go Disneyland, they go Florida. I know white man that's gone to Cuba, Jamaica.
I've been there. I experienced that. Got a T-shirt, and now I'm back in London where it's cloudy.
Yeah, that's not me. When I go abroad, I go for a purpose.
Yes, it's not
so
like.
Give me an example, MA, of a purpose that someone would leave the UK and go.
Going home to sell some land.
You learn something. For what?
Yeah, like acquaint yourselves with the culture that you're going there to educate yourself, or to, you might have designs of living there at some point, so you're gonna kind of check the scenery, check out.
Or just showing your kids that there's more to this world than just like pavements.
Yeah.
Maybe
like, let me give you an example. Yeah, like for instance, I'll go Jamaica, bro. Yeah, like, I'm going there to enjoy myself. Yeah, or older years anyway. I'll be going there to enjoy myself, but I'm also gonna take part of that trip to make sure I check my people, make sure they're good. You get me to the best that I can. You get me, like probably do one or two like not educational, but like go and do something other than just having fun all the fucking time. And then I'm gonna do the enjoy myself thing as well. But at the same time, we ain't just getting over there just to have fun in it. You get me? And that's not really what we go there just to do. That's part of the trip, but that's not the be all and end.
Yeah, it sounds like when me and my family go to Florida. right?
Nah, not really.
Go ahead. Explain the difference.
Is it
just because it's a different country, Zeleny? Like, what is the actual difference, brother?
The difference is he's right next door to you.
All right. I can go to Jamaica and learn about.
No, it's 14 hours, Sniper, for me to get to Florida.
Hold on. I can go to Jamaica and learn about where my people come from to an extent, my heritage to an extent, historical things that have happened to an extent. I can actually put feet on ground as opposed to hearing it second, third hand. I can also go over there to enjoy the climate. But again, one of the main things I'm going there to do is probably check my family. Yeah. So again, that kind of overrides the enjoyment part of the holiday for me.
Yeah, but that's like when I go to Florida, Zeleny. I got family in Florida.
It's not the same.
Like one of the oldest living members on my mom's side is in Florida. So when we go down and check her, she goes through all the history of the family. She gave me some good shit to come back and type into ancestry.com. Showed me some pictures of my mother when she was a baby. All of that good shit. And then, hey, you know what's a plus? We're by the beach. And let's
Sorry,
go
brother. Why haven't you?
What is the difference? What is the difference, Zeleny?
A man hear that, but why haven't you left?
Exactly.
Why haven't you left? I need to know that.
Why haven't I left? I haven't had any interest in leaving, MA.
Vaughn, you know you're fronting right now. You know you're fronting, bro.
Bad front.
You're just coming up with an argument to squash our argument, right?
I'll be honest.
Cool.
I'll be honest.
Listen, man.
In the system of America, listen. They tell me New York is beautiful, right? Miami is beautiful. Orlando is beautiful. California is beautiful. You can go to Detroit if you want to see some weather shit. You see what I'm saying? Like if you want to go skiing.
All right, man. All right, listen.
So they're telling me these things.
We're not unaware of the situation. Yeah, it's been publicized. There's people like famous people like fucking Richard Pryor who went to Africa, came back, and he done a big speech about how modern and wicked Africa is. And he's saying the only difference is when you get on the plane, the pilot's black. When you land the plane, the air hostess is black. Wherever you go, whatever office you go, wherever job you go, everyone's black. And he was so happy to see that. And he's breathing his own air and walking on his own soil. How can you, born rich, tell us, oh, it's 14 hours? Bro, you sit down and watch fucking Game of Thrones for 3 weeks.
Who will, Turk? Bars. That's not even bars. That's bars. That's bars. That ain't no motherfucking bars. He's talking to a person who never even left fucking London.
Don't forget, man.
Nah, I've left London, bro. I've been a lot of places.
Forget Khan, we're dealing with you, man.
Come on, bro.
I've been a lot of places, bro. Trust me.
Hey, Boone, you know what you'd have been better off saying earlier on?
Go ahead. What you say, something?
I was gonna say better off earlier on. What you'd have been better off saying is like, your comparison about driving to Florida, that would have made sense if like we went to Birmingham or Manchester or even Scotland or somewhere. Like it's the same landmass, so it equates. When you're talking about a whole fucking different country separated by thousands of miles of water, it's a bit different, man. Just a little.
It's cool, Zeleny, but let's just say, like in the long run, what does that create? What happens?
You don't know. You can't even answer the question because you.
I know I can't. I'm asking. He's having
a meltdown. He's having a breakdown right now. Relax, bro.
I'm asking Zeleny.
We're not trying to drag you away from your precious America, bro. Relax.
No, man.
He's having separation anxiety. You got a trauma bond.
But it's real. That's serious, though. That's serious. That's what
am I gonna do?
A lot of Black Americans, if they left, they might have.
I think your sugar low, Con. Your sugar.
I just
real. For you passed out on the panel.
Sound fine to me.
I thank you for your concern, my brother. I know you got love for me, but don't worry. I just
go check your sugar, man.
Yeah,
I'm good, man. Brother.
I'm good. To me still.
you
know when the sugar's low.
You know got his Turkish cape on today, boy. Come on, man.
Yeah, boy. I'm not gonna lie though, brother.
You know when the sugar's low.
Just for the experience of just seeing things a different perspective, man. You should travel a little, just a little. Trust me, it changes.
Americans don't like traveling. It's weird.
No. Otherwise, you're a prisoner.
Yeah, that as well. And as well, bro, like
especially in the state where
we are
a slave anyway.
Man. Listen, let me tell you something, man.
Mad.
I don't know
about
remember
you're a criminal.
I don't even think none of y'all done traveled since 2020. So now we all
Criminal.
prisoners
Yeah.
when you got to
Lies.
get the badge just to
Lies.
go anywhere.
Lies.
You don't get the badge to go anywhere. No.
Hold on, let's talk. Has anybody traveled anywhere since 2020? Because y'all been on the panel with me, and y'all
A
ain't
lot of
never
people-
announced it. So this is
That's
gonna
a
be
lie.
breaking
That's
news
a
to
lie.
everybody.
On the panel.
That's a lie.
There's a lot of places you can go without having to take it.
Oh my God! Now they finna give me the list of places that they ain't
Turkey.
never
When I
been.
went to Turkey, when I went to Turkey, I didn't even do it. Born. When I went to Turkey, I didn't even do a test. I didn't even do a test.
At what point
Sorry,
are you trying
Born,
to
Born, what? Sorry, Born, I'm gonna down your dance. What's your question?
Since
So if we're
2020,
not
who's
prisoners,
traveled?
if we're not prisoners, where can you go without getting a
Who's
badge?
traveled since 2020?
Bruv, I've spent in the last 12 months, no, in the last 15 months, I've spent more time outside the UK than I have in.
Like any particular places, because outside the UK,
Yeah, Gambia and Senegal.
Mm.
I've two separate.
Yeah, Born.
With no badge.
Nah, man.
Good shit. Shout out to MA. Shout out to
What's
MA,
up now,
bro.
tough guy?
Right.
That ain't even that. Y'all ain't been nowhere.
Born.
Why the cheerleaders
Hold on,
talking
Born.
ain't
Don't
been
you need a
nowhere?
badge to visit the restaurant?
Go on, get in.
You need a badge to go to America, though.
The cheerleaders been online with me every day talking shit. I know they
need
ain't
a badge
been nowhere.
to open your restaurant, though.
Say it again.
Oh shit.
Hold on, no. Come on, let's slow down. I don't know why you doing that noise. That noise sounds stupid, Zulu.
That's right. You played.
Young brother.
You
Zulu, slow down and
Get to
ask
the
the question
rules,
again,
man.
brother. Slow down and ask the question again, brother. What was the question?
Did goes in Ram? No. Go on.
Did you take the badge to reopen your restaurant?
That sounds foolish, Zulu.
No.
That sounds foolish.
No,
Zulu.
it's called
Why?
health regulation. It's called health regulations, right?
That's not called health regulations, Zulu. Health regulations would mean you need a badge to go inside of McDonald's if they were doing health regulations like that.
No, this ain't McDonald's, though, is it?
Zulu.
Listen, I know a guy who.
This is Fanny's.
I'm gonna tell y'all this. Hold on, MA, because they spoke about something on the
Fanny's got to be sanitized.
It sounds ignorant, so I got to shoot that down. No, you don't have to have a badge to open a restaurant. No, you don't.
Okay, go ahead.
I know a brother, yeah.
But you do have to meet health and safety.
Oh, no.
and all that
Let
stuff.
him
Hold on. Let me tell y'all about health.
No.
Guys,
Yo, Born, let me open the possibilities up for you. I know, so you're like clearly you're concerned about certain things.
Pause.
Oh, Jedi. Yeah. Anyway, I know a brother, yeah, who traveled from Dakar to Kinshasa, Congo, DRC. He, I shouldn't even say that. He fucking photoshopped his documentation and got on a plane and went home on my computer.
Yeah, boy.
Hold on. So y'all say he documented a passport? That made good. Okay, good shit. Salute, brother. Salute.
I'm just saying, people are doing things, innit? People are actually doing things, innit?
He can't leave the state. He was on lockdown like the rest of us.
Yeah. I couldn't leave the country, not the state. It wasn't a state. I couldn't leave the country.
Yeah, but if we come to your country, we have to be badged.
Absolutely.
One country that you have to get a badge for. So you ain't gonna see us for a while.
New York, LA, all of these places.
Right. You ain't gonna see us for a while.
Yeah, this coming from the UK though, Zulu.
Yeah. We don't care.
You can come here without you lot's buzz has been dying for a while though, bro. Let's be real, man.
You said
You
what?
can come here without even having a test.
I said you lot's buzz has been dying for a while though, man. Like, let's be real.
Our buzz has been dying?
Yeah.
Like, we ain't tripping on that. We ain't
No,
tripping
bro. I'm not saying you
know
are.
what that means.
No, I'm not saying you are, but the way you said it to Zulu is like you said it's just us that would ever want to go to America or not want to go there. You get what I'm trying to say? A lot of people have kind of like, it is what it is.
Yeah. No, we prefer it that way.
You don't.
Listen, bro, you don't want to come here, man. This is the footprint of white supremacy. You don't want to come
exactly.
here.
Tennessee,
Stay away.
we know that. We've been saying that from day.
We working over here on our own. Like, we working over here, brother. You don't want to come over here. Why? I would ask anybody, why come over here?
Listen, because I don't want to eat at your restaurant and look over the road and see niggas hanging from a tree. I don't want to turn on the radio
and hear country and western.
Nah,
man.
That's not even that. Nowadays, you hear country and western with a black guy in it, and it's like that would just throw man off even worse.
Like Paul Rex as well, dashiki and cowboy boots.
I know.
Like, what the fuck,
Man.
Cutting fruit and singing
with a turkey leg.
yeah.
What in the Wakanda Western is getting that now?
The wild Wakanda.
We're not into that, bro.
Yeah, like what?
Yeah, forever.
I know he got. You know, Boris used to have a horse. I know.
Oh shit! No, he had a mule. He had a mule. Yeah.
I had pussy, Zulu.
What
the hell you don't know nothing about it? I had pussy though, Zulu. I really had pussy. Like real life pussy, like real life wet pussy, Zulu. You ain't never had that. Yeah, you ain't never had that.
Back in the good old days.
Going home to get wet pussy. Like you gotta get some.
Not anymore though, right?
Yeah. You ain't never.
You use the word had for a reason.
Never going home. You ain't never going home.
You ain't getting pussy now, man.
You just young and
sitting there munching on. You just munching on turkey legs. You just munching on turkey legs. You ain't getting pussy.
Pause.
He didn't even refute it.
Oh yeah, he didn't even refute it.
Those are dead jokes. Those are dead jokes.
He didn't even refute it. He's like,
light-skinned chipmunk.
I'm a posh Londoner. He didn't even refute it, mate.
Bro, don't make me start talking like a Southerner. You don't want it. Trust me.
No. You need to talk in the language that the women.
Well, you've been dying to do the accent. It's been years. Yeah. You've been dying to do that.
I've been put off Tennessee for ages.
Look, don't talk in my accent.
Nah, it's just
Bro, you sound like Dick Van Dyke, man. You sound like fucking Mary Poppins and shit.
Yeah, they all think we sound like OT and Crump. Yeah. We don't sound like that.
Sorry, Khan. Who sounds like Dick?
Yeah.
On deck.
Yeah, man. Yeah, pause, man.
Yeah, man. Y'all leave America alone, man.
Nah, man,
no, we're not saying that.
America's the whore of Babylon. The whore of Babylon.
It might be. It might be. What does the Bible say about the people who stay there?
Burn America and burn Babylon, man. That's what America is.
Yeah. Definitely, where have you lot been?
Never ran, never will.
There was a good thing to come out of America, man. It's a really good thing to come out of America.
This better be funny, Jace. Let's go.
What was it, bro?
He better not say Cardi B. He better not.
Everybody gonna talk.
I was gonna say for Zulu would be LNG White, no?
No.
Why you got excited?
What's it? Why did I get excited?
Oh shit!
You wrong, man. You wrong. You wrong, Jeds.
Yeah. the all white American milk of magnesia. You know that. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh, here we go.
And she could have showed us how to get out of white supremacy.
I'm gonna mute up. I know what this is.
Let me ask you this, Zulu.
Legs and that. Yeah, she knows.
I'm just gonna mute up.
I don't even want to go that far, Zulu, but just tell me, like, for real, what was her solution to white supremacy?
I tell you what, the clue is in her name somewhere. I can't figure out where.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Nah, cause listen, when I look at her, I think, you know what? That's a woman that really cares about some black folks. I don't know. She
gives me that same vibe too.
Yeah, proper caring, loving. You know, warm, those warm eyes.
Show right there with her husband.
Yeah. Mr. White. Would that be Mr. and Mrs. White?
Let me ask this though. See, this way it gets deep though. Zulu, like where? Like where, brother? Where you from? South Africa, Zimbabwe, somewhere? Where do you even find this lady at? How? How do you even look up to this lady, bro?
By the whites. How do you look up to the whites?
It's crazy, bro. And you're in Africa, and you want to tell me, boy, you should go travel to Africa. If they looking up to her in Africa, in South Africa, I don't want to go there, guys.
The whites.
I don't want to go there. I'm just saying. If I meet my family in South Africa and they got a picture of her on the wall, I might as well come back home and look at white Jesus on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing, man?
This picture is nuts. Fucking hell. What's the? I don't even know. The hairline is just insane. I don't know.
And these are the true Israelites.
Oh, fuck.
What the fuck are we doing? Well, this is what Zulu is telling me.
It's a bit unnecessary.
Zulu, is that what you call her? Is that what she's affectionately known as?
Her sister white. Oh man. Sister White.
Miss White, there's Miss White there.
In Michigan. She's in Michigan. And Zulu saying, man, I never want to go to America. You don't want to go where your forefathers are from? Your foremothers and forebearers?
Foremothers.
You come from this lineage and you gonna shit on America like that. She rolling over in her grave right now, Zulu. 7-day Adventism.
Cult and the occult.
Hey man.
You wrong for this, brother. You wrong for this.
Big up Zulu, man. Oh, is that what she's not buried under a
okay,
obelisk?
What religion is next?
Sorry.
Okay.
Is she buried under a Egyptian obelisk?
Fraud.
Zulu.
And apparently she uses the phrase "all-seeing eye" in her writings. Well, we know she was a Freemason anyway, or an Eastern Star. We know that. Her husband was definitely a Freemason. Mr. White. Anyway, big up, man.
Yeah,
Big
shout
up,
out.
man. I'm not gonna lie down, man, and think about life.
Next.
Shout out to the young brother Zulu, man. He came with the facts today.
Oh, it's only the Christian one. Okay, that's fine.
Came with the facts today, Zulu.
That sounds kind of snitchy, Zulu. So what's going on, cuz?
No, it's okay. Let's blow up the pictures and yeah, that's cool. I'm just sitting there observing. I'm taking notes.
Yeah.
Nigga, you
I wasn't
got
involved.
caught. Nobody else get caught.
I wasn't involved.
Nigga, you got caught.
You see, I wasn't involved.
trying to bring nobody else into this shit.
Well, that's where she's buried. Look what it says at the bottom. White.
I know.
White. Mad thing.
Zulu, you should go there one day and put like a, I don't know, what do they put around there? Tinsel, holly, I don't know.
A reef. A reef. It's called a reef.
I know what they put there. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
For a couple honorary counties at Graveside. Wow.
What do you reckon? Zulu silent. Okay.
Did she have a wand?
Was she wondering? Was she wondy? Zulu, was she a bit wondish? Big up yourself, Zulu, man.
Bruv, that woman was so white, her last name was Targaryen.
Was what, sorry?
She was so white, her last name was Targaryen.
Targaryen.
Oh, well. Some you win, some you lose. I thought I'd try to. Anyway, who's been watching the thing, man? House of the Dragon. Anyone?
No.
Okay.
What's it on?
Oh, just go on mute then.
What's it on? Now TV? What?
Just streaming it, man. Just Watching it for free.
Banduli.
Isn't it? Is it Game of Thrones?
Yeah, it's the prequel of Game of Thrones.
Right. I think it will be on HBO or some shit.
Oh, Bourne finally fled.
And I didn't run away. I stayed. Just saying.
You all right?
Yeah, he knows the technique, man.
I didn't run away. You see, I didn't run away. I'm just saying.
He knows the technique.
Back again.
Zulu smart. Zulu smart, man. Keep quiet, man. That's what we do. And it's your turn to get the frame.
This picture's mad. See, this picture would make me throw away my beliefs. I see my
fuck it.
Yeah, it would though. I see my G standing next to these G's, sitting next to the. It's a rap. And if you didn't know who they were, then all their names are there. We went through this before, though, innit? Zulu disappeared for about 2 months. You know.
Yeah, that was funny.
And I came back stronger.
Pause on the coming back.
Yeah, pause on the coming back, but you know what I mean.
The debate in the United States over reparations to African Americans for their enslavement for 25 millennium and their subsequent civic and social repression for another 150 years has been percolating since their emancipation in 1865 and the broken promise of 40 acres and a mule. America has appeared to grapple with the idea of reparations, with minor concessions, affirmative action, other initiatives. And there has been some talk about reparations, most recently in the 2020 Democratic presidential primaries, the House Judiciary Committee hearings on slave reparations, and tentative legislation on the state level. Ellen G. White, co-founder of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and one who holds a prophetic capacity for the church's 22 million members, had a lot to say about reparations to African Americans. This makes sense because her life, 1827 to 1915, spanned from slavery to the Civil War to emancipation, Reconstruction, to radical Reconstruction, and then to Jim and Jane Crow. Anything she wrote about reparations would be much closer to the time of the direct, inhumane exploitation of Black people, although it continued in different forms long past her death in 1915. I have here compiled 15 of Ellen White's statements on reparations for...
Slapper, your whiteness is aggressive nowadays, man. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what you've done, brother. It's aggressive, violent.
For Black Americans. Of course, these quotations are at a significant remove from today. White wrote to fellow Adventists about their personal responsibility to Blacks. Admittedly, as a spiritual leader, she was mostly concerned with what may be called missional repayments or preaching the gospel for the wrongs of slavery. But it would be a narrow reading to conclude that White was only supportive of a missional repayment on a national level. Whatever the case, it is a good practice to see what Ellen White said about such a vital issue and try to glean larger principles from her statements for today. These will hopefully provoke inquiry.
Hurry up, man. What did she say, man?
Concerning reparations.
Fuck the niggas. She probably did.
As Seventh-day Adventists and as a nation should respond to the issue today. Please note that the quotes are in the description below and can be read in their full context on the link to the Ellen G. White estate, also in the description.
So what do you reckon, Zulu? She was for reparations, or she just thought, oh, preaching is enough. Emancipate them spiritually, but don't give them no money. Don't give these niggas no money. What do you reckon, Zulu? Zulu. Oh shit. Or did I misread the room?
Like, fuck getting excommunicated, innit?
Did I misread the room? Oh, thought Charles was talking about slavery. You don't want to talk no more?
You got Zulu punch in the air like Cuba Gooding Jr. right now, bro. I don't know why he done that. He's upset.
Zulu, should we hear what LNG White has to say about reparations for Africans? For Negroes? Yo, Zulu, come on, man. What's going on, family? What's going on? Right, you know what? Cool, man.
Does he object? Do you object to hearing what she said, Zulu?
This is weird, Zulu, man. Like, you're acting like you could talk about Jesus, but you can't talk about LNG White. This is mad.
Yeah, I don't think he objects, you know.
It's like you got her on a pedestal or something. People can critique Jesus and Yeshua and Yahweh and all that, and you argue with them.
The Honorable Ellen White.
She stated in a speech to General Conference leaders in Battle Creek, Michigan, on March 21, 1891, God cares no less for the souls of the African race that might be won to serve him than he cared for Israel. He requires far more. He requires far more of his people than they have given him in missionary work among the people of the South of all classes, and especially among the colored race. Are we not under even greater obligation to labor for the colored people than for those who have been more highly favored? Who is it that held these people in servitude? Who kept them in ignorance and pursued a course to debase and brutalize them, forcing them to disregard the laws of marriage, breaking up the family relation, tearing wife from husband and husband from wife? If the race is degraded, if they are repulsive in habits and manners, who made them so? Is there not much due to them from the white people? After so great a wrong has been done them, should not an earnest effort be made to lift them up? The truth must be carried to them. They have souls to save as well as we.
So her version of reparations was to preach the word to them. After all that talking, she just saying, yeah, just make sure that they need the gospel more than anyone, because we owe it to them, because we're the ones that made them uncivilized. Mad. All right, cool, man. I'll get the hint, man. So big up you lot.
Don't be like that.
Imagine we was like at a table or on a podcast, and then like I played that little clip, and then I started talking, and then it was just that response after.
No, why? It was
obviously maybe people don't know who LNG White is. Maybe that's why they don't get the relevance of why I'm saying what she's saying. Like obviously an American white woman who basically through prophetic revelation and whatnot and visions and stuff,
right,
was the spearhead of what is now known as the Seventh-day Adventist. Basically, she's like the founder.
Wait, hold on. Did I hear correctly? That woman founded the 7 Days Adventist.
Yes, and Zulu's the Seventh-day
shit.
Adventist, and that's what the relevance is.
Come on, Zulu, man. Come on. You had energy for other people the other day. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm back. What happened?
Oh, what?
So Zulu, brother Zulu. All right, calm down, Zulu. I'm not
It
gonna.
wasn't as bad as you thought it was gonna be, was it? Be honest.
Me and you. I didn't know what it was gonna say.
You mean
I've already seen this call before.
Okay, cool. I wasn't expecting anything. I just thought it was a interesting thing. You know what I mean? But yeah, so this is what she's saying. But what do you think about what she said, though? In all honesty, try to be objective, brother.
I don't put Ellen G. White at a high pedestal like other people do. I disagree with a lot of what she said personally.
Do you believe she was a prophet?
I believe she was inspired by the Holy Spirit. There's a lot of things that she said that have come to pass if you look at her prophecies. But I wouldn't put her on the level of anyone in the Bible, nor would I say that she's more special than I could be. I could be a prophet now in the end times. As it says in the Bible, there will be prophets. There'll be people that old men will dream dreams, young men will see visions. This is in the Bible in the end times. So I could be a prophet or one of the 144,000 or a very special person. So
pause 1 second. Zulu, you said that you believe that a lot of her things have come to pass, right? Can you give us an example or something that she's prophesied?
She did predict the Civil War in America. I haven't looked into depth into all the things that she predicted, but she did predict the Civil War, and it did happen. But yeah, I don't really look much into Ellen G. White like as a person, like, oh, Ellen G. White. Like even when you go to SDA churches, a lot of people have this weird view of us, like, oh, we just sit here and talk about Ellen G. White. We study the Bible. We study the more prophecy than any other denomination. Like if you talk about Revelation and all this stuff, while other people were going to Sunday school, I was going to Sabbath school. So I'm just sitting here laughing because none of you know what SDA is. So I'm just sitting here like,
I don't feel no way to admit it. I don't know what that is. Can you help me out though?
What don't you know?
I don't know anything about anything. Like, I'm trying to learn. I'm not even joking. I am trying to learn.
I mean, where do I even begin? Because for me personally, the Bible is what I would say you should start with if you want to learn anything. So, have you read the Bible?
Oh, many a times, yeah.
Yeah, cover to cover.
And what did you
put it this way, I've read it more times than
I've
read it. Put it this way, I've read it more times than Reggie has even looked at one. So yeah, I'm quite familiar with the Bible. Yeah.
And what was your conclusion after reading the Bible?
I don't know. I don't view the Bible like you do. So you view the Bible as your book, your
Word of
everything
God.
to you, right? I don't. I see the Bible more of something that is more of a teaching kind of book. Like you can take a lot from the Bible. I do not believe it to all be truth. I don't even believe half of the characters even existed, to be fair. But it is what it is.
Whoa. You don't believe the characters existed.
Yeah.
What's your evidence? Hold on.
This is what I always say. If you can prove to me, first of all, that Abraham even existed, then we can move on. But until we can establish Abraham, the rest of them are just
because you're a Muslim, bro.
Yeah.
No, 1 minute. It's not about picking sides. She picked for her argument, she picked the right person to pick.
No, not necessarily, because if you were to ask her if Nama existed, what would she say? Because the same amount of evidence we have for Nama existing is near enough the same amount of evidence we have anyone, including in Abraham's time and before Abraham. Because when you go far back enough, it's pretty much hard to prove a lot of people. But we just accept that Caesar existed. We just accept that Alexander the Great existed. All these people existed. Well, because you learned about it in history class. But when it comes to the Bible, it's like, oh, it's just all characters. It's just all bullshit.
Well, to be fair, I didn't say nothing about it being bullshit. And like I said, I can use the Bible as a learning. It's like a guidance for, it speaks in a lot of parables. It contradicts itself a lot, and so it does many.
It contradicts itself a lot.
A lot. That the Old Testament does not work up with the New Testament. For example,
how so?
They contradict each other in many ways, many different things.
Other than saying they contradict each other, can you substantiate that statement?
I will in a minute if you let me complete a sentence, though. That will help. That would help. So what I was actually saying is, how I view the Bible and how you view the Bible will then interpret the way that we conversate, right? So to you, it's your word of God. It's unrefuted. It is what it is. To me, it's more of a learning book that I can take from it. I can see from it. I can understand certain aspects of it. Other things I can't comprehend. It's just that simple for me, Zulu.
You can't comprehend words in the book?
No, I can't comprehend certain of the stories written in the book.
Well, I don't
That's
know,
just how
man,
I see it. It's not being rude or anything. It's just my way
comprehension
of
is the
using
basic
it.
is the base level when it comes to anything, really. So if you can't pass that, I don't know.
Hmm.
I'm not saying whether
Okay,
or
so
not you
I
can
can't
understand this or
understand.
that.
All right, for instance, I can't understand. And let's start from the beginning. If we go by the book, look, I can't understand why a god would make a devil and then make us or a Satan or however you want to say it, Shaitan or whatever, and then tell us later on in the same book that Jesus died for all of our sins and all of these things, but then we're still doing sin. We're still like a lot of things just doesn't add up for me. Because if
So
Jesus
again,
died for our sins, Zulu, if Jesus died for our sins, why are we still sinning? Aren't we supposed to be cleared and washed away of all of our sins?
The Lady Divine, that lets
Yeah.
me know that you don't understand what it means when it says Jesus died for our sins. Does that
Okay,
mean
go
that you
ahead
will
and
not
explain
sin?
to me then, bro. That's your
No, but
job.
hold on. I'll explain it, but I just want to let it be known that you've already made a conclusion on something without thoroughly investigating it. I hope you're aware of that. You've already made conclusions
Cool,
on
that's
what.
fine, but then go
on
ahead
the
and then help me understand, bro.
hold on, sister.
Go ahead and help me understand then, innit?
Hold on, sister. I will explain, but I'm just saying, moving forward, let's try not to make conclusions on things without thoroughly making sure we can substantiate whether there's contradictions, whether there's this, whether there's that. Because I've heard decent arguments for contradictions. I've heard decent arguments. But other than just saying, oh, he says he's going to die for our sins and we still sin, that shows that you don't understand what that means when it says die for our sins. It doesn't mean die for our sins and we're not going to sin anymore. So you have to be able to thoroughly investigate these things before you conclude it and dismiss it. So to answer your question on what that means for died for your sins, it doesn't mean you will not sin anymore, but it's in regards to salvation. Because from birth, we are in a sinful body. We're doomed for destruction from birth because of the fall. But when Jesus dies on the cross, he atones for our sins and gives us access to grace, which allows us to make it into heaven. So he's redeemed. That's why we
Okay,
call
that's
him
cool.
Redeemer.
I respect that's your point of view, but for me, I don't believe in no Jesus. I don't know of no Jesus. I've never met a Jesus. I don't even know where Jesus come from, and I don't business with Jesus. That's me personally.
That's cool, but I'm saying in order to make a dismissal on something, especially when we're talking about, I mean, if I'm right, let's say hypothetically I'm right and the Bible's right, like your dismissal has to have some sort of weight. If it's just because it says this and I don't really care or I don't believe, like it's not strong enough reason to dismiss something. That's just from my perspective anyway. Like I can give you a strong reason.
You're entitled. I'm not offended. You're entitled.
I can give you strong reasons why I dismiss Hinduism, Sikhism, all these other religions. I don't just dismiss it because I was born a Christian. I've actually done investigations to like, okay, yeah, I want to stay away from this. You know what I mean? Same ways with Kemet. I can see and talk to you about Kemet. I know about all these Kemetan gods, and I can talk about it for hours because I've made a good enough case to dismiss it. But how many people have done that for the Bible or anything else? That's my question.
I think I know a lot about Christian theology. I think I understand it to a high level, to be honest. Like, I'm not a person that needs to know about the details of the walls of Jericho and this and that. I don't think that's important. I think if you can get the take-home message, which is like you said, is that we're living within the grace of God, and I think that's the most important thing. I think Christianity does have good qualities to it. It does explain a lot, you know.
But why do you dismiss Christianity? You're Muslim, right?
I'm not dismissing it. I'm not dismissing it.
No, but you do, because you say he didn't die on the cross. You say he has no sons. You
Well,
basically
there's
go
other
against all
Christians.
the fundamentals.
To be honest, there are other Christians that kind of like also hold that belief. So by believing what we believe as Muslims, we're not going against Christianity. We're just going against the conventional, modernly upheld version of Christianity, which is
Okay, can you give
mostly
me an
written by
example?
the church fathers.
Can you give me an example? And the reason why I'm asking you this because there isn't an example, because anyone that doesn't believe that Jesus is the Son of God, or at least
I don't believe
of
he
the
existed,
Trinity.
period, bro. That's
Hold
the
on,
problem.
sister. You're cutting me off. You said I was cutting you off earlier. Now you're cutting me off. Yeah. So, anyone that doesn't believe Jesus is the Son of God or is part of the Trinity,
As far as I know, Zulu,
hold on, is not Christian, because that's why people will say, "Oh, I'm not Christian. I'm Mormon, or I'm Jehovah's Witness, or I'm this," because there's certain fundamentals that make you a Christian.
Yeah. I think if you take it as a what's the word? when he says he's the son of God, right? If you take it as a metaphorical son, yeah, I don't see it as a problem. When you're saying he's the actual son, it might still be true, but to say it and to kind of use it as a foundational belief that you're going to build on becomes problematic, because it leads the theology, in my opinion, astray. It's better off not even mentioning it, like just saying only God knows the truth on that one, and let's just not use that as
Ignorance
an
is
integral
bliss.
part of the belief, because Jesus was a one-off guy, innit? Hazrat Isa, like there was no other person like Isa, innit? Like he was a special person, and as a one-off person, anything that he did or like the purpose of Islam is to bring the haqq, is to bring justice for people to live under a legal system where they can be righteous. So Jesus being a special case can kind of bring confusion. Do you get what I mean? It's like we're better off just not going down that road at all and just leaving like that to God, basically. Like, so even if you want to say that he's the son of God, even if you want to say these things, yeah, it's just, you're better off just not saying it, because when you say it and it becomes a foundation of your belief and you have to build on that, it's so esoteric that it's just difficult for most people to get their head around.
What you're basically saying to Christians and Messianic Jews is that forget the plan of redemption, forget the word of God, the Son of God, just forget all of that stuff that's going to get you saved. Just what? Do what?
Yeah.
Huh?
Come to the haqq. Yeah. So obviously my personal belief is that monotheism, which goes back to Adam through Abraham, right? The strict monotheism is Islam. And that Islam, although it was perfected by the Prophet ﷺ, was a tradition going back all the way back. Now, in my opinion, the Jews and the Christians, if you put them as one group, yeah, kind of like at one junction, kind of like go off and they become an esoteric spiritual group that kind of like investigate the nature of God and the relationship of man with God, and they kind of like bring that information back to mainstream monotheism, right? But they went off on a tangent, and at the end they don't want to accept that they have to come back to the straight path.
Is it investigation or was it revealed to us?
Right, that's irrelevant. I'm saying that that's their that's irrelevant, because God, if you're saying that God wanted this to happen, or God enabled it to happen, or it was by the will of God that this particular tribe of people come across these revelations and this knowledge, that's all well and good, right? But it's irrelevant to the argument. The argument is, once your tangent that you've gone off on, yeah, to bring you this extra knowledge runs out of legs, what are you going to do? You got to come back to the straight path, and that's Islam.
But Khan, you're treating it like, hold on, Khan, you're treating it like Islam is simplifying what seems complex within Christianity and Judaism.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Christianity is far more complex.
All you've done is subtracted the revelation and taken aspects out that actually are probably very important in understanding the nature and character of God. The fact that God has sons, right, which is all over the Bible, not just in the New Testament, even in the Old Testament, the sons of God, the sons of Elohim, right? Adam, son of God, all of these concepts, which you call shirk, and you just subtract the core elements and vital parts of the narrative. So you're only actually subtracting. You think you're simplifying, but you're subtracting.
Here's the thing. Well, look what you've done. You've actually just put words into my mouth. You've actually had to straw man and basically create your own thing to bounce off, like your imagined argument from my side. Rather than listen to what I'm saying and answer what I'm saying, you want to answer the argument that suits you. So you're saying, oh, you're saying that Christianity is shirk, right? But I just a minute ago spoke to you and said to you that it's possible that God wanted this to happen, and these revelations and this knowledge that these people are bringing is of value. But we have to accept it as an esoteric belief that you can't build on. Yes, it's of value, but you can't build a nation of people that brings justice to everyone based on these beliefs. And if you want to argue with me, we can look at the fruit of the tree. We can look at the end result of each one of our different theologies. All right, leave God out of it. Leave all the things that we agree on out of it and look at the differences between us. You see that our system, yeah, brings about stable, civilized societies of people who live with righteousness. Your civilization is based on adherence to kings and powerful people that basically give you money so you can build your churches and educate people on how to accept slavery.
So that what's
ultimately
the Arab
that's the
slave?
difference.
Hold on, Con. What was the Arab slave trade? Oh shit.
That was pre-Islamic.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It happened before and after, actually. You even admitted it with the
Right.
Ottoman Empire.
So,
And you
so
said,
Muslims
hold on,
didn't go out.
hold on, I'm not finished.
Muslims didn't go out into the world.
I didn't interrupt
Muslims.
you.
Hold on.
I didn't interrupt you. Let me say my
Hold
finish
on.
my statement.
Hold on. But you're throwing stones, bro. You're throwing stones.
You, bro. I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish my statement, yeah? You've even said on the show, why would God give a fuck then? Right? Remember when we asked you, what does God think about slavery? And you said, obviously, he doesn't give a fuck. Obviously,
no, I never said that. I never said obviously he doesn't care.
So I can't go back.
I never said that. No, you're lying. You're straight lying, and you know you're lying. What I'm saying is, if you don't, follow the laws that God's put in front of you, whatever happens to you, that's on you, innit? If God said to you, establish a nation, right? And you don't do that, whatever happens to you, that's your fault, innit? Are you going to blame God for that? I said, if you got a problem with what's happened to you, take it up with God, innit? Because God's going to ask you, innit? Why do you think this happened to you? What are you going to say? Anyway, he obviously couldn't deal with my argument.
I find it interesting how... Are you finished? Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. You continue.
No, I'm just saying you obviously couldn't deal with my argument. You're running from pillar to post now.
No, it's not pillar to post. I find it interesting how...
Yeah, you're bringing up the past. You're bringing up things that were said out of context.
Ego. Hold on. Bro, you interrupted me again. Relax.
Sorry, you asked me. You asked me to speak. You said, have you finished?
I said, are you finished?
Yeah, which I wasn't.
Oh, you wasn't? Okay, let me mute up. Let me know when you're finished. And please don't interrupt me when I speak.
All right, cool. This is typical of Zulu as an immature young boy when he can't deal with an
argument. Let the man speak, bro. Come on, bro.
All right, cool. Completely finished. You know I was going to let him speak, bro.
Yeah, but you clearly finished. You're just pretending like you had him because you interrupted. Set an example of being honest. All right, go on, Zulu.
He don't take examples from me. I'm not his people.
You finished. Cool. So the reason why I brought that example up is because I didn't like the way how you made it seem like the result of Islam is so perfect and the result of Christianity is so bad, completely disregarding and ignoring the stuff which we've been through on this show in regards to Arab slavery and all the other numerous heinous acts that's come out of it. Because I will sit here and tell you, yeah, out of Christianity, a lot of bad shit happened. But you have fashioned this perfect reality out of Islam. It was so perfect. And I find that very dishonest. When you yourself have said, God doesn't give a fuck about the Arab slave trade. And I can find the timestamp. I'm not lying when I say you said that.
All right, my answer's waiting when you want to hear it. Do you want to hear it now?
I'm finished now. I know
you blatantly contradicted yourself. You blatantly contradicted yourself when you said that the Arab slave trade came out of Islam when 2 seconds ago you admitted that it was before Islam and during Islam. So you already refuted your own point. There was something in existence before. Now, when we look at the treatment of these people, like in other treatment meaning how have they changed after Islam? Fact is, there is no more Arab slave trade, and it didn't end because whitey or because of Christianity. Yeah.
You done?
Yeah, that's it. I'm done. Yeah, that's it. What do you mean? That's the answer, isn't it? You didn't like what I said, But what's that? I'm not a representative of Islam, am I? And I never made Islam to be so perfect, because there's been different. There's been different Islams, haven't there? There's been empires based on Shia understanding of Islam, on Sufi understanding of Islam, on the Prophet's lineage. There's been different versions of Islam, right? But whatever way you look at it, Islam, and many shapes and guises that it comes in, has had the contradictions of Christianity removed from it. So it doesn't run into dead ends, and it doesn't hop, skip, and jump over the truth as Christianity does. There's too many holes in Christian theology.
So Khan, so are you going to admit then that you're wrong, that the result of Islam is so much better than the result of Christianity? Because now it sounds like you're backtracking.
Bro, you're being disingenuous, because I know you're not this dumb.
And
you're not this dumb, bro. You're playing dumb now. When did I say? When did I say that it's not better? Of course, it's better.
And let me make this last statement as well. I didn't say that Islam, that slavery was only before or only after Islam. I said it was before and after.
So how can it be the result of Islam then? How can it have come out of Islam if it was already there?
Islam was supposed to fix the moral issues.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
So hold on. It's not about righteousness.
Brother, a slave is a class of people. Hold on. A slave is a class of people that, like any class of people, deserve to have social mobility. In other words, to be able to bring themselves out of that particular class. In Islamic version of slavery, you can buy yourself out of slavery, and it's not based on your skin color. It's not chattel slavery. Don't try to make out like it is.
So
all right, it's not cool. It's not good.
Cutting off their dicks, cutting off the slaves' dicks, and treating them like animals isn't child slavery, or isn't as bad.
Did that come out of Islam, as you claim? Did that come out of Islam? Is that a teaching within Islam? Is it a teaching within Islam?
The Ottomans, who were Muslims, were not cutting off the dicks of Africans.
Well, that's a fake argument that you're bringing. I'm asking you a question, and you're not answering it. You're answering a question with a question. You're trying to make out that slavery was born out of Islam. That's not true.
I never said that. It was
That's not true.
Hold on.
Yeah, you said it came out of it. You're trying to make out.
I didn't say
You're
that.
trying to make out
Why are you lying?
falsely, brother. You're falsely trying to make out that a system of Islam would automatically bring about a class of slaves.
I never
It's
said
not
that.
true.
I said it was happening before.
It's not true.
And hold on, Con.
Exactly.
I never said that.
It was happening before.
Hold on, let me finish. You're cutting me off now. I said it was
you're
happening.
boring the shit out of me,
I said
bro.
it was happening.
These little games of yours don't
bro,
work on me, bro.
Are you gonna keep talking over me? Is this your way to run away? Let me finish what I'm saying.
No. All right.
I said it was happening before and it was happening after. This is historical fact.
Brother, you said it came out of Islam. You said that.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
Show me the timestamp. Play it back.
Oh, boring, man. Boring. If you can't remember what you said 2 minutes ago, if you can't remember what you said, all right, I'm a liar. Because what? Because I don't accept that a man walked on water or died and come back to life. So I'm a liar. But you tell your children these things. You would teach your children these things, wouldn't you? Brother, can I ask you a question? When you grew up and you realized that your parents were teaching you lies, what did that do to you? Did that do anything to you? Did that make you realize that?
You're living a lie right now.
Whoa, what's going on, bro?
You're living a lie right now.
Your parents told you that God was a man, yeah? And that he died.
Yeah, this is boring, bro.
Is that what they told you?
Are we gonna go away from the fact that you said that God doesn't care about slavery?
I'm asking you a question. Like, your parents lied to you.
Are we gonna forget that the perfect religion?
They brought you up within a lie.
Had a better result than Christianity. Your God doesn't care about slavery.
Brother, you can try to use that, but really and truly, it's just bullshit. You're number one making the assumption that slavery is the worst thing that's ever happened in humanity.
You see,
and as a black person, I can understand you thinking that, but the rest of the world don't think that.
You kill yourself even more every time you talk.
Brother, you don't seem to understand. You don't seem to understand what I'm saying to you. But don't forget, you're a person that was raised in an esoteric, fictitious lie. So your version of reality and my version of reality is two different things, isn't it?
Yeah, but you're Zen, remember? Remember you said you were Zen, right? That's where you get your enlightenment from.
Well, see, this is what I mean. You're trying to attack me. You're trying to attack me personally.
Why are you cutting me off again? Why are you
You're
cutting
trying
me
to
off
attack me
again? Why are you
personally.
cutting me off again? You know,
Because
so you
it's
keep cutting me off.
boring.
I'm
It's
quiet when
boring.
you're
You're so
speaking.
triggered right now. You're so
No, but hold
triggered.
on. I'm quiet when you
Name
speak,
one.
though. Why are you interrupting
All
me
right.
again?
Name one
I'm not gonna answer.
civilization that
I'm not gonna answer
Christianity
your question.
that brought
You're not
about
gonna
by
dominate this
Christianity that can
conversation.
rival Islam. Name
You
one.
are not
Name
gonna
one. Name
dominate
one.
this conversation.
Name
I'm
one.
gonna
Name
finish
one.
exposing
Name
you.
one Christian
I'm gonna
civilization. Name one.
Can I speak? Or are you gonna keep talking over me?
You can't even name one.
Yeah, man. This is ridiculous, man. How old are you, bro?
I'm waiting.
This is what I'm talking about. Anyway, I'm gonna finish what I'm
Anyway,
saying.
I'm gonna go on mute until you say something worth replying to.
Just go on mute anyway.
Shoot your shot, bro.
How about you just
shoot
mute
your
up
shot.
anyway, so I can finish what I'm saying?
Shoot your shot, man. Shoot your shot.
You just mute? How about you just mute up? Period. How about that? Thank you. So you are the one that was saying that you get your enlightenment from being Zen, right? You don't get your enlightenment from Islam. That's what you've said with your own mouth. And many a times you have been critiqued because of the way you practice Islam and how liberal it is. So you can't tell me nothing about living a lie and esoteric and all of this shit. Because I live what I preach. You don't. Don't come with that chat, bro.
There's nothing in Zen or in Taoism that contradicts Islam. There's nothing in Islam that's supposed to teach you enlightenment. Islam is not about attaining enlightenment. So there's nothing in that practice that would contradict Islam. So you're talking bollocks right now. Yet again, as a Christian, as an esoteric cultist, you're trying to think that you know what Islam's about, but you don't. Like I asked you, name one Christian civilization that can rival any one of the multitude of Islamic civilizations that's existed. Name one. Name one. I dare you. Without king, without no royalty, paying for your exploits, for your little monks to sit in monasteries, dreaming up what Jesus meant by the things that he said, yeah? Tell me. Name one. Name one Christian.
So you find pride in conquering empires, right? That take on
again, running from pillar to post. Running from pillar to post.
I'm trying to analyze like the question, because to me,
you're running from pillar to post, brother.
Hold on. Let me finish. I thought it was the religion.
You're desperate
of peace.
here.
Come on, are you going to keep
exactly? You think you know? Again, yet again,
yet again. Stop interrupting me, please.
Stop chatting shit, then, bro. Because like, what level is this conversation? Is this some dumb level conversation? Or I thought Islam was about peace. Am I talking with Reggie? Am I going to talk with Reggie, bro? Am I going to talk with Reggie, bro?
Every time I say a word, he wants to interrupt me. I don't understand how this conversation can even work.
Have you been speaking for half an hour? You've not said one thing of substance. You're taking a massive L right now.
Does anyone else want to talk, bro? Because obviously, as you can see,
flop as usual. Know yourself. You're a flop star. You're a big flop. You can't even hold a decent conversation, let alone enter into debates. You're just a flop star.
I can't hold a decent conversation. Is this how you analyze the situation?
Look how you're running from pillar to post. Look how you're trying to bring statements that I've said. That's stupid. That's juvenile.
That's how conversations
I'm having a decent conversation with you on an adult level, telling you that I personally believe that Christians and Jews have got a lot to offer in terms of the relationship with God, right? The same God that we believe in. But like I said, it's not something we can build on. It's just an esoteric belief system that you cannot build a nation of people on. It's been proven. Name one nation of people that come out of Christianity or Judaism. They're not around today. They're done. Their time is done.
Are you finished? I don't want to interrupt you like you've been interrupting me. Are you finished? Cool.
Are you going to talk on what I've said, or are you going to make up your own answer?
I'm going to respond to what you've said, but don't interrupt me.
Yo.
Because if you want to get rude, we can get
rude. Is your
rude.
response worth hearing? Is the response of a juvenile child?
So many times, I can't even count. So if you want to get
Boring.
rude,
You just have to
you
rely
can
on
get
things that
rude.
other
I'm
people
trying to
said.
have a
You
conversation
can't
with
cuss
you.
me out.
Now you're
You
talking over
cannot.
me
All right,
again.
say
You're
one cuss
talking
about
over
me.
me again.
Say one
Shut your
cuss about
fuck
me. I'll
mouth.
rate you from
Shut
now
your
until
mouth.
wherever.
Shut your mouth. You're
You
talking
cannot
over
say
me
anything about
again.
me apart from repeating things that other people have spoon-fed you,
Furthermore,
because you've been
let me just mute
spoon-fed
up,
your
bro. I
whole
don't even know
life
why I'm talking
like
to
a
you, bro.
baby.
You're
You've
a
been
fat snake
spoon-fed.
anyway. You try and share about me on other people's shows.
How
I
can
don't
you
even know
be
why I'm
fat
talking
and a
to you, you
snake?
fat snake.
Snakes are skinny. No such thing as a fat snake.
Going over to Zubaydah's chat and share about me. Don't think I'm
Yeah, you're
forgotten,
full of
G.
shit because
Don't
you're a
think I'm
weak,
forgotten, bro.
pathetic individual. You got no backbone. You're hiding behind your two brothers over here, yeah. And they respect to them that they're trying to like show you life with a bit of fucking support for your backbone that's missing. But yeah, you're not benefiting from it. How? Because you're intrinsically weak. Like you need some tough love. Yeah, they're showing you love, but you need tough love. You need to fucking boot up the ass, mate. Because you're a weak, pathetic individual.
Majuba Oludumare, Majuba Orisha, Majuba Gungun. Don't know. Blessings. See, a man came on here because I heard you was talking about prophets, innit? And I thought I had a prophet to the conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Messiah Garvey, come on,
You know what I mean,
come
you know?
on.
Yeah, you know. Plenty of
Big
prophet,
up, brother.
you know what I mean? So yeah, you know what I'm saying? More prophet to the world. You know what I mean? Big up.
Yeah, Shaka, you want to talk about prophets? I've got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you think prophets are born, in other words, chosen by God, or do you think people can be trained up to the level spiritually where they can attain prophethood?
I think prophets are a manifestation of the consciousness of the people that they've come to serve.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't the idea, my concept of the creator doesn't align with the Abrahamic concept. So the idea that God chooses necessarily, you know, presumes a certain kind of relation.
Right. Okay, so replace that then with predestined.
I don't know if predestinate. I don't know to say predestination. On some levels, like I'd say that the consciousness that you come in to the into creation with has certain qualities, right? And I think that you know, within many indigenous African spiritual systems, you know, you have concepts such as you choose your parents. You know, you in Ifa, the or Isheshe, the Yoruba system, they say that it's your Ori, yeah. Your Ori is your head or your consciousness, and so when you're born, you know, your Ori comes with a mission to fulfill, if that makes sense. And so your life is really about the extent to which you fulfill that mission or not. You know, but then your Ori is considered to be an expression of the creator. So in one sense, you could say the creator chooses, but it's not the same concept. So we'd have to be careful about how we apply it, if that makes sense.
No, I hear you. So would you say then that spiritual systems are designed to elevate people who are on that spiritual path of like have that intrinsic quality that needs to be expressed?
I don't understand the question. Well, I'd say
question is, I'm saying, is spirituality something that like is intrinsic to us? So some people would have more ability than others.
No, not necessarily. I think people have more abilities in different areas. Spirituality is quite a broad thing. There's not one thing in it. Do you know what I'm saying? So, you know, like any other discipline, you know, people have strengths and weaknesses in different places, and those will manifest themselves, and those will be cultivated. But I think, like, you know, even when we talk about any kind of religious order, those who are considered prophets within that order serve a particular purpose among the people for which they've come. Yeah, and that's anybody from Buddha, you know what I'm saying, to Krishna, to Abraham, to you know, Orunmila, to whoever. Do you know what I'm saying? It's dependent upon the people that they're serving. You know how they manifest themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know. Oh, that's unfortunate. Zulu's gone. You get me?
Yeah, he didn't want to explain nothing for the sister today, so I just allowed
Say
it.
again?
He didn't want to explain nothing for me today, so I just allowed it.
All right. No, I thought he was. I thought he wasn't interested in a prophecy conversation. That's what. Right. It's like, man, it's gone. It's interesting. It's an observation. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's that. Yeah. So I don't. Yes, I think like the significance of Marcus Garvey to me is not that there's a prophecy that God chose him. It's just the works that he done and those who he was around done on behalf of our people and what that represented in our history. Why one would refer to him as a prophet, and it's the vision, it's a visionary aspect. You know what I'm saying? You know,
definitely.
So yeah, you know what I mean. You know, so yeah, man. So going on.
Yeah, man, Shaka, talk to us about African spiritual systems, man.
That's a broad subject, my brother.
Because we do talk a lot about Abrahamic faith all the time, innit? And it's like, obviously,
I came on being facetious, innit? When I said I was just adding a prophet to the conversation, I was being.
Yeah, but you're here now, innit? You're here now.
I know. I don't really, but you know, it's me. I don't generally come on to debate specific like more time. You're right. Like if I come on, I'm actually discussing an African spiritual system. I don't really generally come on to discuss Christianity and Islam. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah.
See, Buddha said a very famous quote. Buddha said, "With our thoughts, we make the world." Yeah. So I personally believe that whatever spiritual system you're sort of part of, it's sort of like a framework for how you would view life in general. So I don't really judge people based on how spiritual they are, because I've already said I believe that everyone's got their own level. So it's like the same with sports or any talent. Like we've all got our own levels in it, and everyone's like got potential to grow, but within reason. That's my position. But that's what I was trying to understand. Like from a different framework, how would reality look? But obviously, I could never take off like my head and put your head on my head and like pause on all that. But still, words will gummage.
That's the thing.
You know what I mean? Like I can't look at the world how you look at it unless we kind of communicate with each other.
That's the thing. That's actually perfectly fine, right? In that sense, because the world, the planet Earth, that as we know it, does have different manifestations and expressions, and so people are going to develop culture and spirituality and relationship to the universe that is specific to their environment and what they learn, you know what I'm saying, about nature and so on and so forth, and that's the general premise that man operates with. So like when me affirming indigenous African spiritual systems is really just affirming how African people have developed ways and means of relating to nature, and communicating with nature and harmonizing with nature and so on and so forth, but affirming that in politically as well, because of the fact that we have been taught to demonize these things, and the processes of our history in recent times have inspired in many of us a hatred and a social order that marginalizes our indigenous ways of life, our indigenous knowledge systems, ways of beings, ways of speaking, dancing, ritualizing, so on and so forth. So when we affirm these things, it's now more than just this is who we are. We're challenging oppression at the same time. Do you know what I'm saying?
So would you say that converting people or expanding your religion to accept other people is a form of mental colonialism, where you're occupying their mind space?
It depends on how in it, right? So it's a dominant sensibility within indigenous African spiritual systems to be accommodating, to spiritual systems other than whatever ones we specifically practice. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that is like the idea of this is the only way is not a dominant sensibility, right? So that's not a problem, and you'll find that in many instances, you know, when you look at how indigenous African spiritual systems related to each other, and then generally speaking how they related to religions that are not indigenous African spiritual systems or have a different, let's say, ethos, you know what I'm saying, you know, to them. So and generally the sensibility is very accommodating. Yeah. I think that what the issue becomes when what is considered to be new or comes from outside is imposed or adopted within the context of oppression, and when the people themselves are taught or take on a consciousness that teaches them that their natural or indigenous selves is unworthy of elevation or unworthy of spiritual veneration, that they must discard that in order to become closer to whatever somebody else considers to be God. And in any context that takes place, that to me is oppressive. And not oppressive, but it's in some ways the highest form of oppression, because you're attacking who the people are intrinsically. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know what I mean? So that's
why this is all interesting to me, Shaka, is because, as we know, people left Africa and went out to like further afield, and a lot of our cultures are based on when our ancestors came across these people and basically created a new people where two different groups of people basically became one people. And it happened in different ways. And sometimes it was like they just completely wiped them out. Sometimes like they basically take on the language of one and then the religion of the other. And like this kind of like interaction between these like original Africans that lived in, for example, in places like Turkey and Iran. And when for example, the Caucasians come down from the mountains and basically come into that area and meet these people, right? You got to understand, both these people, to me, are my ancestors, and how they basically create a new people is basically the end result is me, right? So for me, I would like to then look at my culture and say, which parts of my culture comes from African sides? So for example, I'll give you one example. You know that thing Africans do when they cut their face and they put marks on their cheeks? Yeah, there's reports of, for example, certain Turkic tribes doing things like Attila the Hun used to do that. So Attila the Hun had African facial markings on his face. That was one of the first things I learned. I realized that these people either
hey, Shakara, what this guy talking about? You agreeing with this? We said Turkish people ain't got no African in them. You ain't got no African
come up with something.
Because go on. Finish what you're saying, innit? I'll respond afterwards.
Either off their own back, they come up with something that coincidentally is also present in Africa, or if you start looking one by one and finding all these traits, you can see a culture, that was supplanted or suppressed by another culture. So you're looking at basically half the story. So you can see certain things like plaiting their hair, certain tribes of Turks, they plait their hair like similar to
you can't plait that grease light in hair.
I wouldn't
Hebrews.
I wouldn't say, because
get the fuck out of here, man.
Because all people originate like humanity itself originates on the continent, and assuming that we accept that trajectory of history and then it spreads out, right? It doesn't mean that all of the cultures that were developed are necessarily African. I don't necessarily claim
They're
kind
not.
of thing, right? Just what I'm saying. So
Mm.
as well, so like you using the what is referred to as commonly referred to as so-called tribal marks, right?
Yeah.
That's
No,
quite
just one example. There's
no,
just
no,
one
I know,
example.
but I'm saying that's quite a late development even among Africans on the continent, right? It's not necessarily an ancient practice in the way that it's practiced now.
Right.
And as and where it may be ancient doesn't mean that it's ancient for all groups, right? So it may not necessarily be the case that this is something that, you know, people that migrated out of the African continent thousands of years ago, like we're talking about, you know, 20,000, 25,000 years ago, necessarily brought with them to new places, right? That might be something that those people developed in response to a particular, you know, situation or context at a later point, right? So if other people do it, then they've developed it for their own reasons. Just what I'm saying. And, and that's that, and that's fine. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with people accepting and embracing, you know, whatever ancestry that they do have. But I think that when we get to a certain point in human development, there are distinct cultures developing in different areas of the planet, right? And so when we say indigenous African spiritual systems, it's not to say that all of them were exactly the same. It's more to say that there's a similitude, yeah, and a cultural unity whereby a lot of basic primary features or principles are shared, yeah. Especially in terms of human relations and concepts of ontology, cosmology, axiology, epistemology, and these types of things. Do you know what I'm saying? And then on another level, you know, we would be able to look at cultures that are and are not, you know, considered to be African and find similar things as well, right? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but again, politically, the affirmation of the Africanness at this point is also related again to the specific history of African people and the need to restore dignity and respect to what is indigenously African. You know, in that regard, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
One of them ones.
You know, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's getting to it, man. Getting to it. Now, do you think, Shaka Ra, that these quote unquote Abrahamic religions help or harm the Black liberation movement?
What helps?
Why you have to bring that into it, Boonwich, man?
Yeah, well, what helps or harms is not necessarily about the Abrahamic religions. It's about how we see ourselves. And so the issue with the Abrahamic religions is they're fine for the people that have developed them and so on and so forth. The issue that in relation to us is how we were taught to judge and characterize ourselves as a result of the lenses of these religions. Do you know what I'm saying? And the institutions, of the religions themselves as they came to us, and you know that interaction. There's been an imbalance, let's say, an unequal appreciation. You know, so if you have a spiritual system that teaches you, well, you know, that our way is a way, and there are other ways. It's different to coming up against a spiritual system that teaches that this is the only way.
You know what? I'll be honest, Shakara, on that point, I kind of have to even agree with you from what the more I learn about the spiritual system that I believe in as an Israelite, I realize more and more this is about a particular people. It's not supposed to be forced on other people, because everyone's got their own path to walk with the Most High, or what they identify as, you know, the creator, or, you know, the supreme deity. So on that one, I might have to agree with you to an extent still, because a lot of people try to write themselves into things that don't really involve them.
Yeah, I agree. So Shaka, good point, Chef. Well, let me ask you this, Shaka. Now, do you believe, right? Because a lot of my Israelite brothers will tell me, like, Born, you're an Israelite. It's by bloodline. Everybody can't get into this club. You can't take a shahada or get baptized or repent. What do you think about that narrative now?
Well, they're going by whatever they believe the Bible to be saying and their interpretation of the Bible. Do you know what I'm saying? And based upon, I mean, I think they have they have justification for saying that based upon the sensibilities of the Bible. My issue with that is not that narrative as it applies to the people that narrative is for. It's the extent to which we as African people take on that narrative as though it's supposed to be, it relates to us. And again, that's what I'm talking about in the sense of many people that take on that kind of a narrative. Let's put it this way: the idea of a chosen people has a significant psychological effect on many people, right? So everybody's trying to be chosen, yeah, and identify themselves as amongst the chosen people of this book, because the book is said to carry some credibility or some universal truth or ultimate truth, and in some instances considered to be the only truth. Right? So in order to be a valuable human being, for many, they have to factor in to what it says in the Bible. And so this is diminishes any people, the value of any people who are not considered to be of that people. Yeah. So everybody's not of that people. So everybody's trying to prove that they are of that people. And so for me, the liberatory factor in is being able to not really care whether we're those people or not, like, or more from my perspective, be actually very comfortable with the fact that we are not them. Right,
okay.
is what I'm saying. Like, I
think
have
that's
no
correct.
interest.
That's important.
I have no interest in being the people of the book.
Okay.
Is it the people of Israel, the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and adhering to that God? It doesn't carry any magic for me. I don't feel the need to assert or prove that to anyone. Do you know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
you know, I'm quite comfortable being a child of Asasaya and Oduduwa.
What is Asasiwa Oduduwa?
So Asasaya is in the Akan tradition is like the ancient mother, if that makes sense. It's not necessarily, and in some iterations, Asasaya is Mother Earth. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Asasaya is not necessarily.
Is Kanye or a son of Asasaya?
Asasaya is specific to the Akan or the Ashanti.
Okay.
In one sense,
the Kanye or can't be a son of Asasaya.
No. In as much as Asasaya is also likened to the earth in general, so you know what I'm saying. But yeah,
and I noticed is when you talk about these African spiritual systems, they sound like something I feel quite cool with. I feel like they're quite enlightening. I don't see them threatening in no way. But when you deal with these European pagan systems, that's where I get frightened. And I think a lot of people, they talk about the African spirituality that you talk about as if it's similar or in any way to these pagan systems of the Western world, and I don't think it is.
Like, do you have any pagan, any particular pagan system you're speaking about, Shiva? Like, can you give me an example?
Right, I'm
quite like the one I was talking about earlier.
I don't know what it is here, but Born Rich has come for smoke. Like,
I'm a journalist.
Born Rich is coming on some agenda.
I promise I haven't, Shaka. I'm asking my brothers good questions. I'm interested. I'm asking.
Born Rich is trying to induce me in the smoke.
Let me ask you a question. So the pagan systems I'm talking about, is ones that promote things like Romulus and Remus, two brothers born from a dog, born from wolf and dog, So when I'm telling you that certain people's picnic got face looking like cousin It from Adam's Family, I ain't joking with you, cuz it's real out here. And that's why it offends them.
I think they were suckled by a wolf. They weren't born out of the wolf.
Them born from wolf and dog, brother.
You know, like Tarzan, he was fed by the chimpanzees and that. It's like that.
Wait, Shakara.
Yo.
Since when Shifa been bigging up African spirituality?
Well, I give thanks to I give thanks to our progression, and improvement and
you see it. You have to improve in life. Shaka's right, man. You have to
I know this is like a regime, improvement and
hey Shaka MA. Nobody's gonna give Brother Kale his credit, but Brother Kale is slowly is making everybody look in the mirror and say, you know what, bro? I want to be a synchronized.
Do you know what though, boom?
African.
That wasn't
That's
what
right.
changed my opinion, you know. Shakara, can I tell you what changed my opinion? Can I tell you what changed my opinion, Shakara? Yeah? Being honest, someone asked me this question earlier and I really thought about it. And I'm going to have to live by it now. Anywhere in the world I go, yeah, if you put me around black people, I feel comfortable.
Yes.
No matter which black people it is. But you put me around certain white people, I don't feel so comfortable. Even around certain Asian people, I don't feel so comfortable. And I think there's a reason for that. And that's why I have to be comfortable.
But white
with
people
what black
don't feel
people are doing.
comfortable around white people. That's a standard
That's their
thing.
business, isn't it? I feel them
You
business.
turn your
If you
back
don't
on
feel-
them, you're gonna get stabbed in the back, bro.
Yeah, but if you
Everyone
don't feel
feels comfortable
around
around
your
black
own
people,
people, that
innit?
ain't my fault,
That's why
Carlito.
white people love black people.
Yeah, but if you don't feel comfortable around your own people, that's not my fault. You'll never be one of us. Like Shakara said, you
Listen,
can't
my
be a
people are
son of a-
dangerous, family.
I'm just saying.
My
I'm
people
just
are
saying.
dangerous, fam.
I'm just gonna say you got to slow down when you say white people feel comfortable around black people, because I live in Tennessee. I live in the South, so I can tell you,
Yeah, that's a
not true.
specific
Yeah,
environment.
that's not
though.
true. Yeah, but I'm just saying though. So we're not gonna say white people feel
No,
comfortable
Khan, I
around
don't
black
think that's
people.
true either, man. White people feel very comfortable around each other, from what I can see. I don't know. I don't see that at all.
No, family. There's a lot of paedophilia. There's a lot of gayness. Like, how are you gonna trust a man if he's trying to bomb you? Like, it's difficult.
Man took it somewhere else.
Is that how you're measuring comfortability?
No.
What we're doing, yeah?
Yeah, like I can be around black people and I don't need to worry about shit like that. Do you know what I mean? In general, like obviously, like you get the odd one, but I'm just saying in general.
That's a weird.
It's
That's
not
a
a culturally
weird,
acceptable thing.
That's a weird measuring stick you're using there, but
to us, like my culture, when we say gay, we're talking about a type of a perverted person who doesn't have much morals. So, you know, all this like lying, stealing, robbing, it all comes under that same kind of category of being like perverse. Like an honest, decent human being, a natural person, wouldn't have any kind of inclination towards lying to you or trying to take advantage of you. Do you know what I mean? And that natural element is the key, I think. So you might think it's a weird thing to say, but to me, like all these sort of negative traits sort of like come together. It's like a whole profile that you can, you know, you can see that it's there in some people.
Can I add something to that? Can I add something to it? Can you hear me, by the way?
yeah, who's that?
Can you hear me, or I'm not too low? I'm too low.
Yeah, we hear you, Benny.
So let me add something what God says about decency, right?
That's a very animal trait that white people have got, to not recognize the damage that they've done to
Shifa,
the
I was
world.
talking, bro.
They always
Shifa,
make it
I was talking. Can you hear me? Shifa, can you hear me?
Go
Shifa,
ahead.
can you hear me? I was talking. So okay, so just quickly, about the human decency. I think the human decency is natural. So you're naturally inclined to justice, to beauty, to goodness.
Where you
and
from,
right.
bro? Sorry, where you from, Benny, bro?
Bro, that's not relevant to this discussion.
Of course it's relevant. I need to know where you're from to know if you know what you're talking about.
From Europe, bro. I'm from Europe.
You're from Europe. Which part? Which part?
It's not relevant, bro. Why are you
You're talking to us. You know we're in Europe.
Are you from the MI5 or something? Bro, you're from MI5, but you're asking me where I'm from.
Bro, you can tell me
I
what
don't
country.
trust you.
Shifa, to sum the conversation on, can we just acknowledge, okay, he's a European and he needs to let him get his thing out.
Yeah.
He's a
We've
European
identified
from
him.
where?
We've identified him. That's
okay.
Where?
Thank
Where's
you.
he from?
Thank you, lady. Thank you, lady.
Where's he from?
So,
where you from?
Bro, are you from MI5 or FBI or something that you're asking?
No, I'm just saying, what country are you in? So I know what
No,
country
but it's
I'm
not
talking
relevant.
you're
I'm from Europe. I'm from Europe.
Which European country? Why is it such a secret? If you know I'm in the UK, why is it a problem for me to know where you are?
Because it's not relevant,
man trying to
bro.
talk about human decency.
Nah, you know what?
Yeah,
when people sound suspect, when people sound suspect to me, I have to ask the question, and he's refusing to answer.
Shifa, you jump into conclusions, bro.
No, I'm just saying you sound a bit suspect, innit? Because you won't even answer a simple question. I only ask where you're from.
Bro, I'm not the one who's asking questions here. Personal questions.
No, I only asked where you're from. I didn't try to violate you. I just said, where are you hailing from? You can't even tell us that. It's like a big secret now. You've made a big deal out of it.
I'm from
Yeah, but
Europe.
Shiffy,
I'm
you're
from
the only
Europe.
one that don't know Benny. We know Benny. We know him from before.
So
Just
where's he
chill,
from,
man. Let him get his
Carnio?
point out, man.
Oh, by
You
the
don't
way,
know like
Black
he's a
Where's
History
he
Moment,
from?
yeah.
newcomer.
Black
We
History
know the
Moment,
guy,
yeah.
man.
Black
What
History
country
Moment,
you
Black
from,
History Moment,
Carnio?
Black History
Because you
Moment.
know
Yeah,
him.
today, yeah, is the birthday of the Osage for Kwame Nkrumah, first president of Ghana. Just a Black History Moment. Let's just putting that out there.
Yeah, big up to the president, man. Big up the president, man. We ain't gonna have a moment of silence, but hail up to the president and guidance on your Earth Day. On your Earth Day.
Okay, can we let can we let the man speak now? Is that okay, brothers? Please, like, come on, man. Go ahead, Benny. Go on.
Okay, so thank you, lady. Thank you to give me that platform to speak, right? So I'm just chiming in on what Kant said. It's about human decency. I think that every human is programmed by the Creator, right? The default position is to be decent and to incline to justice, incline to beauty, incline to doing the right thing. Because every time you do the wrong thing, you have guilty conscience. You're not gonna feel well, and you're not gonna sleep at night. So every human has that natural position to be decent. So I think guidance from the Creator only works if you nourish that human decency. So if you nourish that human decency, that you are making an effort and commitment to stand up for justice, to incline to beauty and righteousness, then guidance will open. But if you don't, then evil will take over you, and then darkness will take over you, and then you will be misguided. So I just want to say that.
All right,
Thank you.
That's a good sentiment, Benny. But can I kind of push back a bit on that? I would easily turn around and say, well, okay, I don't believe that everybody's born with human decency. I don't believe that we're all the same. I think there's nurture. I think there's nature, right? I don't think it's in everybody's nature to be a decent human. I don't believe so. What do you say to that?
I think I've got a better question. What do you think Vikings had human decency? Talk to me.
One shift, 1 sec. Let the brother respond. Yeah.
I think when you look at a baby, right? I don't think you will think, okay, oh, what an evil baby, or you know what I mean. You will see innocence in that baby. You will, especially when he grows up to be 1 and 2 and 3. You will see that he has that natural innocence, that natural telling the truth, that natural inclination, right? If you have children, you know, then you know.
Yeah,
But I don't see babies evil or something.
Psychologists would disagree with you. Psychologists would disagree with you. They say it's very easily detected in children. It kind of starts when they don't communicate well, they harm animals. There's loads of signs to pick up on, like how a child can possibly become. They use these things to detect people like mass murderers. They go back to their history from their childhood, and they put together these things to show that these people were kind of destined to be in that way. It was kind of the way that they were just born. Yeah. There's quite a lot of scientific evidence to prove differently. I don't know.
Okay, so scientific evidence to prove. So are you telling me? Wait, I'm trying to understand. Are you telling me that human beings are more inclined to evil than goodness? Are you telling me that? Otherwise, it will be a very messed up world.
They could swing either way. She's telling you they could go either way.
Yeah, they could go either way, but I think they are inclined to do more good than evil, because otherwise you couldn't even live in the UK. Otherwise, you couldn't even live in the UK.
Isn't proving anything. You're just thinking. You're thinking out loud. You're doing an Ed Sheeran. You're thinking out loud. But long story short, I'd like to know where this guy's from, because I think that's important to know who you're talking to.
I like to know. Who do you work?
I said I would like to know where you're from, because I think it's important to know who we're talking to. Okay, silence. I don't know, man. That's just weird to me, but anyway. So everyone has human decency according to Benny, bro.
See,
my
even
question to
if
Benny, bro.
even if Benny's wrong, right? Imagine Benny's wrong, and humans are evil, conniving, selfish motherfuckers, right? The fact that if we all believe that we're good and believe in each other makes the world a better place.
Well, that's your take on what he said. My take on what he said is that he's actually right. When you're talking about humans, yeah, we do all have human decency because, you know, humans only refers to people with color, i.e. black people. And yes, we definitely all have human decency. For anyone who ain't black, I can't say the same, unfortunately, because of the behaviors that I've been not only witness to, but, you know, I've documented and recorded quite, what's the word? Quite intricately, you know, historically. So, you know, I can't sit here and say that Vikings had human decency. I can't sit here and say that. I can't sit here and say that the what are they called? The conquistadors and the crusaders and you know the conquerors who went all across the colonizers, sorry, that went all across the planet colonizing people and murdering, raping and pillaging. I can't say that they had human decency. That would just
I agree. I agree. I agree, Shifra. I could not sit here in my right mind and say white supremacists have human decency. I just could never even fix my mouth to say that. Pause.
On this point of topic, yeah. There's a passage in the Odu Ifa. It's just the sacred wisdom of the Ifa or the Eshesha, ancestral wisdom of the Yoruba, that relates to this. And forgive me because my Yoruba is not up to par, so I won't read the Yoruba. But it translates as anyone who wishes to have good fortune will constantly practice sacrifice or give offerings. The word practice sacrifice there is ebo, which is offerings or sacrifice. Anyone who cultivates the habit of doing good deeds, especially for the needy, this person in particular will never lack happiness. Yeah? That's what that related to the conversation, so I thought I'd share it, you know what I'm saying? Don't often hear any much sacred scriptures from indigenous African spiritual systems, so you know.
Must be the right time of night, man.
I think that was a very good